This young man has been a villain since he was in the cradle. From the moment he was born, Jung Woo swore he'd become the martial arts supreme ruler at any cost. However, whenever Jung Woo reached the pinnacle, a guy named Shin Young would always jump out of nowhere, grab him, and blow them both up in a miserable, frustrating death. This cycle just kept repeating. And this is now Jung Woo's sixth reincarnation. Everything seemed normal at first. In this life, Jung Woo arrived in the modern world and has a cute little sibling. His mother was holding the baby and rushing to the kindergarten, annoyed that she couldn't find Jung Woo anywhere. She clearly arrived right when school let out, but suddenly, there was an emergency alert about a rift opening near the Google-dong intersection, the exact place Jung Woo's mother was standing. As soon as they heard an 8th grade monster had broken through, everyone panicked and ran for shelter, waiting for the Awakened Association to handle it. But at that moment, Jung Woo's mother only worried about her son and was determined to find him. A high-rise building in front of her collapsed right before her eyes. A second later, there was a massive boom, and debris went flying everywhere. A dragon flapped its giant wings and rose from the center of the building, starting its hunt. After the impact, countless civilians were injured, except for Jung Woo's mother. I still don't understand how. She held her baby so tightly. Even though she was battered and bruised, she kept whispering, Jung Woo, I have to find Jung Woo. Then, she collapsed without having found him. A young man suddenly appeared with a huge sack on his back. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they saw a glimmer of hope at the gates of hell, thinking an awakened had come to save them. The awakened man scowled and shouted because they had ruined his cool entrance. Shut your mouths. I didn't come here to save your pathetic lives. The crowd stood frozen, their eyes twitching. But you're an awakened, aren't you? Yeah, and I'm not here to save you, the awakened said, then pulled out his giant sack like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up all the money nearby. It turned out the monster had destroyed his city bank, and all that money was flying right into the awakened guy's bag. Damn you. You're using your ability to steal money. Do you have any idea how much money I pay in taxes to the Superhuman Association? The awakened man yelled, ordering them to be quiet, and then dumped a pile of rubble onto the poor, unfortunate souls. He hoisted the heavy money bag onto his back, smirked, and said, Did you think we awakened survive on nothing but water to fight monsters? Just when they thought they'd be saved, they ran into a piece of trash. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Not only that, the awakened man decided to eliminate them all to silence the witnesses. No one would know he stole the money if they all disappeared. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes after slaughtering all his peers. After I deal with that lizard, you're next. Then I'll still be hailed as a great hero. Plus, I get to pocket a bunch of cash. He grinned from ear to ear, thinking about his bright future. Suddenly, a cold, childish voice spoke up flatly. That's only if you stay alive. A tiny version of Jung Woo, with both hands in his pockets, stood calmly in front of the awakened man. He thought it was just some crazy person challenging him, but it was just a kid. The awakened man laughed. You brat, do you think an 8th grade monster is enough to kill me? Jung Woo was helpless at the guy's stupidity. That monster isn't an 8th grade monster. The guy's face froze as a massive shadow loomed over him. The 8-eyed dragon stood right behind the awakened man, breathing heavily, with the stench of hell. The awakened man finally panicked, realizing this thing was at least 6th grade. At that moment, the notification unit updated, confirming the monster was indeed 6th grade. A massive explosion covered the buildings in black dust. After the dust cleared, all that remained was the twisted corpse of the nasty awakened man. The monster roared, standing in contrast to tiny Jung Woo, who wasn't even as big as its toe. Jung Woo stared with cold eyes, like a master commanding his pet. You're overstepping your boundaries. And more importantly, that ugly dragon is going to scare my mom and sibling. The dragon, of course, didn't understand a word Jung Woo said. It swung its arm, bringing its razor-sharp claws toward him. Jung Woo didn't flinch, gathered momentum, and unleashed a punch that pierced right through the giant monster's body. It might be a powerful monster here, but standing before the Martial Arts Alliance leader who has reincarnated 6 times, it was just a giant gecko. The dragon's flesh and blood rained down like a storm, paving the way for Jung Woo to walk forward. Even with his hard training, he's only at level 2. The speed was too slow, which made Jung Woo impatient, but he was certain of one thing. In this life, he would become the supreme ruler of Earth. Human evolution began 3 years ago. For some reason, humans were granted attributes like spiritual power. Nations scrambled to conduct research and reached a conclusion that all humans were granted different attributes to achieve a goal. Countries began studying how to control the specific traits of the attributes people were given. The first country to find the method was the United States, but this method was kept strictly top secret. Countries around the world were also pushing research on these traits to compete. 2 years after human evolution, gates started opening. Monsters appeared for no apparent reason. The monsters coming out of the gates were resistant to all damage from human military weaponry. Only those with attributes could defeat them. Right now, at the scene of the battle with that 6th-grade dragon, eunuch team leader Park Sung-ho was wondering how a human could crush a level 6 monster with just a single strike. After checking all the security cameras within a 5-kilometer radius, Park Sung-ho didn't find anything unusual, except for Jung Woo. If a kid could crush a level 6 monster, then surely that monster was him, not the gecko. "Uncle, let's go." A blonde kid in the distance waved at Park Sung-ho. He walked away while sighing. Jung Woo is definitely not an ordinary person as he grows up, and the kid walking with Park Sung-ho is the same. 2 monsters have appeared in the same era. Where will this world go? 5 lifetimes have passed, but Jung Woo can't forget that Shin Young guy. If Jung Woo continues to reincarnate, he will also reincarnate with him and ruin Jung Woo's life. Shin Young will always sacrifice himself to kill Jung Woo, and Jung Woo is always the one defeated in the most ridiculous way. But not in this life. Jung Woo will return everything he has had to endure over the past 5 lifetimes. Jung Woo, his mother's voice shouted, pulling Jung back. Back in reality, you were inside a VR game when your mom burst into your room, flies water in hand. Jung Woo, how many times do I have to tell you? There's a time for gaming and a time for everything else. Is that clear? You've been glued to that screen since the crack of dawn. Jung Woo tried to explain, "Mom, I'm just training my skills to level up." His mom, however, was already fuming. "Leveling up? What, do you take me for a child?" Jung Woo laughed sheepishly and waved his hands, saying he'd stop playing. His mom lowered her face, looking ice cold. "Are you serious? Give me your word." Jung Woo nodded, but his mom stepped closer, her eyes blazing with such murderous intent that he broke into a cold sweat. Only once she was satisfied did she finally leave the room. She told him to go eat breakfast so he could get to school. In his past life, Jung Woo had learned how to kill without mercy and torture others without batting an eye, which made him incredibly powerful. But in this life, just one glare from his mother made Jung Woo fall right into line. Every morning, he sat there obediently, waiting for her to feed him every single spoonful. Strangely enough, Jung Woo didn't hate the food. Perhaps it was because his mom cooked it with her own hands. Over at the kindergarten, some kids were whispering to each other, "Are you really going to go through with it?" "Of course. But I'm scared, Kang Chun. Are you sure you can take down Jung Woo?" Little Kang Chun clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. "Who do you think I am? I'm the heir to the Golden River clan, one of the 8 strongest families out there." The 2 kids with him nodded, but their judgmental stares were obvious. Who said Kang Chun wins every time he challenges Jung Woo? He always gets crushed. Despite feeling ashamed, Kang Chun was certain he wouldn't lose this time because he had just secretly learned a family technique from his father. To convince his 2 lackeys to take the fall with him, Kang Chun showed off the technique. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and then delivered a super powerful punch into an old tree behind him. The tree didn't just break, it exploded in an instant. The 2 little brats clapped and cheered. "Wow, Kang Chun, that's so cool. I have to admit, you're the school boss now." Kang Chun wiped his nose, feeling smug. The title of heir to the Golden River clan wasn't just a name. Thinking of Jung Woo made Kang Chun's blood boil. Who said he always steals the spotlight from Kang Chun? He couldn't let Jung Woo get away with it. The twins looked at each other, hesitant. "But are you sure Jung Woo will show up?" "I'm already here." Jung Woo's calm, cold voice rang out. Jung Woo's timely arrival made the 3 kids jump in surprise. Kang Chun shrank back, wary. He didn't understand why Jung Woo accepted his challenge so easily. Was he not afraid after witnessing Kang Chun's lightning punch technique earlier? But in Kang Chun's eyes, Jung Woo was just trying to look cool in front of everyone. Everyone knew Kang Chun was the real school boss here, right? Anyway, that didn't matter anymore. Kang Chun was confident he had an ace up his sleeve now. Even if that kid Jung Woo had a plan, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kang Chun. At the Golden River Mansion, Jung Woo stood alone in a corner, while Kang Chun raised a glass, surrounded by his classmates. "Thank you all for coming to my party. Please, eat as much as you like." The classmates chimed in to wish Kang Chun a happy birthday. A rich kid truly lacked nothing but generosity. Jung Woo stood from afar, his expression indifferent, as if detached from the crowd. Just then, a girl with blonde hair and a smile as bright as the sun appeared, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Jung Woo recognized her as Yuhara. He had seen her on TV before. She seemed to be a famous star. Kang Chun rushed over with eyes sparkling like a puppy, seeing its owner come home. Ha Jung-woo watched this with a helpless look, thinking to himself, that kid couldn't even tell boys from girls apart. They were in kindergarten. Why was he acting so casually? Kang Chun blushed, practically swooning as he took the flowers from Hera. After exchanging a few words, Hara noticed Ha Jung-woo in the distance and took the initiative to start a conversation. "Oh, Ha Jung-woo, you came too? I heard you're the best in class at that VR assassin game." Hearing the chatter and Hera's friendly attitude made Kang Chun furious. He suddenly shouted, "Ha Jung-woo, stay away from you, Hera." Meanwhile, in the office of the Golden River family head, Lee Hogo laughed when he heard that Kang Chun had thrown his own birthday party, even though he had been begging him just yesterday to teach him the family's secret technique to defeat someone. "Is that kid lying to me?" Hearing Lee Hogo say that, the family manager, Kim Jong-goen, adjusted his glasses and reminded him, "Don't hold a grudge against children, sir. Please let the boy do what he wants, at least on his birthday." Lee Hogo waved his hand, signaling Kim Jong-goen to stop nagging him. Kim Jong-goen changed the subject and asked, "Lee Hogo, do you remember that Rift Core?" Lee Hogo nodded, but didn't understand why he was asking. "It's just a tool to help with the appearance of gates. Even though it's a valuable item that can only be obtained by killing demons, it's a very expensive item and also something you like, right?" Hogo's remark made Kim Jong-goen jump. He brought the conversation back to the main point. That Rift Core is clearly not a normal one. It's a cursed core. Everyone who has ever held that item has been wiped off the face of the earth, along with their families. "So what?" Lee Hogo countered. Sensing Kim Jong-goen's worry, he flashed a confident smile. "Do you think I'm someone who can be cursed so easily?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud boom and a tremor like an earthquake left the two men below confused. A large hole in the wall had been caused by Kang Chun, and the person in the rubble was none other than Ha Jung-woo. Kang Chun stood triumphantly in front of Ha Jung-woo, enjoying the cheers and his achievements on his birthday. Kang Chun really defeated Ha Jung-woo. "So cool." Kang Chun turned back and flashed the signature golden family smile. At Hera, "Are you okay? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you from Ha Jung-woo." Hara sighed, thinking he was acting so tough when she wasn't even afraid of Ha Jung-woo in the first place. Besides, Ha Jung-woo hasn't lost yet. "What are you talking about? Didn't I just defeat Ha Jung-woo? He'll be out for a few hours until he wakes up." Hara's eyes flashed with a confident, victorious smile as she asked Kang Chun if he wanted to make a bet. Kang Chun suddenly remembered those eyes. Hara's eyes were the eyes of the gods, capable of seeing others' statuses, considered a unique attribute. Kang Chun panicked and turned his head, colliding with the emotionless red eyes of Ha Jung-woo. Right behind him, Kang Chun jolted as if he'd seen a ghost. Ha Jung-woo tilted his head and smiled lightly. "Consider this a birthday present I'm giving you. Do you like it?" Kang Chun's mouth twitched, while Ha Jung-woo thought to himself, that kid is going to love it. However, Kang Chun still had to pay the price for challenging Ha Jung-woo. "Now it's my turn, okay?" Ha Jung-woo wore a chilling smile, and with bloodthirsty red eyes, he lunged toward Kang Chun so the kid wouldn't dare challenge him ever again. Ha Jung-woo's hand grabbed Kang Chun's face. Kang Chun screamed in panic. "Stop, stop it." Another noise echoed again. Lee Hogo rested his chin on his hands and chuckled. Are they fighting again? Kim Jong-goen, however, looked impatient because Lee Hogo showed no concern for Kang Chun. But Lee Hogo was actually curious about who his son's opponent was, especially now that Kang Chun had mastered that secret skill. Kim Jong-goen, on the other hand, was worried about that cursed object. He didn't know what Hogo intended to do with it. "Quit nagging, let it go." Hogo shouted loudly, thinking that would silence Kim Jong-goen, but the man retorted with a remark that felt like a dagger, piercing Hogo's fragile heart. "Or perhaps you don't realize just how dangerous that cursed rift core is." Seeing Hogo fall silent, Kim Jong-goen understood immediately. "If others found out, you truly have no face left. This is no laughing matter." Hogo flared up, arguing back. He didn't understand why Jong-goen had to make such a big deal out of it. But according to Kim Jong-goen's investigation, that rift core should have belonged to Kim Taek-soo, the former president of the Eunuch Association. That monster's core, it belonged to him? Hogo asked again, and Kim Jong-goen confirmed it. 2 years ago, Taek-soo's family was killed by monsters from inside a gate. He had entered that gate himself and obtained this core. But rift cores only fall into the hands of a select few. All of them and their families were wiped out. That is why it is called the Cursed Rift Core. "Do you think you can defeat him?" Kim Jong-goen's question was indeed a tough one. Lee Hogo didn't want to admit defeat easily, even though the outcome was clear as day. Kim Jong-goen frowned. "You will be dead before you even get a chance to show your strength. Are you sure you still want to keep that thing after knowing all this?" Lee Hogo scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. Well, about that rift core. I think I lost it. Kim Jong-gon, usually a model of composure, had to swear at his boss's carelessness. Meanwhile, down in the hall, the other students and Ha Jung-woo were in a state of panic. They never expected Ha Jung-woo to be pushed back by Kang Chun after that last blow. Hara felt that Kang Chun's energy had changed. That strange light terrified her. She burst into tears and immediately signaled the other students to run away before Kang Chun completely lost control. Outside the Golden River entrance, Captain Sung Ho had followed Ha Jung-woo's trail to this spot. Noticing Ha Jung-woo's kindergarten uniform in his route, Sung Ho guessed that Ha Jung-woo was Lee Hogo's third son. Kang Chun, this is the only place capable of nurturing a monster like that. Park Sung Ho needed to confirm if Kang Chun truly was that monster. The children felt the threat and immediately ran outside. While inside, Kang Chun was floating in mid-air, looking as if he had sprouted 2 horns and a tiny tail. Hara tried her best to persuade Kang Chun to come back, but Kang Chun's face began to distort and deform. Hara was too scared to move. Ha Jung-woo also realized that Hara could use her divine eyes to detect potential dangers. If that was the case, she would also be a nuisance to him in the future. At this moment, Kang Chun no longer looked like a normal child. With a raspy, chilling voice, he hissed, "I will kill anyone who gets in my way." Hara screamed, signaling Ha Jung-woo to run away. Suddenly, a powerful blast of air struck Hara in the cheek, sending her flying. As she lay on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, her only thought was hoping her parents would come to save her, or at least that someone would appear right now. Kang Chun advanced toward her. At the very last moment, he was sent flying back just as Hera lost consciousness. The person who appeared was none other than Jung Woo. He excitedly rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to Kang Chun's face, one so strong that the second personality that had just emerged was completely wiped out. Kang Chun slowly regained consciousness. Every word of Lee Hogo's echoed in his mind. "You did it wrong. You must do better to be worthy of being the heir to Golden River. At least be as strong as your brother." That day, Kang Chun brought home a gold trophy after winning first place in a kindergarten martial arts competition. He expected his father to praise him, but Hogo shouted at him instead. "Kang Chun, don't you dare get arrogant, just for achieving such a small accomplishment." For a split second, Kang Chun teared up out of resentment, but in the end, Hogo placed a hand on his head and praised him. Ever since then, Kang Chun craved even more praise. That dark aura appeared again. This time, it was Kang Chun's inner voice that echoed, "I have to defeat you so my father will praise me even more." No sooner had he finished the thought than Kang Chun was punched in the mouth, sent flying back before he could even stand. Ha Jung-woo laughed at Kang Chun. "Is that all you've got?" Kang Chun struggled to his feet, seemingly having regained his senses. Ha Jung-woo squinted and smirked. "Stop whining, because you're just a weakling." "Oh, so weaklings aren't allowed to whine? Huh." Kang Chun repeated Ha Jung-woo's words, then in a flash appeared right in front of him. Kang Chun landed a kick directly to Ha Jung-woo's face, sending him flying backward, spinning several times. Kang Chun began to exude that dark aura again, his voice slowly shifting. "You're right. The weak have no right to speak, do they?" As the 2 kindergartners fought and nearly killed each other downstairs, the 2 uncles were frantically searching for the rift core. Kim Jong-gon couldn't understand how Lee Hogo could be so careless as to lose something so dangerous. Hogo shouted into a megaphone, "Find it! Hurry up! Hurry up!" While searching, Hogo was also curious. How could a man as powerful as President Kim Taek-soo get caught up in such a cursed mess? According to what Kim Jong-gon knew, that stone would control the soul of whoever touched it. Just like Kang Chun's current state of going berserk, those who are cursed have their souls manipulated, creating a new, out-of-control demon. Kang Chun now seemed to completely overwhelm Ha Jung-woo. After landing a hit on Ha Jung-woo, he felt a frantic sense of excitement. How does it feel to be beaten by a weakling like me? Ha. Jung-woo, Kang Chun had always wanted to defeat Ha Jung-woo because he hated that fake, handsome face of his. Back then, Kang Chun had entered his father's study. A beckoning voice emanated from the purple rift stone, which had lured him in. "Try touching me. I will give you the greatest power." The smile on Kang Chun's face was twisted and distorted, making anyone who saw it shudder. Now, he only had one goal: defeat Ha Jung-woo and make his father proud. Ha Jung-woo at this moment let out a smile even more sinister, his whole body trembling with laughter. "Are you happy now? Or are you just pretending to be strong?" That statement caused Kang Chun's pride to be trampled into the dirt. He lunged forward, but Ha Jung-woo dodged and used his skill to grab his hair. Using Kang Chun's own momentum against him, Ha Jung-woo smashed his face straight into the wall. The wall cracked like a spider web, but it didn't knock Kang Chun unconscious. It only made him go more berserk. Damn this bug, how dare you? Jung Woo realized the cracked stone, a type of parasite that lives on others, was at play. Shut up. Kang Chun swung his arm to counterattack, but Jung Woo caught it easily. Kang Chun's face had what the hell written all over it. Before he could even recover, Jung Woo kicked him again, dragging his face across the wall like a plow. Kang Chun's voice trembled as he wheezed. What a brat, like he was actually a monster. Jung Woo slowly moved toward Kang Chun with a look that was purely villainous. The crack core couldn't understand why it couldn't defeat Jung Woo even after taking over Kang Chun's body. It needed a better vessel. What are you kids doing? Just then, Park Sung-ho walked in, staring at Jung Woo in total disbelief. Is that kid really Kang Chun? Suddenly, Kang Chun lunged and hugged Park Sung-ho. Park Sung-ho, confused and unaware of what was happening, suddenly screamed. It felt like his body was being torn apart. Seconds later, his eyes transformed as if he had become someone else. The cracked stone took over Park Sung-ho's body and clutched its face, laughing. Ha ha. Jung Woo, now you're done for. What are you doing? This time, the question came from Hogo. He saw Kang Chun, collapsed on the ground, bleeding everywhere, and his expression hardened. Seeing Park Sung-ho now possessed by the cracked stone, Hogo identified him as the one who hurt Kang Chun. Park Sung-ho frowned. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Get out of my sight while I'm still giving you a chance. Hogo also activated his devil mode, his eyes raging with god-defying fury, brimming with bloodshot veins. You're annoyed? I'm feeling just as unpleasant as you are. Hogo unleashed his golden ripple technique, sliding toward Park Sung-ho, fast and relentless like a massive wave crashing down on him. Park Sung-ho clutched his left arm, spitting out a curse. Damn you, you dog. I won't forgive you. A black shadow suddenly cast over Park Sung-ho. Lee Hogo stood towering before Park Sung-ho, then rained down thousands of punches, each with the weight of 1,000 pounds. The cracked stone had to jump out to find a way to survive. Kwon immediately signaled Lee Hogo to hurry and retrieve it. Lee Hogo nodded, reaching out. All right, stop nagging. But Jung Woo was faster, grabbing the cracked core. Kim Jong-gon panicked and shouted, Hey kid, that thing is dangerous. We have to put it in a safe place immediately. But Jung Woo didn't listen, his face revealing a sinister look. Goodbye. The stone, sweating, used honeyed words, claiming it would grant Jung Woo the ultimate power if he spared it. Jung Woo scoffed. This was the funniest thing he had heard in 5 cycles of reincarnation. In a split second, Jung Woo crushed the stone into pieces until it was nothing but dust. The two uncles shouted in unison, What? That's such a waste. The incident finally ended, and Golden River had to clean up this horrific mess. While Kim Jong-gon treated Kang Chun's wounds, he asked if the boy remembered what happened yesterday. Kang Chun teared up. The kid didn't remember a thing, except for the first few minutes before the birthday party started. Just as Kim Jong-gon suspected, Kang Chun's soul had been cursed by that cracked stone. But at that moment, Kang Chun was only worried about his birthday party. After that day, his classmates were afraid and didn't want to play with him anymore. Even though he didn't remember, Kang Chun still knew that he and Jung Woo had fought, but it was all Jung Woo remixing Kang Chun. A loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. Kang Chun panicked, fearing the stone had appeared in another version. At this moment, a young man wearing Golden River gear, having just been blown away by Jung Woo, knelt before Lee Hogo in shame. Forgive me, father. Lee Hogo walked toward Jung Woo. Just as I thought, you are the one who defeated Kang Chun at the birthday party. Jung Woo looked at Hogo, his eyes probing. Are you accusing me, sir? At first, Hogo thought Sung-ho was the one cursed by the cracked stone, but then he realized his own son had also been controlled by it. That meant Kang Chun had fought someone else before Sung-ho arrived. That was why Lee Hogo wanted to test Jung Woo against Kang Hyun, another of his sons. Even though the guy was said to have extraordinary talent at just 15 years old, he still lost to Jung Woo. Lee Hogo recalled Jung Woo's sinister smile, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Note that smile. Why don't we practice a little? Jung Woo scoffed. Hogo was more stubborn and interesting than he had thought. Kang Hyun immediately intervened. I don't think you should. Jung Woo is Kang Chun's friend. Hogo didn't care. He just wanted to know Jung Woo's intentions. Kang Hyun prayed for Jung Woo to refuse, or else he'd be dead. But Jung Woo was crazier than he imagined. To him, this was nothing less than free training. Hogo laughed loudly, his voice rising with excitement. I really like that answer of yours. The most important thing in a fight is strength and courage. Having strength without courage is a waste, and having courage without strength is just stupidity. Therefore, a truly strong person is one who possesses strength and courage and masters them. Jung Woo finally understood why he found Hogo interesting, because he was a simple-minded but very logical person. Hogo asked if Jung Woo was afraid of him being his opponent. Hearing the no from Jung Woo, his face wrinkled, grinning like a gorilla. Are you worried about me because of my strength? Jung Woo seemed to read Hogo's mind. He replied while throwing a punch, lunging at Jung Woo. Jung Woo tilted his head to avoid the punch, but a series of other blows were thrown. Even though Hogo's body was as huge as an ape, his speed was second to none. Jung Woo had nowhere left to dodge. Hogo spotted an opening and unleashed a celestial punch, striking straight into Jung Woo's soft abdomen. Kang Chun and Won were sprinting at full speed to stop Hogo. He didn't understand why Hogo wanted to test the strength of a 7-year-old kid. Suddenly, something stuck out from the wall in front of them, blocking their path. Kang Chun realized the person lying on the ground, eyes rolled back, was his own father. Kim Jong-gon panicked and called emergency services. The wall had a large hole. 15 minutes passed. A teenager's voice rang out, hasn't it been 15 minutes since I made a hole in this wall? Now, Jung Woo was a 17-year-old. Mischief and power were evident in every line of his face. Jung Woo touched the wall with a nostalgic expression. Another teenage voice rang out. Hey, Jung Woo, what are you doing? Jung Woo sighed. It's been 15 years, and this hole still isn't fixed. Kang Chun scratched his head. It's because your stubborn old man refuses to fix it. Why would he fix it? That's basically his default answer. He treats it like a mark. A souvenir of his first ever defeat. Jung Woo looked confused. What's there to be proud of about a defeat? Lee Hogo waved his hand. He's proud because his first defeat was at the hands of a 7-year-old kid. It doesn't matter anyway, because Jung Woo is too OP. Even though you've admitted it, I have to test you a bit, Lee Hogo said as he lunged forward, slamming a lightning-fast punch down toward Jung Woo. He jumped to the side, avoiding getting crushed into the world's most miserable floor. Lee Hogo laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I taught you that new move, Jung Woo. Jung Woo felt a sense of déjà vu. This felt like a guy he'd met in his past life. If the past was repeating itself, nothing was impossible. But even so, it didn't matter. Because no one can beat Jung Woo. In this life, he'll do whatever he wants and enjoy it. When giants fight, the flies die. Kang Chun, poor guy, stood to the side and yelled, "Cut it out, mate. Stop it. I'm gonna die." Hogo apologized and retracted the lightning immediately. Kang Chun collapsed after nearly becoming a deliciously roasted piece of meat. Dad, can you stop using that move all the time? Hogo was as excited as a child with a new toy. He didn't expect it to be that powerful. Kim Jong-gon stepped in at that moment, praising Hogo's move for being both powerful and beautiful. But regardless, it couldn't be used here. The treasury is running dry from all the house repairs. Jung Woo. He scratched his head, remembering to ask, how much is the damage I have to compensate? Kim Jong-gon held up 10 fingers. 10 billion. What the hell is so expensive? Jung Woo remembered it was only a small thing. But you can't mess with Jong-gon's memory. He could even list out the invoice from 15 years ago right here. 15 years ago, the cracked stone that Jung Woo crushed into powder. Jong-gon had sold it to someone else for 10 billion. Now, where the hell was he supposed to get 10 billion? Every year, they had to pay 300 million to keep this villa in order. Jung Woo gritted his teeth. He could work part-time until his bones turned to dust and still wouldn't have 300 million. He didn't expect it to be that costly. Lee Hogo laughed loudly, putting his arm around both of them. Come on, that's the past. We have to live for the future. Amidst this atmosphere, a childish voice rang out. Honey. Jung Woo was startled when a kid rushed over to hug him. Hyujin, I'm your older brother. Who taught you to say that? Hyujin, Lee Hogo's youngest daughter. The little girl pointed to the one who taught her, none other than her goofy dad. Lee Hogo had already picked Jung Woo as his son-in-law. Although Hyujin was a bit young, wait a few years, and she could be his wife. Jung Woo couldn't believe Lee Hogo would do that to his own daughter, forcing him to wait another 15 years. Lee Hogo, with his eyes half closed, instructed, remember to treat Hyujin well. Your mom and I are best friends, so your mom won't object. Jung Woo was speechless. No wonder the two of them were best friends. They both liked selling out their own children. Hogo saw Jung Woo didn't object and closed the deal. Our family has another member now. On top of that, the son-in-law defeated the head of the Golden River family. I am not your son-in-law, Jung Woo said, then carried Hyujin away, ignoring Hogo's pleading behind him. Even though Hogo was carefree like that, deep down, he still had plans. Hyujin could be the hope of the Golden River clan. Even though Hogo knew him beforehand, there was still an invisible distance with Jung Woo. You have to grow up fast, okay? If I lose my son-in-law, you're dead, Dad. Hyujin naively agreed. Only Jung Woo was helpless. Why did he get entangled with this abnormal family? The next day at school, Kang Chun actually asked Jung Woo if he really intended to marry his little sister. Jung Woo flatly refused. Kang Chun brushed it off and asked about Jung Woo wanting to learn magic. He didn't understand. Jung Woo, why was he dabbling in magic? To dominate the world? Jung Woo specialized in swordsmanship, but that was a bit inconvenient. So why the hell was he learning something else on top of that? Jung Woo chuckled. If he studied the sword, did that mean he had to carry a sword with him all the time? In this life, Jung Woo had to become stronger than before, because he didn't know when that guy Shin Young would return. Eunuch College was a government-funded school aimed at training people with attributes and cultivating talented seeds. Here, they learned survival skills and combat skills based on individual abilities. At the same time, this school also incorporated an educational system like other schools. To get into Eunuch, of course, the admission test was essential. The acceptance rate was usually 1 to 10. Kang Chun didn't expect so many people to show up for the exam. A crowd of crazed schoolgirls ran toward them, Min Ji-hyun of red eyes, and even the big boss, Kang Min-ho. Kang Chun blushed. What? Even if I'm as handsome as Kang Min-ho, people don't need to do that. A dissatisfied voice rang out. Can you get out of the way? A blonde teenager with piercings, followed by an entourage like an A-list celebrity, spoke up. The crowd screamed frantically. It's Ji-hyun and Min-ho, two handsome guys appearing right in front of us. Why are these two crazies blocking the way? Min-ho pushed Kang Chun into the nearby utility pole. Kang Chun held his face, mocking. What? Get out of the way? Did you use your strength? That was pretty weak. Kang Chun was about to retaliate, but the girls snapped at him. Because of you, we can't get close to him. With a face that ugly, who would want to look at you? Kang Chun's little heart shattered. The heir to the Golden River clan couldn't accept being called ugly. Suddenly, Kang Min-ho flew out of the crowd, sprawling on the ground. The girls shrieked, calling for their appa. What are you doing here, fatty? Long time no see, huh? Kang Chun, a bald guy with a scar running along his left eye, led his goons over. Kang Chun frowned, recognizing the guy, Park Ki-ho. He held his head high as if he were number one. Remember me? It's Park Ki-ho from Black Tiger. Kang Chun saw Ki-ho and started rolling up his sleeves, preparing for a fight. Luckily, Jung Woo stopped him in time. Kang Chun didn't need to lift a finger. Those crazy fangirls also joined in. Apologize to my appa right now. Apologize. Ki-ho frowned. Apologize. The girls pointed toward Kang Min-ho in the distance. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Apologize properly. Two people came to help Kang Min-ho up. He was panting, holding his stomach like he was on his period. Ki-ho was surrounded by the girls, and like a spring rain, he spat out. Apologize. Hurry up, you maniac. Ki-ho scratched his head, acting obedient. But a second later, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Everyone wants an apple, right? Here you go. He suddenly reached out, making the girls recoil. On Ki-ho's hand, a puff of green smoke slowly appeared, forming a fresh, crunchy, bright green apple. Ki-ho tossed it to a girl nearby. She and the others huddled around to see what this apple was. A second later, the apple exploded. A strange gust of energy enveloped them. The girls clutched their necks, coughing violently with tears streaming down their faces. Ki-ho smirked. What's the matter? This is my gift to you. Why are you making that face? His lackeys watched the scene and laughed mockingly. The girls pleaded for help from Park Ki-ho, but he grabbed the nearest girl by her hair. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam. What? Don't you like my gift? Kang Chun couldn't take it anymore and lunged at Ki-ho. Suddenly, Ki-ho snapped into action. He stepped forward and used a kick to block his punch. Oh, Kang Chun, I think you're looking more and more like your dad, aren't you? Kang Chun gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand seeing Ki-ho bullying civilians with his magic tricks. A group of boys approached, recognized Kang Chun and Ki-ho, and immediately pulled out their phones to livestream. Could we actually be witnessing a battle between the heirs of the Golden River and the Black Tiger? Jung Woo wondered. He also found the prospect of a battle between the heirs interesting. Jung Woo guessed Kang Chun could probably handle that Ki-ho guy. He didn't look like much. Meanwhile, Kang Chun was still arguing with him, demanding to know why he used poison on ordinary female students. Ki-ho laughed shamelessly. Poison? Do you have proof? If you don't believe me, look behind you. The girls suddenly felt their bodies return to normal. The discomfort had vanished. Ki-ho raised an eyebrow, mocking Kang Chun. Calm down, kid. I was just teaching that so-called famous one a lesson. Then he shouted loudly to the boys in the distance. Am I right or wrong? The boys looked at each other. that Kang Min-ho is just a stuck-up brat who thinks he's better than everyone else just because he's a little famous at school. Jung Woo immediately changed his opinion of Ki-ho. He had changed his personality in an instant. He was definitely a sinister guy. Kang Chun shouted at the group of boys. What? After all this, you're still siding with Ki-ho? Of course they were. Ki-ho lunged forward, extending his hand like the strike of a venomous snake. Kang Chun was startled for a moment, then immediately grabbed his arm, his other hand gripping Ki-ho's throat tight. The female students were back to normal, so Kang Chun, teach him a lesson. That's it. Kang Chun squeezed Ki-ho's throat hard. He dared to attack so suddenly. It was clear he wanted to start the fight. Ki-ho grabbed Kang Chun's arm, his face twisted as he struggled to breathe. Kang Chun looked at him triumphantly. Planning to use that poison again? Doesn't look like you know how to fight, though. Is that so? Ki-ho muttered cryptically. His arm suddenly tightened its grip. Jung Woo recognized that technique. Suddenly, a teacher ran over to disperse the crowd. What do you kids think you're doing, fighting in front of the school gate? Break it up now. Kang Chun let go. I'm not done with you yet. Oh, I'm so scared, you fat pig. Ki-ho said, then led his lackeys away. The teacher yelled at the kids watching the drama to break it up and go home. Jung Woo and Kang Chun went to grab a soda to quench their thirst, though only Kang Chun did the talking. Today hasn't been great, has it? Jung Woo's comment made Kang Chun choke on his drink. Kang Chun thought if the teacher hadn't shown up, blood would have been spilled. But according to Jung Woo, Kang Chun had been provoked from the very beginning. Plus, he hadn't made a good impression on the teacher on his first day. But that part Ki-ho, if he had touched you for a few more seconds, you'd be a goner. Kang Chun was confused. He didn't think Ki-ho was that strong. Jung Woo suddenly grabbed Kang Chun's hand, making him jump. Hey, what are you doing? I like girls. On Kang Chun's wrist, the bruise from Ki-ho's hand was still visible. Jung Woo was startled and crushed the soda can in his hand. Could that Ki-ho also be a reincarnator? Jung Woo recalled his fifth life. In one battle, Jung Woo glided past and overwhelmed everyone with just a sword. Just 7 more, and I can sleep well tonight. No need to sleep tonight. Jung Woo stopped in front of a chilling sight. A madman had tied up all the survivors beneath a tree, a horrific smile on his face. Because I'm going to kill everyone left. A girl cried for help, but he covered her mouth. Sorry, but your face is just too cute. I can't let you go. Absorption. The moment he finished speaking, the girl's face seemed to melt, sucked into a gust of energy so strong that Jung Woo had to cover his face. These unfortunate souls had their life force drained by the long-haired man. The screams were cut short. After the noise died down, he burped. Delicious. Are you curious why I didn't kill them one by one? Because this feeling is so much better. Remembering that twisted, terrifying face made Jung Woo exhausted. That madman had caused him so much trouble. But in the end, he died by Jung Woo's sword. Even a second of carelessness would have meant his own death. However, that guy said something before he died that Jung Woo couldn't forget. Don't get cocky. If I had absorbed 10,000 people, I wouldn't have been defeated. Jung Woo remembered that absorption skill. It was the ultimate state, only achievable by absorbing the power of 10,000 people. That guy had only absorbed 3,000, and he was already that strong. He even left a vow if he were reborn, he would definitely absorb 10,000 people and tear Jung Woo apart. To prevent this threat, Jung Woo needed to find out if Ki-ho was a reincarnator. Just then, Kang Chun ran over and asked Jung Woo about the handprint Ki-ho had left. Before Jung Woo could answer, the loudspeaker announced, "Students, gather in the hall and line up." Jung Woo reminded Kang Chun it was his turn for the entrance exam. Watching his back as he left, Jung Woo wasn't sure if he should tell him, because he wasn't certain yet. In the math, physics, and chemistry classroom, Professor Richard had just finished writing on a board as big as a movie theater screen. He remembered a student once asking why the magic department had to study math, physics, and chemistry formulas. But those were the most essential subjects to understand what magic really was. Professor Richard finished his point. The students were groaning. "It's too hard, Professor. We don't get it." An older student knocked on the door to announce it was time for the students to go out and line up. The hall was crowded. Jung Woo was standing there looking around when Ki-ho came over to chat. Jung Woo didn't expect him to have registered for the magic department too. This was the perfect opportunity to find out about him. After the test, Ki-ho thought Jung Woo would be going with Kang Chun. He thought that by using Jung Woo, he could control Kang Chun. "Can you help me call that Kang Chun guy out after the test is over?" Jung Woo asked. "Why would I do that?" Ki-ho seemed unable to process Jung Woo's response, and his lackeys were already annoyed with Jung Woo. Ki-ho patted Jung Woo's face, his eyes sharp as if he wanted to devour him. "If you want to get through school in peace, You'd better talk to me. Behave yourself, a girl nearby shouted. What are you doing? Are you trying to bully people? Kiho sighed. Another one. The girl bowed 90 degrees to introduce herself. I'm Jung, and I've applied to the magic department. So what, you freak? Kiho snapped, glaring at her. Jung's gaze was as cold as a disciplinary teacher's. She didn't like Kiho bullying the students. Veins bulged on Kiho's face. He hated long-winded people the most. He asked what she wanted. Jung pointed at Jung Woo. Apologize to him. Now. For the first time in 6 reincarnations, Jung Woo was left speechless. A guy with a buzz cut rolled up his sleeves to teach her a lesson. Jung didn't back down. She activated a magic circle. The guy hit an invisible barrier, instantly flying 10 meters back into a wall. Jung Woo was increasingly amazed by her ability, while the crowd whispered in awe. Kiho stepped forward, finally understanding why she was standing up for him. Just because you've got a little talent, you think you can act tough. She patiently demanded an apology again, but Kiho just grew more arrogant. You guys really like acting like heroes today, huh? If you want an apology, come and get it. Jung Woo suddenly spoke up. You better stay still. Kiho's face twisted as Jung Woo ordered him around. Jung Woo didn't flinch, locking eyes with him. Suddenly, Kiho froze, trembling uncontrollably. His lackeys, seeing their boss standing still like a statue, urged him to attack. Too noisy, Kiho yelled. Stop rushing me. He didn't know why, but his insides were churning like they were being stirred up. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold it in, while Jung Woo wore a sinister smile. Not knowing what kind of trick Jung Woo had played on him, Jung added fuel to the fire. Is apologizing really that hard? Why make it so complicated? If you just apologize, it would have been over by now. Kiho's face turned black as he cursed. He felt miserable. He desperately needed to handle his urgent business. Kiho lunged at Jung. His lackeys cheered. That's it. Smash her. Avenge our boss. Kiho threw a kick, but couldn't get past her barrier. Everyone nearby covered their noses. What the hell? What is that awful smell? Kiho clutched his backside, his legs trembling. I'm going. His lackeys kept pressuring him. Hey, what's wrong? Are you even a man? Kiho turned around, grimacing. It's coming, it's almost crossing the restricted zone. Don't. Splat. A brown mess ran down to the floor. Everyone scrambled to cover their noses. Open the windows, hurry! The whole hall fell into chaos, and all the air purifiers were turned on to maximum. Professor Richard entered, holding a handkerchief to his nose. The guard apologized for the mess in the exam room, saying the smell was a bit strong. Professor Richard just forced a smile. Accidents happen, after all. Although the testing environment wasn't ideal, Professor Richard was already screening potential candidates through this first mana scan. The guard asked who had the most potential. Professor Richard pointed at Jung Woo and Jung, but his true target was Jung. With that level of mana, she could almost be called a genius. Very few mages in the US or UK reached grade 5 mana at her age. Jung realized it was Professor Richard and apologized for the earlier incident. The professor was even more impressed. Even for the most powerful mages, character is what matters most. Keep it up, the professor encouraged her. Your mana is very pure. I have high hopes for your future. Keep going. Jung nodded vigorously, promising to do her best. Professor Richard turned to look at Jung Woo and nodded. This one is pretty good, too. Jung Woo had heard of Professor Richard. His file said he was a high-level mage and a potential mentor. For him to not see his talent was a huge oversight. Jung Woo looked at Jung, who was beaming because she'd been complimented. Professor Richard was still evaluating him. Suddenly, Jung Woo's voice resonated within the space between the two of them. The professor recognized it as a high-level transmission skill. To master this at his age, Professor Richard wondered if he had judged wrong. He was curious why Jung Woo came to the Magic Academy with such power. Did he want to study martial arts and magic at the same time? Jung Woo was confident he didn't need to study martial arts, but magic was a field he didn't know well. Finding a professor like Richard was rare. Professor Richard had never seen anyone master both. Jung Woo was stubborn. It was just arrogance. To Jung Woo, Eunuch was an educational organization fighting monsters. By learning to control attributes and combat skills, he didn't want to distinguish between magic and martial arts. The important thing was his own growth. Hearing this, Professor Richard frowned in disgust. What if you fail? How could I? Richard didn't understand where Jung Woo got that confidence, but he didn't know that he had already been alive since Richard's ancestors' time. Professor Richard warned him that he would be asking him a few questions about magic soon. He nodded happily. That gave him even more motivation to study hard. On the way back, Kang Chun was waiting outside. How did it go? Not that I need to ask, right? Suddenly, Kang Chun burst out laughing, making Ha Jung-woo frown. It turned out he just heard that Kiho had gotten into a fight and crapped his pants in the exam room. Unbelievable. Ha Jung-woo thought it was something else, but realized the guy had poisoned himself. Kang Chun was startled. Wait, was that from him using the poison wrong? Ha Jung-woo nodded. Kang Chun gave him a thumbs up, praising Ha Jung-woo as the best in the magic world. Ha Jung-woo waved him off, guessing Kiho was still wondering why that happened. Kang Chun was curious about what they had said to each other in the exam room. Ha Jung-woo warned him about Kiho's absorption skill. It reacted violently to those who weren't used to it. Kang Chun had never heard of that skill. It was a skill for weirdos, specifically for perverts like Kiho. In a closed room, heavy breathing came from a girl hiding under the bed. She could see those feet walking up and stopping in front of the bed. She held her breath until the feet left the room. She crawled out and saw mummified bodies hanging on the wall. In the hallway, bodies were strewn about, their life force completely drained. The girl covered her mouth, pale with terror. No, it can't be. This demon, this can't be a dream, right? A voice whispered in her ear, "Why did you come back? You should have stayed hidden under the bed, shouldn't you?" Tears streamed down her face. Then, a piercing scream rang out as her face gradually distorted. The next morning, the selected candidates were required to line up early. As always, Kang Chun was with Ha Jung-woo, but he didn't understand why Chae Jun-jung kept glancing at them while Ha Jung-woo listened to him. She turned to lock eyes with Chae Jun-jung but quickly looked away in embarrassment. A few guys walking by were accidentally shoved aside by a barrier Chae Jun-jung had put up. Kang Chun looked to the east, then to the west. "What the hell? Did she just make eye contact with you?" Ha Jung-woo, annoyed, told Kang Chun to stop overthinking and talking nonsense. The point was, they hadn't seen hide nor hair of Kiho all morning. Just then, a frail, withered figure caught Jung-woo's eye. Kang Chun looked over and felt a bit of pity. His face was gaunt, and after that liver failure incident the other day, Kang Chun couldn't understand why he was still brave enough to show his face in public. Jung Woo headed toward Kiho and told Kang Chun to stay put and wait. With a sinister smile and barely contained excitement, he decided to confirm something. As soon as Ha Jung-woo reached Kiho, he switched into combat mode and grabbed him by the collar. "Kang Chun, tell that bastard I've been looking for him. And let me tell you, that scene earlier wasn't funny at all. Get it? Don't you dare give me that attitude." Ha Jung-woo gripped Kiho's hand, then suddenly flipped him onto the ground. Kiho was caught off guard but managed to react, rolling a few times before landing. "You bastard, you know martial arts?" Ha Jung-woo laughed. "You didn't ask me, did you? Knowing martial arts isn't something you need to show off. Why would I tell anyone else, especially an idiot like you?" Insulted, Kiho ignored the pain in his stomach and charged into fight. Every time he threw a punch, Ha Jung-woo dodged it. A crowd rushed over to watch the fight, impressed by Kiho's moves. Seeing Ha Jung-woo constantly dodging, Kiho yelled, "We're fighting, and all you do is run? Are you even a man?" Ha Jung-woo chuckled. If that's what he wanted, he would oblige. Ha Jung-woo tapped Kiho on the bridge of his nose. A sickening crunch echoed, and bright red blood spurted from Kiho's nostrils. Kiho slammed into the wall, kneeling on the ground while clutching his stomach. Just as he looked up to curse, he took another kick from Ha Jung-woo. He slumped to the ground, his head pinned under Ha Jung-woo's boot. Ha Jung-woo grabbed Kiho's head and pulled it up. It was a bit difficult since he was bald and Kiho's eyes bulged. "You're dead. I'm going to kill you." Ha Jung-woo. With cold detachment, he slammed Kiho's head back down into the floor, hard enough to crack the tiles even further. Ha Jung-woo lifted Park Kiho's face, grinning as he growled. "You want some more?" Kiho's face turned deathly pale. This was the first time he'd met someone even more cold-blooded and dirty-handed than himself. Blood stained Kiho's face, and panic showed clearly in his eyes. "What the hell is wrong with this guy? I was only going to mess with him a little bit." He looked up, stammering, Who are you?" Ha Jung-woo laughed with satisfaction, his voice dropping to a provocative, raspy tone. "Oh, you're curious now, but that's not the issue right now. The question is, do you want more?" Ha Jung-woo pressed Kiho's head harder into the ground, but Kiho still tried to resist. A dark, gloomy power began to radiate and swirl around Kiho's body. Gritting his teeth, Kiho spat out every word. "Fine, you bastard. I am the pride of the Black Tiger clan." Kiho lifted his head and let out a loud roar. Kiho's energy surged violently, exploding in every direction. Jung Woo was hit by this sudden, overwhelming power but managed to raise his hands in time to block it. The crowd around them started clamoring. As he stood back up to face Ha Jung Woo, the onlookers gasped. "What? What's going on with them? Wait, look." Park Kiho seems to be back in form. His entire body was covered in dark, shadowy marks. Seeing that, someone recognized it. Isn't that poison? Just then, a young man with a cold expression stood at a distance, observing the entire situation. It was none other than Kyung-soo, 20 years old. Although his main role was disciplining problematic students at the law academy, there were rumors he carried out secret missions. The students panicked at what was unfolding. That guy is insane, using such a cruel technique. This is bad. Someone was still concerned for him. Do you think that guy is okay? They were clearly worried. That skill is meant for killing. But when they saw Jung Woo standing firm, facing him, the students were stunned. That guy, he's still standing. Park Ki-ho laughed triumphantly. I'm back. He charged ferociously, threatening, you should have finished me from the start. But Park Ki-ho's eyes went wide with terror as he watched Jung Woo, lifting his head, tensing his whole body to unleash an intense power. Ki-ho threw both hands up in front of his face to defend himself. He stammered, what? The students nearby also panicked, covering their noses. What is this? They frowned in discomfort. It's poison gas. Everyone was terrified and started clamoring. Shut your mouths. There's too much poison gas. I can't see anything. Park Ki-ho broke into a cold sweat, his panic clear as he guessed. Don't tell me that bastard pushed the poison I injected into him back into me. But the next thing Jung Woo said made him freeze. I don't think your poison even scratched me. The thick toxic mist obscured his vision, forcing Park Ki-ho to look around desperately. Where are you? You bastard. Don't hide like a rat, you coward. A ruthless hand smashed straight into the left side of his face. Jung Woo's silhouette blurred, moving as fast as a blade, leaving only Park Ki-ho, falling and slamming into the ground, shattering the stone tiles. Jung Woo turned his head slightly, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Let me ask you one thing. Where did you learn that absorption skill? He crawled on the ground in pain, cursing. You, son of a my skill? What are you talking about? Then, Park Ki-ho winced in agony again, his face contorted until his mouth hung open, exposing his teeth. Jung Woo kicked him away like a pebble. He smiled smugly. Fine, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. But, in a flash, only a blur of white smoke surged forward. Jung Woo unleashed a barrage of punches into Park Ki-ho's stomach. You're going to tell me, whether you want to or not. Ki-ho's eyes rolled back in agony. He lifted Park Ki-ho's body, then grinned with excitement, preparing to deliver the final blow. A shout rang out, stop it. Jung Woo narrowed his eyes in caution. A violent wave of white smoke came crashing toward them. When the smoke finally cleared, only he was standing there, hands raised to block the impact. Jung Woo looked up, slightly confused. This technique is. Then he widened his eyes in surprise. Kyung-soo was walking coldly toward him. Jung Woo cautiously assessed him. That guy definitely used some kind of technique I recognize. Looking at that handsome, cold, and calm face made him suspicious. Could he be a reincarnator too? But then, Jung Woo dismissed his own thought. Not necessarily. There's a difference in attributes. He still kept a sharp eye on Kyung-soo. This guy is weaker than that other one. Otherwise, I don't think it would be like this. He introduced himself. I am Kyung-soo, Year 4 student, member of the disciplinary committee. Kyung-soo explained. Although school rules allow for this, it seems like this has gone a bit too far. Jung Woo refused to back down. What about the fact that he injected me with poison? Kyung-soo dismissed it. I don't think so. He remained firm, defending himself. My condition isn't the point right now. What matters is that guy planned to use poison to kill me, and that poison is still in my system. Kyung-soo's eyes were cold as he stared at him, thinking, he's right. As long as the opponent is still taking damage, you can keep fighting. Then Kyung-soo glanced over at the guy lying unconscious, calculating. Besides, Park Ki-ho is the heir to the Black Tiger clan. He'll definitely face backlash for being their successor and using poison to try and kill a student. On top of that, too many other students saw it. There's no way to cover this up. There were still people worried about him. Hey, that guy got poisoned. Do you think he'll be all right? Others weren't so sure. Suddenly, Jung Woo brushed past him and stomped straight onto Park Ki-ho's face. It was a brutal kick. Kyung-soo cursed internally. That bastard, even knowing I'm an AI, he just keeps attacking? He called out to him. Hey, step back. Can we talk? Jung Woo gave him a weird look and shot back. And what if I say no? Kyung-soo tried to persuade him, despite his annoyance. Park Ki-ho is already lying there like that. How could he possibly use poison on you again? Jung Woo retorted aggressively. What if he's just faking it? Kyung-soo grew even more confused. This guy is acting so natural. Why would Park Ki-ho even use poison on someone like him? Thinking that, Kyung-soo turned and threatened him. Then I'll be your opponent if you keep this up. All right? Are you confident you can beat me? Ha Jung-woo gave a savage, gleeful laugh that startled him. You think you're confident enough to ask me that? Looking at that smile, Ka Young-soo felt a sense of danger. This isn't good. I can tell this guy is extremely dangerous. He had to lower his voice to persuade him. If you stop now, I'll act like nothing happened, all right. Ha Jung-woo stayed silent, watching Ki Young-soo. Ha Jung-woo lifted his foot off the mangled face. That sounds fair. The people around them watched silently as it unfolded. Ki Young-soo awkwardly broke the ice. Could I have your name? He grinned and replied, I'm Ha Jung-woo, a freshman in the magic department. Ha Jung-woo stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked away arrogantly. Everyone was terrified, stepping aside to make way for him. Ki Young-soo found it hard to believe. A freshman just walked in and did that. The other students, along with Ki Young-soo, watched Ha Jung-woo's back. He thought to himself, standing near that guy, I get the feeling he's no simple person. Ki Young-soo sighed, I'll try keeping an eye on him for a while. In the quiet campus, a lone figure walked while thinking about that guy's power. Park Ki-ho. I don't know what that absorption skill is. Ha Jung-woo narrowed his eyes. That means in another place. At the New York hotel, the dignified head of the Black Tiger clan, Johnson, frowned and asked, What is this? What had happened? The corpses scattered along the hotel hallway left his right-hand man completely bewildered. What the hell is this? He looked panicked and terrified. It seems that guy escaped after absorbing all the bodyguards. Johnson punched the man in the face and cursed him out. You idiot! How could you let him escape so easily? Seeing a woman's corpse sucked dry made his eyes flare with even more rage. Why are you still standing there? Go find him at all costs? Do you think this is a joke? Another unfortunate victim was sucked dry, leaving only a withered head. In the dark hallway, there was Selin, holding the head of the poor wretch and licking his lips with satisfaction. Scene cuts to the Unit College. The large buildings of the academy stood close together. The classroom, usually peaceful, was now in an uproar because of Ha Jung-woo's presence. The desk in front of him was piled high with gift boxes of all sizes. Ha Jung-woo stared blankly at the messy pile of colors. Two girls beside him were whispering, catching his attention. Didn't this guy just make that other kid wet his pants? The girl next to her chimed in, Really? He's so handsome. We get to sit near him. A cold voice cut through their excitement. Hey, could you guys move over a bit? Hera coldly flicked her hair, wanting to pass. As soon as she finished speaking, she marched right past them and headed toward Ha Jung-woo. Under the annoyed glares of those girls, Hara nonchalantly sat down next to him, making Ha Jung-woo glance over nervously. The two female students still hadn't cooled down from their anger, whispering as they looked over. Is Hara a TV star or something? Acting like she's Ha Jung-woo's girlfriend. She probably picked this class just to sit next to him. She smiled but raised her fist to threaten them. Hey, if you're going to keep gossiping while I'm sitting here, do it somewhere else. They timidly shuffled away. The female students, feeling threatened, were annoyed, so stuck up. The short-haired girl stood up and scolded. I'm starting to get tired of these celebrities. Just you wait, I'm going to put you on SNS later. Hey, this app is basically like Instagram. Koreans use this app a lot. Hera jumped up and shouted, What was that? The other side didn't back down either. The girl's friend pulled her away to avoid trouble. Fine, fine. She crossed her arms and sat down angrily. I didn't even touch them and I'm still getting hated on. Ha Jung-woo glanced over and asked, Are you a celebrity? Is it okay for you to act like that? Even though I've been like this since kindergarten. Hara glared and raised her voice. Ha. He turned his head to avoid her gaze. No, it's nothing. But Ha Jung-woo was still curious. But Hera, you already have knowledge of magic. Why come here to study? Hera replied happily. There are still many things I don't understand, even with my eyes of the gods. She explained excitedly and then asked, Ha Jung-woo, do you know how cutthroat the entertainment industry has been these past few years? I still have to try so hard. But are you still hanging out with that chubby guy from before? He replied, That rich kid? But before he could finish, Hara leaned in and hugged Ha Jung-woo's arm. He got annoyed and raised his voice. What the hell are you doing? She hugged even tighter. All right, just stay there. I know what I'm doing. She was acting tough, but Hera was blushing, thinking. Ha Jung-woo. She remembered the image of young Ha Jung-woo sending someone flying into a wall. He was the prince who saved me back then. Hara kept blushing, hugging his arm and refusing to let go, making Ha Jung-woo break into a cold sweat. He asked cautiously, Why are you looking at me with eyes like that? Is there a problem? She was embarrassed but still tried to act tough. I just wanted to look at you more closely, that's all. What's wrong with that? A thick stack of books slammed onto the desk, making them both jump out of their skins. Chae Jung-jung sat down with a thud along with a pile of books. Hera showed clear annoyance. while Ha Jung Woo just gave a glance. She smiled brightly and turned to ask him, "Of course I did. Do you want to borrow it?" She pinched his arm playfully, and they whispered to each other, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ha Jung Woo answered honestly, "I'm just saying hello." Hara stared at him, asking with her eyes, "Do you even know her?" He looked at her fearfully. "I just met her by chance the other day." Hara frowned and continued to ask, "What do you think of her?" Ha Jung Woo was caught between two girls. They snapped their heads around and glared at each other. Eyes blazing with fury, it was as if sparks were flying between them, intense and electric. But then, a phone rang, shattering the tension. On the screen, a message notification popped up. Ha Jung Woo cheered, "My sister's calling." Soo Joon had sent a barrage of texts. "What are you doing? If you're free, let's go see a movie. My treat today." He texted her back, "I'm stuck with school this afternoon. I can't make it, sorry." Soo Joon's disappointment was clear in her reply. "Really? Iron Man 4 is premiering today, though. That's a shame." Ha Jung Woo could only reply, "Sorry." Meanwhile, at the CGB theater, Soo Joon's little friend was eager. "Soo Joon, is your brother Ha Jung Woo coming?" But she just stared dejectedly at her phone. "He's busy with school this afternoon." Her friend pouted, "I wore this outfit just for Ha Jung Woo to see. What a waste." Soo Joon pulled herself together and smiled. "It's okay, let's just go." Her friend wouldn't give up, yelling, "I want to see your brother." Soo Joon replied dismissively, "Maybe next time." Her friend hurried after her. "Hey, wait for me." Time flew by, and soon it was night, but outside. The movie theater was still bustling with people. Soo Joon rushed down the street, thinking, "I didn't think the movie would be so long and gripping. I'm late. Mom's going to kill me if I get home this late." On the dark path, only her shadow remained. Suddenly, Soo Joon stopped dead in her tracks. The entire street was empty, save for her and the dim glow of the streetlights. Soo Joon looked around nervously. Where is this? She had no idea that a dark figure was silently following her from behind a wall. Soo Joon jumped in shock, seeing something move. She spun around, eyes wide. The figure moved closer, and Soo Joon's growing panic became clear. 3 masked people were charging at her. Soo Joon screamed in terror. A cloud of white smoke exploded, engulfing the entire area. As the thick smoke began to swirl and dissipate, she stood her ground, shielding her face with both hands. More figures appeared, forming a circle around a bewildered Soo Joon. They started shouting, "This girl isn't just some ordinary kid. We better not take any chances." Though terrified, she retorted firmly, "What are you guys doing? Aren't you afraid of getting arrested by the police if you touch me?" The masked man playing shaman wasn't easily intimidated. "Who are you trying to fool, kid? There are no security cameras here, and it's a deserted area. You think you can mess with us? Even if the police come, they're dead." They charged at Soo Joon. "You're just a 13-year-old girl, and we're the hero squad." She fought back bravely. Soo Joon unleashed powerful kicks. Not bad, she thought, nimbly dodging a nasty attack. As she darted away, she taunted them. "Is that what you call a fight? How embarrassing." But the situation turned dangerous. The guy wearing the Captain America mask closed in, raising his hand, ready to attack her while she was distracted. He let out a savage, dangerous laugh. "Oni-chan, baka, gotcha." Ha Jung Woo's legs moved fast as he sprinted. He anxiously kicked the door open and shouted, "Soo Joon." Soo Joon ran to him, crying, and hugged his leg. "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again. Why were you so late?" He sat down, overwhelmed with worry, and asked, "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" "Soo Joon, what happened? Why are you at the hospital?" Soo Joon looked to the side, stammering. She pointed to the broken, beaten-up figures lying on the hospital beds, hooked up to IV drips. "Those guys tried to kidnap me." The masked men were groaning. "My leg, it hurts." Ha Jung Woo asked, "Soo Joon, do you know who they are? And how did they end up like this?" She thought for a moment, tapping her chin before explaining. At that time, when Soo Joon was about to be ambushed from behind by Captain, she panicked and looked back. At the brink of danger, she could only scream, "Brother!" But then, a powerful attack came flying in, knocking him away and keeping her safe. Soo Joon collapsed to the ground as the shocking blow happened right before her eyes. A furious roar echoed, "Die!" The masked men, confused, started clamoring. "What's going on?" She looked up anxiously. What happened? But then another voice echoed out, "Young miss." A group of tough-looking men in black suits and dark sunglasses came marching in. As she watched in bewilderment, the leader of the Taesan black-suited faction stepped forward and looked down, asking worriedly, "Soo Joon, are you all right?" "We apologize for being late, young miss." She frowned, wary. "Young miss? Are you mistaking me for someone else?" The masked men shouted loudly, drawing attention. "Who are these people? How did they find us? Do you think you can stand in our way?" Tae-san glared at them, teeth gritted. Who are these lunatics? The shaman masked man was stunned. What are you talking about? The Iron Man masked man asked. What are you guys planning to do? His face turned savage, his dark eyes filled with killing intent. Tae-san roared, giving an order. No matter who you are, anyone who touches the young miss must die. He commanded from behind, Black Faction, smash them, kill them. The members of the Black Faction swarmed the masked men and answered, yes. Tae-san wanted to capture everyone. Don't let any of them get away. The sound of punches, kicks, and cursing filled the air. Die, die. The members kept striking the masked men. They had fallen into a state of frenzy, chanting nonsensical phrases. Black Faction forever. Soo-jeon stood next to him, stunned, her mouth hanging open. What is this? The shouting continued. Forever, forever. The sounds of pain screams echoed, making her pale. Tae-san, as if suddenly remembering something, knelt down and asked, young miss, are you hurt? Soo-jeon jumped back in fear. What are you doing to me? Seeing a scratched, bleeding mark on her hand, Tae-san panicked, shouting, the young miss is hurt. Does it hurt? Soo-jeon looked at him cautiously. It's not your hand. Why are you so worried? Seeing him trembling, she tried to comfort him. I'll be fine, sir. These are just small scratches. It's nothing. Are you even listening to me? But Tae-san just buried his face in his hands, weeping. No, this is bad. I'm dead. Soo-jeon asked anxiously, Sir, are you okay? I'm really fine. Meanwhile, the brawl was still chaotic out there. Die. Good. He stood up again, brimming with energy. Soo-jeon recoiled, startled, as she watched Tae-san lose his mind and start screaming. Level 1 alert, wipe them all out. After finishing, Soo-jeon burst into tears and blamed Jung Woo. Why didn't you come sooner? You have no idea how terrified I was back there. I hate you. He just stood there, silently watching his sister. She then looked over at the masked men, who were covered in bandages. But those guys looked so pathetic. The sky had already turned into the black of night. Outside the hospital, Jung Woo leaned against the wall in the parking garage, his expression grim. A group of men in black suits approached him. The Black Tiger Guild members lined up neatly before Jung Woo. Sweat drenched their foreheads and cheeks. Fear began to spread as they bowed low in front of their master, reporting in unison. The young lady has returned home safely. He glared down at the group bowing before him with a look of fury, thinking to himself, even though these guys are still so incompetent, Tae-san and the other Black Tiger members, they were bowing and shaking like leaves. Jung Woo was still thinking, this Black Tiger gang is quite famous, gathering criminals and notorious gangsters. Letting them protect my sister should be fine. Suddenly, one of them shouted, taking the blame, my lord. Please, kill me. Because of my negligence, the young lady was put in danger. He sighed and turned away, dismissing the men behind him. Fine, whatever. I'll kill you next time. It's late, go get something to eat. They didn't stand up, continuing to bow and apologize. We will try harder. Jung Woo flicked his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the entire group of men in black vanished. He was left alone in the parking garage. Silence enveloped the space. He stood still by the hallway with a heavy expression, staring intently at the building across the way. He started walking alone through the garage, and then Jung Woo's figure disappeared from the scene. Far away, in the shadow of another wall, Selin appeared, wearing a sinister, cunning smile. Back at the Black Tiger headquarters, outside a massive, ancient-style house, a woman and a group of children, members of the Black Tiger, were training enthusiastically. Do you kids know where we are? The children replied excitedly. The Black Tiger family, ma'am. The teacher spoke kindly to the children. That's right. This is Black Tiger, one of the 8 largest families in South Korea. A quick-witted child spoke up. Ma'am, then is Black Tiger the strongest in all of Korea? The teacher stammered slightly. Well, that. She dodged the question. Our Korea has united to form an alliance to fight against the monsters emerging from the portals. That includes the 8 largest families in Korea, and Black Tiger is among them. Because of that, I can't say which side is stronger or weaker. A crisp laugh rang out, drawing everyone's attention. If I had to say, I would say the Black Tiger family is the strongest. Johnson walked over with his bodyguards, majestically approaching the head of the Black Tiger family. Johnson. The teacher greeted him anxiously. I never expected you to come in person. What an honor. He spoke politely. You flatter me. Johnson laughed heartily and replied, the students of Black Tiger are the talented young sprouts who will bring glory to this country. How could I not come to visit you all? Don't you know I love children, ma'am? The kids joyfully scrambled to hug his legs. Grandpa, you must be the strongest person in the world, right? One child even made a request. Grandpa, I want to take a picture with you. Johnson bent down, laughing and playing with the kids. All right, let's take one. Cheers erupted. You're amazing. But down the steps, Sung Ho was glaring at the happy group. He cursed under his breath in contempt. How disgusting. Sung Ho gritted his teeth in anger. I will peel off your true face. Seon Hee spoke up, catching Sung Ho's attention. Should we request reinforcements? He looked down at her and cautioned. We have to be careful. Our opponent is one of the 8 largest families in South Korea. If our movements are exposed, it could spark a war between the alliances and the 8 families. Seon Hee asked Sung Ho with a serious expression. Do you remember the previous incident? She mentioned the strange seminar. 1A. I had 300 people gathered for a seminar, but for some unknown reason, they all vanished. He countered, You think that's all there is to it? Sung Ho told her about the accident where 3 buses fell into the deep sea. There was a case where 3 tour buses fell into a ravine near the coast by the Guguk Tunnel for no apparent reason. And furthermore, in Anjiang, every single employee and customer in the hotel disappeared. Sung Ho stated his conclusion, which he had deduced himself. I think all 3 of these incidents were caused by monsters from the portals. But Seon Hee reacted sharply. Are you joking? If a monster caused that, the building would still be intact, yet the people went missing? I think all of this was caused by the Black Tiger family. Sung Ho explained calmly. That's not what I meant. I'm not saying for sure that all these incidents have nothing to do with Black Tiger. She still hadn't calmed down. Then, what are you hesitating for? But contrary to Seon Hee's agitation, he still gently advised. We need to observe more. I know you want to find your missing twin sister, Seon Hee, but now isn't the time. Sung Ho continued to analyze for her. Furthermore, the Black Tiger family found something in an ancient tomb a year ago. All these incidents are happening, I think it's related to that. He emphasized again. We cannot act recklessly when we don't know what the Black Tiger family found in that ancient tomb. Over there, Johnson was still playing the role of a gentle, child-loving grandfather. The child he held in his arms shouted happily, Grandpa is the best. The other kids chimed in, Me too. Sung Ho still wanted to act with caution. We should watch what they do in the near future. After that, acting will still be in time. Over there, they had said their goodbyes. The teacher led the children away. All right, let's go. The children waved goodbye reluctantly. Goodbye, Grandpa. He smiled lovingly and waved back, but then that smile faded away. Johnson asked coldly, Ki-ho, is he awake? The bodyguard beside him answered immediately, Yes, sir. In a corner of the house with traditional architecture, Ki-ho, covered in wounds and bandages, sat with his head bowed on the bed, an IV drip still in his arm. Johnson's sudden voice made him jump. Why aren't you outside getting better? Park Ki-ho panicked as he saw him and the bodyguard walk in. Even though his wounds hadn't healed, he knelt down in terror, begging Johnson, Father, I'm sorry. I promise I'll never cause trouble again. Please, Father, spare me this one time. Facing his son, he still maintained an ice-cold attitude. What you caused isn't the point. But if you caused it, you have to take responsibility. Park Ki-ho's body shook continuously, his voice trembling. Father, I will become stronger. Hearing his promises only made Johnson grit his teeth in anger. You will prove yourself to everyone. You are my strongest son, aren't you? Park Ki-ho hung his head low. I'm sorry. Every detail washed back into his traumatic childhood, when he was nothing but a helpless boy. Lying on the floor, he clutched his head, enduring the lashes from his own father. I'm sorry. I was wrong, but his father still mercilessly whipped him. You pathetic fool, Johnson growled, berating his son with the cruelest words. You think you're fit to inherit the Black Tiger clan with that trashy level of yours? He endured the relentless beating, silently telling himself he had to get stronger. Under his hands, shielding his head, were the eyes of a child, Park Ki-ho, burning with extreme determination. I have to become stronger. I will avenge all this humiliation. Outside, the rain drizzled. Johnson stood in a corner, sheltered by a bodyguard holding an umbrella. Watching his men hurriedly moving large crates, he barked, Move them carefully. The men scrambled to respond. Yes, sir. We understand. But suddenly, someone's hand slipped. They shouted, Watch out. The coffin fell, slamming into the ground. Johnson roared in anger, You idiot. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? The unfortunate employee trembled. Sorry, my hand slipped. Sir. Johnson continued to seethe. Can't you do anything right? Useless. They didn't realize that the coffin lid had popped open. Apologies echoed continuously. Yes, sorry, mixed with shouts of, Hurry up. If the boss finds out we dropped it, we're all fired. The lid opened, revealing the person inside. In the darkness, only his panicked, soul-shattered face remained. Before Ki-ho stood a human head, drained of all its life force. Chelin still had white bandages wrapped around his body, and in his hand was that unlucky head. He stood there, frozen. Suddenly, Park Ki-ho offered help. "Do you want me to help you get out of here?" The guy glanced at him silently, listening as Ki-ho continued. "If you stay here, you'll never escape." Though a bit fearful, Park Ki-ho persisted. "If I help you, it'll be fine, but I have a condition." He clenched his fist and shouted, "Teach me that skill." Chelin narrowed his eyes, as if thinking it over, then flashed a smug smile. Back in the present, a battered Park Ki-ho stood in the house hallway. A servant approached, relaying Johnson's message. "Young master, the boss told me to have you trained to improve your body's condition for treatment." Ki-ho just looked at his hand in silence. Ki-ho asked, "Hey, any news lately?" The servant didn't answer immediately. "Oh, well, our clan is in a bit of chaos right now, so I'm not really sure about the details." Ki-ho frowned, annoyed. "What? You don't know how to use the media to find out what's happening?" The servant stammered. "I don't know why, sir, but for the past few hours, all communication channels have been jammed." Ki-ho gritted his teeth, wincing. "You idiot. You can't even handle that." The servant could only apologize. I'm sorry. Then, Ki-ho glanced at the bowing servant and said, "All right, that's enough. It's fine. Give me your hand." The servant was stunned. "Pardon?" Ki-ho grabbed the servant's hand roughly. "I said, give it here." The servant jumped. "Sir, what are you doing?" A scream of agonizing pain erupted as black streams of power surged out. The man lay on the floor, nothing but a dried-up husk, while Ki-ho stood firm. A surge of abundant power now present in his hand. He couldn't believe it, staring fixedly at his palm. No way, is this skill really this strong? The white bandages on his hand shredded automatically. All the bandages on Park Ki-ho's body tore apart, leaving him enveloped in a vast, powerful wave of energy surging through him. I can feel a new type of energy spreading throughout my entire body. He suddenly remembered Jung Woo and his arrogant smirk. "If I have this, that bastard is a dead man." But a loud noise interrupted Park Ki-ho. He looked around frantically. What is that sound? Outside on the streets at night, people were in uproar. Our wireless signals are being jammed? Yes, that's correct. What kind of thing could be interfering with our signals? I need them for work. Members of the black organization stood on the street holding glow sticks, shouting, "We are conducting an emergency combat drill. Citizens, please move to a safe area." The announcements continued to blare. "Please be careful in the surrounding areas." People on the street felt frustrated. "This sucks. What's with all this martial arts training again?" The announcements kept booming. "Please remember, this area may become dangerous. Therefore, please evacuate to the nearest safe location." Jung Woo stood before hundreds of black organization members. Young X, the vice president of the black organization, called out to Tae-san. Hearing this, he looked over. "Yes, vice president, are you breaking a cold sweat?" I guess I feel a bit nervous being here." Tae-san was bewildered. "Yeah," he explained, "this is the first time I've ever seen the president this angry." He flashed a smile filled with bloodlust and ordered, "Starting today, wipe the black tiger off the map." Night shrouded the massive building. A group of figures in black darted across the rooftops. Urgent cries went up. "High-ranked team, move faster. The enemy has infiltrated the main building." These figures in black were the high-ranked team, the second of the three strongest teams in the Black Tiger. High-ranked team leader Sejin Jang led the charge, frowning in anger. Daring to storm the Black Tiger's territory? "We've been ambushed. Who could be bold enough to do this?" But the team members behind him were suddenly attacked, screaming in pain. Sejin Jang was startled and glanced behind. He shouted to the other members, "Enemy ambush! Watch out!" But one by one, they still fell to the surprise attack. Sejin Jang dove behind a wall for cover on a path strewn with the corpses of the fallen members. Sejin Jang gripped his sword, shouting, "You damn brat! I'm going to kill you. Where are you? Come out if you've got guts." Suddenly, a voice sounded right beside him, making him freeze. "The brat you've been talking about is right here." Jung Woo stood with his arms crossed, smiling wickedly next to Han He. "I came alone. Don't be scared." He swung his sword at the boy. "You bastard! What kind of show are you putting on?" Jung Woo offered his familiar smirk. He kicked Sejin Jang hard in the stomach. He vanished, only a cloud of white smoke left behind as he slammed into the wall, wood splintering and falling to the ground. Sejin Jang collapsed amidst the wreckage, trembling as he propped himself up with his sword. He struggled through the pain, his brow furrowed. Such a vicious kick. He glanced to the side, his eyes filled with terror as he saw the ground littered with corpses, causing Sejin Jang to panic. What the hell is this? He still couldn't believe his eyes. No way, what just happened? In the distance stood the silhouette of Jung Woo, wearing a ghoulish smile. He still couldn't believe his eyes. "Are you kidding me? What just happened? In the distance, the silhouette of Jung Woo appeared, wearing a sinister smile. With the Grim Reaper closing in, Sejin Jang felt a vague panic. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. Is this really the work of that brat? As if reading his mind, he smiled wickedly and declared, Can't believe it? Don't worry. Either way, starting tomorrow, Black Tiger will vanish as if it never even existed. Suddenly, a crisp laugh startled Jung Woo. You little brat, you've got a big mouth. A group of people wearing demon masks, carrying blades and spears, glared at him. The leader threatened, Should I just cut your tongue out? Your mouth is way too filthy. This group in masks was the villain squad, the strongest of the 3 elite units within Black Tiger. Sejin Jang's eyes widened. The strongest team of Black Tiger? The villain leader looked down at Jung Woo with contempt. Do you even know how many brats like you have stood out there, trembling in fear before me? But he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he confidently retorted, I know. And I also know your hobbies like chaining people by the neck and cutting their tongues out. Plus, there's human trafficking, right? The entire ancient mansion shook. Sung-ho leaned against the wall, worried. What just happened? What was that noise? It's so hard to tell. Seon-hee speculated. It looks like someone is ambushing Black Tiger. She gasped in shock. Sung-ho couldn't believe it. Which organization would dare challenge Black Tiger? He blurted out, No way, who on earth is it? Sung-ho thought to himself. First, I need to go back and report this to the Eunuch Association. He turned to her and said, We need to report this first. Follow me. Seon-hee hesitated, not following him, her face showing her reluctance. She suddenly leaped onto the rooftop, ignoring Sung-ho's surprise. Sorry, you go ahead. I need to find my sister. He lost his cool and shouted, Where do you think you're going? Get back here. But Seon-hee suddenly hit an invisible barrier in midair. Even Sung-ho saw sparks of electricity surrounding her. Seon-hee fell. He panicked and ran over. Are you okay? Damn it. Sung-ho caught her, the pain caused. Seon-hee to grit her teeth and squeeze her eyes shut. He became bewildered. How? How could this happen? Why is there something blocking the way that I never even noticed before? Over there, the entire villain squad was blown away like sacks of salt. A group of people surrounded Jung Woo, but he still beat them all to a pulp. Jung Woo stood calmly in the middle, ignoring the screaming around him. This brat is not normal. Altogether now, he became even more excited, raising his hand to attack. Good. You guys just keep coming at me like moths to a flame. A bright stream of power swirled around Jung Woo's hand, forming the silhouette of a sword. The villain leader panicked, realizing what it was, and blurted out, Shadow Sword. He gently swung the blade, creating a giant whirlwind that spread everywhere. The villain members ran away in fear. Run! Run for it! The whirlwind seemed ready to sweep the entire villain squad away, leaving only screams behind. They could only shriek nonstop amidst the fierce tornado. In a flash, they were all lying sprawled outside the spiral, yet he still stood firmly in the center. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the glowing sword in his hand. No way that sword, that shadow sword technique, it was lost a long, long time ago. The villain members crawled on the ground, roaring in question, Who are you, you brat? Why are you doing this to our clan? What did we do wrong? Jung Woo glanced at them, his face filled with mockery. Do you really think I'd kill without a reason? Figure it out yourself. Those people still stubbornly argued. Of course, because we did nothing wrong to deserve to die. Jung Woo raised his sword and laughed. All right, explaining the reason to guys about to die probably won't be a problem. These words made everyone shake. They froze, stunned. About to die? Are you serious? He looked up and laughed loudly. Because you idiots intended to kidnap my sister. Of course, you all failed. The villain squad was horrified. What? Did we kidnap anyone? The villain leader stiffened his neck, trying to justify himself. We didn't kidnap anyone. We only kill people. He frowned. Is that all? Jung Woo said even more cruel words. If that's the case, then I have even more reason to kill you all, don't I? Another person appeared, making the villain squad gasp in terror. I don't think you have the capacity for that. Seeing Park Ki-ho approach, they gasped, Young Master. The villain leader warned him anxiously, Young Master, get out of here. It's not safe. A hand placed itself on the glowing red armor. Ki-ho asked him, Who are you? The villain leader stammered, Yes, Young Master. He cruelly snapped the man's arm. A stream of red power surged outward. A soul-piercing scream echoed through the sky. Ki-ho laughed mockingly, Do you think I need you to worry about me? A villain member panicked, Young Master, what are you doing? But he didn't care. Ki-ho's entire face was immersed in the pleasure of absorbing power. One by one, the villain squad members were sucked dry and fell to the ground. Another one had his neck grabbed and cried out in fear. Ki-ho laughed in satisfaction. his right hand gripping the neck of one, while his left hand grabbed the hair of another. Amidst the panic of the villain squad, "Young Master, let go. Young Master," someone shouted from behind, "let go." But he ignored them, focused only on draining the energy of his unfortunate victim. The villain team leader clicked his tongue in anger. He delivered a powerful kick to Park Ki-ho's stomach. "I told you to stop." He was kicked flying back, but managed to catch himself with his hands and feet. The villain leader held his blade tightly, loudly questioning, "Park Ki-ho, what the hell are you doing?" The scene grew tense. Jung Woo watched from afar, while he darkened his face and snapped at him. "What did you just do to me?" Park Ki-ho revealed a cruel, ferocious expression. "Your duty is to let me do this, as a tool to help me get stronger. You should be proud to have served Black Tiger." The villain leader was frozen, stunned. Our duty? His memories drifted back to the past, the moment when the villain leader and his accomplices patted their chests and loudly shouted, "We will serve the Black Tiger clan forever, and we vow to offer our lives for the prosperity of Black Tiger." It was still the same familiar ancient-style mansion. In the corner of the room, a young boy was sadly burying his face in his knees. It was young Park Ki-ho. The villain leader asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" The boy just bowed his head in silence. He tried to coax him. "Come on, cheer up. Your father is only helping you become stronger." Park Ki-ho coldly brushed off the villain leader's kindness. "Don't comfort me anymore. I'm not even allowed to train like the other kids my age." This made him fall silent, but then the villain leader regained his spirit and excitedly asked, "All right, do you want me to help you train?" He looked up at the man, eyes brimming with tears. "Yes, please." The villain leader gave him a thumbs up and a bright, warm smile. "Of course. Naturally, I'll help our young master become strong enough to inherit the Black Tiger, Park Ki-ho." He let out a hiccup and wrapped his arms around the man's neck, catching the villain leader off guard. He heard the child sobbing, while Ki-ho wailed, tears streaming down his face as he continued, "I'll try my best to become stronger. Please, help me." He hugged the villain leader tight and just kept sobbing uncontrollably. Back in the present, he trembled, cruelly repeating his own words. "Our duty is to serve the Black Tiger family, to offer our lives for the prosperity of the Black Tiger." By now, Ki-ho was still struggling to lift him into the air. "Kao Chung," he sneered, looking smug. "I think your way of thinking is a bit twisted." He tightened his grip on the villain leader's neck, and trails of energy began to pour out of his body. Park Ki-ho screamed like a madman. "You guys are nothing but pawns for me to use. Do you get it?" The villain leader's hands and face were already being drained dry. His skin turned ashen, his cheeks sunken, and his veins bulged against his skin. He tried to speak. "Young Master," the villain leader was still worried, trying to get his final words out to him. "Young Master, be careful that guy, he's dangerous." His hand went limp. Ki-ho still held the villain leader's body high up in the air. He let him fall to the ground, tears still dried in the corners of his eyes. Yet, he only judged him coldly. To think the leader of the strongest team in the Black Tiger could hold out for this long. Ki-ho turned to provoke him. "Did you wait long for me? I should thank you for waiting, shouldn't I?" Jung Woo replied with a very confident smile. "I should be the one thanking you for killing those guys for me, right? What I'm curious about now is why do you know how to use that absorption skill?" A gust of wind flashed past. He had lunged in front of him in the blink of an eye, delivering a devastating punch to Jung Woo's stomach that left him stunned. "You don't need to know, you idiot. This is for everything you've done to me." Jung Woo winced in pain, his eyes filled with rage. Ki-ho unleashed a flurry of kicks. "Now, I'm going to pay you back in full." He could only use his arms to shield his body. Screaming, he unleashed one final, furious punch directly at Jung Woo's face. Damn it. Elsewhere, the sounds of fighting and brawling echoed loudly. The members of the Black Association were struggling, surrounded by the Black Tiger's men. "This isn't good." From the Black Tiger side, orders were being shouted. "Don't let these intruders escape. Catch them all." Tae-san shouted urgently. "How much longer do we have to stay here?" Yonex turned to answer. Even as a man in black aimed his sword toward him, he said, "We have to stay here until our boss has completely purged the Black Tiger." Yonex was still trying to advise Tae-san. "We must keep supporting our boss." The man in black had closed in, aiming his blade at him. Die. But Yonex easily defeated him with a single, powerful punch. The man in black was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Tae-san said to him, "I think we're almost done cleaning up." Yonex looked over. "Looks like it." But a voice made them both jump. In a split second, Tae-san was attacked. He couldn't even react, only able to watch. Yonex screamed in horror, Tae-san, as he saw a massive brute had struck him down. Now, it was his turn to take a bone-crushing hit. A surge of white energy slammed straight into Yonex's stomach. The man roared with rage. How dare you people cause trouble in the Black Tiger family? He only managed to gasp, how young X. He was sent flying in agony, slamming into the wall and cracking a large section of it. He gritted his teeth against the pain. What the hell was that? A pair of leather shoes stepped onto young X's face. Johnson had completely lost his mind. His face was twisted with cruelty as he pressed his foot down on his face, cursing, "You damn pigs." Every wrinkle on Johnson's face bunched up, clearly showing his extreme fury. "Have you found out who caused this chaos yet?" Johnson's aide could only answer in a panic. "All means of communication to the outside have been jammed, sir. I can't gather any more information, and I don't know who these people are." His foot pressed harder onto young X's face, making him wince in pain. Johnson kept interrogating, "Tell me, you bastards. Tell me who you are, if you don't want to die." Young X strained to answer, "We come from the Golden River family." Hearing the answer made him even more furious. His voice rose, "What did you say?" "The Golden River family." A Black Tiger employee ran in, reporting urgently, "Sir, it seems there is a battle happening outside. If not, they wouldn't have been able to get in here so easily." Johnson slammed his foot down even harder. "Tell me, who is your leader?" He was still tough, using his hand to grab the man's foot and pull it away. "Do you think you are worthy of knowing who my leader is? You're all going to die at the hands of our boss anyway." This only made Johnson angrier. "You little bastard." The wall behind him suddenly cracked, catching his attention. Jung Woo was sent flying, crashing down right in front of Johnson and young X. He had been knocked unconscious, lying motionless amidst the debris on the floor. Seeing Jung Woo, he screamed, "Boss!" Just as Jung Woo lay unconscious on the floor, Johnson turned his head with a bewildered expression and asked, "What is going on?" Then, behind him, Kiho stood there with eyes gleaming. At that moment, he gasped in confusion as he saw him flash a devilish smile. Afterward, Johnson looked at the other with suspicious eyes. "How did Park Kiho?" He wore a proud smile, accompanied by an expectant look. "How was it, Dad? How was that? Is this enough for you?" He then excitedly continued, praising himself. "But it's also thanks to you bringing that monster out of the ancient tomb that I became this strong." Seeing this, he became irritable and scolded him, "You arrogant fool. What makes you think using that is any different than turning yourself into a monster just like it?" Park Kiho kept his calm expression, accompanied by a carefree tone. "No matter what you say, Dad, I'm not stopping." Saying that, Park Kiho walked over and grabbed the henchman by the collar, making the man panic and stammer. "Well, what are you doing, young master?" The very next second, he used his power, leaving Johnson gaping in shock. The henchman, his most capable aide, didn't even have time to scream for mercy. "Please, I'm not ready yet." But Park Kiho had already drained all his life force, leaving nothing but a shriveled husk. Then, he turned away wearing a smug grin. "This feels amazing. Have I finally met your expectations, father?" Watching this, his father flew into a rage. Beside himself with fury, he bellowed at his son, "You idiot. You haven't been my son since the moment you learned that trashy ability. You've become a monster." Hearing this, Park Kiho dropped the corpse and retorted with bitter sarcasm. "When I was weak, you treated me no differently than a monster. And now that I've become strong, you call your own son a monster?" Finally, he frowned darkly and said in a low voice, "So, what should I do now, old man?" Upon hearing this, Johnson was startled. He stood there, stunned and speechless. Seeing that, Park Kiho slowly walked over and patted his shoulder, wearing a satisfied smile. "Fine then, father, rest up. From now on, I'll be the one to lead the Black Tiger clan." Johnson gnashed his teeth in resentment and growled, "You should be ashamed of yourself for abusing that skill." Unfazed, the son sneered, "If you have a problem with it, why don't you try and stop me? Didn't you always say that the one with the power has everything?" Hearing this, Johnson was so angry he couldn't speak. "You!" Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, suddenly, a voice nearby suggested something that made the father and son jump. "Why don't we settle this with our fists?" Jung Woo had sat up after his blackout, smiling with amusement. "How fun, getting to fight both of you, right?" Seeing he was still alive, Kiho asked in surprise, "What? How are you not dead yet?" Hearing this, he let out a mocking laugh. "Death is something meant for you, not me." Park Kiho's face twisted. He stammered in horror. "What?" After that, he turned his head and urged the two people lying on the ground. "How much longer do you two plan on lying there? I remember you both got hit in the neck and you aren't dead yet. Why are you just lying there after taking such a small hit?" In a split second, the two of them instantly jumped to their feet. "Yes." And with that, Jung Woo gave them a firm order. "All right, you two head out first." They replied in unison, "Yes, sir," and vanished in a flash. "Yes, chairman." Right after that, he brushed the dust off himself, then slowly stood up, ready for anything. All right, now it's clear. Jung Woo looked up and said seriously, I guess I should get serious now, shouldn't I? Suddenly, Johnson lunged like a missile, and an explosion erupted, sending dust billowing everywhere. Through the smoke, Jung Woo leaped back, commenting, good effort, but it's still not enough. Hearing that, his opponent seized the chance to appear behind him, preparing to swing his sword. How about this then? Instinctively, he glanced behind him just as Johnson unleashed a fatal blow. Die, you brat. The roar of the black tiger. That dangerous strike forced Jung Woo to retreat several meters. At that moment, his eyes were wide with confusion. It was clear that the man was right in front of him a second ago. When did he move behind him? Before he could process it, the man lunged again like lightning. He thought, startled, how? Then Johnson continued to strike from behind with another slash. The roar of the black tiger died. Not stopping there, he launched a barrage of attacks. Black tiger attack. After defending for a while, Jung Woo assessed the situation. You definitely have something helping you. It must be boosting your speed or teleporting you. Johnson smiled arrogantly and revealed, it's just a little different than usual. I've got a magic stone helping me. Afterward, he looked at the boy with unforgiving eyes. Now, give up. Johnson unleashed his skill, sending thousands of sword blades flying straight at him. Black tiger attack. As Jung Woo parried with his sword, he mused, okay, I admit you are very strong. Then, he lifted his head with overwhelming confidence. But to me, that's still not enough. Hearing this, the man glared and questioned, what did you say? Not caring, he plunged his sword into the ground and shouted his own technique. A series of fissures erupted from the earth, flying straight toward the man. Seeing this, he startled, stepped back, and gasped, you're insane. Johnson was so shocked he froze, stuttering, how could you? Suddenly, he was stunned to see something. Swift as a gale, Jung Woo unleashed his skill like a tornado, tearing through the air. Then his technique was so terrifying it pierced right through the building. Johnson was blasted backward. He growled in hatred, you bastard. At that moment, he could only lament helplessly to himself, this is way too much. How does that brat have such a powerful skill? Once he regained his composure, Johnson landed on the roof next door. Just as he caught his breath, Jung Woo launched another attack, sending him flying again. Seeing the boy's aura erupting violently, he thought in panic, I can't get close to that bastard if this keeps up. Finally, his eyes blazing with fire, he declared coldly, everything ends now. Are you ready to die? Right after that, a rough hand gripped Jung Woo's neck, holding him in place. Seeing this, Johnson screamed, Kiho, Kiho. With eyes full of hatred, the son threatened, you're the one who needs to be ready to die. Jung Woo, I'm going to absorb everything from you. With that, he activated his technique, creating a magical circle around them. Kiho began to drain all the internal energy from Jung Woo, forcing him to scream in agony. Kiho smiled with satisfaction, excited as he felt the power surging within him. Just as Jung Woo was screaming in a frenzy, with eyes half closed, he tried to endure each wave of pain. Damn it, I didn't expect. Veins bulged on Jung Woo's face. He gasped, thinking, sorry, I'm really sorry. Then he gritted his teeth, resenting, how could this happen? At the same time, Park Kiho was indescribably ecstatic. What is this? Thrilling feeling? Just how much power does this guy actually have? At that moment, something made him freeze in absolute panic. Kiho stammered, my power is being sucked back. Seeing the situation turn south, Johnson ran toward them, shouting, Kiho, don't let him go, you bastard. And then, Jung Woo wore a wicked grin. He smirked, looking triumphant. Too late. At that moment, the old man stood frozen, watching his son being drained of all his life force. No way. Now, Kiho withered away like an empty shell. He collapsed, lifeless. His father's heart felt like it was being crushed. He broke down in despair. No way. My son, Park Kiho. Jung Woo coldly pulled the man's arm away and smirked with utter disdain. Do you think that skill of yours is actually useful against me? Don't think you're the only one who knows it. I once killed the first person who ever used that technique, but I didn't abuse it like you do. Saying that, he shoved Park Kiho to the ground, chuckling mockingly, sweet dreams. Turning back to Johnson, who was trembling all over, he roared with rage. You bastard. I'll kill you and then save my son. He couldn't take it anymore, charging forward with eyes, blazing with rage, repeating his threat. You bastard. I'll kill you and then save my son. Jung Woo laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. A man on the verge of death wants to save a dead person. The moment he finished, they clashed, creating a shockwave. Johnson was thrown back, spitting blood. Shaking, he tried to hold up his broken body. You son of a B-Tatch. Amidst the pain, Johnson screamed, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy my Black Tiger clan?" The very next second, he drove his sword through the man's chest. Jung Woo said with a nonchalant, cynical expression, "Old man, you seem to talk a bit too much, don't you? Didn't I tell you already? You should have known there would be consequences for kidnapping my sister." As he finished, the blade was pulled out from his body. As soon as the sword was sheathed, Johnson collapsed. Jung Woo looked around, muttering boredly, "Is it over already?" Jung Woo's gaze fell on Park Ki-ho's body. He mused with regret, "What a shame. I didn't want to kill him so soon. I should have asked who taught him that skill. That's a bummer." Just then, he spotted a stone floating over Johnson's remains. He was stunned. "What is that?" "A cracked stone. It seems he put it inside his own body to absorb its power. And then he could use it like I just saw." Jung Woo skeptically questioned, "Why didn't the manager tell me anything about this? He should have given me this. Important information. This is a very concerning issue. They're willing to use forbidden items just to get stronger." At the same time, he sensed a strange aura and looked ahead. In the blink of an eye, Jung Woo chased after that person. He panicked, looking behind him. "You gotta be kidding me." Seeing him chasing, he unleashed the Origin Thunder technique. The next second, he immediately recognized the skill. Sword technique, Flash Blade. Jung Woo stepped back, dodging by a hair's breadth. He cornered Jung Woo, pointing his sword right at his face. He aggressively shouted, "Do you think I have time to play around with you?" Seeing this, he stammered in fear but still tried to act arrogant. "Wait, do you even know who I am? How dare you touch me?" Seeing that, Jung Woo smirked, guessing, "Could it be that you're the son of the Black Tiger clan head?" Jung Woo, he answered with a smug, confident face. "No, I am Jung Woo, the third son of a top-tier clan. I was just invited to Black Tiger. I don't know who you are, but if you dare touch me, my family won't forgive you." Hearing this, he felt like he caught good prey. He leaned in close to his face and growled, "What did you say?" Seeing that, Jung Woo was so terrified he couldn't even speak. Jung Woo raised an eyebrow in a challenge, speaking in an ominous tone, "Do you want me to pay a visit to your clan to ask around? Do you want that?" Hearing this, he asked in a panic, What do you mean?" He looked at him, calculating every step, though. "It wouldn't be good for people to know I wiped out the Black Tiger clan. Let's just say a war broke out between your clan and Black Tiger. That would be better." Seeing this, Jung Woo turned pale and hurriedly refuted. "No, absolutely not. Our clan has no grudge against Black Tiger. I was only invited here as a peace messenger." Jung Woo smiled cunningly. "Then, do you want to live now? Decide." Seeing that, he stood straight and nodded frantically. "Yes, of course, I do." Immediately after Jung Woo obeyed, he threw a pill into his mouth. As he swallowed it involuntarily, Jung Woo spoke with authority. "You swallowed it. If you keep your mouth shut about my identity, you live. Otherwise, you die." Jung Woo's face went pale as he panicked. What did you just make me eat?" He just replied nonchalantly with a devilish smile. "Just something to keep you under control. It's called the soul-binding pill. Nothing to be afraid of." Afterward, he turned his face away and gave a firm command. "Kang Tae-san, take this guy and train him to join the Black Association." In a flash, Kang Tae-san appeared and knocked Jung Woo out. He caught Jung Woo, complying with the order. "Yes, sir. From now on, I will be the one training this little fellow." Next, Jung Woo loudly summoned all members of the Black Association. "Leave fake traces of that guy's clan on every Black Tiger corpse. Anyone who can create the most realistic crime scene, do it." One of them immediately replied, "Yes, sir, I will." In the cold night under the pale blue moon, a shimmering stone lay alone beside the bodies. Despite being alone, it still radiated a mystical light. Just then, a man walked up and picked it up. It was Selen. He held the stone and smiled happily. The next second, he put the stone into his body. A flash of light burst out immediately. At that moment, Selen gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming surge of energy. Finally, he screamed maniacally once he absorbed it. Then, Selen held his stomach, trembling, regaining his composure with a savage smile. Under the blood-tinged moon, Selen was satisfied as if he had just completed a masterpiece. "Finally, I've finished it." In the quiet night, in front of the tall building standing still, everything was asleep. Inside, Jung Woo's parents were fast asleep. He was sneaking in, treading lightly, careful not to make a sound as he passed their room. When he stopped at the door, Jung Woo gently turned the knob. He sighed nervously. The feeling of having to sneak home, afraid of mom and dad yelling. It's 100 times harder than wiping out the Black Tiger clan. The next second, A voice rang out, questioning, "Where have you been?" Soo-jeon was sitting on the bed, looking at him suspiciously. Hearing the voice, he jumped in surprise. "Why are you home so late? And your clothes are all torn like that, too." Jung Woo acted as if he didn't know what she was talking about. "What are you saying? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" The girl replied seriously, "I was waiting for you." Hearing this, he took off his jacket and smiled, dodging the topic. "Is that so? All right. It's late anyway. Let's talk about it tomorrow, okay?" The next second, Soo-jeon insisted on not letting it go. "Don't try to change the subject. Tell me. What did you do out there?" Seeing that, Jung Woo was slightly surprised but laughed. "Worried about me? Huh." Then, he reached out his hand and explained, "I was just busy. Besides, you never asked me like that before." Without saying more, he pulled out two 50,000 won bills to bribe her, but the next second, she responded firmly, "I mean, I was really scared of those kidnappers, and I thought you might get targeted by them. Because I see you're hurt like this is no joke." Jung Woo replied by doubling the amount, and this time Soo-jeon got angry and shouted, "Do you think I'm a materialistic person? I'm going to tell Mom on you." Feeling that still wasn't enough, he added more, leaving the little girl wide-eyed. She was stunned. "What? 500,000 won?" Seeing the money right in front of her, the little girl's eyes lit up. Jung Woo waved the stack of cash and teased her. "What? You don't want it? With this much money, you could get a VIP ticket to your idol show. You'd have plenty to brag about to your friends, right?" The very next second, Soo-jeon snatched the stack of money. Embarrassed, she hurriedly clarified, I was just afraid you get scolded by Mom, so I didn't tell on you. It's not because of the money or anything." He gave a thumbs up and looked proud. "Of course. That's my little sister." Just then, Soo-jeon happily replied, "Thank you, brother." A moment later, Jung Woo asked with concern, Jung Woo, "Soo-jeon, do you feel scared when you go out? If so, I'll hire a bodyguard for you." Hearing that, she was stunned and asked back, "A bodyguard?" Soo-jeon recalled the image of that intense battle with a deadpan expression. The next second, she decisively refused. No, I don't need one. I can take care of myself. You've taught me a lot of martial arts for self-defense, so I'm fine. I'll prove it." Finished speaking, Soo-jeon showed off by throwing out a few skills to intimidate him. "Look at this." Suddenly, he turned around and caught something. Jung Woo smirked, waving the stack of money in front of her face. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, something made him freeze. She attacked with a series of moves to snatch the money. Seeing that, he marveled, holding onto the cash in his hand, praising her, "That's fast." Soo-jeon smiled triumphantly and asked, "How about it? Am I good?" Hearing that, he thought to himself, "More promising than I expected. Surely she can protect herself." Then he handed the rest of the money to her. Afterward, he advised, "It's still not quite good enough. You must practice even harder." Hearing this, she walked out, rolling her eyes and muttering, Yeah, you always say that." Once finished, she slammed the door shut. Jung Woo frowned and sighed, "Why do I find it harder to deal with my little sister than with my enemies?" The next second, he sighed and sprawled out on the soft bed. He mumbled to himself, pondering his reasoning. Surely they are also investigating the cause of the Black Tiger clan's annihilation. Suddenly, a heavy thought arose in his heart. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." And then, Jung Woo jumped up, pulling at his hair. "Stop thinking about useless things." He gritted his teeth, shouting uncomfortably, "Stop it. I don't want to remember anymore." Afterward, memories of his past life flooded back. Back then, a mysterious girl introduced herself. "My name is Yang Hee." At that time, Jung Woo was resting, leaning against a tree. He asked indifferently, "So what?" The girl brought out a piece of roasted meat and enthusiastically invited him. "Do you want to eat? This roasted meat is delicious." Jung Woo asked coldly, "Is it poisoned?" Seeing that, Yang Hee held up the meat, denying it. "Of course not. Why are you so suspicious? Are you not hungry? It'd be a waste to throw it away." Once finished, she took a bite to show him. He still remained stubborn, acting arrogant. "I once stayed in a place where over 1,000 demons slaughtered each other, and I was one of the last 3 demons to survive. How could I die from hunger?" Hearing this, the girl chewed while admiring him. "That's unbelievable." Then, Yang Hee tilted her head and made this invitation. "Do you want to become my right-hand man?" Hearing that, he looked at her, bewildered. Under the warm sunlight, Yang Hee boldly declared her goal. "I will become the Empress and conquer the Murin. Therefore, I need you to be my right-hand man. If you don't like being my right-hand man, then marry me instead." Hearing that, Jung Woo laughed mockingly. "What? Empress of Murim?" Then he put on a challenging look. "My goal since birth has been to conquer the Murim. Don't you dare fight me for it." Hearing that, she got angry and retorted, "Forget it. Now, it's mine." Time passed. At this moment, Chelin was clenching her hand and issued a threat, kneel down. Or do you want me to kill her? He tied up Yang He tightly and ordered coldly, you choose. Seeing that, Jung Woo grimaced, not knowing what to do. At that moment, the girl shed 2 lines of tears, sobbing, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Returning to reality, he was tossing and turning. I can't sleep if I keep thinking like this. He realized, obviously, Park Ki-ho's absorption skill came from him. Everything isn't over yet. In another place, at the foot of the Black Tiger clan's building, the men of Black Tiger lay in piles on the ground. Park Sung-ho silently glanced at the ruins, while Sung-ho stepped up from behind and reported, we are investigating. Those who have the strength to annihilate the entire Black Tiger clan, but sooner or later, we will find them. Hearing that, he pondered and guessed, I guess there was only one person. He asked back with a stunned look. What? Park Sung-ho turned away with a cold, sharp gaze. He affirmed, there was only one person who wiped out the entire Black Tiger clan. Could it be that demon? Under the quiet night sky, the wind rustled, bringing a chill that crept throughout the space. Below the ground, a member of the team loudly ordered, Black Guild, everyone move out. This is the commander's order. After that, Young X decisively directed, search this entire place. Next to him, Tae-san was grabbing Jung Woo Hee by the neck. He frowned, confused, and spoke up. I haven't even had time to deal with this brat yet. What does the chairman want to find? Young X. Irritated, he shouted in his face. You're just standing there. You're still standing there? Are you defying my orders? Immediately, Tae-san was scared, stiff, and stood at attention, and hurriedly clarified. No, it's not like that. Perhaps I was just too slow. Hearing that, he spoke up, warning him, quiet, don't make noise, or else we'll die because of your mouth. After that threatening sentence, Tae-san answered softly, yes. At this moment, Young X directed his gaze toward the jungle. He calculated carefully. Regardless, we should investigate around the Black Tiger's forest to find the powerful existence the chairman mentioned. Just as they were discussing, suddenly a violent sound rang out. Young X asked, bewildered, what's going on? After that, an emergency announcement echoed. All citizens, a grade 3 gate has opened. All citizens in the city, please evacuate this place immediately. Following the announcement, the citizens in the city panicked, shouting, run. The urgent announcement continued to broadcast. Right now, everyone evacuate Incheon. After that, Tae-san turned his head with a tense expression. He urged urgently, the grade 3 gate has opened. We must leave this place right now. Hearing that, Young X frowned and questioned, leave? You've forgotten your orders, haven't you? In the city, when everyone had left, there was only silence left. At the same time, a monster suddenly appeared on the other side. Young X had just used his movement skill. He calmly analyzed the situation. Our mission is to investigate it. If it turns out to be a monster, we need to gather information and report back. Tae-san agreed immediately and started chasing after him. All right, let's go. We'll follow this trail. Once they reached an understanding, he warned him seriously. Tell the other members that our opponent is a level 3 monster. Don't let it notice us. Just check the monster's status and retreat immediately. At that moment, sparks shot toward them. He flinched, backed away, and gasped. What? Where did this fire come from? Tae-san was shocked and pointed into the distance. It's over there. Seeing that, they both scrambled to hide behind a rock and peeked at the bizarre creature. Young X asked, filled with curiosity and a hint of fear, should we get any closer? Tae-san replied timidly, this is the first high-level monster I have ever seen. Just as they were whispering, the monster suddenly spun around and glared directly at them. Seeing that, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, it saw us. Panicking, they both screamed and ran in different directions. As they split up, a fireball exploded against the rock where they had just been standing. After that terrifying moment, Young X gritted his teeth and muttered, what is this? Tae-san stood frozen, seeing him being engulfed by a sea of fire. Vice President. In the face of death, he asked himself, am I going to die? Then he thought bitterly, this is insane. If I get hit, there won't even be a body left. Just then, Young X was standing in the middle of the blaze, looking for a chance to escape, when suddenly, Selin appeared and grabbed him by the throat. Selin lifted him off the ground, causing him to tremble in pain. Selin smirked defiantly, you seem pretty strong, don't you? Inside the fire, Young X closed his eyes, his heart pounding, bracing for the end. No, I don't want to die. I haven't paid for my sins yet. He started crying, desperate to live. I don't want to die like this. Unexpectedly, the fire dissipated. He asked in astonishment, I'm not dead. Tae-san, in complete disbelief, signaled him. Vice President. Look over there. They both looked ahead, shielding their eyes from the blinding glare. What the hell is that? No way. In front of him, Selin had crushed the monster until it crumbled to pieces. Seeing this, Yang X gasped in horror. A level 3 monster Tae-san was stunned, dead in one hit. Meanwhile, the monster was being choked, screaming in savage, raspy tones. Finally, the monster shrieked in desperation. At that moment, as if something clicked, Selin smiled mysteriously. So, that bastard has been reincarnated too, huh? After finishing it off, he turned to look at them. Tae-san gestured, saying with a tone of resignation, "We have no other choice. There's only one way. Never run away." Yang X replied, "Right." Without hesitation, they both charged toward him. Chelin stood his ground, wary and mysterious. "I smell something off about you too, and that skill you're using belongs to someone I know very well." Hearing this, they were bewildered and whispered to each other, How does he know that?" At the same time, inside the city, the reporter introduced the stern man in front of her. It seems Mr. Jung Yuang is also in attendance. The man with such a dignified aura was none other than the immortal sword, Jung Yuang. A moment later, a frantic voice made the news crew jump. Hey, is it our turn to be on TV yet?" The news broadcast continued, and the reporter announced solemnly, "The Black Tiger family has been completely destroyed. The patriarch, Johnson, is dead. There will now be a seminar held to discuss the loss of a pillar of one of the 8 great families. Today, the 7 heads of each family will have a meeting. This news will shake the world because of such a massive loss. We are unsure of the meeting's agenda, but it is taking place at the Cho Mumun building." A man with the demeanor of a Zen master approached. "Hwasong Munju, Guan Yang Yu." The old man looked around nostalgically. "It's been a long time since I've been back here." The reporter then turned the camera to confirm. "Yes, today we also have Hwasong Munju in attendance. The next to arrive is the Golden River family's Lee Hogo." He wore a mocking expression. "I know I shouldn't have dressed like this." Then, he turned and whispered, "Hey, Ha Jung Woo, don't wander off anywhere today. Got it?" Ha Jung Woo was surprised. "What's wrong? Are you afraid someone will beat me up?" The old man asked in astonishment. "Wait, Ha Jung Woo, did you destroy the Black Tiger family all by yourself? I can't believe that you, all alone, could do what even the 8 great families wouldn't dare to imagine. But that's fine. I didn't want anything to do with those hypocrites anyway." Seeing this, the boy replied naturally, without a care in the world, leaving the old man stunned. "You didn't know? I was just out for a walk yesterday." Lee Hogo continued to overthink, warning him, "Regardless, don't join the meeting. Just walk around outside if you want." A second later, he added seriously, "I have to attend this meeting and focus on it. You have to take care of yourself. Also, you must be careful with the people around here, especially Che Min Cheon." Just then, Jun Jung spoke up from behind, puzzled. "Why do I have to be careful of my father?" Seeing her, Jung Yuang exclaimed in shock. "Jun Jung?" Her appearance caught both their attention. "So," Ha Jung Woo asked, "why are you here?" Before he could get an answer, someone else chimed in. "You know my daughter?" Hearing the familiar voice, she turned around and exclaimed, "Dad." The person who just arrived was Che Min Cheon of the Black Horse family. Jun Jung excitedly introduced her to her father. "He's my classmate," he asked back, skeptical. "Are you Lee Hogo's son?" Before Ha Jung Woo could explain, she whispered to her father, "He is Ha Jung Woo. He's not Mr. Lee Hogo's son, Dad. He just handles the legal work there." Lee Hogo, who was standing behind them, also chimed in with a friendly greeting. "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Che Min Cheon's daughter. Since you're a magic genius, why don't we think about a marriage with my son, Kang Chun? He's very strong, you know." Che Min Cheon couldn't help but laugh. "You really haven't changed, have you? You're trying to use us, aren't you?" But Lee Hogo responded in kind, "I am a real man. I'm not the type to stab people in the back like others do. I am an upright man." Che Min Cheon scoffed, "Ho ho, are you really upright? Or are you hatching some plan?" Hogo laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha, don't go accusing me like that." As the two sides were bickering, someone on the side spoke up. "Could you tell us why the Black Tiger clan was destroyed? And what exactly do you all intend to discuss at today's meeting?" Che Min Chan took the initiative and suggested, "Why don't we head inside?" Hogo agreed. "Sure. There are some annoying flies around here that are an eyesore." Then he gestured for Hogo to follow him, this way, in the back. Only then did Che Jung Jung have a moment to talk to Ha Jung Woo. "Are you surprised to see me here?" she asked. He replied, "A little. It feels a bit wrong for a magic genius like you to be in a place like this." She laughed. "That's because I'm only suited for magic. My father wanted me to learn martial arts, but I just couldn't master it. Anyway, welcome to my home." Elsewhere, Sung Ho was secretly observing the situation, recalling the words, "A single person wiped out the entire clan." Could it be that strongest demon in history? He thought to himself. The Black Tiger clan was one of the 8 largest clans representing South Korea, and here, the Black Horse Park and Junchun are among the other strongest clans. Is it really true that just one person wiped them all out? Plus, the Level 3 gate incident last night was so dangerous it forced the evacuation of the central city. The command reported a false alarm due to a system error, but the disappearance of the Level 3 gate, could it be related to the Black Tiger? Was it the arrival of that demon that completely annihilated the Black Tiger clan? Thinking this, Sung Ho frowned. He really couldn't understand why he hadn't spoken more clearly. It would have made the search so much easier. Whatever, I'll investigate this myself. First, I should observe this meeting of the 7 clans. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. John In spoke up irritably. I've been saying this over and over. What do you think? Why are you still waiting when the evidence is so clear? Jung Woo calmly retorted. I think you should relax a little, John In. John In questioned. What is that supposed to mean? Jung Woo continued. The things we are seeing sometimes aren't the whole truth. John In, quick-tempered, shouted. The evidence is right there. All the bodies have markings from the Hebei clan. Who else could the culprit be? On the other side, Jung Woo couldn't hold back anymore and snapped back. Do you think everyone thinks like you? Behind the Hebei clan is the Chinese government. Accusing them wrongly could lead to severe sanctions. If we ignore that and attack Hebei, all of South Korea could be in danger. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, Chae Min-cheon, who was chairing the meeting, spoke up calmly. Isn't the reason we met to discuss this? Jung Woo calmed down, sat back in his chair, and lowered his voice. I got a bit carried away. I apologize. Glancing at Lee Hogo, who hadn't made a move, Chae Min-cheon spoke again. In my opinion, that evidence is far too vague, John In. Or are you implying that someone intentionally tried to cause friction with Hebei and China? Chae Min-cheon hesitated. I'm not sure, but for a major clan like Black Tiger to be wiped out by the Hebei clan of China in such a short time, it's hard to be certain when we still don't understand the cause. But I am a bit suspicious, since the Golden River clan was also nearby. Seizing on this point, John In turned the target toward Hogo. That's right. The Golden River clan would benefit the most. Being right next to the Black Tiger clan, all the advantages would shift to Golden River. Hogo, hearing this, felt annoyed and gave a contemptuous laugh. You guys suspecting me. The strong live, the weak die. What's the big deal? This left Chae Min-cheon and John In speechless, only daring to curse under their breath at this madman. Lee Hogo expressed. The way you're all looking at me makes me uncomfortable. So, Chae Min-cheon could only say, all right, let's not dwell on it anymore. Lee Hogo. After a while of discussion, Hogo stood up, clearly frustrated. It seems this meeting doesn't have any good ideas. Can I go now? Chae Min-cheon had no choice but to declare. Very well. This meeting will be adjourned for now. I hope that in the future, we can get along with each other. Elsewhere, Chae Jun-jung and Ha Jung-woo were enjoying the scenery in an awkward silence. Finally, she whispered, Ha Jung-woo, I think it's going to take a long time for this meeting to end. But, could you wait for me here a moment? I'm going to go get some cakes I made. Seeing Ha Jung-woo agree, Jun-jung added, it's a deal then. I'll be right back. Just wait a little bit. Seeing this, Ha Jung-woo sighed, Chae Min-cheon's daughter, I can't believe it. But I couldn't say no. I just hope they don't discover anything unusual at that meeting. But wait, my Black Tiger team. Shouldn't they have returned by now? Then he reassured himself. They'll be fine. They are my immortal army from my previous life, right? At that moment, his phone rang with a song by Fu Le playing, Hey, my friend. I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I have this day. Ha Jung-woo answered, Hello, Secretary Kim. Before he could even be calm for a second, he shouted, What? You found them? Wait for me. Upon arriving at the scene, Kim Jong-gom reported, This is the place where they had a battle with someone at dawn. Ha Jung-woo looked at the mess in front of him. He could tell this wasn't just a battle. He felt that this fight was far more brutal than any normal encounter. So, Ha Jung-woo concluded, This is a massacre. Secretary Jong-gon heard this and couldn't help but shudder. A massacre? You mean all of them were killed? Ha Jung-woo didn't say a word and zoomed off like a bullet. He landed somewhere nearby, stunned. The place was littered with countless corpses stretching out on the ground. Kim Jong-gon struggled to catch up, panting as he asked what was going on. Seeing the scene before his eyes, he gasped. What the hell is happening? Ha Jung-woo, they've all been turned into dried husks. Ha Jung-woo yelled in anger. Black Tiger. I haven't even fallen yet, and you guys are already dead? What are you still lying there for? Get up and roar. Unexpectedly, the corpses that had been lying deathly still suddenly opened their eyes. They crawled up, stammering. Chairman. Kim Jong-gon witnessed this and screamed in terror. What the hell is going on? Are they not dead yet? Jung Woo wore a cunning smile and revealed, "They have a skill I taught them, immortality." A while later, at the Golden River Clan, Tae-san said to Jung Woo, "I drew him. This is what he looks like." There was a hint of trembling in his voice. "I have never seen anyone as powerful as that until now." Jung Woo took the drawing in his hand and exclaimed, "Just as I expected. I knew it would be like this. Indeed, you have talent, Kang Tae-san, but it seems your drawing skills aren't that good, are they? Is this even what you call a picture?" He helplessly ordered, "Here, give me the pen." Tae-san replied, "Yes, here it is." After a moment of busily fixing the drawing, Jung Woo handed it back to Tae-san and asked, "There, now does he look like this?" He nodded frantically, "Yes, it really is that name." At this moment, he began to fall into deep thought. So it really was him. But after that, clearly. Back then, as soon as he crawled out of the host body, he was rushed by Jung Woo with a sword, then sliced into pieces. In his heart, he was absolutely certain that he was definitely dead back then. But now, I need to prevent that before things get any worse. Looking at these murmuring subordinates, this painting must be imitating me. It doesn't look any different from what I drew earlier. Exactly. Jung Woo continued to think to himself. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for me. He must have had enough people. But how on earth? No, that's not important anymore. That guy must have realized that I am the leader of the Black Guild, but he probably hasn't realized that my Black Guild hasn't been wiped out yet. How could that guy come back to life? And now I have to face him. That night, a group of people was frantically chasing after Selen, screaming, "Stop! Stop right there! Capture the target before he leaves the demon-slaying zone. Quick! Too fast! We have to attack together. Fireball!" Facing the continuous attacks, Selen just coldly snorted and dodged them easily. He wore a wicked smile, snapped his fingers, and said, "Off you go." Very quickly, some mysterious power suppressed the others. They kept shouting, "Don't stand so close together. Don't split up." Selen, before running away to silence them, muttered, "You guys are so annoying." He reached his hand forward and clenched his fist. That was the moment the others lost control of their actions. They wheezed and cried out, "Stop." However, they couldn't escape the fate of turning into dried husks under Selen's hand. As he fled, he triumphantly mocked them. "You idiots, did you really think you could escape?" Unexpectedly, a figure rushed in from somewhere with a sword, shouting, "You bastard! You wiped out all our key students. You will pay the price." Selen escaped the blade and asked, "Are you their captain?" He introduced himself. "That's right. I am Baek Han-dong, one of the top 12 captains of the Eunuch Association. Who exactly are you?" Hearing that, Selen laughed. "I'm Selen." Baek Han-dong was suspicious. "Selen? I've never heard that name before. Are you a member of one of the 7 clans, or are you part of the government?" At those words, he scoffed. "What are you talking about? 7 clans? Government? What are those?" Seeing his arrogant expression, Baek Han-dong couldn't help but rush forward, wanting to teach him a lesson on manners. "You arrogant bastard. Fine. If you won't talk, I'll make you talk." But Selen just replied, "Is that so? With trash like you." While he was adjusting his skills, Baek Han-dong luckily dodged, rushed towards Selen, and said, "Gotcha." Unexpectedly, Selen, with just one hand, gently grabbed him like a frog, taunting him before killing him. Before you kill someone, make sure you're actually capable of it. Only Baek Han-dong could be heard screaming in pain, and then he was blown to smithereens. Selen wore a sinister smile, praising him. Interesting. But who knew Baek Han-dong could reassemble his body from those small pieces and stand right behind him, whispering, "How about that? Separating and reassembling is my unique skill. You damn bastard. You should tell the truth before you die." Selen still calmly replied, "I already told you. I'm Selen." But Baek Han-dong tightened his grip on the guy's neck and threatened, "Don't play games. Tell me which side you belong to." Selen advised, "Don't be so hasty. Knowing now won't help you anyway. And I will be the one to rule Murim." This was beyond Baek Han-dong's comprehension, so he tightened his grip on his neck even more to interrogate him further. "Murim, what nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils constricted. Before he could even react, a surge of Selen's power suppressed Baek Han-dong, turning him into a dried husk. Once finished, he turned back and mocked, "Wasn't that great?" But Selen now noticed a dark shadow that had just appeared. "Who's there? Do you want to join in too, kid?" In the sky, countless dark clouds gathered over the forest. Lightning struck repeatedly. From midair, a dark figure appeared, standing high in the sky. From this moment on, a battle between a reaper from hell and on the other side, a blue dragon began. The blue dragon used its pressure to threaten the reaper, but the reaper didn't flinch, swinging his scythe wildly. Every strike he dealt made the blue dragon roar in pain. Ha Jung-woo woke up from that dream. He didn't hesitate, kicked the door to the balcony, used his feet as a spring, and leaped off without a second thought. Following that was a landing that made a loud noise. Ha Jung-woo didn't have much time to care about that. He headed straight to a suitable location. He stopped, squinting to observe everything from above. Because the Golden River and Black Tiger clans were adjacent, they had many overlapping disputed areas. They were always arguing over their own clan's benefits, but because of an unfortunate incident, the Black Tiger clan was wiped out. All their resources and districts would be transferred to the Golden River clan. At the Golden River clan, the next morning, in a top-secret room, no unauthorized personnel were allowed. A meeting was being held among the key members. The Mansuk-dong Merchant Association requests protection from the Golden River clan. The Wapi-Ion-dong Association does too. Hearing that, Lee Hogo rested his chin on his hand, challenging them. Protection. Huh. What if I say no? Faced with such an irresponsible statement, the two others naturally objected. Of course, that's not possible, sir. All the areas under the Black Tiger clan have already come to you, haven't they? As long as we continue to cooperate with each other, we can become the best clan in Korea. Kim Jong-gon couldn't stand it and spoke up. Cut it out. Sir, please tell him to stop saying such stupid things. The two others were outraged, shouting, What did you say? Secretary Kim, don't joke around. Lee Hogo was also stunned. Secretary Kim, are you crazy? You should be careful with every word you say. Kim Jong-gon continued, Sir, looking at them, they're clearly greedy for bribes. They're so fat. I don't think it's a good idea. Lee Hogo screamed, Enough. Secretary Kim, you've gone too far. But he still insisted, I don't agree. Do you think I'm rejecting them without a reason? All three of them were speechless. Lee Hogo had to ask, Secretary Kim, what did I do wrong? A lot. He adjusted his glasses and explained, Our Golden River clan is gradually taking over the resources of Black Tiger, but it's too much. Personnel need to be supplemented, and systems need to be re-established to manage them effectively. Two people in the Merchant Association asked, Yes, that's true, but what does that have to do with anything? Kim Jong-gon frustratedly slammed his hand on the table. I am the one who has to handle all of that. It's a tiger, but it's too massive. We need to recruit more personnel and reconfigure the systems to manage them effectively. Two members of the Merchant Guild looked confused. Yes, that's true, but what does that have to do with? Kim Jong-gon slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I have to be the one to handle all of that. I can't live with this much pressure, Lee Hogo muttered, scratching his head. Is that too much for you? He continued. Instead of absorbing the Black Tiger clan's power, why don't we think about taking over their resources instead? Would they even come back to take revenge on us? Lee Hogo laughed before he could even finish the thought. Of course not. We'll become strong enough to ensure history doesn't repeat itself regarding the Black Tiger clan. However, he was quickly doused with cold water when Kim Jong-gon dismantled his logic. It's not as easy as you think, sir. Do you really think you can defeat the person who wiped out the entire Black Tiger clan? And do you have the capability to take on the Hebi clan? Lee Hogo bared his teeth in a jagged grin. No one knows the outcome of that yet. Watching him, Kim Jong-gon warned, Sir, don't be reckless. For all we know, that person might belong to a powerful clan. Then we'll become the enemy of every association and clan. That's it. The decision is yours. Hearing such a massive headache, Lee Hogo could only respond helplessly. My head hurts. For this, we have to ask Ha Jung Woo. Where is he? We need to ask Ha Jung Woo about these kinds of troubles. Ha Jung Woo, save me. Wait, did Ha Jung Woo go out? The other end of the line was silent. The manager said, I'm calling him, but he isn't picking up. Hearing that, he grumbled, Why can't I reach him? Where could that brat be right now? Is he hanging out with that shady group again? Meanwhile, Ha Jung Woo was at a coffee shop, holding his face in a look of total helplessness. But who could have guessed? Ha Jung Woo was actually grinning like an idiot, ear to ear. Delicious, interesting. That guy is going crazy. Jin Gang Bak has been reincarnated. This is definitely a sign of Jin Gang Bak. Selin and Jin Gang Bak fought there. It seems that battle was a matter of life and death. It looks like my path to revenge is still long. Both Jin Gang Bak and Selin are reincarnated beings. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Hey brat, didn't you hear me? Do you want blood to be spilled right here in this cafe? Stop acting. All cool and get lost. Before Ha Jung Woo even understood what was going on, two newcomers, twin brothers Dogger and Doggy, began acting demanding. Young Master Peng Jun, the heir of Hebi, is visiting this cafe. Get out of here before I lose my temper. I hope everyone in this cafe leaves immediately. Young Master Peng Jun absolutely hates running into trash like you. Ha Jung Woo couldn't help but laugh. He stood up and asked, How about that? Let me ask you one thing. What exactly is Hebi? Why have I never heard of it? Offended, one of them lunged, using an iron fist to try and intimidate him. In an instant, the cafe turned into a battlefield. Jung Woo not only wasn't afraid, but displayed a mocking grin. Ha ha, Hebe, how ridiculous. Suddenly, I'm actually interested in you, Hebe lot. I tried to live quietly for a while, but who allowed me to be so kind? The two brothers hadn't seen the coffin yet, so they hadn't shed tears. They even threw money in his face. Then, acting superior, they grabbed some cash. Buy some medicine as a reward for not dying from that last hit. Suddenly, they stood straight and saluted. Standing at attention, they shouted, "The trash has been cleared, young master." As the chorus of "Welcome, young master" faded, a handsome young man with a cold expression stepped inside. It was the Hebei heir, Peng Jun. Without a word, he sat heavily in a chair and spoke in a haughty tone to his subordinates. "By the way, if you've cleaned up the trash, it should at least be spotless." When the doomed doggy turned around, he saw that Jung Woo had vanished into thin air. While he wondered stupidly, where did that guy go? At a place not far away, Jung Woo observed and thought to himself, Peng Jun, the heir of the Hebei clan? Did he come to Korea this early? That means they already heard the news that the Black Tiger clan has disappeared. As far as I know, this clan intended to use the Black Tigers in the competition for clan positioning. However, that plan has collapsed. Daring to use Korea's Murim for their own gain and to fight for China in the future, I fear I have many obstacles in my way. Aside from Jin Gang, Bak, and Seo Mun, in both being reincarnated rivals, there are 7 other clans. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice cut in. "Oh, Jung Woo, why are you hiding here like a rat? Or did you run away because you couldn't beat them?" Jung Woo frowned and asked for the identity of the newcomer. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Ju Ho Myung, replied with a sinister smile, "You're curious who I am. I'll see you again soon." As he said that, he tossed a fireball toward Jung Woo, but he dodged it quickly. Because the guy disappeared so fast, now Jung Woo was left alone, shouting in frustration, "You lunatic, who exactly are you?" From inside the cafe, Peng Jun had noticed everything that happened outside the glass window. Meanwhile, Jung Woo continued to diligently search for the guy who bothered him, building by building, but there wasn't a trace to be found, so he could only curse. "So fast. How dare you stand in my way?" On the other side, the meeting between the clans took place, and while everything remained unresolved, a subordinate came to report. "Peng Jun from China's Hebei clan is arriving here, sir." A moment later, the meeting room door swung open. Peng Jun and his 2 subordinates appeared imposingly. Che Min-cheon saw a guest from afar and rushed over to greet him warmly. "Sorry to trouble such a young master, coming all this way. Anyway, welcome." He didn't even care, just brushed past him, making him feel humiliated. Facing the elders, the attitude of Peng Jun remained extremely arrogant. He commanded, "Everyone, listen up." The people in the meeting couldn't stand the rudeness and reacted immediately. "Hear what? Speak with that attitude again?" Peng Jun continued. "There was a conflict between the Korean clans, leading to the disappearance of a member of our Hebei clan. Because of that, I, Peng Jun, expect to be handed over and put in charge of the full authority to investigate this incident." John In slammed the table and shouted, "What did you say? Jung Wood over investigative authority? Who gave you permission to decide that on your own? Even if you are the heir of the Hebei clan, this is too rude." Peng Jun didn't say a word. He slammed the table, seizing the opportunity to use his skill to intimidate the conference. Wood splinters flew up, causing none of the elders to dare say another word. Once done, Peng Jun yelled, "If you won't give me that investigative authority, then go catch that bastard murderer for me." Suddenly, Lee Hogo stood up and praised, "How ridiculous. That's surprising. This is your arrogant confidence and provocation." Che Min-cheon heard this and reminded him, "Lee Hogo, what the hell are you talking about? Don't forget this is a meeting. Stop it right now." However, Lee Hogo had no intention of stopping. He sneered, "You guys intend to stop me?" Che Min-cheon still tried to argue. "I demand you stay calm. From now on, if the Golden River clan and Master Lee Hogo continue to act like this, we will not be lenient." The other family heads advised them to talk it out, saying such behavior was uncalled for. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Lee Hogo. No matter how powerful you think you are." The 5 remaining families didn't believe they couldn't deal with him. Yet, he brushed it all off and even laughed out loud, saying, "That is exactly what I wanted. If you're so confident, let's play along." As they fell into internal strife, Peng Jun sighed in frustration. "Useless idiots," he concluded. "If no one has any objections, we will proceed with the investigation. Anyone who interferes will be considered an accomplice." On the other side, Jung Woo returned to the Che Min-cheon estate. He thought to himself, He must be agitating them to help him with the investigation right now. But if he is given full control over the Seven investigation, he could manipulate these Korean families. He might even stage a scene, framing some killer for wiping out the entire Black Tiger family. To prevent that, I have to block him. Just then, Jun Jung's voice called out from afar. He looked surprised to see her. Huh. She grabbed Ha Jung-woo's arm and asked urgently, "Why did you disappear last time?" He gave her a vague excuse. "I had an urgent matter to attend to." Jun Jung pressed further. "Then why have you been skipping school lately?" Ha Jung-woo insisted. "Like I said, it was urgent," while secretly blaming himself for forgetting that he was supposed to return at that moment. Not far away, Chae Min-cheon saw the two of them and spoke to John-in. "That kid is named Ha Jung-woo. You could call him the key piece of the Golden River family. He's the one who helped the Golden River family rise up recently." John-in asked curiously. "So, what are you planning to do?" He replied, "Didn't you see Peng Jun's attitude earlier? That kid is arrogant because he has the Chinese government backing him." John-in asked skeptically. "What do you mean?" Chae Min-cheon replied, "We have no other choice but to agree to their demands. We can't provoke the Hebei family either." John-in hesitated. "If that's the case," Chae Min-cheon continued, "even if we give up that control, we should take pride in being an alliance. Otherwise, the whole world will laugh at our lack of unity. And the biggest problem is," he touched his forehead and sighed, "we have to convince that madman, Lee Hogo." John-in wondered, "Is that even possible? We were just about to fight him earlier." Chae Min-cheon explained, "We have to slowly dismantle his family." John-in asked, "How?" Chae Min-cheon looked toward Ha Jung-woo and suggested, "Kill that kid over there. If we kill Ha Jung-woo, our odds of winning increase significantly, and we can wipe out the Golden River family too." Ha Jung-woo and Jun Jung were deep in conversation when they were interrupted by Ju Ho-myung. Upon seeing his sworn enemy, Ha Jung-woo stammered, You, pointing at the roof where he had been earlier. Jun Jung pulled Ju Ho-myung's arm and said softly, "Big brother, please, stop it." Seeing her attitude, Ha Jung-woo asked curiously about the guy's identity. Jun Jung took the initiative to introduce them. "Let me introduce you. He handles a lot of work for the family and is like an older brother to me. We grew up together since we were kids." Ju Ho-myung intentionally put his arm around her shoulders, looking very intimate, and added, "Is just growing up together all we are." Jun Jung shyly muttered, "The engagement was just from when we were kids." Ha Jung-woo was shocked. "Engagement?" Ju Ho-myung taunted. "So what, got a problem? And what are you doing with my fiancé?" With that said, he threw a punch. "Get lost, you little brat." Meanwhile, in another part of the conference hall, seeing Kang Chun, Hogo asked impatiently, "Where is Ha Jung-woo? I thought he was waiting outside the meeting room." He told his father, "I've been here for a while, but I haven't seen him yet." Hogo lost his patience and grumbled, "What's up with Ha Jung-woo lately? His phone is off, and I can't reach him." Kang Chun scratched his head as well, his face showing confusion. "I'm not sure what he's doing either. Besides, we haven't spoken at all lately. I only know he had some urgent business." The more he thought, the more suspicious Lee Hogo became. "Those guys really want to turn against us, huh? Ha, good. Very good. I knew this day would come." Seeing his father becoming increasingly barbaric, Kang Chun quickly warned him, "Come on, Dad, we can't do that." He retorted, "Do I look like I'm joking? We can't let this opportunity slip away." Suddenly, a loud explosion accompanied by a burst of flames occurred near where the father and son were standing, causing both to panic. "What was that sound, Dad?" "It's over there, up there." Ju Ho-myung unleashed a blazing heaven soul-snatching attack, preparing to incinerate Ha Jung-woo. Although he managed to escape, it was a struggle. Sensing something was wrong, Jun Jung shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it right now." However, he had no intention of stopping and laughed gleefully. "Just watch, because there are still many more interesting things to come." Another blazing heaven, soul-snatching attack erupted from afar. Chae Min-cheon watched and wondered, why is that kid Ju Ho-myung here? If so, killing Ha Jung-woo won't be as troublesome. John-in asked from the side, "Isn't Ju Ho-myung your favorite student? Does this mean the Golden River and Black Horse families will now be enemies?" Chae Min-cheon responded cryptically. "What are you talking about? This isn't a battle for the families. This is personal." John-in asked, "Personal?" By this time, Ju Ho-myung had approached Ha Jung-woo at close range. He delivered another blazing heaven uppercut, forcing Ha Jung-woo to only think, damn it. He had no choice but to try and get away from this troublesome guy. But not long after Ju Ho-myung lunged again, yelling, "I'm going to kill you, Ha Jung-woo." In the emergency, Chae Jun Jung rushed forward, using a protective barrier to shield Ha Jung-woo. Big brother, please stop. Seeing this, he shouted, what are you doing? Che Jun-jung, get out of the way. She absolutely refused to move. I never imagined you would be a person like this. Juho Myung got closer and closer, constantly warning her. Che Jun-jung, you really need to move. Remembering when he was 10, on Che Jun-jung's birthday, he had proactively sought her out. Hello, Che Jun-jung. How are you? 9-year-old Jun-jung replied, I'm fine, thank you. How are you, big brother? He mustered all his courage, handed her a small, pretty gift box, and said, Che Jun-jung, this is your birthday present. Oh my goodness. Che Jun-jung was very surprised and reached out to take it. Ju Ho-myung said, thank you, big brother. Make sure you take good care of it. But then Che Min-cheon caught them and took the gift away. He then asked coldly, what do you think you're doing? Ju Ho-myung realized it was the chairman and politely introduced himself. I am Ju Ho-myung, a new student here. I am very happy to meet you, Mr. Che Min-cheon. With a look of disgust, he kept berating the new applicant. How can a brat like you think you can lay a finger on my daughter? The young man, Ju Ho-myung, stood there, completely stunned, unable to say a word before such a powerful figure. Seeing this, Che Jun-jung cried out, Dad, please, don't. Dad, you're scaring me. But her father's harsh attitude toward Ju Ho-myung didn't soften. Get lost, you little brat. Devastated, he went back that night and sat on the rooftop for a long time, until Jun Ha-young, a member of the Hwamyu team, found him and said, so you're here. I heard you gave the chairman's daughter a gift but got scolded, right? What happened? Did you get beat up? Are you okay? Come on. Just think of it as giving her a birthday present and don't think too much about it. He couldn't hold back the frustration building up inside. This world is so unfair. It's so unjust. Hearing this, Jun Ha-young could only laugh. You're still young. You shouldn't say things like that. You have to go through a lot to understand. If you really want to be with the chairman's daughter, then you have to become the strongest to be acknowledged. Ju Ho-myung didn't believe it and asked, the strongest? Really? If I become the strongest, will I really be able to be with Che Jun-jung? Jun Ha-young answered firmly, of course, the strongest can have everything. Ju Ho-myung regained his spirit and vowed to Jun Ha-young, then from now on, I will become the strongest. The man let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. First, try beating me before you start talking big. Because of those words, Ju Ho-myung trained day and night. From a weak boy, thanks to daily training, he defeated countless opponents. Even after that, he felt it wasn't enough, so he screamed, more, all of it, Muda, Muda. It's still not enough. I want to become stronger because returning to reality, he grabbed her shoulders and confessed, shaking, I did all of this for you. Che Jun-jung, feeling the strength of Ju Ho-myung's grip, cried out, ah, it hurts. Let me go. He didn't care and kept shouting at her. To become the man worthy of you, I had to work so hard. You know that, don't you? She regained her composure and responded seriously. You don't really have to do this, you know. You're actually scaring me now. On the contrary, Ju Ho-myung was still losing control. But Che Jun-jung, how can you like someone like Jung Woo? Do you know how much I love you? From now on, can't you just be with me? This over-the-top attitude of Ju Ho-myung truly disappointed Che Jun-jung so much that she snapped, stop it. Pushed away by her strength, Ju Ho-myung still struggled to get up, wheezing as he called out to Che Jun-jung. She declared, you are mine, you're really that kind of person? So disappointing. We're done here. Ju Ho-myung's face darkened. What did you say? Che Jun-jung, why are you treating me like this? How can you do this? He lost control of his actions and lunged toward Che Jun-jung. Fortunately, Jung Woo intervened in time, sending Ju Ho-myung flying into the chicken coop. He said to Ju Ho-myung, I don't want to watch this pathetic scene ever again. Taking a painful hit, he still tried to stand up and cursed at Jung Woo. You're asking for it. You, son of a bee. Jung Woo asked Ju Ho-myung with a look of contempt. If I didn't have so much to deal with lately, do you think I'd have time to watch your struggle to win back love? You bastard. You make me sick. Pushed to his limit, he seemed to transform into a different person. What did you say? Jung Woo, so now you're making me the villain, huh? If I can't kill you? Jung Woo smiled sarcastically. Good, is the power of love your motivation? Before he could celebrate, he was hit by a punch from Ju Ho-myung right in the face. Die. Jung Woo. He thought to himself, this feeling I was too careless. Ju Ho-myung, furious, lunged forward and shouted, Jung Woo, who do you think you are to interfere in my business? He quickly dodged to the side and replied, I just wanted to experience the power of love. He shouted as he landed a punch right on Ju Ho-myung's chin. But now, it's you who forced me to use force, you jerk. He clutched his face in pain, confused. Force. Forced? Then suddenly, he he screamed. Don't you dare insult my love, you dog. You have no idea what I've been through just to have Che Jun-jung. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry rang out. Please, stop it. It was Che Jun-jung. She mustered all her strength and said loudly, Did I not tell you this before? Our relationship is just that of siblings. I only see you as an older brother, Ju Ho Myung. Hearing that, he froze, his face turning pale as he muttered, So my one-sided love, it was always one-sided. Ha Jung-woo saw that the situation was unstable and warned, Che Jun-jung, get away from here. She replied stubbornly, but he didn't have the patience anymore and shouted, It's dangerous here. Get out of here, fast. Hearing that, Che Jun-jung hesitated, realized the situation, and quickly vanished, but not before responding, All right, please be careful. Ha Jung-woo. Ju Ho Myung, who had been silently observing, suddenly burst into loud laughter. His face darkened, and the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. He laughed terrifyingly. You trampled on my heart a bit too much, Ha Jung-woo. I will definitely kill you. He lunged straight forward, raising his hand to strike. Die. Another strange voice spoke up. Is it really okay for your daughter to treat him like that? Che Min-cheon watched the two of them and replied to the question. What does that matter? The only thing I care about right now is who wins and who loses. Johnny, standing nearby, heard the answer and thought. Even though everyone knows what kind of person Che Min-cheon is superficially very different in his heart, I didn't expect him to be so cruel, valuing the outcome of a fight more than his own daughter. How can there be such a person? Che Min-cheon, as if hearing the old man's thoughts, suddenly said, You think I'm cruel, right? But look closely around you. In the far distance behind, John along with the twins, Dogger and Doggy, were also watching. Johnny, hearing Che Min-cheon say that, asked, What? John, who had been observing, also spoke up. I guess we have some entertainment. Che Min-cheon turned and continued. Even though this is an unofficial duel, this fight is definitely worth watching. If that kid loses, no one will be able to save that damned family anymore. So we cannot afford the concept of losing. Ju Ho Myung unleashed a giant flame, rushing as fast as a bolt toward Ha Jung-woo, screaming madly, Flame King's execution. Still, this battle is going to be worth watching. If that kid loses, no one will be able to save that pathetic family of his. So, we can't afford to lose. On his side, Ju Ho Myung launched a massive fireball, flying rapidly toward Ha Jung-woo. He shouted crazily, Flame King's wrath. The flames drew closer to Ha Jung-woo. He grimaced, thinking, These flames are engulfing my body, radiating such oppressive heat. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. It blew away the previous flames, replacing them with thick smoke. In the chaos, someone screamed, A massive flame wave is suppressing everything again. This time, it was even more powerful, covering a vast area. A strange voice echoed from somewhere. What is Ha Jung-woo fighting? Kang-chan looked down from a window on the floor above at the chaotic scene below and turned to his father. Dad, Ha Jung-woo is getting beaten up. Lee Hogo, who was observing, replied, Some say that kid possesses a unique attribute and is the strongest in the family. Perhaps it's true. Kang-chan didn't understand and asked back, A unique attribute? What's that? His father replied, though not entirely certain. Honestly, even Dad isn't quite sure. But using multiple skills at once isn't easy. Just then, in the heat of the battle, Ha Jung-woo was struck and sent flying backward. He thought to himself, could it be that when these flames hit, they slow down my movement and abilities? Suddenly, he realized something. Ju Ho Myung attacked again. He lunged downward like a rocket. Ha Jung-woo hit the ground with such a powerful impact that the ground shattered into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. He lay there, pinned down, thinking. But if I can't move, Ha Jung-woo hadn't even finished his thought when Ju Ho Myung came crashing down from above, unleashing a move. He shouted, I'm not done yet. I'm going to finish you. Ha Jung-woo was not afraid. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Well then, keep bringing it to me. Flames surrounded Ju Ho Myung's hand, forming a fist. Glowing with fire, he screamed madly, Flame Fist. Kang-chun yelled anxiously, Oh no. Ha Jung-woo, Ju Ho Myung unleashed his move, Flame King Fist. He swung his fist down with force, the fire erupting violently. It aggressively engulfed a huge area. The witnesses looked tense, constantly muttering, This power, it's over. Kang-chun couldn't contain his panic and cursed, Damn it. Ha Jung, before he could finish, the situation flipped. Ha Jung-woo stomped Ju Ho Myung into the ground. Everyone was confused. What the hell? What happened? How did the situation suddenly reverse? Ju Ho Myung couldn't believe it either. He groaned in pain. How can Ha Jung-woo? He laughed like a madman with a terrifying look and replied, Did you really think that move of yours would be effective? Someone outside, still stunned, asked, How? How is this possible? Ju Ho Myung tried to turn the tide. He forced energy into his fingertips, secretly calculating, how could he do that? Something is clearly wrong. Up above, Ha Jung-woo grew even more energized, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, and he delivered a heavy punch to Ju Ho Myung's face. He didn't forget to mock him. It was useless against me from the very start. The punch was so strong it made Ju Ho Myung's nose bleed. Suddenly, he remembered when he was a little boy, covered in wounds. He was lying in bed when someone approached and asked, Hey, kid, are you okay? It was Jun Hyung. He walked to the bed, sat down, and said cheerfully, Aren't you supposed to be strong? What's this? Ju Ho Myung spoke weakly. Jun Hyung, thank you. He took out a book and continued, and this book contains fighting techniques. It can help you win the exam. Ju Ho Myung, moved, took the book, trembling. Brother. He remembered another moment. On a certain rainy night, he shouted excitedly, Brother, I won. I really won. Ju Ho Myung went to the street lampware. Jun Hyung was standing. He said loudly and excitedly, I'm now the vice president. Do you see how good I am? It's all thanks to you that I'm here. Jun Hyung, hearing this, happily rushed over to hug him, saying proudly, You really are my brother. Well done. You did very well. If this keeps up, the chairman will pay more attention to you. Ju Ho Myung, in Jun Hyung's arms, replied, But to get the chairman's full attention, I need more power. I still hope you'll help me a lot. Without a second thought, his brother immediately replied, Sure. I'm always ready to help. Suddenly, Jun Hyung's face changed color. Blood dripped continuously, sounding with a tap that broke the night's silence. Ju Ho Myung had unexpectedly stabbed a knife into Jun Hyung's back, a single strike that left his brother speechless and in agony. Brother, his tears began to flow. I'm sorry, I really need your attribute. The corner of Jun Hyung's mouth was now bleeding, and he spoke weakly. How foolish, why didn't you just tell me? Ju Ho Myung, eyes welled with tears, explained, But my attribute is to steal the opponent's attribute. I can only possess it if I kill them. Jun Hyung finally understood. Is that so? He placed his hand on Ju Ho Myung's head and said gently, Myung, my dear. Suddenly, he used his final strength to urge him, You must become stronger. And furthermore, do whatever you want. Ending the flashback, Ju Ho Myung regained his focus. He went madly charging toward Ha Jung Woo. As he roared, I will never lose. Ha Jung Woo saw this and became even more excited. He smirked, but couldn't hide the killing intent pouring from his eyes. Ju Ho Myung continued his attack. The flames rose again, burning with an oppressive aura. He shouted frantically, Flame King. Ha Jung Woo, with an intrigued expression, laughed and said, Ever since I observed you and learned your attribute, those attacks of yours have become useless. Finishing his sentence, he landed a punch straight on Ju Ho Myung's face. He took the punch and was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, creating a massive impact. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke slowly cleared, leaving only the image of Ju Ho Myung leaning against the wall. He struggled, using his hand to support himself on a rock to stand up, then covered his mouth. His current emotions were unclear. Ju Ho Myung managed to ask, How could you realize it? Ha Jung Woo replied happily, Well, I admit that your attribute is quite strong, but after I tried taking a few hits, I realized a few things. Besides, someone already gave me a hint. Ju Ho Myung immediately asked, A hint? Who was it? Suddenly, Chae Jun Jung appeared from nowhere. She walked near the chaotic spot and said loudly, It was me who told him. Ju Ho Myung was so shocked he could only stammer a few words. Chae Jun Jung, you are the one. Chae Jun Jung ignored his words and continued to speak loudly. Your attribute can make a person unable to move for a short time. Ha Jung Woo added, I just used a little trick. To be able to counter it, that's such a dangerous magic to use on others, but on me, it's useless. Ju Ho Myung was still in shock. Now a bit calmer, he shouted. How? How is that possible? How could you know my attribute? Jun Jung looked a bit nervous, struggling with how to explain it. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. That is your attribute, sir. It turned out Jun Jung was remembering the past when Jun Hyung was casting a spell on her. She said excitedly, It's amazing. I can't even move my own body. Hearing that, Jun Hyung replied, Right? But this overwhelming attribute, I rarely use it because it's a bit too much for me. Jun Jung, still unable to move, continued, Your attribute is that incredible? If you could master it completely, you'd be unstoppable, wouldn't you? Jun Hyung scratched his head shyly and said, But I'm not really suited for this attribute. The spell on Jun Jung faded, and she excitedly turned to ask him, Why? That's so funny. It's so powerful. What are you thinking about? Jun Hyung thought for a moment, then gave a bright, cheerful smile and said, This ability of mine. I think that in the future, I plan to pass it on to someone who is more worthy of it. Back to the present, Ho Myung hearing Jun Jung's story, tears began to stream down his face. He muttered to himself, why? Am I truly a monster? Why did I kill him just for an attribute? The monster stopped crying. He curled his lips into a wicked smirk and whispered, right, if I am a monster, then I will live like a demon. Ho Myung suddenly screamed, flames flickering a deep red in his hands. Ha Jung Woo, do you know why I wanted to kill you? I had to kill you to be recognized. I'll be recognized by the chairman, and Che Jun Jung will be mine. While he was monologuing, Ha Jung Woo's face gradually grew more dangerous. At this moment, Ho Myung had reached his absolute limit. He leaped high into the air, lunging straight at him with his flaming fist, shouting with all his might, I can make my brother proud of his younger brother. Ha Jung Woo, on the other hand, was no longer as calm as before. He swung his hand out, preparing to counterattack, and shouted furiously, your story is tragic, but the outcome isn't decided by will. As he finished, he lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch to Ho Myung, making him cough up blood. Being beaten to the point of extreme pain, the only person in his mind right now was his brother. I'm sorry. At a rooftop cafe, Peng Joon arrogantly held a glass in his hand, gleefully saying, the match at Libra earlier was mind-blowing, wasn't it? Doggy nodded in agreement. Ha Jung Woo, I think he's definitely very strong. Peng Joon kept that same expression and continued, exactly. Ha Jung Woo is likely the one who helped one of the 7 great families. Doggy asked, confused, are you sure, young master? He stood up and added, and perhaps Ha Jung Woo is the very one who helped the Golden River family rise to power recently. Doggy's face darkened. He asked seriously, should we eliminate him before he becomes any stronger? Assassination is one of our duties. Peng Joon laughed and replied, assassination? I think that kid has helped us quite a lot. Doggy didn't understand and asked, helped how? Peng Joon yelled in frustration, you fool. Didn't you notice at the meeting? Lee Hogo and the other families are like oil and water. It wouldn't be strange if war broke out soon. Furthermore, family head Che Min Cheon acts on the outside like a righteous man, but inside, he's a cunning demon. A war will definitely happen. Our job now is just to enjoy the civil war between the 7 families. At the Libra building, someone punched the wall in anger. Che Min Cheon loosened his tie, unable to hide his rage. He roared, this is an absolute humiliation. The secretary next to him was nervous and stammered, Sir Chairman, please calm down. Che Min Cheon gritted his teeth. That stupid brat. He killed his own brother to take the attribute, and yet he still couldn't win. What a pathetic loser. And before that, he even left with such a smug look on his face. That damn kid made me lose face in front of everyone. Now, kill him for me immediately. There's no use keeping a useless person alive. Che Min Cheon's office door wasn't closed tight, and it was left slightly ajar. Jun Jung, outside, covered her mouth tightly. She was shocked to the core. Suddenly, several men appeared, running frantically with clubs as if searching for someone. One guy quickly yanked the door open, making a loud noise. They stormed into the room, but found no one there. There was only the empty hospital bed, neatly made, as if no one had ever been lying there. Seeing this, they panicked and shouted, what? Where is he? That kid couldn't even move a single finger, could he? They lost their composure and yelled, that son of a bitch, find him for me. You must find him and kill him immediately. Meanwhile, at Golden River, Kim Jong-gon was so furious, his face turned bright red, walking with rapid strides. As he walked, he suddenly ran into Kang Chun. The young man saw him and happily waved, Uncle. Hello, good morning. Kim Jong-gon walked right past him, leaving only a brief, hello. Kang Chun, still carefree, turned and asked, following behind, Uncle, why are you so angry? Kim Jong-gon, already annoyed, became even more furious and shouted, don't know? Don't ask so many questions. He marched to the room where Lee Hogo and Ha Jung Woo were sitting and talking. The door swung open, slamming hard against the wall, creating a loud noise that startled Lee Hogo. He turned to look at Kim Jong-gon and asked, Mr. Kim, what's wrong with you today? He turned dark and gritted his teeth, replying furiously, why? It's truly unbelievable. How could you dare to do such a thing? Lee Hogo still didn't understand what was going on. He asked, confused, what is it? Kim Jong-gon smirked, but there was no joy in it. He emphasized every word. Why did you do this, sir? Do you not respect me at all? We are being watched by the other families. We're in their crosshairs. And on top of that, unable to restrain himself anymore, he yelled, that kid is a genius. Why did you go and kill him? Do you have no shame? Do you have no humanity? Lee Hogo was truly panicked now. He quickly replied, it wasn't me. It was Ha Jung-woo. Ha Jung-woo had done something different from Lee Hogo. Ha Jung-woo sat calmly and spoke, not only the other families, but also Hebe. Kim Jong-gon, hearing this, became even more irritated and scolded. "And you're telling me with such a proud look on your face? Enough with the drama," he calmly continued. "Then, the best defense now is to attack the 7 families in Hebe. From what I've observed, they don't seem to be in sync. I'm the one who ignited this war, and it's going to explode soon. And our Golden River family will be the ones who benefit the most after this war." The explosion that Ha Jung-woo spoke of it would be a battle that no one could have anticipated. At the school, in a small corner behind the building, strange noises suddenly erupted, and the frequency kept increasing. It turned out those sounds were coming from a brawl. At that moment, Jun-ki was punched square in the face. Ji-hyuk shouted loudly, "This guy looks just like the one I've been bullying since middle school. Even into unit college, he still won't give up. Are you really Jun-ki?" Ji-hyuk and his 2 lackeys kicked Jun-ki relentlessly. He couldn't do a thing. He could only curl up and take the beating. While hitting him, they shouted, "What were you thinking? Enrolling here, you jerk? Do you think you have superpowers? Or do you think you're better than us? You're just trash who can't even control his own power." Jun-ki said in a pained, soft voice, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, just let me go." Another lackey walked over to Jun-ki's bag. He pulled out a phone, laughed triumphantly, and said, Hey guys, come over here. His little sister is so pretty." Jun-ki struggled to shout, "Give that back. That's my sister." Seeing that, one of them stomped hard on his hand. He roared, "So what if it is?" Ji-hyuk walked toward Jun-ki with the phone in hand and threatened, "Listen here, Jun-ki. If you don't want to introduce your sister to us, then from tomorrow, come to school naked, all right? I'll take a picture of this face as a souvenir and send it to your sister." The lackeys burst into laughter, fully enjoying it and joining in. "Sounds fun. All right, approved." Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up from behind. "Apologize to him." The 2 lackeys immediately ran toward that person. They exclaimed excitedly, "What? It's Hera. Guys, I heard this girl is a really famous star." Suddenly, one of them was shoved aside. He was confused. It was Hera. She didn't stop there. This time, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the other guy flying straight into the wall. As she fought, she yelled, "Don't do such shameful things. I'm not playing around with you guys." The remaining lackey, losing patience, lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Hara's neck to restrain her. He shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Hara remained calm and kicked him right in the head, causing him to fall backward. She shouted, "I'm the one who should be saying that." Ji-hyuk, who had been watching, couldn't believe his eyes and shrieked, "What? Isn't this girl just a celebrity? How is she this strong?" Hara replied, "Don't say such useless things. This is the result of working hard at training." She thought to herself, "Actually, I just didn't want to lose to Ha Jung-woo. That's why I hired a private tutor to train for a year." Hara continued, "If you don't want to get beaten up again, then apologize to your friend over there." Ji-hyuk thought it was hilarious and asked, "Apologize? Huh." The lackey who had been hit earlier suddenly appeared. He came from behind, preparing to swing his hand to knock Hara unconscious. He said confidently, "Go take a nap." Thanks to her quick reflexes, Hara was able to dodge in time. The other lackey didn't stop and flew in with a kick. Hara blocked with her hands but was still pushed back a few steps. Ji-hyuk, behind her, also prepared to strike. Hera, now forced into a defensive stance, thought, "This is it. 3 people attacking from 3 different directions, so dangerous. I have to keep my distance." While thinking, she pivoted and jumped back quickly. The lackey lunged from somewhere else, shouting, "Running away is useless." His appearance caught Hera by surprise. She couldn't counter in time. In the blink of an eye, she watched the fist coming toward her. She closed her eyes, waiting for the blow. But suddenly, someone reached out and blocked it. It was Kang Hun-gu from the Ilyu group. Ranked 8th in the business world, Hara turned to look at him and asked, "Are you Kang Hun-gu?" The lackey whose punch was blocked felt his hand trembling, held tightly by Kang Hun-gu. He shouted, "What? Who the hell are you?" Kang Hun-gu smiled gently and greeted her. "Hello, Hara. Yes, I'm Kang Hun-gu." Upon hearing this, the lackey pulled his hand back, looking slightly intimidated. Ji-hyuk and the other guy quickly knelt, begging, "We are honestly sorry, senior. Please forgive us just this once." Kang Hun-gu kept his friendly expression and replied, "Get up, everyone. I want to be friends with you all, too." Ji-hyuk ran over to Jun-ki. While running, he said, "Yes, we are sorry." The 2 lackeys were faster, running over to help Jun-ki stand up, mouths never stopping. "Dear best friend, are you okay? Who beat our Jun-ki up like this? That's too much." Kang Hun-gu turned to look and said, "Seeing everyone being so close, I'm so happy. They responded nervously, not forgetting to support Jun-ki as they left. Yes, thank you. We'll be going now. Hara, having watched everything, was confused. Why are they so afraid of Kang Hungu? Kang Hungu just shrugged and replied, maybe it's because I'm their senior. Suddenly, he looked down at Hara and asked, by the way, Hara, are you free? I have a few things to talk about. Hara was puzzled. Huh? Talk about what? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ha Jung-woo looked at his phone. It was a text from Hara. Ha Jung-woo, what are you doing? Why didn't you come to school? Is something wrong? He leaned against the wall, lost in thought for a long time. Ignoring his surroundings, he looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, I wonder if Hara is busy. If she hadn't said anything, I would have forgotten to go to school. Ha Jung-woo didn't understand his own emotions and pondered, what is this feeling? He stopped thinking, turned around, and left, muttering as he walked. Anyway, I'd better go to school, or I'll get my parents called again. Training magic with Chae Jun-jung should be fine, right? But recently, even Chae Jun-jung hasn't been coming to school. He thought, I guess the only way is to ask Professor Richard about magic. Just like Johnson and Ju Ho Myung, all of them pushed past their own limits by tapping into attributes they thought they shouldn't overlook. In this world of magic, Young X suddenly appeared behind Ha Jung-woo and spoke respectfully. Chairman, I have a report. Ha Jung-woo wasn't surprised at all and calmly replied, you're a bit late. Young X scratched his head and answered, it was harder than I thought. Having to expand our forces to search. Before he could finish, Ha Jung-woo interrupted. All right, just say it. Young X reported, I investigated their movements and the trail from that day. They didn't even leave a single trace at the scene. Hearing this, Ha Jung-woo pondered silently. No traces, not even the smallest one. That's worrying. If there's no trace left, it means he's become stronger. But so what, he thought. He's not the only one getting stronger. It's almost time, anyway. Young X suddenly continued. There is one thing I discovered, though it's a bit vague. Ha Jung-woo immediately asked loudly, is it about the reincarnation of Jin Gang Baek? Young X replied instantly, yes, sir, but we still don't have full information about him. I think that guy belongs to the unique association. Each association has its own duty, such as the association that monitors the appearance of gates or oversees the city, and the association for conquering gates. These three are just as important as the 7 great families. I suspect that guy is lurking around here. Jung-woo's face showed a flicker of tension. He touched his nose and said, right, if that guy is in the unique association, he must be under very strict training. Young X, standing nearby, agreed. Yes, I think so too. He suddenly remembered something and continued. On my way here just now, I saw Hara with a man. Ha Jung-woo couldn't believe his ears. He stood there blankly. At the same time, at a restaurant, Hara was sitting across from Kang Hyun-gu. She asked, what do you want to talk about, senior? I'm only here because of my father's business. I have an appointment, so I have to leave soon. Kang Hyun-gu remained calm and said, all right, I'll be blunt. I want to tell you that you'll have to marry me. Hearing that, Hara was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Having processed the information, she jumped up and shouted, causing food on the table to fly off the plates. Marry you? Kang Hyun-gu didn't pay attention to the food. He happily looked up at Hara and said, I thought you'd react like that. Let me explain. Before he could say more, Hara shouted again, never. Kang Hyun-gu calmly explained, Hara, if your entertainment company merged with my company, what would that be like? Hearing this, she cut him off. I hate you. No longer able to stay calm, Hara turned and left in a rage. She didn't forget to call back. If that's all, I'm leaving. Thanks. Enjoy your meal. What a terrible day. Throughout all that, Kang Hyun-gu didn't show a single emotion. Then, suddenly, he burst into confusing, loud laughter. His smile held a sinister look. He rested his head in his hand and muttered to himself, I thought you would act like someone from a prestigious family. How disappointing. You will always be my little rice cooker. In a certain gate district, someone shouted, Ha Jung-woo. It turned out to be Hara. She ran over to Ha Jung-woo and said loudly, sorry, I'm late. Ha Jung-woo replied distantly, I didn't come to school to meet you, so whether you're late or not doesn't matter anymore. Hara hadn't grasped the situation yet. She kept her cheerful expression and asked, why are you so mad at me? Hara added adorably, okay, then I'll apologize like this. Ha Jung-woo, I'll be your rice cooker. Ha Jung-woo seemed touched, but not long after that, he put on a cold face toward Hara again. What the hell are you doing? Hara, in a sulky tone, questioned him. Did you really have to make me say it first? Hearing her say that, Ha Jung-woo pondered. Why is she so simple-minded? Are all celebrities like her? Hara approached and grabbed his arm, saying, forgive me this time, for the first and last time. Jung Woo was still lost in thought. Why didn't she say anything about meeting Kang Hyun-gu? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and pulled him away. With an excited expression, she said, I want to take you somewhere. Jung Woo was reluctant but still followed. The person who had been quiet all this time finally spoke up. Where to? Hara turned her head to look at him, smiling brightly, and said, To meet my father. If not him, then my grandfather. Jung Woo couldn't believe his ears. He was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Hara lost her patience. She said, A bit annoyed, don't hesitate, or my father will call that guy. There are so many rich guys out there who want to marry me just for the inheritance. Jung Woo stopped, but his hand was still tightly holding Hara's. He asked seriously, Is the guy you mentioned Kang Hyun-gu? Hara, hearing this, shouted in surprise. How do you know that guy? Jung Woo responded to her answer, just a guess. Hara sighed and explained to him, My grandfather doesn't know what that guy is planning. Besides, I don't really like him either. But anyway, only you are fit to be my boyfriend. Jung Woo was silent again, making the surrounding space strangely quiet. It seemed he had given in, unable to stay angry anymore. He sighed and asked, But is your grandfather easygoing? In another place, an elderly man was shouting in anger, Who do you think I am? Do you think it's easy to get in and out of here? That was the chairman of the Korea Industrial Group, Roman Chun. Though he seemed very fierce on the outside, he was very warm on the inside. He was Hara's grandfather. The negotiator on the other side remained calm and tried to convince him, No, sir, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that the investment in new technology, could you please take a look at it? That person was Jung Chun, Jung Woo's father. Roman Chun was still angry and replied, I respect you, but it is shameful to lie for your own benefit. I am very disappointed in you. Hearing this, Jung Chun quickly replied, Yes, I will try to fix it. Roman Chun seemed to have regained his composure. He asked, So, what is your intention? Should we invest in the development of a factory for lithium-ion batteries using energy stones? I will think about this issue and have an answer for you. Jung Chun stood up. He bowed sincerely and said, Thank you, sir. The elevator display showed it had reached the lobby. Jung Chun walked out, exhausted. He sighed, used his hand to loosen his tie, and muttered to himself, Maybe it's because that new technology has never been recognized in the world, so companies are hesitant. It's so hard to get investment. A look of sadness appeared on his face. But then again, it's true. How could a big company like that trust a small company like mine? Jung Chun was walking away when his phone rang. Roman Chun? He held the phone to his ear. Yes, this is Jung Chun. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise, making everyone around him jump and pay attention. Really? You will invest in our company? Jung Woo's information is currently displayed on the tablet. Jung Woo, age 17, college year. Highlight, completely overwhelming. Park Ki-ho from the Black Tiger clan watches while commenting that Jung Woo is pretty good. He could beat Park Ki-ho. It's a miracle he's even alive until now. Someone from outside suddenly calls out, That's because the Black Tiger clan was annihilated, so they have no chance for revenge. Peng Joon steps in front of Kang Hyun-gu, wearing a scheming expression. He greets him. Long time no see, Kang Hyun-gu. Kang Hyun-gu isn't very surprised to see him. The name Peng Joon flashes through his mind. With a mocking expression, he continues, Looks like you're having a bad day, huh? Only then does Kang Hyun-gu stand up to greet him back. Long time no see, Peng Joon. He ignores Kang Hyun-gu's wave and speaks up. What makes you pay so much attention to him? Besides, I don't really like that smile of yours. Shut your mouth before I break your neck. Kang Hyun-gu keeps his usual mild expression. He smiles in a friendly way and warns, If you want to break the agreement between Hebe and Elu, you're free to do so. Suddenly, Peng Joon steps closer and grabs Kang Hyun-gu by the neck. He grinds out each word. You think I don't dare? Kang Hyun-gu's eyes roll back as he looks at him. Peng Joon squeezes hard. Kang Hyun-gu's neck snaps, but suddenly a voice rings out. Don't use such useless threats. It turns out that was all in Peng Joon's mind. Right now, he is standing by the window while Kang Hyun-gu is sitting comfortably with his legs crossed on a chair. Peng Joon turns around with a sly grin and says, You're starting to get pretty cunning, aren't you, Kang Hyun-gu? Kang Hyun-gu calmly replies, Get to the point. Peng Joon walks closer to Kang Hyun-gu. He leans against the shelf and says nonchalantly, I don't want to drag this out with you either. I'll keep it as short as possible. I don't want to think that the Ilu group is going back on their word or is plotting something else. Kang Hyun-gu's face remains expressionless. He listens in silence. Peng Joon continues. So, if you don't complete the agreement before the date the Ilu group promised, you know what'll happen, right? Now, Kang Hyun-gu speaks up. We will be enemies. Peng Joon grins. So you still remember. Kang Hyun-gu turns serious and replies, just wait. He stands up, hands in his pockets, and says with a confident expression, I will be the one to make all 7 families kneel at the feet of the Hebei clan. Pang Jun hears this and says nothing. Then he turns to leave but doesn't forget to call back. All right, I trust you. Don't let me down. He reaches the door and suddenly stops. Oh, and that guy, Jung Woo. He turns his head back, wearing a sinister grin, and continues. He's not as simple as you think. Kang Hyun-gu silently watches his silhouette disappear. Elsewhere, someone greets. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for buying the new product from our company. Kang Hyun-gu, in a sharp suit, sits with his legs crossed. He happily replies, It's not like that. Truly, this product is excellent. Besides, your son, Jung Woo, is my junior. Naturally, as his senior, I should help out, right? Jung Chun hears this and is moved. Is that so? That's great. Is that so? Thank you so much, sir. At Jung Chun's company, someone speaks up. Boss, you shouldn't overwork yourself. Also, taking out a bank loan to expand the factory, Jung Chun, observing the goods assembly line, replies, Don't worry too much. The place we are supplying is the Ilu Group. No matter how overworked we are, we must work hard to deliver on time. Suddenly, an employee rushes in from outside and says loudly, Boss, there's a big problem. The Ilu Group is returning all of our goods. Jung Chun turns pale upon hearing this. He stammers, What? At the Ilu Group? Jung Chun kneels on the ground, desperately pleading, Kang Hyun-gu, please, help me. Kang Hyun-gu, with a look of disdain, says, What are you talking about? You want me to help you? Jung Chun helplessly shouts, If you cancel the order, the Hyper Factory Company, our company will be finished. Please, I beg you to reconsider. Kang Hyun-gu remains unmoved and calmly replies, There are many products with defects during delivery. And that is my final decision. Jung Chun hears this and shouts in surprise, What defects? I checked everything myself. Kang Hyun-gu irritably asks, Are you implying I'm lying? Jung Chun is nervous. He immediately answers, No, it's not like that. I'm sorry. Kang Hyun-gu jumps up, acting suspicious, and says, Mr. Jung Chun, I am very disappointed. I only wanted to help you because I wanted to help my junior. Jung Chun chokes up, moves forward, and grabs his pant leg. He desperately pleads, No, please, 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 reconsider it for me. Kang Hyun-gu hears this, and a scheming look flashes across his face. He sets a condition, Jung would over the blueprints for that hyper factory to us. After that, I will take all the goods I previously ordered. Jung Chun hears this and asks in confusion, What? Elsewhere, Peng Jun bursts into loud laughter. He's really doing that? How naive. He plans to trample on Jung Woo using his own family. Dogger, by his side, asks, What should I do now? Peng Jun seems interested. He happily replies, For now, let's just see who wins. After all, there's no rush. But what I'm interested in right now is, if we could discover the secret behind the destruction of the Black Tiger, things would have been much easier. He looks up at the cobweb-covered nameplate and continues. However, the more we investigate, the clearer this truth will become. Dogger and Doggy listen to him talk. One of them, not understanding, asks, Who exactly destroyed the entire Black Tiger clan? Dog, confused, asks, But I'm a bit curious. John isn't an easy target either. Why would he be able to? Besides, he has a special ability and is very powerful. John hears this and laughs, clarifying. How powerful could he be? If he met someone stronger, it wouldn't make much difference. He walks away, stepping onto the stairs that only hold traces of chaos. It's not intact but full of signs of a brawl. Peng Jun walks while calling back. Besides, the person who caused this incident is a very cunning person, making all 7 families fall into panic and mutual misunderstanding, so he has achieved his goal. And the families closest to this area benefited from the Black Tiger clan once it completely collapsed. He stops, turns his head, and asks, So, which family is the closest? The 2 brothers, Dogger and Doggy, say in unison, It's the Golden River. Hearing the desired answer, he replies, So, that's it. Dogger, seeing this, asks again, But that family. He stops. And then Doggy continues, Why can you draw such an early conclusion? Peng Jun understands the question. Mark in their heads, so he patiently replies, That's right. The weakness in my deduction is that it's blocked at that point. I wonder why a family, a clan like the Golden River shouldn't be capable of such a feat. Even though Golden River's head, Lee Hogo, is extremely powerful, he's still not strong enough to wipe out the Black Tiger clan single-handedly like that. If it wasn't him, then among the others, he suddenly remembered the image of Jung Woo fighting like a madman against Ju Ho Myung. He shook his head and whispered to himself, No, It can't be that punk. How could he possibly be that strong? Then Peng Jun quickly turned his head back and spoke up loudly. Regardless, the results of the investigation so far suggest this was a personal vendetta against someone. But that's no longer the point. What we need to find out is who on earth wiped out the Black Tiger clan that day. Using all the clues we have, the twins immediately followed orders. At a quiet residential area, Kang Chun was chasing after Jung. He shouted loudly, "Ha Jung Woo, have you heard about the situation with Kang Hyun Gu?" He ran up and grabbed Ha Jung Woo by the shoulder, demanding, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Ha Jung Woo picked at his ear and replied, "Ugh, my ear's itching a bit. I was just hanging out with Hara. What about it?" Kang Chun suddenly shouted, "Are you kidding me? You're planning to marry Hara, Ha Jung Woo?" Hearing this, he snapped, "Are you crazy? I'm only this young. Why would I get married?" He calmed down and asked, "Anyway, why are you following me? What's going on?" Kang Chun quickly replied, "The successor of the Ilu group, Kang Hyun Gu, has his eyes on you. You're in trouble now." Ha Jung Woo wondered, "Trouble? Is that guy really that strong?" Kang Chun, seeing he didn't grasp the situation, explained, "He's more than strong. The thing with Kang Hyun Gu is that he uses his power very effectively. The Ilu Group is one of the top 5 companies that wields power. He uses that influence to make every rival kneel before a fight even begins." Ha Jung Woo looked confused, so Kang Chun asked, "Don't get it." He tried to explain once more. In short, the Ilu Group can crush any company if they want to. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Big brother! Big brother!" Kang Chun turned around and saw Sujun with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. He called out, "Sujun." Kang Chun knelt down and hugged her. He asked happily, "Sujun, are you okay? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Give me a kiss." Sujun tried hard to dodge him and replied, "Kang Chun, that's not important." Suddenly, remembering something urgent, she shouted again, "Big brother." Something happened. "Dad, something happened at home." At the factory, Jung Chun and 2 others stood before the employees and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, everyone. As the chairman, I couldn't save the company." He bowed his head in regret. "I've been losing sleep trying to research new products, but I never expected we'd go bankrupt today. We're also sorry for bothering all of you for so long." The employees didn't blame him. Instead, they tried to reassure him, "Boss, it's okay. Never give up. That's right, boss. If that's the case, we'll start over from scratch and get new investment." Those words couldn't convince Jung Chun. He kept his head bowed and continued, "Thank you all for believing in me, but no place dares to invest in our company anymore because of the heavy debt and bank loans." He looked up and smiled, but tears streamed down his cheeks. "I've been truly happy during our time together, even if it was short. Thank you all, really." The employees stepped forward to comfort him. "No, boss, we can't end it like this. This is your life's work. Please don't give up." Suddenly, an employee ran in from outside with news. "Boss, I have good news. A new investor has agreed to invest in our company." Jung Chun was overjoyed and asked, "Really? Someone is investing?" At the conference room, Jung Chun stood before the projector, presenting, "Because our hyper factory uses the power of rift stones, it saves 5 times more energy than standard lithium-ion batteries." The investor, wearing an expensive suit, sat pompously before the screen and said seriously, "Thanks for the explanation, but there are a few issues that need clarification." Jung Chun asked nervously, "What would that be, sir?" The man replied, "The previous battery models were great, but this one needs to provide continuous usage. As far as I know, the office supplying your products has gone bankrupt." Ha Jung Chun was slightly annoyed but tried to keep a calm face. He asked helplessly, "Sir, was it really necessary to say it like that?" He emphasized every word, "Ha Jung Woo." It was Ha Jung Woo. He sat back, crossing his legs, and smiled craftily. "Look who it is," he said cheerfully. "Dad, you don't have to worry about this anymore. I will invest a large sum of money into your company." At the Ilu Group, Kang Hyun Gu and the shareholders were in a meeting. Someone was presenting at the projector. Hyperfactory is a new product using the power of rift stones, and its business potential is immense. If we get the design, we will reap huge profits. If we get our hands on it, publicizing and selling it worldwide will be easy. This will change the entire domestic market. It's much more effective than the old versions. Kang Hyun-gu thought to himself, "I didn't expect to be this lucky. If I succeed, I'll definitely keep this position." An employee ran in urgently. There's a serious problem. The Hajung Wujang company has found a new investor." Kang Hyun-gu was shocked. His jaw dropped. "What did you say?" At the same time, at a high-rise building, Ha Jung-woo stood by the car and asked, "Dad, what are you doing? Aren't you getting out?" His father was stunned and stepped out of the car. Ha Jung-chun finally spoke. my son. Ha Jung-woo replied, yes. He continued, pinch me. He reached out and pinched his father's cheek hard. Ha Jung-chun felt the pain and held his face, crying out. At this point, Ha Jung-chun truly believed it. He exclaimed, but didn't forget to nag, this really isn't a dream? Did you have to pinch so hard? Suddenly, he said loudly, how could you possibly invest such a huge amount of money? Do you know that amount could save the entire company? He sighed helplessly and said, I thought I told you. I only used a portion of my salary from working at Golden River. Jung Chun asked nervously, should we talk about this? Ha Jung-woo didn't let him finish and stepped closer to signal him to be quiet. Jung Chun put his hand over his mouth. He said seriously to Jung Chun, Dad, you have to promise me that this investment is a secret. And if Dad told anyone, he quickly replied, okay, I'll try my best this time. Ha Jung-woo was still uneasy and continued, this is strictly a secret, especially for Mom. Jung Chun made an okay gesture with his hand and said, all right, I got it. The two of them went inside. Ha Jung Chun said as he walked, let's go in. Your mother said she prepared a very hearty dinner to celebrate your return. Far behind them, a strange car had been following them. Inside, Kang Hyun-gu was still watching, even though they had disappeared from sight. He asked, Ha Jung-woo is an investor for Hyper Factory? The secretary sitting next to him replied, yes, that is the intelligence provided to us. Kang Hyun-gu wondered, but a mere student like him, where would he get that kind of money? The secretary quickly answered, I haven't determined that yet. It's just that Kang Hyun-gu asked, just what? The secretary continued, Ha Jung-woo and Hera seem to have been very close lately. Have you heard the news? After hearing this, Kang Hyun-gu's face turned pale, his brows furrowed tightly. As the silent night descended upon a certain block of houses, Hera was on her way home. Behind her, a figure wearing a hat looked quite dangerous. Hera recognized him immediately and tensed up, her hand gripping the strap of her bag tightly. She cautiously turned back to check on the guy, then suddenly sprinted forward. Before the guy could react, a scarred man stood in her way and said, you little brat, I won't let you get away. The guy with the hat from before also walked up from behind, holding a large wooden stick. He spoke up, how dare you make us end up like this? The scarred man pulled out a long knife and threatened, today, I'll make you pay. He lunged madly toward her, screaming, die. She quickly delivered a straight kick to his face. He tumbled to the ground and passed out. As it turned out, Hara was filming. The director shouted, cut. That action sequence was perfect. Hara stepped out of character. She felt bad, turned to check on the actor who had just been kicked, and asked, are you okay? Did I kick you too hard? I'm sorry. The actor, despite having a bloody nose, smiled and said, it's okay, Hara. Sacrificing for art is the best. The director ran over to them, satisfied, and said, great job, everyone. We've wrapped up filming for today. Hearing that, they cheered. Everyone worked hard. Hara suddenly noticed something. It was Ha Jung-woo. He had arrived, carrying a small bag, his face bright as he handed it to Hara. Leaving the set, the red car zoomed down the road. Hara, sitting in the car with Ha Jung-woo's jacket draped over her shoulders, happily said, thank you for coming. Ha Jung-woo, sitting beside her, replied, of course I had to come. Hearing that, Hera wondered, aren't you worried? He remained calm and gently replied, why should I be? Hera felt a bit shy and brought up the subject of meeting her parents. Ha Jung-woo calmly replied, so what? Hara, feeling a bit annoyed, retorted, so what? What do you mean, so what? How can you be so calm? He laughed and replied, I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be afraid? Hera quickly said, but I'm worried. Ha Jung-woo, full of confidence, reassured her, it'll be fine. Just trust me. Arriving at Hera's house, Hara went inside first while Ha Jung-woo followed behind her. As she walked, she said, finally home. Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes widened in surprise. Man Chun had been waiting there for who knows how long. Seeing him, Hara panicked and shouted, Grandpa. She walked up to him, nervously asking, didn't you say you were going on a business trip? He didn't answer her question but loudly ordered, no need for explanations. Get inside and we'll talk. Inside the house, Man Chun sat sternly on a chair, observing Ha Jung-woo. Seeing this, he thought to himself, Man Chun, chairman of Korea Industrial Corporation. In his younger years, he was a very powerful man. Even at this age, he still has that kind of presence. He stepped forward, bowed politely, and greeted, hello, sir. I'm Hera's boyfriend, Ha Jung-woo. Hearing that, the old man boomed, Hera's boyfriend. I don't want my granddaughter marrying a boy whose family is as pathetic as yours. Hera, confused, turned to ask Ha Jung-woo, then turned back to ask Man Chun, wait, Grandpa, what do you mean? A pathetic family? Hearing his beloved granddaughter ask, Man Chun replied, Isn't it obvious? Ilyu Corporation withdrew their investment from your father's company, right? Ha Jung Woo, without a hint of fear, confidently responded, The intelligence of Korea Industrial Corporation is worse than I thought. My family's company recently received a large investment, and all the problems have been resolved. Man Chun, hearing this, angrily shouted, How can you be so sure? Do you think you're an investor? And more importantly, how could a 17-year-old kid like you invest in a company? Suddenly, two people appeared from behind Ha Jung Woo. They were wearing black sunglasses and holding large batons. Man Chun, no longer calm, yelled, Ha Jung Woo, you little con artist. How dare you scam my granddaughter out of her money? The two bodyguards quickly used their batons to block him, but there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. The two bodyguards clenched their lips coldly, using their weapons to stand between Ha Jung Woo and the others. Hara, seeing the scene unfolding before her eyes, couldn't help but get angry. She clenched her fists and shouted, Hey, what are you two doing? Get them away from him right now. He frowned and smiled slightly, calmly facing Man Chun. He waved his hand, ordering the two bodyguards to disappear. Ha Jung Woo stepped closer to the two. Face to face, gazing at each other intently, he spoke up, puzzled. So, you think I borrowed money from Hera? The old man replied with disdain and irritation. Isn't that the case? Ha Jung Woo smirked mockingly. Yes, sir, you're right. I'm so poor, how could I possibly get close to her? She clenched her fists, questioning him indignantly. Grandpa, why would you say that? That's absurd. Man Chun, seeing his granddaughter get angry, backed down and proposed. If that's not the case, then show me proof that I can actually believe. He asked confidently, What will you do if I prove it? The old man replied sarcastically, If you can, prove it. I will accept the relationship between you and Hara. But if you can't, before Man Chun could set his terms, Ha Jung Woo confidently spoke up to make a deal. Then I will have nothing to do with Hera anymore. Does that sound good? Hera raised her eyebrows, shocked and confused. Wait, what are you planning to do? The old man coldly asked. Are you sure, boy? He wore a confident, calm smile and replied, No problem. Ha Jung Woo leaned down and placed a luxurious box on the table. He looked up with a bright smile and suggested, Open it, sir. Man Chun glanced at the object placed on the table, a look of intrigue appearing on his face. He picked up the box, suspiciously praising, This casing actually looks pretty nice. The lid was opened, and inside was a red stone. It was emitting a brilliant light. Man Chun squinted at the glowing object, muttering to himself, This is he stared intensely at the gemstone in the box, admiring it, exclaiming, A-grade 7 rift stone. Man Chun muttered in awe, Even though I've seen all kinds of rift stones, this is the first time I've ever seen a level 7 rift. He looked up, anxiously asking him, Who exactly are you? Ha Jung Woo smiled calmly and replied, Just an ordinary person. Are you not satisfied with that? Roman Chun asked, raising his voice. Then what, do you want me to hand over my granddaughter to a nobody? He asked back with a confident smile. Are you going back on your word? The old man narrowed his eyes. I need to find a few more people to track him down. Man Chun gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, his voice filled with anger. I can't trust him. Hara shouted, eyes squeezed shut in frustration. Grandfather. The old man closed the box and coldly announced, We have already made an engagement agreement with the Kang Hyan family. She shouted angrily, declaring, I don't like it. Even if I die, I won't marry him. Man Chun stood up and roared. Even though he brought it to us, we still have no way to verify it. Whether he's truly the person you think he is, your doubts about him haven't faded, have they? Attack. Right after his command, two bodyguards appeared out of nowhere, weapons in hand, and lunged at him. Ha Jung Woo threw a punch straight at Hyuk Soo's face, a solid hit that shattered his glasses. Hyuk Soo gritted his teeth in anger, lunging forward and snarling, You son of a beat. He smirked at both of them. Ha Jung Woo, with lightning-fast reflexes, grabbed his attacker's arm, slammed his other hand onto Hyuk Soo's head, and forced him down. Ha Jung Woo chuckled coldly as he smashed the man's face into the table. Man Chun pursed his lips, deep in thought as he witnessed the brutal display. Ha Jung Woo's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light as he asked, Do you want to continue? The old man sighed, feeling defeated, and replied, Even my two best guards couldn't even leave a scratch on you. He patted Hyuk Soo on the back, smiling brightly as he asked, So, have you made up your mind yet? Man Chun stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the two large holes in the table, deep in thought. There was no information on this guy anywhere. It was making his investigation difficult. To think I'm being outclassed by a 17-year-old. The old man glanced at Ha Jung Woo, his gaze cold, and asked, One last question. You knew I was home today, didn't you? Hara gasped in surprise, interjecting, "Wait, really? Is that true, Jung Woo?" He smiled lightly and replied calmly, "If I didn't know, there wouldn't have been any reason for me to prepare the rift core." "Man," Chun growled, "you really are a sly kid." Jung Woo replied without a shred of shame, "I'll take that as a compliment." The old man turned his eyes toward his granddaughter, asking with concern, "Hara, don't you think this guy is dangerous? This won't do. You still like him?" She said, walking over to link her arm with his, smiling happily. "Do you think I didn't consider that before choosing Jung Woo? Only he is the right one for me." Man Chun frowned and sighed, worried. "Hara, why did you decide so quickly? Don't you know your grandfather is worried about you?" Hara tilted her head, looked at him with a bright smile, and explained, "I can't live with you forever, grandfather." He watched his granddaughter's happy smile and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He said, "It seems you really do like him." He pursed his lips, anxious, wondering if this was the right choice. He didn't want her to suffer, and he wasn't sure if that guy could really take care of her. After a moment of inner turmoil, Man Chun sighed and closed his eyes, saying, "All right, I agree." She cheered, ran over, and hugged him tight, gushing, "You're the best, Grandpa." "Thank you, Grandpa." Man Chun said grumpily, "Enough, my back hurts. Don't keep hugging me, go hug him instead." Jung Woo turned his head to the side, smiling with satisfaction, and thought to himself, "All right, I guess that's settled then." Night fell over the modern city, with countless high-rise buildings still brightly lit. A luxury car was moving down the road at dizzying speeds. Kang Hyun-gu frowned, looking annoyed, driving with his mind full of complicated thoughts. He bit his lip, constantly ruminating. Why did the chairman order that the engagement be treated as if it never happened? Flashing back to the past, Kang Hyun-gu stood before his father, Kang Hyun-min's desk and asked in shock, "Wait, is that true?" The man growled in anger, "I am so disappointed in you. How could you fail to capture the heart of one girl? Because of you, I've lost face in front of everyone at the company." The old memories clawed at his heart relentlessly. Kang Hyun-gu's hands tightened on the steering wheel, his body trembling with rage as he muttered, Jung Woo, how dare you challenge me?" His eyes widened, and he declared coldly, "I will definitely kill you." The scene shifted to a two-story house glowing with light. Outside in the yard, countless bodyguards lay defeated. Blood was splattered everywhere. Someone loudly commanded, "Drag its owner out here." Inside the house, things were no better. Bodyguards and weapons lay scattered across the floor. The sound coming from the phone echoed throughout the room. "The consequence of daring to oppose me." Park Gu-sik held the phone, which was still on a call, in front of Suk-sin. "So, even when you're in hell, think about what you've done." He leaned his back against the wall, blood and tears mingling together as he pathetically begged, I'm sorry. Please, save me." The person on the other end of the line coldly commanded, "Kill him immediately." Suk-sin's agonizing screams echoed incessantly. Blood sprayed everywhere. Gu-sik stood up coldly and dusted off his hands after eliminating the target. Suddenly, he remembered the call was still ongoing. Park Gu-sik lifted the phone to his ear and said, "Oh, yes. He is a member of the 5th-tier Assassin Guild." He smiled wickedly and added, "Of course, I'll take the job. I accept the request to assassinate Jung Woo." The sky gradually darkened. At a high-rise apartment complex still lit up, Jung Woo stepped inside, taking off his shoes as he called out, "I'm home." There was no reply from inside the house. He looked around, surprised, searching for them. Jung Woo put his hands in his pockets, standing in the middle of the living room, wondering, where is everyone? Suddenly, a kick came lunging toward him, a surprise sweeping strike at chest level. He paused for a split second, then tilted his shoulder to dodge, his eyes flashing with a hint of caution. Not letting Jung Woo stabilize, another roundhouse kick swept in from the left, aiming straight for his head. A cold wind brushed past his hair. The rapid-fire strike swept in like a hurricane. The final kick hooked up from below, whistling through the air, aimed straight at his chin, forcing Jung Woo to lean back sharply to dodge. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze vacant but with a hint of disdain. A soft breath escaped his lips as they curled up, trying to provoke her. "Is this the fastest you've got?" Soo-jeon jumped up, kicking her leg toward him, retorting, "I'm not done yet." She unleashed a powerful strike toward her brother, grumbling, "This is your punishment for coming home late." Jung Woo calmly raised his hand to block, replying, "Oh, is that so?" Soo-jeon landed, using one hand to brace herself, angrily accusing him, "You cheated. How did you know where I was when I was moving that fast?" She stood up, angrily nagging him. "Do you want to beat your own sister that badly? Can't you just lose for once?" He smiled brightly and answered calmly, "If you want to beat me that badly, Soo-jeon, then you should practice even harder." Soo-jeon squeezed her eyes shut, shouting in frustration, "But I heard you have girls chasing after you. I'm only doing this because I don't want you to be tricked by them. They're even using money and buying you gifts." Jung Woo kept a smile on his face, asking in surprise, "Who did you hear that from?" "It's not what you think." She crossed her arms, pouted, and looked away. Suddenly, their parents, carrying shopping bags from the supermarket, walked in and asked, confused, "What are you two doing standing there?" He and Soo Jeon shouted in a panic, "No, it's nothing." She carried the groceries into the kitchen and called out, "Go wash your hands." Soo Jeon followed her mother, ready to help with dinner, trotting along as she obediently replied, "Coming." Jung Woo rubbed his neck and sighed, saying, "I'm going to go take a shower then." Suddenly, Jung Chun walked over, grabbed his shoulder, and stopped him. "Wait a second." Jung Woo looked back, surprised, and replied, "Yes." He used his hand to cover his mouth and whispered, "The electronic company is going to buy a large quantity of our company's products." He rubbed the back of his neck, confused, and asked, "So what about it?" Jung Chun pointed his finger, smiling slyly, and replied, "Obviously, your old man has to report it back to you, because you are the investor." Jung Woo jolted, then called out in anger. He looked around frantically, gripping the man's shoulders, whispering irritably, "I already told my dad. I am not an investor. I don't want it to be like this." Jung Chun grinned teasingly. "Oh, it's only because there's an investor that our company can operate again. How can dad not do it?" Jung Woo hurriedly waved his hands, quickly replying, all right, fine, fine, the investor." She stood in the kitchen, holding a spatula in her hand, loudly and irritably calling out, "Aren't the two of you planning to eat dinner? What are you standing there talking about?" The father and son replied fearfully, "Yes, we are." After finishing dinner, he quickly spoke up, "I'm going to meet Hara." Jung Woo's mother asked in surprise, "At this hour?" He calmly explained, "Yes, she's busy too. I'm just going there to see how things are." She smiled happily and replied, "All right, travel safely." Immediately after that, Jung Woo disappeared from behind the door, in front of Jung Chun and his wife. He crossed his arms and asked hesitantly, "Is it really okay for us to do this?" She patted her husband's back, comforting him. "With Hera, it will probably be fine." Jung Woo's mother covered her mouth, smiling excitedly. "If everything goes smoothly, our son will be the son-in-law of the Korea Entertainment Company." At the same time, he walked down to the campus, strolling casually. Jung Woo slowly crossed each street. At this moment, Gu Sik stood behind, having followed him for some time. His eyes lit up like a hawk's, and he smirked, thinking to himself, Jung Woo, 17 years old. This mission is honestly way too easy. Coming from the Ilu group, Park Gu Sik was arrogant and smug. He's not causing much trouble for me, but after all, the customer is always right. While he was lost in thought, the boy had already used a vanishing move. Park Gu Sik lowered his head, his face turning ashen as he pondered. What? But it's too late. He stood in place, coldly ordering his subordinates, catch him. Park Gu Sik frowned dangerously, muttering, let the hunt begin. Jung Woo's figure appeared and vanished on the road. He agilely rushed into the deep forest. Jung Woo leaped over obstacles, stopping after a long, grueling chase. He slowly stood up. Park Gu Sik's group had caught up, standing in a circle with Jung Woo at the center. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the weapons they were carrying, and said calmly, "You guys are quite persistent, aren't you?" "Who the hell are you?" He held a sharp knife in his hand, sneering. "Who else would it be? Just consider us the people who will teach you a lesson in place of your parents." He gently adjusted his glasses, smiling mockingly. "I heard a few high schoolers like causing trouble lately, but don't be too tense. I won't let you suffer." The subordinates were ready to attack. Park Gu Sik continued to threaten slowly. "At first, it just itches a little, but you'll get used to it." Sensing their haste, he loudly stopped them. "Wait. Before we start, Gu." Sik threw something toward him, continuing, "I have something for you to see." Jung Woo calmly picked up the phone and listened. "Hello, Jung Woo. You seem to be doing fine, don't you?" The man on the other end of the phone laughed sinisterly, adding, "Actually, I didn't want to do this, but it's a pity. You're going to have a hard time surviving after messing with me." He propped his chin up, laughing wickedly, affirming, "You should know who you're dealing with. I hope you can live a quieter life in your next reincarnation. Rest in peace." Ending the call, Park Gu Sik asked with a sinister tone, "Now that you know why you should die, let's just finish it, shall we?" He lowered his head and coldly said, "Of course." Jung Woo smiled wickedly like a clown playing the role of an assassin, adding, "You should know who you're dealing with, right?" He angrily ordered his subordinates to charge in. He shouted loudly, "Since you're going to die, stop talking. Goodbye, kid." He stood calmly in the middle of the crowd, exerting his strength to unleash the move. Great heaven-ending thunder. Goo. Sik gritted his teeth in shock, watching his subordinates get thrown away, muttering, What the hell is this? Jung Woo smiled wickedly, agilely appearing behind him with a sphere of lightning in his hand, saying, You think you have time to be surprised? He smiled terrifically and threw the sphere at him, unleashing the move. Heaven-breaking meteor orb. Park Goo-sik gritted his teeth in horror, leaping backward. A sphere many times larger appeared, powerfully rushing toward him, smashing the rock in front of him. Park Goo-sik gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, How is this kid this fast? That's impossible. He looked down at the aftermath caused by the orb, unable to help but suspect he had underestimated the kid. Ilu Group Park Goo-sik gritted his teeth in anger, guessing, They deceived me about this kid, didn't they? Just as he was about to jump down, Jung Woo had disappeared. He couldn't help but be surprised. The movement speed was beyond imagination. Park Goo-sik angrily stabbed his knife toward him, sneering, So what if you are? But Jung Woo had already sensed his every move. He agilely gripped Park Goo-sik's throat. Jung Woo smiled wickedly, using his strength to lift him high, saying, Don't be too tense. I won't let you suffer. His eyes glowed, his expression savage as he repeated, Of course, it'll just itch a little bit. Jung Woo grinned wickedly, looking at Park Goo-sik. He held the boy's hand, gritting his teeth and thinking fearfully. These are the eyes of a joker. Jung Woo squeezed harder and harder. Park Goo-sik gasped, breathing in shock. No, this can't be. This bastard is not an ordinary high school student. In his mind, two images appeared for comparison. This bastard is definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. He coldly stated, I guess you've realized something. Huh. Jung Woo coldly crushed Park Goo-sik's neck, continuing, But it's too late. He coldly threw the unconscious body to the ground. Jung Woo indifferently looked at the devastated scene in front of him. Park Goo-sik and his subordinates had all met their ends. After taking care of them, he leisurely left the forest. Suddenly, in front of the path, a series of cars appeared. Jung Woo stopped in surprise. They all opened their doors at once. One car had thugs carrying Japanese swords. One car carried both women and men, the doors already wide open. They stepped out one by one, carrying huge weapons on their shoulders. He pursed his lips, watching the incoming crowd, and thought to himself, Is that all? If they only sent one assassin to take me out, I'm a bit disappointed. Jung. He tucked his hands into his pockets and spoke calmly. This feels much more like a real fight. Dakji rested his axe on his shoulder and asked coldly, Is this kid really Jung Woo? Jung Woo, with a bandage wrapped around one eye, let out a mocking laugh. Isn't that Park Goo-sik behind him? I didn't think the guy was that weak, but this one will be our prey. He casually picked his ear and replied with disdain, Enough with the nonsense. Why don't you all just come at me at once? I don't have time to play with you one by one. The man, annoyed by his attitude, threatened him. Don't get cocky. We're the Dak 2 gang, ranked second out of the 8 major gangs. He pulled out a knife, grinned, and warned, Don't think we're going to be like that loser, Park Goo-sik. Jung Woo was casually cleaning his ears while leaning against the wall, responding nonchalantly. Whether it compares or not, you'll only know once you show me what you've got. The Darkness gang member, furious, grabbed his weapon and lunged at him. He roared in anger, You arrogant jerk. I'm going to teach you some manners. At that very same moment, elsewhere, a film crew was busy setting up equipment. A young man stood by the wall waiting. Kang Hyun-gu, dressed in a fancy suit and holding a bouquet, stood there lost in thought. He smirked, casting a contemptuous glance toward the crew. Jung Woo, you must be dead by now, right? Kang Hyun-gu thought to himself with confidence. Even if Park Goo-sik couldn't take him down, the Darkness gang, the second largest among the 5 major gangs in Korea, will take care of it. And once Darkness takes a job, failure is not an option. Meanwhile, the director of photography was constantly giving directions. All right, that's good. Let's move to the next scene. He glanced at the crew, looking sullen. He mused to himself, You cost me so much money. But whatever, as long as I win Hara's heart, what's a little money? Kang Hyun-gu wore a sinister, calculating smirk. If that jerk is dead or perhaps lost his memory, this is my chance to comfort Hara and score some points. Suddenly, someone walked by and bumped into his shoulder. Kang Hyun-gu looked up at the hooded man walking in front of him and barked angrily. Don't you know how to apologize after bumping into someone? Why is there such an uncultured person around? Jung Woo, phone in hand, tilted his head and looked back with a faint smile. Oh, if it isn't Senior Kang Hyun-gu. I was on the phone, so I was a bit careless. My apologies, Senior. Kang Hyun-gu's eyes widened, his face turning pale with terror as he stammered. How is this possible? he replied calmly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What are you talking about, senior? I don't quite understand. Though, you don't look so good, do you? What's going on? He looked completely bewildered, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? The Darkness gang still hasn't dealt with this bastard? No way, how is he still here? Suddenly, Hara walked over and called out to Jung Woo. She smiled brightly, linked her arm with his, and asked Jung Woo. Jung Woo, did you wait long? Jung Woo grinned. Not too long. I just got here. Then, noticing someone else's presence, Hara asked in surprise, Oh, and Senior Kang Hyung-gu. Why are you here? He winked and teased her playfully. Maybe he's here because he's a fan of yours? Who knows? Hara laughed innocently. Really? Thank you so much, Senior. Kang Hyung-gu gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Yeah, he turned and walked away, biting back his fury. Hera couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, What's wrong with the senior? Kang Hyung-gu turned his back to them. His eyes sharp with seething anger, he clenched his teeth, struggling to contain his frustration. He threw the bouquet onto the ground. Standing in front of his car, he shouted in frustration, How the hell did that bastard survive? Suddenly, his phone rang. Mom's precious son appeared on the screen as he held the device. The caller ID was hidden. The ringtone kept blaring. Kang Hyun-gu picked up, holding the phone close to his ear. I was just about to call you. The person on the other end asked in astonishment, Is something wrong? He gritted his teeth and replied angrily, You can't even handle a small task like this. Are you kidding me? That jerk Jung Woo is still alive. Kang Hyun-gu shouted, questioning them. And Park Gu-sik and the Darkness gang were completely wiped out. Are you still pretending not to know what's going on? The person on the other end gave a cold, dry laugh. Come on, young master of the Ilyu group. Park Gu-sik and my men were all killed by that Jung Woo. So, that's what you mean? He asked, confused. Yeah, that's it. But what do you mean by that? Darkness leader Cho Kyung-hwan replied coldly. The person we're suspicious of isn't Jung Woo, it's you. Did you think we didn't know about those little tricks of yours? Kang Hyun-gu's voice rang out, filled with rage. Are you guys kidding me? The man replied coldly. Cut the crap. Cho Kyung-hwan furrowed his brows, angrily exposing him. Aren't you trying to team up with the Ha family to take control of the clan? You idiot. Do you think we're stupid? You plan to use us as stepping stones, don't you? He widened his eyes, his mouth agape in shock as his secret was exposed. Kang Hyun-gu stammered. No, that's not it at all. It seems like we have some sort of misunderstanding. Cho Kyung-hwan's cold, sharp voice didn't stop. Misunderstanding? You think we don't know the Ilyu group? Secretly signed a deal with the Ha family? He seemed to tremble at those words. Kang Hyun-gu frowned, explaining fearfully. No, it's really not like that. Believe me. He stood rooted to the spot, listening to the man's cold retort. We only need to investigate a little to find out. Who are you trying to play, you jerk? Kang Hyun-gu looked at his phone, asking anxiously. How could this be? Why would you guys think that? He bit his lip, terrified and lost in thought. I remember I didn't tell anyone about this, but why? If this reaches my dad's ears, I'm definitely dead. Kang Hyun-gu lowered his head, lost in deep thought. Just then, Jung Woo stepped out from behind. Standing behind a tree, he secretly observed him. Jung Woo wore a sinister smile and thought to himself, Don't despair so soon. This is only the beginning of the nightmare I'm bringing your way, and everyone will get their share. He looked up at the sky, muttering carelessly, All right, let's move to the next step, shall we? Suddenly, someone landed a surprise kick to Kang Chun's chest. The assailant unleashed a barrage of kicks on him. Cho grabbed Kang Chun's shoulder, reminding him coldly, Hey, be more careful. He gave a wicked grin and continued, Kang Chun, I wonder what Lee Hogo will look like when he sees his son die. And as for that Jung Woo guy, I'll find him later. Kang Hyun-gu clutched his head, thinking, a giant dragon breathing fire and destroying the whole city. The history of the gangs was shorter than that of the 7 clans. Everyone tried to take it down. The reason for the emergence of the gangs was the gates. At first, it was just a group with countless factions, and then it gradually formed an organization. To this day, it's organized into 8 gangs. Among them, Darkness is a very powerful gang with over 200 key members and 1,000 members in total. They are people who act extremely brutally and savagely. He rubbed his head, thinking angrily, Damn it, my dad had to struggle so hard to invite Darkness here. If my dad finds out I failed, I'm surely dead. Kang Hyun-gu chewed his finger, thinking desperately. And that Ha family, if Peng Jun comes here again, he frowned, worried to the point of exploding, and muttered, But should I use Peng Jun's help? In Kang Hyun-gu's mind, an image appeared of himself being coldly strangled by him. He quickly shook his head to shake it off. No, forget it. That name was quite dangerous. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He tilted his head, asked irritably, "What is it?" The secretary, hiding behind the door, replied fearfully, "I have some information to report, sir." Kang Hun-gu shouted angrily, "Do you think I want to hear this right now? Do you understand the situation?" She stammered nervously, I'm sorry." But realizing he had been too harsh, he rubbed his forehead and asked in a softer tone, "Fine. What's going on at the company? Report it quickly." The secretary hesitated and replied, "Yes." She looked at the file in her hands and spoke fearfully, "Yes. The Dehen Group has signed a partnership with Hyperfactory." Kang Hun-gu was like a light switch being flipped. He exploded, his eyes wide, and asked, "What did you say?" The secretary lowered her head in fear and explained, "Hyperfactory is flying off the shelves right now. And if Hyperfactory keeps growing like this, ILU Electronics sales are expected to plummet." He coldly threw the stack of papers at her face, cutting her off. "If we don't have a plan," Kang Hun-gu shouted angrily, pointing toward the door, "Get out. I don't want to see it. Get out of here right now." The secretary clutched the documents to her chest and replied, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen as he cursed, "Jung Woo, you son of a bitch. You think I'm just going to sit here and wait to die?" Kang Hun-gu, drowning in anger and resentment, muttered to himself, "I'll peel that fake mask right off your face myself." The scene shifts to a school. Hara and a young Jung Woo are walking down the hallway. Suddenly, his soul seemed to emerge like a demon at Golden River, a house with ancient architecture. Jung Woo walked up calmly and asked, "Can't you find Kang Chun anywhere?" Kim Jong-gon rubbed the back of his neck and replied slowly, I haven't been able to reach him since yesterday." He looked dejected as he explained, "I've been looking for him, too. There are a few things." He pursed his lips, deep in thought. Suddenly, Lee Hogo came charging from the distance, burning with rage, shouting, "You, Jung Woo." He threw a punch at him. Jung Woo pursed his lips, calmly used his hand to block, and shoved Hogo away. He looked at him in surprise. Jung Woo clenched his fists, shouted angrily, "Uncle, what's with the intensity, man?" Hogo exploded, jumping over his head, and yelled, "I heard you're going to marry Hara." Jung Woo's eyes went wide with fear, and he retorted, "That's not true." Hogo landed to the side, crashing into the floor. Hogo's eyes lit up, and he asked calmly, "Really?" He cleared his throat and explained, "Well, we're not getting married that soon." Hogo's jaw dropped as he questioned, "What? Then what about my daughter?" Jung Woo shrugged indifferently. "It's a shame, but it's impossible." Lee Hogo turned red with anger and started pointing fingers. "What? Does that mean you're cheating on my daughter? Is that it?" He stood calmly behind him and replied flatly, "Just accept it, uncle." Lee Hogo blew a fuse, his mouth spewing profanities. "What? How could you do that? My daughter's all grown up. You two just need to get the marriage license and do the deed for one night. Then have 2 kids. Live a happy life. Why won't you do it?" Jung Woo's jaw dropped in horror, and he questioned, "What the hell are you talking about? How can you say such dirty things in front of a minor like me? Regardless of anything, you shouldn't talk like that." He looked dejected but determined as he shouted, "Regardless, I am opposed to this marriage." He couldn't help but feel speechless, retorting, "Who I marry is my right. You're not my mom or dad." Lee Hogo, driven crazy, ignored reason. "I don't care. You have to marry my daughter." Suddenly, Jung Woo calmed down and said softly, "Stop it. The important thing right now is that Kang Chun is missing." He turned his head. Kim Jong-gon asked in surprise, Kang Chun is missing? Mr. Kim, what is going on here?" He was startled, stammering, "Yes." Kim Jong-gon, sweating nervously, explained, "I haven't been able to contact him since yesterday, and a lot of unusual things have been happening lately." Lee Hogo replied calmly, "Kang Chun probably just has something going on and will be back soon." Kim Jong-gon flinched, hesitating, but he bared his teeth in a bright, calm smile. "Whenever and wherever, if they're Hogo's kid, they'll overcome any challenge, right?" With that, Hogo laughed, and walked away, leaving a worried look on his face. Suddenly, he scratched his cheek and said nervously, "But it'd still be better to go find the kid, right?" Kim Jong-gon pursed his lips in thought. Lee Hogo sighed, blaming, "That useless kid." Jung Woo pursed his lips, staring intently. A moment later, they all scattered. Jung Woo returned to the city. He put his hands in his pockets, walking while lost in thought. A subordinate reported, "Sir, we still haven't found him. I feel like something isn't right." Jung Woo glanced around suspiciously and muttered, "The Black Union, even if we mobilize every member of the alliance, we should have been able to find Kang Chun, right?" The other person replied, "Yes. He stood in front of a tree, looked up at a high-rise building, and Jung Woo wondered, is this the place? This is where Hera is filming, right? He touched the door handle and exclaimed, filming these days really requires a lot more investment. Jung Woo opened the door and walked in. He looked at the quiet scene in front of him, confused. The filming equipment lay idle, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Jung Woo rubbed his neck, confused. Did I come to the wrong place? Suddenly, Kang Hun-gu walked out from behind, laughing sinisterly. Not at all. You're exactly where you need to be. This is where I'll live stream and peel off that fake mask of yours, you online gangster, so everyone can see. As soon as he finished, the door slammed shut. He snapped his fingers, laughed wickedly, and said, now, let's get started. Shall we? Immediately, a series of projectors appeared in the room, showing a multitude of active screens. Images of the two of them were being broadcast live on TV. The images grew sharper. Kim Jong-un sat with his legs crossed, staring intently at the broadcast screen. He couldn't help but ask, confused, Kang Hun-gu, what kind of ridiculous thing are you doing? On the screen, Kang Hun-gu was laughing sinisterly at Jung Woo. He spoke calmly, what? Use Hera to lure me here? The room wasn't just equipped with broadcast screens. There were also sharp 360-degree cameras. Not only that, all the film equipment is fully set up. Seeing a countless array of cameras, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, and you're live streaming too? There are so many cameras. Kang Hyung-gu responded with an arrogant laugh. That's just the apology I have for you, Jung Woo. Jung Woo asked in confusion, an apology? He lowered his head and explained with a sinister smile. I apologize for looking down on you, Jung Woo. I never expected you to be the one who wiped out Park Gu-sik's warriors and Dask Nishgyan. He bared his teeth, grinning with amusement as he looked at Kang Hyung-gu. He took off his vest and continued with an evil laugh. So, to apologize, I want to fight you myself. Jung Woo questioned with a sneer. Didn't you mess with my family first? My family is on the verge of bankruptcy because of you, you piece of trash. Kang Hyung-gu held up a finger and replied, just for a little bit of fun. Now, let me teach you a lesson. He asked, confused. A lesson? What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, an iron rod flew down from above. It sliced right across Jung Woo's face. Behind him, a massive amount of metal was being manipulated. Kang Hyung-gu laughed arrogantly. I am a metal manipulator. Only 0.1% of people have this ability. He stared intensely and confidently asserted, metal manipulation. I can control every type of metal in the entire world. I am a unique ability user. A swarm of metal obeyed Kang Hyung-gu's command and flew toward him. He laughed in excitement. Only 0.1% of people have that. Jung Woo put his hands in his pockets and replied indifferently, sounds pretty scary, I guess. As he spoke, his body disappeared, causing the heap of metal to crash into the wall and shatter. Jung Woo's eyes gleamed as he sneered, appearing behind him. The power to control metal, it sounds strong, but I don't really care much. He laughed excitedly and said loudly, no matter how powerful that ability is, in the hands of a loser, it's nothing more than ordinary. Immediately, a series of booming sounds echoed through the hall. Jung Woo was about to land a punch to his face, but he manipulated the curtain in front of him to block it. He curled his lips into a sneer and thought to himself, this is over. Kang Hyung-gu frowned, then said fiercely, I told you, I can manipulate metal. I truly underestimated you, what a mistake. Jung Woo's eyes widened in shock as he saw countless swords, spears, and blades rushing toward him. He said coldly, do you think I'd give you a chance? Kang Hyung-gu pointed his hand forward, coldly commanding, die. He agilely jumped back and forth, flipping over and over to dodge. Jung Woo jumped and flipped away from the barrage of swords. He knelt, scraping the floor, as several spears slammed down into the ground. Jung Woo stood up calmly, looking at the scene of devastation before him. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. That was tough, wasn't it? He replied with an evil laugh. You're surprised too soon. I haven't even shown my full capability yet. Suddenly, Jung Woo's phone rang. Hello, my friend. Kang Hyung-gu said with a gentlemanly pretense. It seems you have a call. I'll wait. He picked up the phone to answer. Kang Shin was at the other end, calling out urgently, Jung Woo. He asked in surprise, Kang Shin? His face was covered in wounds. He pleaded desperately, help me, it's me. Help Chun. Kang Chun was chained by the neck like an animal. Dog grabbed the chain, grabbed his head, and laughed deviously. Doggy. He held the phone to his ear, listening to Kang Chun's cry for help. Hello? Jung Woo, are you still there? Suddenly, someone walked over and snatched the phone. Pang Jun held the phone with a bold demeanor and spoke up. I heard you're good at fighting. Or will you run and hide? But if you want to save your friend, you need to hurry. He continued with an evil laugh. I don't have much patience. Naturally, you have to defeat Kang Hyung-gu first. Jung Woo asked coldly. You're the one who started this whole war, aren't you? Peng Joon replied with amusement. It's me. He asked with a sinister smile. Are you confident that you won't regret this? He bared his teeth, laughing excitedly. Regret? I think you should be saying that to yourself. He tilted his head, laughing to the point of tears, and said loudly, I am certain that the Golden River family wiped out Black Tiger, and my younger brother went missing after that incident. It has to do with you, right, Jung Woo? Tron walked over, touched Kang Chun's shoulder, and asked calmly, I'm right, aren't I? He snapped his shoulder, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Kang Chun's eyes rolled back as he screamed in pain. Peng Joon laughed like a wild animal and said, So now, I want to kill this guy and purge the entire Golden River family. He excitedly revealed, By the way, let me tell you this right now. The 6 major families, except for Golden River, are on their way to Golden River. Just as Peng Joon said, 6 cars appeared on the road, speeding like the wind. Chaemin Cheon sat in the car, pursing his lips in thought. One car carried John In. Everyone had a stern expression. Jung Yuang sat in the car, carefully wiping his weapon, ready for the attack. 5 supercars led the way, along with a series of cars carrying subordinates, gradually moving into Golden River. Peng Joon stood in front of the car, talking on the phone. Have fun fighting Kang Hyung-gu there. I really want to keep watching, but I have to get to Golden River and tidy things up a bit. He bared his teeth in a sneer, and by the way, be careful. Kang Hyung-gu is not as weak as you think. He is very strong. Jung Woo pursed his lips as he heard the call end. He wore a mysterious smile. Kang Hyung-gu asked arrogantly, Now, do you understand your current situation? But to get to Golden River, you have to defeat me first. Jung Woo brimmed with power, smiled sinisterly, and said, So, everyone is rising up to overthrow Golden River. I will make them all regret it. Inside the school, an angry voice rang out, Yama, why are you so slow? Inside a dark room, Ji-Hyu grabbed his nape, furiously ordering, Open the door, hurry up. Yama stuttered in fear. No, it's not that. It's just too scary. He shouted at him, pointing at the door, Kang Hyun-gu acts like a righteous man, but I never thought he'd go around bullying a junior like that. You have to record and take pictures, and let everyone know. He frowned, worried, and replied, But why don't you do it yourself? I'm already wetting my pants. Ji-Hyuk got angry, raised his hand to threaten him. What did you say? Do you mean we have to open it ourselves? You have the ability to open anything that's locked, don't you? He gritted his teeth and shouted, No one can open this door except you. Open it now. Yama bit his lip, answering fearfully, I understand, I'll do it. Don't hit me. He nervously opened the door. Another scene appeared Jung Woo at kindergarten. He was playing chess with Hara, going to class with Song-won. Studying is very useful. I've been able to improve my thinking ability and dedicate myself to martial arts. Jung Woo decided to spend as much time as possible with Song-won during one of their matches. Back to reality, he lifted his leg and powerfully kicked Kang Hyung-gu's handsome face. The extraordinary force from that leg sent him flying over 100 meters. Kang Hyung-gu hit the wall, gritting his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, how could the power of this guy's normal kick be so strong? It's clear that this guy doesn't have any attributes, yet right now. Yama seized the opportunity, whipped out his phone with the flash already on, and laughed. Kang Hyung-gu's eyes widened in shock as he realized he'd been secretly recorded. Panicked, he slammed the door shut and stammered, I'm truly sorry. Kang Hyung-gu, furious, kicked the door open and barked, You bastards! Delete that photo right now. Jung Woo seized his chance, leaped up with a wicked grin, and prepared to land a kick. Why do you care so much? He asked. Kang Hyung-gu gritted his teeth in hatred and spat, I'm going to kill you. He instantly summoned a titanium alloy shield. Jung Woo calmly landed the kick and retorted, Titanium alloy? He delivered a lethal blow to Kang Hyung-gu's head and roared, You think that can stop me? Cho Kyung-hwan couldn't sit still, watching the scene on the screen in shock. His eyes bulged as he muttered, Kang Hyung-gu, know that guy is the one who killed our men. The guild leader, Cho Kyung-hwan, frowned and declared angrily, How dare you interfere? You're a dead man. He calmed himself, reconsidering. Wait, Jung Woo is from the Golden River family? So, the Golden River family ordered this guy to attack our guild. Realizing the key point, Cho Kyung-hwan suddenly blurted out, Right, the Golden River family is suspected of slaughtering the entire Black Tiger family. No way. Meanwhile, at Golden River, a bodyguard reported in panic, It's bad. Kim Jong-goen. Cho shouted, Everyone, prepare for battle. There's an endless army of families heading our way, their eyes burning with rage. He added in shock, 6 families are invading. They're gathering together. Kang Hyung-gu said with a sinister grin, gathering his strength. Good. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Kim Jong-gon, eyes wide with rage, yelled, Master, have you lost your mind? He looked discouraged and confused. Huh, why? The man was trembling with tears in his eyes, questioning, how can you be smiling when our situation is so dire? In front of them stood the heads of the families and an army of subordinates. Back at the school, Jung Woo clenched his fist, staring coldly at Kang Hyung-gu lying on the floor. He bit his lip, thinking, I want to end this all right now. Jung Woo walked toward the exit, deep in thought. I can't let things go too far. At that very moment, Kang, Chun, and the entire Golden River family were in a state of emergency. Suddenly, both his hands were shackled by chains from the doorknob. Jung Woo bit his lip and looked down. Kang Hyung-gu slowly stood up, laughing delightedly. I told you, you aren't leaving this place. Kang Hyung-gu rubbed his head, using his power to manipulate the 2 cuffs. These cuffs are made of a special alloy, one that no force in the world can break. Jung Woo bit his lip, trying with all his might to break free. Go ahead, struggle, Kang Hyung-gu said, confidently asserting, the moment you put those cuffs on, your fate was sealed. It means death. A massive orb flew toward him. Jung Woo looked displeased. A massive explosion occurred, turning everything into a chaotic mess. Kang Hyung-gu went mad, summoning his hammer of destruction. He ordered it to smash hard into the smoke ahead. Outside the school, they still hadn't sensed anything unusual. In just a few seconds, the terrifying destructive power of the hammer had shattered the entire school. Debris and dust flew everywhere. In front of Kang Hyung-gu stood a figure. His eyes lit up, laughing with excitement. Kang Hyung-gu shouted gleefully, You must be dust by now, right, Jung Woo? He curled his lip in arrogance, mocking, Serves you right. So what if you're a key member of Golden River? Nothing special. That's the consequence for guys who like to act tough. Kang Hyung-gu was drowned in the feeling of victory, rambling endlessly. You must be furious, right? Now, it's your turn. The scene shifted back to Golden River. The stifling atmosphere between the 2 sides made it hard to breathe. A series of drones flew through the sky, capturing the entire confrontation between the 2 factions. Kang Hyung-gu crossed his arms, surging with power, mocking, What a bunch of madmen trying to die. What a bunch of madmen trying to die. Kim Jong-gon panicked and advised, Master, please calm down. He looked toward Che Min-cheon and shouted, President Che, why is the Mumu Alliance persecuting our Golden River? He replied coldly, There is a report that the Golden River family destroyed the Black Tiger family, Mr. Kim. Hogo frowned, quickly refuting, No way. That's absolutely impossible. There's clearly a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Peng Jun slowly approached and asked aloud, A misunderstanding, really? He dragged the severely wounded Kang Chun along. He smiled confidently. I have the evidence right here. The boy was asleep after a brutal round of torture. Cho bared his teeth in a sinister grin, declaring, Touch Hebei, and all of you will pay the price. Lee Hogo's eyes widened in shock. Kang Chun. His anger exploded. He rushed forward, yelling, You bastards. Che Min-cheon lunged out to block him. Hey, hold on. Lee Hogo, engulfed in rage, roared, Get out of my way. He dashed forward, both hands absorbing light, and unleashed his move, Thunder God's divine art. In an instant, Lee Hogo's rage had become an earth-shattering explosion. Dust filled the air. She clicked her tongue in anger, calling out Lee Hogo's name. John In raised his hand to shield his face, exclaiming, So powerful. Jung Yuong gritted his teeth, trying to stand firm, warning, Careful. Don't get wiped out by this storm. They couldn't help but be shocked. Watching him approach, as if on fire, Lee Hogo furiously commanded, Give me back my son, Kang Chun. He gritted his teeth and exploded, throwing a punch toward Peng Jun. A thunderous punch. Peng Jun coolly dodged to the side. Lee Hogo glared angrily, cursing, You bastard. He looked at the rushing Peng Jun and coldly declared, I won't forgive you. But the man had swiftly used a move to send Lee Hogo flying back, the primal thunder palm. Peng Jun shoved his hands into his pockets, nonchalantly watching him slam into the wall. Back at the school, Jung Woo was standing outside the road, looking at the massive beast standing behind the building. At Golden River, Lee Hogo was knocked down into a large crater by that single blow. He laughed mockingly, boasting, As expected of a guild leader, that made my hand go a little numb. Jung Yuang's jaw dropped in shock. How? How can this be? Che Min-cheon's eyes widened, biting his lip in thought. attacking Lee Hogo so easily without hesitation. It seems that Hebe family has sent someone extraordinary. He glanced thoughtfully at Peng Jun. Kim Jong-gon anxiously ran over, asking, "Master, are you okay?" Hogo popped up, head bowed toward the ground. He stood with his hands on his hips, head raised, marveling. It really is like that. The Hebe family is very strong. Hogo laughed, brimming with power, and said, "Now, I think I should get a bit serious, don't you?" He bared his teeth in a playful grin. "The rumors I heard were right. You really are a monster. But stop looking at me with that look, like you want to eat me alive." He surged with fighting spirit, yelling, "Of course. I am Lee Hogo, the strongest." He nervously raised his hand to stop them. "Wait." Kim Jong-gon tilted his head, sternly reminding them, "This serious matter cannot be resolved like this. Please, give me more time." He bit his lip, staring intensely at Lee Hogo. Lee Hogo let him think for a moment, then sighed and replied, dropping his intimidating demeanor. "Fine, proceed." Kim Jong-gon adjusted his glasses, returning to a professional tone. "Thank you, clan head." He stepped forward and spoke coldly. "The 6 clans present here are attacking a martial arts sect without any concrete evidence. This is a clear violation of the martial arts agreement. Show me the evidence you've gathered." Jung Woo, realizing the situation, replied, "Yes, we have gathered here because of the Hebe." Cho Kyung-hwan interjected, "Exactly. At this moment, we also need to present our evidence." Che Min-chan immediately stood up to represent them. "Mr. Kim, listen clearly. We were contacted by Peng Jun. He is the one with full control of the Black Tiger clan's ruins, and if he found evidence, he has the right to." Lee Hogo's eyes widened, and he shouted in anger, "What evidence? Kidnapping my son and torturing him. Is that it?" He exploded with rage again and ordered, "Golden River, prepare to attack immediately." The Golden River members appeared, burning with anger. "Yes, clan head." Suddenly, Peng Jun laughed and spoke up. "It seems you still hold out hope, clan head. We wouldn't be here without proof." Cho Kyung-hwan asked loudly, "Then what exactly is the evidence?" He smiled sinisterly and replied, "Someone told me something very interesting. There was a survivor of the Black Tiger incident that day." Che Min-cheon and Jung Woo were stunned and asked in unison, "A survivor?" A young man appeared. He nervously fidgeted with his hands. Peng Jun confidently declared, "I finally found him, and his name is Jung Woo. He coldly ordered, "Go on, tell them what you saw." Jung Woo lowered his head in fear and spoke, "I am Jung Woo, the 3rd son of the Hebe Benzian clan." Jung Woo fearfully recalled the sight of the sect building being burned down, and hesitantly continued, "The moment the Black Tiger was destroyed, I was there." Che Min-cheon and Jung Woo gasped in surprise. "What?" At the same time, inside the auditorium, Kang Hun-gu stood up high, watching the massive screen broadcasting the event, laughing triumphantly. "So it's Peng Jun, too? I didn't think that guy would be so demonic," he excitedly cheered. "Peng Jun, finish them all off now." Peng Jun nervously hesitated. "That night, you destroyed the Black Tiger." The horrifying scene of that night flashed back. Flames consumed everything. Members of the Black Tiger sect were attacked mysteriously. A man stood amidst countless corpses, gazing at the burning scene in front of him. Jung Woo gritted his teeth and frowned, struggling to remember. The one who destroyed the Black Tiger clan was. Jung Woo appeared at that moment, but in his mind, only the cold face of Cho Kyung-hwan remained. Seiji panicked and blurted out, "The Darkness Guild leader, Cho Kyung-hwan." Che Min-chan and Cho Kyung-hwan asked in surprise, "What darkness?" Jung Woo's jaw dropped in shock. Lee Hogo, as if empowered, charged forward, yelling at Cho Kyung-hwan. "The guy," Cho Kyung-hwan reflexively retorted in anger. "No way, they're crazy. How on earth could this happen?" Cho Kyung-hwan complained indignantly. "I destroyed the Black Tiger. Who is joking like that?" Kang Hun-gu's eyes widened, protesting loudly, "That's impossible." Suddenly, Jung Woo's familiar voice rang out. "Why are you so surprised?" He glanced over, shocked. "How did you?" Jung Woo walked up from behind and asked, "So, how do you feel now? Is it fun?" Kang Hun-gu's mouth fell open in horror. "How could you possibly?" Jung Woo replied with a sneer. "The guys you usually hang out with and plan with. Actually, from the very beginning, everything has been in my hands." His eyes glowed intensely as he smiled a sinister, mocking smile. "You thought you were one step ahead of me, while I was miles ahead of you." The school exploded, thick black smoke billowing out. The heavy doors slammed shut, compressed by inner power as if trying to escape. Jung Woo coldly kicked Kang Hun-gu into the wall. Kang Hun-gu gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain, and wheezed. How could you break through it?" He disdainfully threw the shackle in front of Kang Hun-gu. How ridiculous. Ha Jung-woo couldn't help but jeer. You still think you're the most elite in school? Do you intend to fight me with these toys? Kang Hun-gu's face turned pale in shock. What? What are you talking about? He rubbed his neck and smirked mockingly. I thought someone as elite as you would have something to be proud of, but this is a bit disappointing. Do you have anything cooler? Behind the wall, a series of swords instantly appeared. Kang Hun-gu gritted his teeth in anger, cursing. You, arrogant bastard. If I had one wish, he pointed forward, ordering the swords, and continued. I would wish for you to die, Ha Jung-woo. He bit his lip, unmoved and indifferent. A series of slashes appeared. He couldn't help but mock. So boring. Kang Hun-gu was thunderstruck. Watching his array of weapons break into pieces, he stammered. What? His eyes glowed with a frightening light, and he smiled sinisterly. Now, let's end this, shall we? Ha Jung-woo held a glowing sword in his hand, sighing with disappointment. At first, I was looking forward to what you might bring, but now it's no longer interesting. He backed away in fear, stammering. What are you going to do? He smiled with amusement and gave Kang Hun-gu a kick to the face, asking with disdain. What? What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Can you speak a little more clearly? Kang Hun-gu's eyes rolled back in pain as he thought to himself, what the hell is happening? How can this brat be able to use that sword? Ha Jung-woo transformed into an assassin, grabbing Kang Hun-gu by the hair and speaking coldly. You're wondering what's going on, right? Well, since this is the last time, I don't mind letting you know a little bit. He leaned close to his face, smiling wickedly. He revealed. The incident at Black Tiger wasn't Cho Kyung-hwan, it was me. Kang Hun-gu's eyes widened in surprise. What? Then why did Ha Jung-woo he say it was Cho Kyung-hwan? Ha Jung-woo smiled sinisterly and replied, Ah, that? Ha Jung-woo he has been controlled by me, both body and soul, as if a demon were always present behind him, secretly manipulating him. He coldly revealed that Ha Jung-woo he had no choice but to answer exactly what I wanted, even if it were truths that couldn't be revealed. Just like how Ha Jung-woo he hesitated earlier. Darkness. Cho Kyung-hwan. He muttered in horror. Soul manipulation. So, from the very beginning, I and darkness have always been part of your plan. Ha Jung-woo flashed a wicked, toothy grin. Clear now. Did you think I would let it slide when you touched my family? All right, calm down now. His eyes glowed as he smiled like the Joker and declared, I'll give you a new life. Back at the Golden River location, Pang Jun panicked and questioned, Why is Cho Kyung-hwan involved in this? Calm down and say that again, he shouted in a fit of rage. Was it really Cho Kyung-hwan? Ha Jung-woo he gritted his teeth in agony, struggling to think as he replied, trembling with fear. Yes, that's exactly what happened. The Darkness Guild destroyed Black Tiger. Lee Hogo lunged forward with a lightning-fast punch, snarling, What a load of nonsense. He slammed his fist down toward Peng Jun with immense power, the force of his attack shattering the ground beneath them. The sheer weight of his blow sent a shockwave tearing through the area. Doggy's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, What the? He gritted his teeth, shocked by the sheer force of the strike that barely missed him. He stared in horror as Lee Hogo charged at him, yelling, Since when were you this reckless? You did this to my son, and now you're going to pay for it. Doggy gritted his teeth in terror as Lee Hogo continued his rampage. I won't let you get away with this. With a cold expression, he smashed his hand down onto the arm, gripping Kang Chun's clothes. Take that. Lee Hogo glanced over, growling, starting with that mangled arm of yours. Doggy stared, eyes wide with pain, and scrambled to escape. Dogger charged in from behind, screaming, You old man, how dare you do that to my brother? Lee Hogo moved instantly, grabbing his son with one hand while slamming his other fist straight into Dogger's face, shouting, Who the hell do you think you are? Under the force of the lightning-fast punch, Dogger's face buckled, his teeth and lips a bloody mess. He couldn't help but be shocked. This was far more than just an ordinary punch. There was no dodging it. Lee Hogo watched his body collapse to the ground, sneering, What's this? Why are you all so weak? Che Min Cheon pursed his lips in surprise. What just happened? Jung Yuong muttered in shock. It's not that Hebei is weak, it's that Lee Hogo is incredibly strong. Peng Jun charged in from behind, calling out, Lee Hogo. Lee Hogo grinned wildly, calling back, Peng Jun. Dogger's eyes widened as he lunged forward, yelling, Die. Heaven-shattering palm. Lee Hogo laughed with excitement, countering, That's more like it. Golden River and the soul-destroying fist collided, the power erupting everywhere. The intense friction sent a shockwave of energy that made the earth tremble. Everything was blown away. Che Min Cheon looked at the cracking ground, calling out worriedly, We can't avoid this. He hurriedly ordered, Everyone, switch to defensive stance. The earthquake spread to the rooftops, the devastating force leaving everything in ruins. After a moment, the spot where the two of them stood had turned into a massive crater. Peng Joon gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, if I give up like this, I won't just lose face, I'll lose the reputation of the Hebe family. He growled, I don't know what you people did to my brother, but you can't fool me. The Golden River family, it's definitely you lot, he muttered, convinced that this was the only way. Lee Hogo, brimming with power, hoisted Kang Chun onto his shoulder and warned them loudly, you still haven't apologized for that false accusation. Are you going to be this stubborn? Peng Joon felt frustrated, scheming. I have no choice but to create a pretext to provoke him. Thinking this, he shouted a provocation at Lee Hogo. Lee Hogo, I know for a fact you people will never admit your guilt. Suddenly, Che Min Cheon stepped in to stop them. Hold on, both of you. Stop. He stood between them, coldly advising, calm down and listen to me. He thought to himself, this is the moment I should show that I can handle this on my own. Che Min Cheon looked at Peng Joon with a fake smile and continued, we have no reason to fight anymore. Isn't there already proof that darkness destroyed Black Tiger? Why do you two have to be like this? He kept calculating, but Lee Hogo wouldn't accept his son being treated like that. If I can resolve the rift between these two families, it would be very beneficial. Peng Joon gritted his teeth in anger, cursing Che Min Cheon silently. This fool, is he doing this just to take advantage of being close to both families? He offered a sinister, calculating smile, but that doesn't matter anymore. I'll handle it myself. For now, I can still use Che Min Chan. Lee Hogo's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke. You want us to stop fighting, Che Min Chan? What do you mean? He frowned, answering with a gentle smile. Since we now know it wasn't the Golden River family who caused this, is there any need for a meaningless battle? Good, it's almost time, he thought, feeling relieved. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and laughed loudly, challenging him. Meaningless? Why on earth should we stop now? Che Min Cheon looked around anxiously, hesitating as he replied, I'm sorry, I was trying to mediate. It was almost a success. Peng Joon exclaimed in surprise. What? John In, watching from the outside, couldn't help but speak up in surprise. Did I hear that right? She stood behind them, mouth agape, blaming him. Jung Yuong wondered in disbelief. It's not over yet. Lee Hogo calmly commanded, Golden River, prepare to move out. The guild immediately replied, yes, sir. He panicked and tried to stop them. Wait, are you really going to stop here? Lee Hogo sneered at him. There's no reason to fight anymore. Che Min Cheon stammered in confusion. No, it's not necessarily, Lee Hogo asked in confusion. What are you trying to say? Besides, you should be preparing to give the order. He asked in surprise, What do you mean? He flashed a terrifying grin and replied, what other reason is there? We're going to darkness to purge them. A car sped off in front of the guild leaders. Che Min, Chan, and Peng Joon spoke up in shock. This is truly an unexpected plot, Jung Yuong immediately suggested. The situation is so chaotic right now that we can't solve it. But first, we must go to the headquarters of the Four, Darkness Guild. John, and suddenly realized something and said loudly, that's right, only darkness could have the capability to do that. But then, how did Golden River manage to survive until now? Lee Hogo muttered firmly, that's exactly it. If the Golden River family's power continues to grow like this, even the Murim Alliance won't be able to eliminate them. He quickly ordered loudly, everyone, gather at darkness with me. Jung Yuong tilted his head and instructed his men. Everyone, rally at darkness to investigate this matter. They immediately replied, understood. Only Che Min Cheon stood like a statue, scowling as he muttered, I'm not participating. Peng Joon put his hands in his pockets, watching the guild's motorcade drive away. He looked displeased. Peng Joon looked over to the other side. Doggy, clutching his wounded arm, gritted his teeth against the pain and said, young master, I'm sorry. He offered a sinister, mocking smile as he looked at him. Peng Joon, as if drowning in hatred, muttered, do you think you can challenge me? You're dead wrong. On the road, a series of guild cars were moving. Lee Hogo pursed his lips as he looked at the battered Kang Chun leaning on his shoulder. Kim Jong-goen, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced over at him. He coldly commanded, we can't go any further. Head to the hospital first and treat the young master. The driver immediately replied, yes, sir, understood. Suddenly, Kang Chun snapped awake and said, why go to the hospital? Lee Hogo crossed his arms, asking in confusion, my son is completely fine, Mr. Kim. What could possibly be wrong? He looked up and sighed. My neck hurts so much. Kim Jong-goen's jaw dropped in shock. What's going on, young master? Weren't you being tortured? Kang Chun replied nonchalantly. Just a few minor scratches. The old man squinted, looking curious. But what you said in your telepathic message, is it true? He rubbed his neck and smiled faintly. Yes, of course. Back when Hogo and Pengjun were clashing, Golden River's heavenly spirit / soul destroyer. The old man's eyes widened, and he laughed. Very well. Let's make this battle even more exciting, shall we? Suddenly, Kang Chun's voice echoed in his head. Stop, Dad. This is Ha Jung Woo's plan, so you need to fall back now. Lee Hogo, he's got you. Staring at the battered corpse in his arms, he gasped in pain. Dad, put me down. My back is killing me. As he returned to reality, the old man frowned and asked, Has Ha Jung Woo planned everything out? Are you sure about this? Kang Chun kept massaging his back and replied, Yes, if it's not a plan. I wouldn't be in this state. Lee Hogo looked up and laughed triumphantly. That's right. That's my boy. He couldn't help but ask, confused. Are you laughing, Dad? Besides, if I hadn't come back, you probably would have caused chaos, right? I made you worry, didn't I? The old man winked gleefully. Of course not. I wasn't worried. My son is a genius, after all. But what exactly did Ha Jung Woo plan? Kang Chun hesitated. I don't know the details. A while ago, Ha Jung Woo called me aside. At that time, he was chewing food and exclaimed in shock. What? What did you say? You want me to create content for your guild? Are you insane? You two are just chilling. Ha Jung Woo explained coldly. You've already eaten. You have to pay for the meal. Over there, you'd only be tortured. Just let them beat you up a little. It's not that hard, is it? Kang Chun rolled his eyes and yelled. What the hell? Do you think it's that simple? What if I die? Can I just respawn? He bit the sausage in his hand and calmly replied, That's not going to happen. Have a little faith in each other. They need you, so you'll be fine. He stubbornly refused. No, I can't go. If I go, after I get caught by the troll, the man arrogantly ordered, I don't have much patience, so you better tell me everything you know. Kang Chun, following the plan, pretended to stammer. It's Ha Jung Woo Hee, the third son of the Hebei family. He knew something, so he pursed his lips and revealed everything. It's the Darkness Guild. He's locked in the warehouse. I don't know much. So please, just let me go. The man grinned sinisterly and asked, Is that really true? Back in reality, Kang Chun grinned smugly. Yes, I'd say my acting was absolutely stellar. Lee Hogo glanced over and asked with a proud smile. So, they actually beat you up that whole time before? He replied calmly. I'm fine. Kim Jong-goen was terrified, thinking to himself, I'm considering the possibility that Ha Jung Woo wants to challenge both the Hebei family and the Darkness Guild. Back at the Darkness headquarters, Cho Kyung-hwan stood in front of the giant hole and asked, The third son of the Peng family is being held in this warehouse? I haven't heard any reports like that. Dasta, Cho Kyung-hwan's secret bodyguard standing behind him, explained slowly, We are just as confused. How could Ha Jung Woo Hee be locked in here when this is such a heavily guarded area? But when we discovered it, Ha Jung Woo Hee had already gone missing while on duty. The man pondered and concluded, Someone intentionally locked Ha Jung Woo Hee in here and leaked this information to the Hebei family. This person's goal is to create conflict between the guild and the Hebei family. Cho Kyung-hwan thought deeply. According to the plan, a conflict with Hebei is now inevitable. But why? And who did this? Suddenly, a sinister face flashed in his mind. Kang Hun-gu. He thought in shock. No way. Could it be that he is involved? Dasta shouted in surprise. Guildmaster, urgent message. Kyung-hwan frowned and yelled angrily. What is it now? He hurried to report. 7 families are coming this way, and the Golden River family is the one initiating this. He widened his eyes in surprise and gasped. What? So fast. At the Darkness headquarters, an explosion shattered the gate. Kang Chun led the guild inside and ordered, Clean them out. We must overturn the Darkness conspiracy. The Darkness Guild members couldn't help but lose heart. Golden River is already inside. The person behind them immediately reassured them. Don't worry, we still have the power of friendship. He surged with power, jumped up, and roared, Can little brats like you stop Kang Chun? I will unleash the anger I endured while being tortured. Kang Chun unleashed his move coldly, the Golden River flying kick. Immediately, a powerful kick crashed down on the 2 guys who were talking earlier. The sheer force shook the ground. He turned his head and shouted, Don't waste time on these small fries anymore. We have to hurry. Someone couldn't help but gasp. Is that really Kang Chun? In the back, they urged urgently, Give the young master a hand. Suddenly, Kang Chun's eyes widened as he saw the scene behind him. Something was just powerfully rushing toward them, blocking their path. He jumped back and gasped, What? Kang Chun gritted his teeth and declared angrily, No one is stepping past this point. He was the giant stone, Kang Chun, rank 7 of the Darkness Guild. The Darkness Sergeant stated coldly, As long as Kang Chun is here, no one can pass. Kang Chun looked up and sneered. Are you even human? I thought you were just a domesticated dog. At this moment, the leaders of the guilds arrived. They couldn't help but look in shock at the devastated scene before them. They started grumbling. These Golden River guys, they don't know anything, and yet they jumped in immediately. John, in thought to himself, if Golden River can even handle the vanguard, the situation doesn't look good for revenge for Black Tiger and the businesses related to his schemes. They are one of a kind, and now they're about to be toppled. Chaemin Cheon, we need to secretly support darkness. Suddenly, a stern, angry voice interrupted. Who gave you guys permission to interfere? Pang Jun clenched his fist, rushed forward, and yelled, Stop fantasizing. This is a matter of honor for the Hebei family and a matter of revenge for Black Tiger. He looked around angrily and declared, If you guys get involved in any issues related to darkness, I will consider you enemies of our Hebei family. Chaemin Cheon frowned and pondered. This brat Pang Jun is ruining everything. He must be planning to handle this himself to boost the Hebei family's reputation in Korea. He mused, calculating. Regardless, John's plan is in danger, so he is getting impatient. The best way to do this is to somehow sneak in and become an ally of that bastard Golden River, making it impossible for them to control the situation. Although the previous plan failed, I really want these two powers to clash. Chaemin Cheon smiled slightly and said, If Pang Jun has said so, then I have nothing more to add. At the same time, inside the building, Kang Chun jumped high and unleashed his move, Golden River Flying Swallow. His body spun a few times in the air and then delivered a slashing kick. Kang Chun laughed delightedly and sneered, Big body, but nothing special. How was it? How does the taste of that last blow feel? But Kang Chun was completely unfazed. His eyes lit up, a sinister smile appearing on his mouth as he revealed, You bastard, my attribute isn't just endurance, but it's also rock hard. He gasps in shock, staring as one of Kang Chun's hands holds him in place. He coldly slams Kang Chun to the floor and barks. No physical damage can hurt this body. He grinds his teeth in pain, growling. Kang Chun suppresses the agony, thinking to himself, after being tortured by Pang Jun and then getting hit with this blow too, my back hurts like hell. Kang Chun bellows furiously. Any AI intending to invade darkness doesn't deserve to live. He gasps, in terror, staring at the giant foot crashing down, and hurriedly tries to stop him. Hey, wait a second. Let me catch my breath. I wasn't ready yet. The man grins sinisterly and says, Goodbye, Kang Chun. Suddenly, Kang Hyun appears just in time, shouting loudly, Get away from my little brother. He lunges forward, punching Kang Chun straight in the face. The man groans in pain, bracing his hand on the ground. Kang Hyun leaps down and stands in front of his brother. He is Kang Hyun, the eldest son of Hogo and Kang Chun's older brother. Often called the Dragon of Golden River, he asks, Kang Chun, are you all right? His brother joyfully cries out, Brother. Kang Chun rubs his chin, stunned, and speaks up, Kang Hyun. He reaches out to help Kang Chun up, smiling to reassure him. Deputy Kim was very worried about you, so he called me to help. He replies with a bright smile. So it was him. Well, then I definitely need your support. The man lunges forward, enraged, cursing, You mutts, think you can compare yourselves to a tiger? The two brothers jump just in time to dodge the blow. Kang Chun coldly declares, You're both going to die. His eyes flash with fury as he growls, Playtime's over, Dodger. Kang Chun frantically unleashes his hardened iron fist. He raises his arms to block. Kang Hyun crouches, preparing to jump. Kang Hyun stands up and coldly suggests, We need to use our attributes. Kang Chun frowns and replies with a strained smile, I was just thinking the same thing, brother. Suddenly, the man cuts off their conversation, truly worthy of being called the Dragon of Golden River. Kang Chun laughs wickedly and says, Well then, let's see how long that Golden River dragon can last. Shall we test it out? His body gradually begins to radiate power. He replies with a sinister smirk, Test it? Who do you think you are? The two brothers immediately enter combat stance, their power surging to the skies. Kang Hyun folds his arms and asks coldly, And you think you can test my brother and me? Kang Chun confidently adds, Do you really think you can try it? Suddenly, a massive stone pillar flies toward them. He says, Brother, let's end this. The man continues, ecstatic, Die. Kang Chun's eyes glow brightly. So, what are you two going to do now, you little brats? He shouts, clearly amused as he watches the huge pillar crash into the wall. He says with contempt, You think the two of you can easily take me down? Once I know the opponent's skill, nothing is difficult anymore. But that doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly, Kang Chun frowns, noticing something strange beneath the pillar. He sneers in disgust. Unlike the outside, this guy talks way too much. He immediately retorts. It turns out Kang Chun had managed to catch the pillar just in time. He shouts coldly, "You should look clearly before you judge, you idiot." The man gasps, "What?" Kang Hyun calmly deduces. According to the theorem that 1 plus 1 equals 2, then 2 plus 2 must definitely equal 4. Therefore, for a guild this big, the fact that the gatekeeper is this weak is truly sloppy. Kang John frowns, irritated, and provokes them. "Bring it on. I'll crush you both to pieces." "Still at it? Huh." The man keeps mocking. "Come here. I'll turn you all into dust." He throws the pillar back at Kang John, shouting, "Isn't it coming for you right now?" A moment later, outside the building, thick black smoke is rising. Jung Woo and Young X stand in the middle of the lobby, looking at the devastation before them. He narrows his eyes coldly and remarks, "So what? Funny, isn't it?" He immediately agrees, "I think so too." The two walk inside. Jung Woo bows his head, speculating. He said, "The world moves according to the laws of reality. That's the logic of those who crave power. Unifying guilds and uniting means that if they unite, they can change it whenever they want. But that's their business." Young X thinks to himself as he follows behind, "I will be his shield." Memories from the past surface in his mind, the time he had just been bullied and had his head shaved, fearfully begging, "Help me. Please. I beg you. I'll pay it back, just this once. Please forgive me." The bully grinds his teeth, furious. You should have paid it back when you were told to. Don't just talk empty words." "All right, then today I'll take a leg. How about that?" Young X muses to himself. "Back then, I was bullied and tortured cruelly. But now I'm experiencing a world I've never seen before since following his lordship." Suddenly, he asks, "Lordship, can I see the world that you see?" Jung Woo tilts his head, narrowing his eyes, teasing, "Are you crazy? Then I have to protect you all the time? It's not peaceful there like it is here. Enjoy it." Young X cannot help but feel happy at those words. He hurries to follow behind. He replies, "Yes, I will keep that in mind." At this moment, Kang John is being beaten to a pulp by the two Kang brothers, flying from one corridor to another. Young X cries out in shock, "Over there!" Kang Chun shouts angrily, "You jerk! You jerk!" He jumps onto the man, turns his head, and reminds him, "Be careful of darkness's assassins. Go find Cho Kyung Hwan." Kang Chun and the guild rush forward. He coldly orders, "We must capture them alive." The subordinates immediately reply, "Yes, young master." He says, clearly amused, Kang Chun's skill proficiency is getting better every day. Jung Woo coldly encourages, "Reward him with 2 hot dogs next time." In the middle of the building lobby, Hogo's voice booms repeatedly, Cho Kyung Hwan, where are you hiding?" A wave of his hand is enough to knock them down. He leisurely shouts a provocation, "Cho Kyung Hwan, come out and take your candy." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rings. Lee Hogo picks up, holds it to his ear, and speaks, Jung Woo, I'm looking for him right now. I have a lot of things to ask you." He purses his lips, listening to the old man ask, "Do you know where Cho Kyung Hwan is?" Jung Woo coldly judges, "I only saw a few small squads. I think Cho Kyung Hwan has already run away." Lee Hogo gasps in shock. "What?" He immediately arranges, "All right, you can pull back. Let the Black Guild handle the rest." The old man is furious. "What did you say? Are you joking? Do you know how much I was looking forward to a fight like this?" Hogo's angry voice continues to echo, "Hey, say something." Suddenly, Jung Woo glances and commands, "Bow your head." Young X, eyes wide with confusion, asks, "Why should I bow?" Immediately, the wall behind them shatters to pieces. Debris flies and slams into him. He looks at Young X lying on the floor and reminds him coldly, "Be careful." Jung Woo glances back and speaks, "You've arrived, huh? A bit late, Peng Jun." He holds his suit jacket in his hand and replies with a sinister smile, "Because I have to take care of some business you caused." Peng Jun frowned and laughed like a villain, declaring, "Am I right, Jung Woo? Now get ready. I'm going to tear you apart." Peng Jun slowly stepped forward and said, "On my way here, I realized I was too hasty to think wiping out Golden River would be easy. I admit that, but an opportunity like this doesn't come around often, does it?" He added with a wicked smile. "So, I'm going to take this chance to tear you apart, one by one, leaving no one alive." At that moment, Young X stood up, raised his head, and sneered. "Oh, really?" He frowned, grinding his teeth in annoyance, and asked, "You little brat, want to fight?" Suddenly, a flash of light lunged toward Young X. Peng Jun said dismissively, "You bugs." His eyes widened in shock. His body reacted on instinct, dodging the attack. The villain acted surprised and said, "Not bad for a bug, huh? Still, the result is the same, you're going to die." Young X looked at him and softly suggested, My lord, can you let me face him? Jung Woo smiled and replied, I know it's a long shot, but it's worth looking forward to. I'll give you 5 minutes. His eyes lit up with joy as he replied, Thank you, my lord. Peng Jun couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You're letting that bug fight me? You really look down on me, don't you? I'll take both of you on at the same time. Young X suddenly lunged forward and shouted, We'll see about that. He threw a punch forward and continued, You have to try it to find out. The villain ducked, summoned an orb in his hand, and laughed sinisterly. How should I shape your corpse? I wonder. Peng Jun blasted a shot at Young X, shouting, Try this on for size. Suddenly, Young X grabbed the villain's arm. Young X gritted his teeth to stop the blood from gushing out and replied, You're right. His eyes brightened as he braced himself, continuing, You have to try it to know. I wonder what it tastes like. Peng Jun couldn't help but mockingly sneer, You're truly insane. Young X frowned, furious. Don't you ever look down on the Black Society. Flashback. Young X was tied up with chains, lying on the floor, screaming incessantly, Please, spare me. I'll never do it again. Just this once, please give me a chance. Jung Woo poked the man's nose and asked, So, are you going to drink this vial? Young X desperately agreed, Yes, I'll drink it, no matter the cost. The other asked coldly, No regrets. Scene shifts to the monster fight. He calmly ordered, Everyone, get into position. Be careful, it's losing its mind. Attack all at once. They hid behind a cluster of trees, looking at the beast in front of them. Young X thought fearfully, I'm going to die. His teammates gasped, staring in shock as he fell into danger. Young X frowned, gritting his teeth, telling himself, I don't want to die like this. Tears welled up in his eyes. Back to the present, he gritted his teeth. Furious, he lunged forward, shouting, I've survived life and death situations many times. I won't let things slip away that easily. Peng Jun smiled provocatively. Is that so? Young X looked shocked as his wrist was twisted, gasping. What? He clutched his arm in pain, screaming. The villain couldn't help but be amused, saying, How does that arm feel? Do you like it? Peng Jun looked at Young X's frustrated expression and kept mocking him. I heard you guys were immortal. You can come back to life after dying, right? Are you sure you're immortal? He summoned an orb in his hand, laughing wickedly, and added, Well, I wonder if you can regenerate once you turn into dust? I'm very curious. One of his eyes glowed brightly. The man was furious. How ridiculous. I still have my left arm. You're the one who's going to turn to dust. Peng Jun. Young X lunged forward, throwing a punch. Die. Peng Jun easily dodged, his mouth curling into a sneer. You've improved. He smirked disdainfully and added. But Peng Jun blasted the orb at him, shouting, Even so, I still only see you as a high-class bug. Young X was sent flying, thinking to himself, It's over. Too strong. As expected, am I not good enough? He gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated. I also want to see the world just like my lord. In his mind, he remembered the past. Jung Woo spoke coldly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you stand up on your own? Do you want to end up as bat food just like this? The man lay on the ground, pale, and replied, Even if you beat me like this, I still want to say it. Young X lay on the ground, playing the victim. Even if you beat me, I still have to say it. The other asked, confused. Say what? Working 18 hours a day with a monthly salary of only 1.5 million won. It's unacceptable. The Black Society's benefits are worse than the migrant workers. Jung Woo frowned and replied indifferently. Instead, you've already saved over 200 million won in your account, haven't you? The man frowned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you saying, Chairman? You're the one holding onto that money. The other pursed his lips and sighed thoughtfully. Jung Woo turned around and said coldly, You don't know anything, do you? I already told you. Your wages are being invested elsewhere. If you want a raise, be patient. And remember to deal with the bat before sunset. Young X wept, cursing internally. What a jerk. Late in the quiet night, inside the hospital, a woman's sincere voice spoke up. About that, I thank you very much. She stroked her daughter's hair as she lay in the hospital bed and continued, But because the surgery costs over 100 million won, I couldn't tell you before. I was so surprised yesterday to see the surgery fees paid under your name. After our divorce, I thought you had abandoned our daughter. It seems I misunderstood. Thank you, once again. Young X frowned, bowing his head in thought. Returning to the present, he gritted his teeth and held on. Peng Jun sneered. This look suits a bug like you better. Where did that arrogant attitude of yours go just now? He walked over, grabbed Young X by the hair, and arrogantly continued. If you want to say, don't look down on me, you need the power to back it up. Just looking at you, I can tell the Black Society is full of trash. The man used his remaining arm to hold onto Peng Jun's leg. Young X gritted his teeth and declared, 1.5 million won a month, working an average of 18 hours a day. Even though we have no days off and are treated worse than migrant workers, I still choose to serve my lord for the sake of his rebirth." He exploded in a fit of rage, forcing himself to stand up and shout, "You can insult me, but don't you ever insult the Black Society." Young X ferociously bit off the villain's hand. Peng Joon was furious. He gritted his teeth, using his remaining hand to prepare a big attack, shouting, "You dog! How dare you! I don't know where you learned those habits." Just as Peng Joon finished his sentence, Jung Woo smashed him hard in the face. "I'm going to have your head off your shoulders right now." The villain was in agony. "Blown back hundreds of meters," he coldly said. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but 5 minutes are up." Meanwhile, in a part of the city, several buildings were burning uncontrollably. Above, news helicopters and reporters were constantly updating the situation. Dear viewers, the Darkness headquarters is currently being razed due to suspicions of them eliminating Black Tiger. According to Justin, Golden River and the Hebe family have entered the headquarters. The female reporter looked into the camera and firmly stated, "Breaking news from the Darkness Guild scene. Darkness has declared Golden River and the Hebe family to be losers. Up until now, other martial arts halls are still waiting, but it is known that they will soon enter, following Golden River." No sooner had she finished speaking than a terrifying explosion erupted below. The camera quickly panned down to capture the moment. The reporter anxiously updated, "There's just been a new explosion. The Darkness Guild is experiencing an explosion. It seems something is going on inside the Darkness headquarters." She questioned, "Then what are the other guilds associated with Darkness doing? Darkness is in crisis. Where is their alliance?" Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place inside a sealed room. The chairman of the Alliance Committee spoke up. "It is not difficult for our alliance to join forces and fight the Murim alliance, but the key to this problem is that the Chinese government is behind it, the Hebe family." Another person in the meeting asked, "So what?" Ji-hoon's face was stern as he continued, "With the Hebe family's intervention in this case, the Darkness Guild will surely have to give up. If this incident causes Peng Joon to die, the Chinese government will intervene, and there will be a terrible retaliation." On this side, Peng Joon was extremely angry. He cast his eyes toward the two people in front of him and blurted out, "What?" Yeon-X also frowned, his mouth hanging open in shock. "Even though I feel it every time I see him, I can't believe how he could land a slap like that." Jung Woo turned his back to him and ordered, "Get up." Yeon-X immediately replied, "Yes." He was burning with anger, turning back to ask, "Then how should we handle this, sir?" Yeon-X replied in fear, "Yes, I am very sorry." Suddenly, Jung Woo placed his hand on his shoulder and softened his tone, joking, "Just kidding. You have very good endurance. Tomorrow, we start special training." Yeon-X immediately replied, "Yes, understood." But Peng Joon, refusing to admit defeat, furiously attacked him from behind. Jung Woo was still oblivious, standing there, instructing, "Tomorrow, the entire Black Guild must wear uniforms." He was startled and interrupted. "But, sir," Jung Woo reacted instantly. He just flicked his finger against Peng Joon's forehead, dealing with his opponent. Ugh, buzzing like a fly. Seeing this, Yeon-X's jaw dropped in horror. He knelt down, trembling, and muttered, "No way." Jung Woo reminded him in a stern voice, "I'm giving instructions, and it's your turn to interrupt me." Peng Joon, still confused, said, "No way." He widened his eyes and cursed, "You son of a bitch. You think you can kill Peng Joon?" He lunged at him like a moth to a flame, shouting, "You're digging your own grave. Today, I'll strip both your skin and your bones." Jung Woo didn't care at all. He challenged him, "Then try it." No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying wave of power surged toward Peng Joon. He gritted his teeth, crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend. What? In the blink of an eye, Jung Woo appeared in front of Peng Joon. "What? Huh?" Leaving him mouth agape in shock. He shouted in Peng Joon's face. This is the difference in levels. He was blown far away. Peng Joon shouted in helplessness, "What is this?" He squeezed his eyes shut, asking himself, "This is absurd. What kind of hellish power is this? There's no way it could have more overwhelming power than Chi Min Cheon. Was I deceived?" Jung Woo glared, his face turning dark, questioning. "Do you still think it's a coincidence? A fluke? Or are you thinking I'm using some strange method? That bastard is too cunning. He has a hidden attribute." Peng Joon, with glowing eyes, stiffly retorted, "That's right. Then the current situation can be explained. You're hiding your own hidden attribute." He laughed like a madman and blabbered on. "That's a bit surprising. Then I've grasped your power. But you're not much stronger than Lee Hogo, are you?" Hearing this, he didn't get angry but mocked him. "Even so, you're worth praising. For landing a few hits on me." Peng Joon didn't give up, kicking and swinging his arms, his clothes fluttering as he attacked again. However, That's only as far as it goes. It's because of your punch that I become a little serious. You'll have to pay for mocking me. This is the killing technique I intended to use on Lee Hogo. But he asked with half-closed eyes, "Hey, it seems like we're having a serious misunderstanding." But he didn't even bother to listen, using light speed to attack him. "I'll show you a special skill." Peng Jun moved wildly around Jung Woo. Hebei family's secret technique, Godly Wind. Up until now, no one has survived after seeing this technique. He appeared behind his back, confidently saying, "Feel honored to die by the secret technique, Godly Wind." His eyes were sharp, blurting out, "Goodbye." Jung Woo. The building burned violently once again. A vortex appeared as if swallowing the entire structure. Everyone was astounded. Kang Hun hurriedly spoke up. What? What just happened?" Kang Chun's jaw dropped as he guessed. This massive burst of internal energy, what on earth? Dust was thick and white all around. He looked at the hole in front of him and laughed triumphantly. Peng Jun was gathering power in his palms. He had a smug look on his face. "Though I can only use it once a week, it's already too powerful. Now, calm down and settle the disturbed atmosphere." He frowned, remembering. 1,000 years ago, Hebei was the pride of the family, created by the undefeated king, the strongest one. "The last person to see this technique and survive from 1,000 years ago, is that your technique?" The dust gradually cleared. Jung Woo stood like a statue, standing upright in front, looking at him, 0 wounds. Peng Jun asked in a panic, "Why? Why are you still alive?" He was shocked. "It's impossible. I saw with my own eyes that you took the full force of my Godly Wind technique. It only needs to graze someone, and they wouldn't be able to stand." Jung Woo silently stared at the opponent, then bared his teeth in a contemptuous smile. "Godly Wind," he casually said. "Right, I remember. The undefeated king from 1,000 years ago, Peng Jun, created it." He added, "But it's worth praising because you've almost perfected that move." Peng Jun shouted in astonishment, questioning, "How? How do you know about my family's history? What the hell are you?" Jung Woo bared his teeth and replied, "Because you showed me an ancient technique, should I return the favor? I'll also show you a technique about the humiliation that no Hebei history book records. Are you curious about how Peng Jun died?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he kept that savage smile on his lips, along with a surging aura, releasing his energy. At that moment, Che Min Cheon, outside, frowned, observing the situation. What was that explosion just now? Could it be that Lee Hogo didn't kill Cho Kyung Hwan yet? He crossed his arms over his chest, anxious. If that happened, the whole plan would fall apart. He couldn't wait any longer. With that thought, Che Min Cheon hurriedly gave the order. "Everyone, listen up. From now on, the entire allied forces will wipe out the Darkest Guild." Suddenly, he froze. Che Min Cheon turned back and asked his subordinate, "What? What's going on?" The subordinate stammered in response, "Che Min Cheon, the entire Darkest." His voice began to tremble. "The entire Darkest? A long stretch of land has just been wiped out, leaving a deep crater." He continued, "Everyone was killed. Peng Jun died on the jagged rocks." Murmurs began to erupt continuously. "I can't believe it. Peng Jun is dead. The Darkest Guild leader still hasn't been caught. What should we do? China will never let this slide once they find out. What else can we do? Just turn Peng Jun into a hero." He slumped his head down, his body covered in injuries. Scene changed to the Ilu Group mansion. The lights were bright and dazzling. Someone giggled, saying, "How funny." The maids were watching their phones and suddenly burst out laughing. "Look at that." The secretary stepped forward, aggressively grabbing the phone, and barked, "What are you doing? The chairman is right here. Are you crazy?" She quickly opened the phone to check. "Let's see what you were laughing at during work hours." The maid was terrified. "Ah, yes." The image on Facebook appeared. The secretary interrogated her. "What is this?" She turned to look at Kang Hyun Min, presenting it awkwardly. "Chairman, this." He was so angry he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, furniture was scattered across the floor. Kang Hun-gu was sitting in a corner, trembling. A voice kept echoing in his ear. "I don't intend to kill you just yet. Don't be afraid." The protagonist's face appeared, making him panic. "And that doesn't mean I'll let you live. It has to be in order, and Peng Jun will be the first." At the same time, the news was reporting continuously. Peng Jun, the first heir of the Hebei family, has died a heroic death while punishing the Darkest Guild, a group primarily involved in assassination and contract killing. Peng Jun is dead. The Martial Arts Alliance expresses its deepest condolences to Peng Jun. The Chinese government has decided to send an investigation team to clarify the truth. A tragic death for a hero. Kang Hun-gu panicked, clutching his head with both hands, thinking, "This is bad. What should I do next? How can I even survive?" Outside, an angry voice rang out, "Kang Hun-gu, where are you?" Kang Hyun-min stormed in, furious. He shouted, "Why did you cause such trouble? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Seeing him silent, he impatiently interrogated, "Why aren't you answering? What is your mouth for?" Kang Hun-gu was scared and stammered in response. He bellowed furiously, "Why aren't you answering properly? Do you think I'll let this slide easily?" He stood up and retorted, "I know. I know even better than you, Dad. I'll take care of it. Just leave it to me." The more he heard, the more enraged he became, scolding, "If you could handle it, why didn't you handle it from the start? If I had known you were like this, I would have had Kang Chun, Jin, or Chun Min learn how to manage things instead." He stubbornly argued back, "I could die at any moment now. Why don't you worry about your company? It's always more important than your children." He quickly slammed the door and left. How outrageous. Kang Hyun-min stood there, stunned. "Is that how you talk to your father? Fine, then show me you can do it," he growled. "Because of you, I have no face left." Suddenly, the secretary's phone rang. She answered in a low voice. "It's not a good time to answer the phone right now." So yes, suddenly. The secretary was startled and screamed, "What? Kang Hun-gu?" She confirmed, "Kang Hun-gu has been summoned on suspicion of murder." He walked outside with a dark expression. Scene changed to an amusement park. Hera, dressed beautifully, had been waiting there for a long time. She waved her hand, calling out, Jung Woo, "I'm here. You arrived right on time, didn't you?" Suddenly, her eyes froze when she saw two guys, Young X and Kang Tae-san, wearing black and looking big and tough, standing next to him. She was curious. That was him. He rubbed his neck, embarrassed, explaining, "These guys are my fans." Hara, looking a bit, she stepped forward, greeting them warmly. "So that's it. Hello, you two." The two of them were just as flustered, then bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "Hello, Miss Hera. Despite my dignity, I followed Jung Woo to ask for your autograph. I am very honored. If you need anything, just call me anytime." In the middle of the crowd, Hera felt embarrassed by their actions. She quickly covered their mouths, reminding them, "Hey, what are you two doing? There are a lot of people paying attention to us, and you two look much older than me, so don't call me that." They stubbornly replied, "That won't do, Miss Hera. We are very loyal." She felt awkward. "Stop it." Finally, Hara was able to sit next to Jung Woo. At a private table, she curiously asked, "Who were those people? What on earth did you do to make them act like that? You didn't brainwash them, did you?" He was confused. "What is brainwashing? The only hacker is loyalty," she reluctantly said while drinking orange juice. Okay. Well, since they're your fans anyway, so I'll let it slide this time." Hara slammed her drink onto the table and continued, "Right, the Ilu group." Jung Woo tilted his head and asked, "What about the Ilu group?" She angrily unleashed a stream of words. "Do you still remember my attribute, Divine Eye? Don't pretend you don't know. I've also heard a few things. Senior Kang Hun-gu is trying to kill you." He was silent, didn't answer immediately, then sighed and said, "That's right. I was going to tell you later anyway." He added that the Ilu group had intentionally tried to ruin his father's business. She was startled. Jung Woo's father once went to see my grandfather. Hara curiously asked, "So, was it because of the Ilu group that you invested in your father's company?" He replied honestly, "Yes. You know too much, don't you?" He added one more piece of information. "The Alu group hired assassins from the darkest guild to kill me," which shocked her completely. "What? Did I hear that wrong?" Jung Woo seriously affirmed, "It's true. They came to kill me." So he didn't hide it and said, "I killed all those assassins." After hearing that, her face went dark. She thought, "What? Killed all the assassins? What kind of person is Jung Woo? No, are you joking? That's impossible. Lying, it's just a lie, right?" Seeing Hera's skeptical expression, Jung Woo continued, "Although it's hard to believe, it's the truth. I will explain everything for you to understand." In the coffee shop, the two were silent for a moment. Hara regained her composure and speculated, "So you mean, from Hebe Black Tiger to Darkus and the Ilyu group, everything is connected." Countless images of high-profile people appeared, making her anxious. The scale of it was massive, but the more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. Her hands on the table were also trembling. No matter what, killing people. Before Hera could finish her sentence, he hurriedly grabbed her arm. Jung Woo lowered his voice, asking, "They've kidnapped and killed countless people. And obviously, that includes your own family, doesn't it? Hera, if it were you, what would you do?" She bowed her head, awkwardly replying, "If it were me, yes, that's right. It's a matter of life and death for my family." Under his grip, she still hesitated and pondered. In this world, what's more important than family? But Jung Woo looked at Hara with a puzzled gaze for a long moment. She bashfully replied, "But even so, I heard that the Chinese government is involved now, too. She sobbed, saying, if that's true, then those people, they must be terrifying, right? So, if anything were to happen to you, Jung Woo gently stroked Hera's hair. What are you worrying about? He smiled and let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing, as long as I catch Cho Kyung-hwan. Everything will be resolved. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Incheon. Grass flies into the air as Cho Kyung-hwan grits his teeth in rage. At this moment, he struggles to fend off the group attacking him. For some reason, he is surrounded by many people aiming weapons at him. The eyes of Cho Kyung-hwan are sharp. He roars in frustration, you Hebei hounds. Suddenly, an eerie black energy erupts from around him. It begins to coil around the people in front of him. If you think you can look down on me, you shouldn't underestimate the leader of darkness. They scream in terror. What? That shadow, I can't move my body. Cho Kyung-hwan narrows his eyes and snarls. You. I think you can catch me with that level of skill. Go to hell and repent. With that, he unleashes his technique, Ghost Shadow Slash. They are quickly decimated. At that moment, only cries of misery can be heard. In an instant, the group is struck down to the ground. Having dealt with everything, he teleports away. Looking at the house in front of him, Cho Kyung-hwan remarks, so, you were hiding in here, after all. He asks Dasta, what happened with the Ilu Corporation? He replies, all of the corruption within the Ilu Corporation and Dasta has reached the media. Every media outlet will be questioning the Ilu Corporation soon. Cho Kyung-hwan agrees, good. If I bring back Kang Hun-gu's head, it will be a wonderful gift for the chairman of the Ilu Corporation. This time, all of darkness will participate. Yes, leader. The surroundings suddenly turn quiet. The two of them stand there, and suddenly, countless people dressed in black appear. The most powerful hidden strength of darkness. As long as I have these people, I can wipe out a cult with ease, Cho Kyung-hwan thinks, scowling confidently. Keep your neck clean, Golden River. After the Ilu Corporation, you're next. Inside the pitch-black house, Kang Hun-gu stands by the door and laughs. You thought I didn't know you were hiding here? Cho Kyung-hwan's eyes glow. He looks at the person lying in the bed and thinks, your betrayal of the guild with those trashy tricks. The time has come to pay your debts for destroying my guild. Cho Kyung-hwan thinks confidently. I'll let you drift off to sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind him, making him startle. So you've arrived, have you? Cho Kyung-hwan turns around in a panic, asking, who is it? Jung Woo stands nonchalantly with his arms crossed by the door, saying, see, these are the people who want to meet you. Lee Hogo stands opposite him and remarks, I can't believe you didn't notice us there, old man. He is bewildered, thinking, could it be a trap? As for what was under the blanket, Cho Kyung-hwan rushes to flip it over only to find a super cute doll. It was just a doll. You were rambling on earlier, and you were even wondering when this guy would show up. You even said I was wrong. Lee Hogo grins. Too impatient, aren't you? He teases. Is that a misunderstanding? Lee Hogo quickly sucks up to him. Oh, come on, can't you let it slide? Who was the one who raised you, anyway? Hearing this nonsense, he shouts in anger. What kind of garbage are you two blabbering about? Lee Hogo smiles. Someone is interrupting our conversation. Jung Woo is also annoyed, adding, how pathetic. I didn't think I'd be looked down upon like this. Cho Kyung-hwan, not seeing the coffin until he sheds tears, not realizing his end is near, unleashes his power and charges forward. That's actually good. It saves me the trouble of having to go find and kill you. I'll save a lot of time. Die. Lee Hogo nimbly dodges his attack, holding his head and laughing out loud. He grins with contempt. To be able to realize that, you're pretty good, huh? Cho Kyung-hwan attacks while insulting the person with a crude and grating voice. He screams, Hogo, you're the only one left. He uses the Dark Law technique. Now, only dark colors attack chaotically. Cho Kyung-hwan is still confident, saying, here, I can deal with both the Ilu Corporation and Golden River at the same time. How lucky. But before he can brag for long, he gets smacked across the face with a slap. He is sent flying 10 meters away, crashing into the wall and creating a massive explosion. He is pinned directly to the wall. Jung Woo speaks up. We still haven't decided who gets to play with you, so you should just plan ahead. It'll be fast, okay? With that, he and Hogo play rock, paper, scissors. The result leaves his face stunned. What? But Cho Kyung-hwan can only helplessly blink as he watches the two play rock, paper, scissors. Finally, the win goes to Hogo. He happily says, nice. Cho Kyung-hwan angrily releases his power to break free. You guys are acting like a pair of lunatics. Lee Hogo keeps happily defending himself, laughing loudly. I won. I wish I could win like this every day in life. Ha Jung-woo, he acts like a moth to a flame. With his eyes glowing, he charges at Lee Hogo. Cho Kyung-hwan leaps up, using the same old technique. Cross dark row. Smoke and dust fly everywhere, and the ground shatters. At this moment, Lee Hogo is seen coolly bracing his hand on the floor. He is completely unharmed and laughs, praising. As expected, that's a magnificent spirit. It's not a waste of the title, leader, but winning rock, paper, scissors against Ha Jung-woo is still more worthy of honor. He looks at the empty hole in front of him. As for him, he floats in the air, calculating. Right now, Lee Hogo isn't the problem. That bastard who slapped my cheek, I have to deal with him first. Cho Kyung-hwan sees, remembering that earth-shattering slap. For decades, I've never encountered a situation like this. I couldn't even react. He returns to the room to reflect. His power is so strong it's immeasurable. If he's allowed to live, the consequences will be unimaginable. Inside the room, it makes Cho Kyung-hwan astonished. He disappeared? That's ridiculous. He insists on thinking. It was clearly there a moment ago. But just then, Hogo appears from behind. He clenches his fist to attack him from above. Hogo kindly reminds him, "We're in the middle of a fight. Where are you looking? Don't be so dismissive." He scowls, grumbling in anger. "I can't just keep taking hits like that. I can't. First, I'll deal with Hogo, and then as for Ha Jung-woo, I'll leave him for Dasta. I can't just keep taking hits like this. No way. I'll deal with Hogo first, and then as for that bastard Ha Jung-woo, I'll leave him for Dasta." Cho Kyung-hwan refocused his attack. "All right, Hogo. If you want to fight, I'll show you why I'm the leader of the Darkness Guild." He bragged loudly. Cho Kyung-hwan's eyes glowed as he continued. "Lee Hogo, do you really think you can survive within my darkness?" He smirked in response. "Let's see about that." Cho Kyung-hwan quickly activated his move, Dark Shroud. "Go ahead, show me everything you've got, Hogo." Suddenly, a deep darkness enveloped him. Hogo grinned triumphantly. "I don't need to go all out just yet." They clashed violently. He swung his arm to the right, but the guy dodged nimbly and teased. "Wrong move. It's on the left." At that same moment, Kang Hun-gu was running frantically, grinding his teeth. "Ha Jung-woo, that bastard had a reason for saving me all along." Kang Hun-gu remembered lying in bed like a piece of bait and felt the rage boiling over. That scumbag had used him as bait to lure out Cho Kyung-hwan. He cursed Ha Jung-woo, "You filthy rat." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Why the long face?" Bad-mouthing others. Ha Jung-woo appeared before him like a god. "Who's the real scumbag here?" He froze, his eyes losing focus as he stammered. "Ha Jung-woo." The boy smiled. "You're going to die anyway. Have you enjoyed your last walk, Kang Hun-gu?" Enraged, he screamed threats. "Back off. Get away from me. If you kill me, the Il-Lu Corporation won't let you get away with this." The boy smirked. "Oh, threatening me? Someone who got kicked out of their own home?" He trembled but tried to keep his cool. "Don't look down on a young master of the Chaebon Corporation like me. I'm the successor. Even if I die, I'll die at the hands of my own family. You can't just kill me. Do you know what that means?" Kang Hun-gu declared loudly. "Even if I've been abandoned, I am still the son of the Il-Lu Corporation. They will tear you apart and kill you for revenge." Ha Jung-woo just stood there, stunned for a moment, before the guy started laughing like a maniac. "Even if I die, it won't end there. I'll make your whole family starve and beg at my family's feet." Ha Jung-woo didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he laughed with contempt. "Is that your plan? How do you expect to pull that off now?" The guy was left speechless. The boy slowly pulled out a small knife. "Thanks for caring about me, but tell me, is this the sword only used by the high-ranking members of the Darkness Guild?" Because Kang Hyun-wang happened to be nearby, the boy paused and continued. "My plan is a little different from yours." Kang Hun-gu's face went pale. You, he turned to run. I'm one of the elites of the future. I'm going to be the chairman of the Il-Lu Corporation. Since I'm the future chairman, I can't let a lunatic like you kill me." The boy praised him mockingly. A for effort. I'll say it again. In the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of him, pointing the knife at his throat. "Golden River will be the successor to the Il-Lu Corporation from now on, and I'll kill you under the guise of protecting you, so you can die a glorious death, bearing the name of someone who fought to the bitter end." He caressed the blade, continuing smoothly. "If that happens, Golden River's reputation will skyrocket. I should thank you in advance." Kang Hun-gu was crying out of fear, trembling as he cursed. "You're a devil." The boy smirked. "A devil? What makes you any better than me? Why are you playing the victim? Go on, cry for help now." He was terrified, tears streaming down his face, begging, "Spare me, please." Ha Jung-woo showed no mercy. He delivered the final words. "You touched my family. It's not just your life. It's your entire family's. Goodbye, Kang Hun-gu." In the final moment, the guy triggered something. Tears still lingered in his eyes. All right then. Suddenly, a barrier formed. Boom. 7 times the damage. Seeing the debris in front of him, Jung Woo raised an eyebrow. He smiled and called out, "What was that? Don't be so dramatic. Just give it up." As soon as he finished, a massive explosion rocked the area. The blasts continued, one after another. Another one. The explosion grew larger, leaving the land devastated, filled with smoke and fire. A triumphant voice rang out, "How's that? Does it hurt, Kang Hun-gu?" He laughed like a madman, mocking him relentlessly. "Oh, you're dead, aren't you? Right? I can't even find your bones. You cost me a lot of money, you know." He laughed gloatingly. "With your level, who do you think you're messing with?" Jung Woo, my acting was top tier, wasn't it? I even prepared the exact position to fire the missiles just in case you managed to catch them. Cho Kyung-hwan hadn't even finished when Jung Woo's voice cut through. Yeah. Quite an investment, huh? He slammed a powerful punch into the guy's smug face, walking toward him, not a single scratch on him. "Why are you like this? It was the same last time. I hope you'll be a better person in your next life." At this point, Kang Hyun-gu was terrified and begged, "No, don't." He raised his hands toward him. "Wait, just let me rest. Please, spare me. I won't do it again. Jung Woo, your whole family too. My company will pull out of everything related to you. Please, show some mercy and give me a chance to make it right." Jung Woo coldly repeated, "Mercy." He spun the knife in his hand. "Mercy? And all those iron plates behind me, this act is a bit dull, isn't it?" As if a sharp weapon had grazed his neck, blood sprayed everywhere. Without changing his expression, he said, "Goodbye, Kang Hun-gu." He spoke in a cold, threatening tone. "Anyone who touches my family will meet the same end as you." He glanced at the corpse. "Oh, I forgot." Jung Woo threw the knife in that direction. "If I commit a crime and someone finds out, this sharp knife, moving at lightning speed, will pierce through mountains and hills, stabbing into the darkness. As it passed, it created a massive void. He stared into the void and spoke. "None of you should have survived, right? It seems like it went right through your stomach, didn't it? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Doesn't it hurt?" Silence remained inside. Suddenly, blood splattered into the void. Dasta slowly recovered his body. He asked curiously, "How did you know?" "I was perfectly disguised in the shadows, Jung Woo." He pushed down his sunglasses and flashed a wicked grin. I let him know that he was a fool, that his every move and position had already been exposed. But maybe you guys don't know, that I see it all clearly as day. Jung Woo took off his glasses, laughed cruelly, and continued, "Whatever the case, acting like this isn't this more suitable for following children around? Dasta, can you handle it?" Dasta was stunned, thinking to himself, "This guy can sense my existence? This isn't part of any theory. Even other guilds can't detect me. Not even the guild master." He couldn't help but feel confused, and this guy even knew Dasta's weakness. He smirked and said, "Surprised, are you? What are you guys, Dasta, right? Am I wrong?" Dasta complained in frustration. "If only my core were still intact, I could regenerate infinitely." His eyes glowed as he muttered, "Damn it, I can't maintain my form anymore. Guild master, I'm sorry." The guy's body, Dasta, slowly faded away, full of guilt. A demon. He was the source of all these events. "Please, be careful, guild master." In an instant, his body vanished completely. Jung Woo shoved his hands into his pockets, unimpressed. "What's this? How boring. I knew you guys were following Cho Kyung-won since I smacked him. But the least you could have done was let me ask a few questions before dying." He scratched his cheek, curious. "Though, your attributes are quite diverse, aren't they? If that's the case, there might still be more people like this with Cho Kyung-hwan. I wonder if our guys are okay." That evening, at a school, suddenly, an explosion rocked the interior. Cho Kyung-hwan nimbly leaped backward, landing on his feet, and shouted angrily, "How mindless! Destroying public property." Cho Kyung-hwan narrowed his eyes, on guard. Lee Hogo burst out from inside the school, laughing loudly. Running away, Cho Kyung-hwan, "Stop putting on that smug face. It's over." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he unleashed his technique. "Let's fight for real this time. 8 ways, 7 styles." Lee Hogo flew forward, delivering a massive blow with Golden River, Soul Reaper. He grinned, amused, and said, "Cut it out, don't back down. Trying to act like you're okay? If you're that confident, then show it." Ki Kyung-hwan was filled with a terrifying aura as he shouted, "Good spirit, but if you can't guess my moves, it's useless." Lee Hogo couldn't help but feel frustrated. "I can't control the shadows as I wish because of this damn skill." He bragged and sneered. "Is this the photon power you're so proud of? If so, then Cho Kyung-hwan frowned and said loudly, "It's a pity, but I don't have time to waste playing word games with you. Tonight is a night where too many people must die." He immediately ordered, "Go, Dasta. Surround Hogo." He laughed dismissively. "You think these things can help you? Cho Kyung-hwan, you idiot. These gnats don't need much effort at all." Cho Kyung-hwan attacked from behind and replied coldly, "But they can help me create an opening." Lee Hogo narrowed his eyes, mocking, "Are you trying to scare people with these petty tricks?" He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Petty tricks?" Cho Kyung-hwan threw a punch forward and continued, "Then try being killed by my petty tricks." Lightning strike, Golden River. That punch created an incredibly terrifying impact. Earth and rock exploded, with dust flying everywhere. He looked at Hogo, who had collapsed against the wall, and gloated, "This is my skill, just as you wanted." Cho Kyung-hwan mocked arrogantly, "How's that? This is the petty trick you mentioned. Are you shocked that I'm using the same martial arts as you?" Cho Kyung-hwan pursed his lips, deep in thought. Hogo regained his momentum and lunged forward. He widened his eyes in surprise and gasped, "How are you still standing after taking that head-on? Is it too weak, or are you just pushing yourself?" Lee Hogo's eyes gleamed as he grinned wickedly, mocking, "You brat, how can you use that? Did you steal the secrets of this martial art? It's not like I was starving for it, so why would I do that?" Cho Kyung-hwan frowned and replied angrily, "I don't know. Word is that Golden River has some very lax security. You can find it just by searching the web. I didn't even want to do it." But he quickly lunged forward, fiercely declaring, "Well then, I'll give you a pass for stealing. I'll kill those annoying shadows, and you too." He laughed mockingly and shouted, "You still don't believe this is real? That's right, it's useless. Keep going like that. I'll slowly enjoy your skills at my leisure." Hogo widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "How arrogant. I'll tear that mouth apart." He couldn't stop thinking. For someone like this kid, how could he know? Very few people have the opportunity to access Golden River's martial arts. Is there really a spy inside Golden River? No, even if there was a spy, they couldn't get past Jung Woo. Cho Kyung-hwan smirked, provoking him. Confused? Huh. And your movements are much slower than before. Have another piece. Suddenly, he lunged forward, unleashing Golden River, Soul Reaper. He was stunned and contemplative. What? He even knows the Golden River, Soul Reaper skill. How is that possible? Even if he stole it, he couldn't learn that technique in such a short time. Cho Kyung-hwan used his sharp gaze, constantly mocking, "What's wrong, Lee Hogo? Where did that momentum from earlier go? My petty tricks aren't finished yet." He unleashed another move, breaking pierce, shattering strike. Lee Hogo's eyes widened in surprise. The source of that power, what is that? Everything seemed to explode. He couldn't help but be terrified. "I'm going crazy. It's clearly some kind of trick. That power is truly photon, damn it. What exactly is that guy's attribute?" Cho Kyung-hwan seemed to turn into a different person. He approached gloomily and shouted, "Hogo, you're not even living up to the rumors. I'll eliminate you right here and take over Golden River, and that place will be the base for the Dastnish Guild." Lee Hogo pursed his lips and didn't respond. Suddenly, he grinned brightly. Lee Hogo stood up, his body surging with power, excitedly saying, "Well, thinking about this, and that doesn't help anyway. Sure enough, using my brain doesn't suit me. Now, let's do it again. Kyung-hwan, I'll show you the difference between a god-demon photon and a fake like you." He frowned and snapped angrily. "You think you got it easy? That's ridiculous. You really don't use your brain, you fool. Why do you think I fought you head-on without preparing in advance?" Cho Kyung-hwan frowned coldly and revealed, "Using your brain is better than anything else. From the very beginning, you fell into my trap and Dasta's." A gloomy trap appeared. He coldly ordered, "Use it, Dasta." Shadow storm. A sharp black aura was raining down. Kyung-hwan excitedly shouted, "Be shredded and die in the shadow storm." He gloated at the sight of him being swallowed. Up in the storm, Cho Kyung-hwan confidently asserted, "No matter who it is, no one can withstand this technique." Suddenly, his eyes went round with shock and he gasped, "What?" From inside the storm, a massive beam of light erupted. Cho Kyung-hwan stammered in horror. No way. What is this? Impossible." Lee Hogo coolly speaks up. "Honestly, fakes are never anything special." He grabs the imposter by the neck and calmly continues, "Instead of fighting for yourself, you rely on these cheap party tricks to attack me." Lee Hogo surges with power, flashing a provocative grin. "Cut out these cheap tricks, Cho Kyung-hwan. I'm going to show you the difference between true levels. If we're going to do this, let's make it a real fight to the death." Cho Kyung-hwan's eyes gleam with a sinister smile. He says, "Do you really think you can take me down? I'll give you credit for lasting this long, but honestly, you're a bit disappointing. Dasta is like hip-hop, it never dies. It's always lurking, finding openings to kill you. No sooner had he finished speaking than his lackeys lunged at Lee Hogo. Lee Hogo spins around, raises his fist, and laughs with disdain. What? Is that it? You just added a few more people. As if realizing something odd, Lee Hogo's eyes widen in surprise. He grits his teeth in anger and shouts, I clearly just killed these guys already. Another one slides in low with a knife, laughing arrogantly. Lee Hogo, furious, smashes a lethal blow into the floor and yells, but I'm always welcoming more. Yet, when he looks down, there's no one there. Just then, one appears from behind and lunges at Lee Hogo's back. He spins around angrily, swinging his fist while endlessly mocking them. You guys are like flies. Suddenly, another one appears behind him. Lee Hogo grits his teeth in pain, shooting a glare at Cho Kyung-hwan, who is clearly thrilled, ordering, disperse, distort, hallucination. Each dasta expresses their own traits and links together. No one can defeat them. Lee Hogo, frustrated, asks, so, are these guys real or not? In his mind, he recalls the times the guy used moves to warp space, create illusions, and scatter his strength to mess with his senses. Die in this bottomless abyss of pain, Lee Hogo, Cho Kyung-hwan immediately unleashes his move, Dasta, combined with Diablo's 1,000 blades. At his command, the blades plunge straight into Lee Hogo's back. Suddenly, a strange light appears, tearing the imposter's underlings to shreds. Jung Woo walks forward coldly, wearing a look of contempt. He points forward and speaks slowly. So, you had 3 after images supporting you at once. Huh? But what good is that technique now? The sun is almost up. Cho Kyung-hwan's eyes bulge in anger, thinking, that bastard, I just lost my link with the remaining members. Lee Hogo, who is burning with fighting spirit, is suddenly robbed of his kill and yells in frustration. Hey, Jung Woo, what are you doing? Why are you interfering in my fight? Are you crazy? Jung Woo coolly reminds him. Don't brag. You were almost hit just now. Suddenly, a barrage of punches is unleashed. He is filled with power and replies confidently, that garbage can't do anything to me. Lee Hogo asks Cho Kyung-hwan, do you think that because you stuck a few needles in me, you actually hit me? He scolds him angrily, and now what? You killed my 2 pieces of prey. The boy replies nonchalantly, I left. Cho Kyung-hwan for you, didn't I? The guy stands in the distance, squinting in thought. This is bad. Jung Woo isn't normal. If that bastard shows up, I can't deal with both of them at the same time. But now, if Lee Hogo is distracted, no matter what, I have to finish off Lee Hogo and escape. Cho Kyung-hwan seizes the opening and lunges behind Lee Hogo. Jung Woo angrily asks, do you want me to pat your cheek again? Can't you see I'm talking? The guy is so shocked his eyes roll back. The boy appeared behind him like a soul-reaping assassin. He coldly warns, if you take one more step, you're dead. He angrily raises his fist and yells, kid, leave Cho Kyung-hwan to me. Both sides are being attacked. Cho Kyung-hwan tries to fend them off, thinking to himself, to underestimate these two, they're humiliating me by acting like a pair. Lee Hogo lunges and kicks the guy in the stomach, cursing, your Darnik guild is trash. The Saint of Light, Jung Woo, stands in the distance with his glasses, watching the show and clearly stunned. A new skill. He raises an eyebrow, smiles with interest, and says, Cho Kyung-hwan, I don't know how you got that light particle energy, but you'll never beat the one who created it. Suddenly, Cho Kyung-hwan desperately unleashes a move. Holy light particles. Lee Hogo's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, what? A series of daggers plunge straight into his body. Lee Hogo nonchalantly pulls them out, teeth gritted to suppress his rage, and says, you sure love using these daggers, huh? The guy's eyes gleam, his mouth curling into a sinister, arrogant sneer. Stupid. The more skills you use, the stronger I get. Turns out you're dumber than I thought. The boy squints and smiles brightly, thinking, so Cho Kyung-hwan's attribute is copy. The scene before them becomes incredibly chaotic. The guy says excitedly, let's go again. Jung Woo muses, analyzing. The ability to copy an opponent's ability and optimize it by linking it with that person's own ability. In the world of the Shadow System, there are only a few special traits. This is clearly a coveted attribute that everyone wants. The guy, completely confused, sneers, what are you doing? Why don't you use your own brain? Cho Kyung-hwan smiles sinisterly, pushing an orb forward and saying, you're going to be even more surprised. Attribute enhancement, open. Lee Hogo's eyes widen in shock. What? Even holy light particles too? What the hell is this guy? A fraud? The boy stands outside, pursing his lips in boredom. This is going to take a long time. My uncle doesn't really pay attention to the opponent's attributes. The two fight until late into the night. Jung Woo is worried, thinking, I wanted to gather more info on the copy attribute, but the sun is almost up. If this drags on, the plan will be ruined. He pulls out a drill, hurriedly calculating, it's time to use Kang Hun-gu's gear. Sorry, uncle, but I have to intervene the gentleman's way. He is still lost in his own self-doubt. If you're not real, you're just a fake that I don't know. What the hell is that guy's power anyway? Suddenly, Jung Woo stabs the drill into Lee Hogo's butt. He clutches his rear in pain and jumps up. Lee Hogo clenches his legs and screams, Jung Woo, you're squeezing too hard. Light in front of them is so blinding that one can see Cho Kyung-hwan's entire body. The guy's eyes bulge in surprise, muttering, what the hell is this? This massive energy explosion. Cho Kyung-hwan's entire body is gradually swallowed by the energy. He struggles, refusing to give in. No, this can't be. The energy lights up the entire forest. A violent explosion echoes everywhere. The source of energy continues to grow. Surrounding trees gradually wither. After a moment, the entire forest is submerged in a sea of smoke. Lee Hogo frowns and scolds him. Why did you stab that thing into my butt? But how were you able to do that? Jung Woo answers calmly. Why? It's a scientific principle. Even if the transmission rate is ridiculous, it's really useful. Uncle. In his mind, an image of Hermione appears, and he is stunned, musing, the copy attribute. It steals the opponent's skills without needing to kill them. I will take that attribute from someone in Eunuch. Jung Woo flashes a mysterious smile and whispers, I hope so. He couldn't stop holding his waist, pestering, Jung Woo, you have to compensate me for my waist. Who told you to interfere? He asked in astonishment. What? You're the one who should be thanking me. So, what kind of compensation do you want? Lee Hogo firmly replied, 10 billion. Jung Woo immediately refused. Suddenly, articles popped up everywhere with headlines. Illinois Corporation heir Kang Hyun-gu murdered. News reports broadcasted the breaking news nonstop about the death of Mr. Oh Hwan. Illinois Corporation fell into crisis. Moon Jin grinned, admiringly praising him. Jong Seo, come here. Look, there's a video of Jung Woo fighting Cho Kyung-hwan. It's insane. The person he called back Jong Seo, age 18, had a special ability, measuring the power levels of extraordinary individuals. He ranked bosses and posted them on YouTube, becoming very popular with teenagers. He tilted his head in surprise and asked, Jung Woo and Cho Kyung-hwan. They all crowded around to watch the fight clip. Min Seok asked curiously, look here, isn't that him? He stared intently at the screen, exclaiming, the mastermind of Dark Knights, Cho Kyung-hwan, is completely outmatched. Mun. Jin clenched his fist, excitedly guessing. At this rate, Lee Hogo must be at least level 9. Jong Seo asked in surprise, what? Level 9? That's too high, don't you think? You guys really don't know, do you? He pulled out a document and revealed. Cho Kyung-hwan just went from level 7 to 8, early. Since Hogo is on par with Cho Kyung-hwan, at most, he's 8, early. Mun Jin couldn't help but be amazed. Is that all? He looked so strong in the video. Jong Seo immediately pulled out his iPad and notes to show off. Look at this, these are the stats I collected. Min Seok hesitated. But wait, the Hebe Bang Ra family is at the top of the list? What kind of fake list is this? He smiled brightly and replied, no way, I'm sure of it. Based on my research, the Hebe Bang Ra's strength must be at least 8 mid or higher, because there's a report saying he defeated a level 8 monster. Min Seok asked in confusion. According to my tracking, the Hebe Bang Ra was already killed, right? How could they be stronger than the strongest in the country, Lee Hogo? Jong Seo stuttered, troubled, that I think Jung Woo, the leader of the Black Gold Hall, appeared near where he died, right? He mocked, clutching his stomach with laughter. What is this? You idiot. Your document says Jung Woo hasn't even passed level 6. So much for being talented. The document I collected is full of holes. Jong Seo lowered his head, deep in thought. Yeah, I know it's absurd. That's why I'm planning to carefully investigate Jung Woo now. A beautiful day filled with laughter at the Ji-ung store. Lee Hogo asked happily, talking about me, huh? That's how a real man should be. Read the YouTube comments one more time. Kim Jong-gwan. He bowed his head and repeated, still not bored? Lee Hogo, I saw you in Incheon. So cool. How do you eat so much without getting fat? Wish I could absorb all that food into muscle. He held a chicken leg in his hand, grinning, and praised him. Good, very good. He adjusted his glasses and said slowly, yes, that's true, but it might not be a good thing. Nowadays, people call that a strong man who eats a lot. Even for the sake of your image, you should be careful. The last comment he read was just pure stubbornness. Lee Hogo finished eating, his face a mess, and asked excitedly, are you busy? Want to go hang out? He scratched his head and continued happily. In front of them, countless young girls expressed their admiration. Sir, could you give me an autograph? Can you take a picture with me? So cool. Could I shake your hand? Lee Hogo immediately flexed his muscles for them to take photos. Two schoolgirls smiled brightly and posed in front of his muscular frame. Or Hogo would use his arm to pin a girl close to him for a picture. Suddenly, Jung Woo appeared out of nowhere and said, "If you keep this up, do you think you'll succeed?" Hogo panicked, covering his mouth and muttering, "Hey, don't be so loud. Do you want to see me dead? The path I pursued for so long, will it end just like that?" Kim Jong-gwan immediately stepped in to explain. "Everyone, due to a schedule conflict, the fan meeting ends here. Please, everyone, head home." The crowd immediately dispersed. A few girls couldn't help but feel regretful. I wanted to take a few more photos, but seriously, his muscles are like a stone statue. He frowned and scolded. "It's because of you that I can't walk around freely." Jung Woo tapped the chest of the man in front of him and smiled, replying, "Being a star is tiring, and besides, you always have to be mindful of others." Lee Hogo squinted uncomfortably and asked, "That's because of you." But in his mind, he recalled the video of himself fighting Cho Kyung-hwan and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you post that fight video? It's not like you at all. Are you trying to profit from YouTube now, Jung Woo?" He chuckled and answered, "That's just secondary. It's to set a trap for the Hebe Bangra." A giant billboard mounted on the roof of a supermarket was showing the news. On the screen, a headline read, "Internal documents of Dark Knight's assassination discovered." At Incheon Port, two people slowly walked down the stairs. Lee Hogo tilted his head and asked, "Jung Woo, you knew the Hebe Bangra would contact us, right?" He replied calmly, "Of course. The Hebe Bangra has always wanted to enter South Korea but hasn't found a way. Naturally, killing the Benzo family is the best way." Jung Woo stood in front, smiling slightly, and continued, "And since we are their enemies, they will definitely come for us." He stroked his chin, lost in thought, and asked, "But why does the Hebe Bangra want to enter South Korea?" He calmly explained, "The Hebe Bangra is an ancient clan with intense competition. Moreover, there has been conflict in Heilongjiang recently." Lee Hogo was amazed and curious. "How do you know that kind of information?" Jung Woo replied slowly, "It's simple. Regardless, the Hebe Bangra controls many martial arts halls in South Korea. By utilizing that power, they could unify the martial arts scene in mainland China." Hearing this, he couldn't help but roar angrily. "What? They dare to use us?" He tilted his head and smiled sinisterly. "It's not just a day or two. Those guys don't want to pay the price, yet they want to reap the benefits." Lee Hogo growled in a rage. "Those freeloaders." The two walked inside the ship. Jung Woo walked closely, calmly stating, "Anyway, now it's not just China. The U.S. is also making moves. We have to be careful." He grinned confidently, asserting, "When it comes to fighting, I'm not afraid." He gently opened the door to reveal a huge room with full amenities. Hogo asked in surprise, "Is it this room?" From inside, a deep, heavy voice rang out. "Yes, that's right. I've been waiting for a long time. Guk, the honored son of the Hebe Bangra. Level 6A+. Tia clasped his hands and smiled brightly. "Come in, please." "Greetings, Hallmaster. I am Guk, the person in charge of the honored son's exclusive wine business for the Hebe Bangra. Currently, due to the death of the eldest young master, I am in charge of the investigation. Thank you for cooperating with the Hebe Bangra." He threw his arm over his shoulder, grinning as he introduced, "Hello, I am the Hallmaster of the Kim Jiang Hall, Lee Hogo. This is Hallmaster Jung Woo." He smiled happily, admiringly. "Ah, the Hallmaster of the Black Gold Hall. I've heard a lot about you recently." The two shook hands. Guk spoke sincerely. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I ask for your help." Jung Woo replied immediately, "Same here." He walked inside, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. "Now, let's sit down, so we can talk more in depth." After they were settled, Lee Hogo asked, "So, what exactly is the matter that you had to invite us to such a private place to discuss it?" Gu held his hands together in a respectful gesture, smiling amusedly as he replied, "To express our gratitude, of course. We are very grateful to the leader for avenging the young master." The man raised an eyebrow, skeptical, and spoke up. "There's no need to be so thankful. That Cho Kyung-hwan has been backstabbing the Kim gang faction for a long time. He's been an eyesore to me." Gu gave a hollow laugh. "You are too modest, leader." He couldn't stop calculating in his heart. This affair would definitely be very beneficial to the Habuk Bang faction if they wanted to enter South Korea. He beamed, flattering them. "After this incident, we highly value the strength of the Kim gang faction." Lee Hogo crossed his arms, raised his head, and replied with interest, "Indeed, A person with a good eye. Of course. The Kim gang sect is the strongest. Guk narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "That's right. Our third young master values the alliance with the Kim gang sect very much. Jung Woo Hee." The third young master of the Hebei Bang family walked over anxiously and spoke, "Greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'd like to officially introduce myself here. I am Jung Woo Hee, the third young master of the Hebei Bang family." Guk suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Jung Woo Hee was terrified and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Remembering what happened back in the warehouse, he coldly ordered, "Remember this well, Jung Woo Hee." The boy replied loudly in fear, "Yes, sect master." Jung Woo continued coldly, "Now, you will return to the Hebei Bang family." Jung Woo Hee was stunned and stammered, "Yes, are you really sure?" He put his arm around his shoulder and said, "That's right. Go back and act as the heir to the Hebei Bang family. Do you understand, Jung Woo Hee?" Jung Woo Hee frowned in worry. "Is it that sudden? And what about the previous heir?" Jung Woo replied indifferently, "I'll take care of overthrowing them. But do you want to die?" He immediately obeyed out of fear. "I follow your command." Jung Woo's decision sent a bloody storm throughout the Chinese mainland. His eyes lit up and he smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "With both Jung Woo Hee and Guk back at the Hebei Bang family, my plan can continue. Good. Now, what's next?" Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared behind him. Jung Woo tilted his head in surprise and blurted out, "What is this?" Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he wondered, "Why is this thing here?" The ship was suddenly struck violently by lightning. It shook incessantly and then exploded. Water splashed everywhere. The harbor seemed paralyzed by the scene. One fine day at the Unique complex, Sung Ho, the leader of the Unique team, a level 6 agent, slammed the table in surprise and shouted, "I will announce the state of this national crisis right now. If we go on like this, the citizens will be in danger because they aren't prepared." Sang-in, the chairman of the Unique complex, leaned back in his chair leisurely, eating a hamburger, and advised him, "Don't make a scene. Stay calm, Sung Ho. Seriously, this guy, all we have to do is reinforce Unique's defenses in a few appropriate areas," he thought. "Do you think the National Disaster Prevention Agency is useless? If there's a mistake, the situation will only get worse." He walked up angrily and shouted, "How can you say that now? Once the dungeon opens, many variables could arise. The level of the monsters will also skyrocket. The current system is having a hard time dealing with them. Even if we trap them in the dungeon, there's nothing more we can do." Sung Ho's face turned pale with worry as he stammered. "And the most dangerous thing is, the dungeon has been moved to a place with no signal and will open randomly elsewhere." A level 9 dungeon opened, and a series of dangerous monsters walked out casually. The citizens ran away in fear. "A level 9 dungeon? Why is it here? Run. Hurry, run. Save everyone. Where exactly is Unique?" Suddenly, someone walked against the crowd and stopped. Seo Jong Min, a level 5 agent, stood on the left with a mace. Kim Jong Pyo, a level 5 agent, stood on the right with his weapon, worried. Kim Taegu, a mid-level 5 agent, shouted with his axe, "Apart from us, there's no one left who can save this place. Forward, Team 12. Let's show them our strength. Let's hold them off until the headquarters reinforcements arrive. Prepare yourselves." Suddenly, a giant maze came crashing down, crushing them. The two of them couldn't help but scream in horror. "General." Jong Min's eyes widened in shock as he called out, General." Jong Pyo frowned in fear and stuttered, pointing ahead. Before them, the one-eyed monster was grinning evilly. The beast surrounded the two of them and attacked relentlessly. Sounds of pain echoed, but no one came to help. At the same time, outside, the city was quiet. Seo watched secretly from behind a wall. "I thought if the dungeon opened on the boat, running to land would be safer." He gritted his teeth, worried. "Oh my god, the situation here is even worse. The troops of Unique are level 5 or above, and they still can't do anything." Jung Woo Hee glanced at the giant two-horned monster on the other side, feeling discouraged. "My skill level compared to those monsters is nothing more than a needle poking a rock. I have to find a chance to run." But everything was too late. The one-eyed monster seemed to realize Jung Woo Hee's presence. It immediately looked over. He was terrified and thought, "That's it. I'm done for. I've been spotted." It immediately chased after him, growling non-stop. He ran for his life, shouting constantly, "Help me." Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and immediately used a technique, Heaven and Earth Divine Palm. Jung Woo Hee asked happily, Jung Woo, are you okay?" "Third young master, what is your name?" "Sec Master Guk." He frowned and asked loudly, "Weren't you the first one to leave the ship earlier? Why are you still here?" He was so scared that he was covered in tears and snot as he replied, I wanted to run, but my legs were shaking too much. The man said angrily, Is this the time to be saying things like that? Guk tilted his head back and continued coldly, I still have to deal with those monsters. It's very dangerous here. You? Hurry up and hide. Suddenly, a large mace appeared from behind again. Jung Woo he called out to Guk in horror, behind you. But it was too late. Before his eyes, only a cloud of smoke remained. It erupted due to the shockwave. He opened his mouth in fear and shouted, Lee Hogo. The Monster King roared in fury, raising his mace high, preparing to attack. Jung Woo he, the human, screamed in fear, I don't want to die yet. Suddenly, something sharp poked his head. He cried and repeated, I touched it, but he didn't feel any pain. Jung Woo he looked up at the thing trembling above him. It looked like it was being controlled. Its body was shaking as if it couldn't hold on anymore. He gasped in shock. What is this? From behind, a sudden explosion occurred. Jung Woo he screamed in fear. Jung Woo appeared out of nowhere and scolded him coldly. What are you doing, idiot? He carried a sword in his hand, glanced at him, and asked, Are you really a member of the Black Kim sect? He replied happily, Sect Master. Jung Woo reminded him coldly, Even if you are the weakest in the Black Kim sect, I am truly disappointed. Jung Woo he looked up and smiled happily. Please forgive me, Sect Master. He glanced at him and spoke with disdain. Didn't you say you could easily take care of a few level 7 monsters? I really want to give you special training right now, but if you get hurt, it'll be more trouble, so just breathe for now. He immediately ran away as fast as he could, adding, Yes, Sect Master. As you command, I will try my best to keep this life. Jung Woo smiled to himself, thinking, I have to sharpen this Jung Woo he guy. He turned back to look at the monsters in front of him and muttered, Now, let's just finish off these monsters. Suddenly, another person appeared and attacked them. Demon Eagle's secret technique. 1 punch, 1 kill. Lee Hogo laughed heartily and said, Defeating a high-level monster with just 1 punch, it feels so good. Jung Woo narrowed his eyes and smiled wryly, thinking, With that guy here, it'll be over quickly. The man kicked and struck with manic excitement, constantly mocking them. So weak, you weak monsters. The 3 men from earlier who had run away in fear were shocked and shouted, What power? How heroic. Who's that? Selin adjusted his glasses and introduced them coldly, the sect master of the Kim Gang sect, known as the Invincible Vajra or the Vajra Warrior sent by the heavens, or even the Demon King incarnate. These are all titles for the head of the Vajra clan. They stared in wide-eyed shock and asked, Is he really the guy who's been trending lately? The Vajra clan master, Lee Hogo, gave a wry smile. But how do you know so much about him? Seon Woo asked with a curious grin. Why are you so well informed? He scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he replied, I'm a huge fan of Eunuch. Seon Woo watched him closely, silently calculating. Those monsters are all above level 7. They're extremely powerful. He stared at the circular portal opening at the mouth of the cave, thinking to himself, But wait, this is clearly a level 9 cave, yet the monsters coming out are 2 levels lower. After waving his hands around for a moment, Lee Hogo wiped out almost everything in sight and spoke with a boastful tone. Are there no stronger monsters? Turns out a level 9 cave is nothing special. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared. He widened his eyes, looking up in shock. A one-eyed beast had emerged. It was the level 9 Monster King, having reached the absolute peak. Lee Hogo bared his teeth, grinning with excitement as he spoke. Now that's what I'm talking about. It's only fun if they're at that level. Suddenly, the beast let out a roar so deafening it felt like it would tear his body apart. Seon Woo squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his head and gasping. What the? Just a roar, and already Lee Hogo stuttered in fear. The pressure, it's too much. Seon Woo stared in shock, saying, Does a monster like that even exist in this world? Seon Woo gritted his teeth, thinking, This is a level 9 monster. He stared at it intently, pondering, The only one here who could possibly take it on is the Vajra clan master, right? No, that's ridiculous. The experts from Eunuch who are level 8 or higher should be able to handle it. Seon Woo frowned, feeling anxious. Hogo is only a low level 8. Even if he gets lucky and wins, everything around here will definitely be leveled. We need to get out of here now. Before he could finish, the Vajra clan master Hogo was still grinning with excitement, lunging toward the level 9 monster to challenge it. So, you're the ringleader, huh? Well, let's have some real fun. The beast's eyes widened as it roared in anger. You lowly creature. I'll crush you to pieces. Suddenly, its body acted as if it were being controlled by something. Its eyes rolled back, and he looked on in shock. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his fist and lunged at the beast's eye, shouting, Take this! Thunderbolt Vajra Fist. The level 9 monster was battered, its body erupting in a blast. The onlookers couldn't help but stare, wide-eyed with surprise. Jung Woo gasped, as expected of the Vajra clan master. He took that thing out in one hit, but Hogo didn't look happy. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "What is this? Jung Woo, you piece of..." So, it was all thanks to that sword. The sword in his hand was glowing. Jung Woo smiled mischievously and quickly slipped away. News outlets everywhere were constantly reporting on the incident, a particularly hot topic that had occurred recently. The Vajra clan master, Hogo, appeared at Incheon Port, where monster caves are opening up one after another nationwide. A danger warning has been issued for the entire country. The city is like a sea of fire as caves continue to open in multiple locations, causing massive loss of life and property. Not only did he defeat the strongest monster, but the Vajra clan was also the unit that suffered the fewest losses. The reputation of Hogo and the Vajra clan continued to rise. It was nearly dawn inside a modest room. Jung Woo sat at his desk, turning on his device, digging around, and muttering, "This evidence is enough. At this point, it's enough to bring down the Vajra clan." He stared at the iPad in his hand and added, "Stop hiding behind Lee Hogo. Come out into the light." In the morning, outside the city, reporters were broadcasting non-stop. Right now, another cave has opened in Gongjia district. Citizens are urged to find shelter immediately. The people from the Fire Spirit sect are standing on both sides of the street, strictly guiding everyone to escape. The Fire Spirit sect will hold them back. Don't panic, maintain order. Kim Jin Kyung, the second in command of the Fire Spirit sect, folded his arms and praised, "Well done." "Has everyone left yet?" A subordinate standing nearby immediately replied, "Yes, sir. Everyone has just finished evacuating." He coldly ordered, "Good. Those monsters will have to leave their corpses here. Bring the entire force of the Fire Spirit sect here." Suddenly, a series of electrical sparks appeared inside the office. In an instant, everything shattered. A wave of light pulverized everything in its path, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. The level 8 monster coldly grabbed Kim Jin Kyung by the head, its eyes glowing fiercely as it spoke. "Human, were you the one who killed my brother?" He glanced back, scared, and thought to himself, "A level 8 monster? The sect master should have warned us that a monster like this existed." Receiving no answer, the level 8 monster narrowed its eyes in annoyance. It angrily tightened its grip and answered for itself, "So, it wasn't you." The city was engulfed in a sea of flames. The painful cries of Jin Kyung echoed everywhere. Inside the residence of the Hoa family, Sect Master John pondered and spoke, "The evidence shows that Hogo isn't the one who defeated the Demon King. That power is a fake." Elder Cho stared at the file in his hand and continued to read, exposing Hogo's true identity. Hogo is just a puppet. The real expert is standing behind him. John raised an eyebrow, confused, and asked, "What is this?" Guhan, the young master of the Fire Spirit Sect Level 5, low rank, bared his teeth in a bright smile and replied, "It's the evidence that Lee Hogo deceived the abbot." "What else could it be?" Elder Cho reminded him, "I told you not to do such useless things." John angrily threw the documents in his face and barked. Now the whole world is singing the praises of the Vajra clan and Lee Hogo. People even think he's the representative of the martial arts world. Elder Cho shouted furiously, "Is this the kind of thing you, the young master of the Fire Spirit sect, should be meddling with? The Fire Spirit sect is currently risking everything to fight the monsters, and you, as the young master, what are you doing?" Guhan frowned, pursing his lips and enduring the scolding. "If you have time to worry about such things, you might as well go out and kill some monsters, you useless brat." Suddenly, Kang Chun, along with Jung Woo, walked in casually. He said in surprise, "So, you're here." John suddenly exclaimed, "Kang Chun." The two of them stepped inside. Kang Chun clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I am Kang Chun of the Vajra clan. Greetings, Sect Master." John standing on the dais, replied coldly, "Greetings. What are you here for?" "I don't recall inviting the Vajra clan here." He pursed his lips, looking at Kang Chun, who was smiling awkwardly. Jung Woo couldn't wait and immediately poked Kang Chun in the back as a reminder. He scratched his head and explained with a wry smile, "Actually, someone has been spreading malicious rumors about the Vajra clan lately, so I came to investigate. I hope you'll cooperate." Guhan was surprised and questioned, "What do you mean? Why come to us?" He tilted his head with a bright smile and replied, "That's right. Both sides are busy. We don't want to come here and bother you, but the IP that posted the malicious comments is right here at the Fire Spirit sect. You even used a VPN? Tough work, huh?" He was furious and pointed his spear at the two of them with contempt. "The kids these days sure have guts." Guhan gritted his teeth and mocked, "I've heard about you. Jung Woo. Just because you got lucky and beat Ju Ho Myung once, you think you can act all high and mighty. Suddenly, something crashed through the wall, tearing the room apart. A grade 8 monster engulfed in flames roared, "I found someone who killed my brother. I can smell his blood on you." Jonin's eyes widened in terror. A monster? How did it even get in here? Kang Chun looked stunned, assessing the situation. With that kind of pressure, it's at least grade 8. Enraged, he grabbed his spear and lunged at it, shouting, "You monster! How dare you barge in here?" The elder tried to stop him in a panic. Gu Hun. That's a grade 8 monster. Gu Hun. Ignoring the warnings, he rushed to attack the beast. Jonin shouted his name in concern. The monster spoke with a cold edge. "The scent isn't coming from you. I'm going to kill that guy." Kang Chun looked confused, tilting his head. "Wait, is it looking for you, kid?" Jung Woo picked at his ear, looking puzzled. "What? My dad killed it, not me." The grade 8 monster stood up, its massive frame looming over them as it hissed. "You, the one with blue hair, you must die." The boy asked calmly, "See that? It really is you. It even identified you correctly." Jung Woo adamantly denied it. "Whatever, it's definitely not me." The monster roared, baring its fangs. "Your body reeks of my brother's blood." No sooner had it spoken, it hurled its massive weapon at them. Luckily, Kang Chun managed to jump out of the way. "I knew it. It really is coming after you." The enraged grade 8 monster bellowed, "Don't you dare run." Suddenly, flames erupted from behind it. Seeing his chance, Jonin unleashed his technique, Fire Dragon Strike. Lunging forward with his fist, he declared, "You monster, your opponent is me." Jonin quickly followed up with another move, Fire Dragon Chain Kicks. Jung Woo thought to himself, "The master of the fire-piercing sect. Jonin, he's stronger than I thought, but he's still outclassed by that monster. He can't win." The elder's eyes went bloodshot as he roared in anger. "How dare you do this to my son? I will burn your soul to ash." The grade 8 monster glanced at him with boredom. How annoying. It instantly moved to another spot. Jonin's eyes popped open in shock. "What?" The grade 8 monster was already behind him, preparing to strike. "Die." Jonin thought in a panic. This is too late. Suddenly, a woman appeared from above, her spear dancing as she descended. She leaped down, slashing across the monster's face. Coldly, she unleashed her technique, Blazing Fire Spear. The monster clutched its face, screaming in pain. The elder cheered, "This is it." Seizing the moment, Jonin leaped up and unleashed Fire Dragon Galaxy. The grade 8 monster's eyes rolled back as it roared in agony. Its entire body was swallowed by a sea of flames before it exploded. Its body shattered into pieces and dissipated. The woman who had just arrived was Gu Hua, a member of the Blazing Fire Army with a dual personality. She was the eldest daughter of the fire-piercing sect, managing all major and minor affairs. A level 7 novice. Fire trucks rushed in. Kang Chun covered his mouth, looking at Jung Woo in awe. Seeing the blazing fire Gu Hua for the first time, she's truly a beast. My heart actually skipped a beat. He smiled to himself, pondering Gu Hua. Because the fire-piercing sect had been losing consecutively to the Golden Vajra sect, she had come to investigate. It turned out to be the right move. The relationship between Gu Hun and Gu Hua was like oil and water. After this, things were only going to get tougher. The fire-piercing sect was in for some drama. At the same time, at the fire-piercing sect, the sound of 7 rang out repeatedly. "We have people injured here. Get them out." Jonin placed a hand on Gu Hua's shoulder and praised her with a smile. "Thanks to you, we defeated that grade 8 monster. I'm so proud of you." "Gu Hua," she replied calmly, "Thank you, father." Elsewhere, Gu Hun, who had been injured and was being supported by someone else, cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I put in so much effort to impress father, and that monster ruined everything." In the end, Gu Hua gets all the credit. "What does that mean for my position?" The person supporting him asked worriedly. "Are you all right, young master?" Gu Hun angrily shoved him away and shouted, at the top of his lungs, "Don't get in my way. Do you really think I'll just let this slide?" He clenched his fists and rushed toward Jonin, shouting, "Congratulations, father, on defeating the grade 8 monster. I will immediately inform the press that our fire-piercing sect has defeated a grade 8 monster." Hearing this, his father turned around and roared in anger, "You! At a time like this, all you care about is public opinion. Don't you see how many people are hurt right in front of you? You're the eldest son of the fire-piercing sect, and all you care about is this nonsense." Jonin glared at Gu Hun, scolding him, "You disappoint me more and more. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you anymore." His face darkened, and he lowered his head in silence. In the plaza, the urgent voices of the rescue disciples echoed. "There are wounded people here too." Training room 1 was already full of patients. Gu Hua pointed in one direction. Directives. Move the wounded to the hospital quickly. Get the severely injured out first. Just then, Gu Hun approached and called out, "Hey, Gu Hua, talk to me for a second." She glanced at him and refused. "I'm busy." "Say whatever you have to say here," Gu Hun cursed under his breath. "Acting like you're in charge just because father trusts you? Fine. We're both busy, so go ahead. Let's see if father really makes a girl the heir." He patted Gu Hua's shoulder forcefully and said, "It's nothing, really. Some people you know wanted me to introduce them to you. A lot of good guys out there. Want to give it a try?" She was startled, eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Brother, have you forgotten what father just said to you? Is this really the time to talk about this?" Gu Hun scoffed mockingly. "With your low status, you just need to listen to those above you. How long do you plan on doing things like this? Your friends are all getting into relationships. Don't you ever think about getting married?" Gu Hua touched her chin, appearing thoughtful as she replied, "Actually, I have been thinking about it lately. I've met someone suitable. Maybe I should just get married?" He was shocked, shouting, "What? You've met someone you like. Who is it?" Jung Woo's image flashed in the blazing fire's mind as he laughed. Sister Gu Hua smiled brightly. "You saw him earlier. The guy from the Golden Vajra sect, the Black Gold Hall Master. That should be good enough, right?" Gu Hua was stunned, unable to believe it. "What? You don't mean that loser, do you?" "That guy is from the Golden Vajra sect." Gu Hua didn't even care, asking back, "So what if he is?" He shouted in outrage. "They are the ones currently standing in the way of our fire-piercing sect. And in this situation, you're thinking about stuff like that?" She didn't back down and shouted angrily, "Don't say things like that. You've gone too far. I just said he looked cool. Why are you being so harsh?" Gu Hun laughed viciously, enunciating every word. "Cool? I don't care. Who knows? You might even team up with the Golden Vajra sect to destroy me next." Her face darkened. She muttered, "How could you even say something like that?" She watched him walk away in silence, still threatening. "Don't think I'm just going to sit by and watch. Then you'll know exactly what the distance between us is. A girl like you can never measure up to me." Gu Hua stared with wide eyes, thinking, if my father grants him the position of young master, he'll only get more arrogant. She watched Gu Hun's retreating back, thinking, I've known since we were kids that he wanted to compete with me. He's very talented. He could replace me in my position at any time, but he's a selfish person. The era where a girl couldn't be the sect leader is over. Gu Hua's face was filled with determination as she whispered to herself, I will build my own forces. I won't yield to you. Elsewhere, looking at Haorin sitting on the rooftop, someone cried out in worry, Haorin, Haorin, it's dangerous, get down here. Kim Jong-goen looked up and shouted loudly, it's dangerous up there. Get down now, Hirin. Right after that, Kang Chun approached and asked with concern, Head steward, what is Hirin doing up there? He looked back over his shoulder, sighed, and answered. As he spoke, Kim Jong-goen asked with a worried expression, Is it because of a severe case of heartbreak? She's been watching too many dramas. Jung Woo startled and exclaimed, Ha! Kang Chun heard him, turned, and teased him with a smile. Looks like this is your fault. Seeing her after finding out you and Hara were dating, she looked like the world was ending. He frowned and asked, But why did she climb up there? Kim Jong-goen sighed in annoyance. She said she has to pray to the moon and the sun. I don't understand what girls are thinking. Jung Woo scratched his head and muttered to himself, Seriously, she looks like she just got cheated on. He jumped up onto the adjacent roof. Hyugen was deep in thought. With the 3 Kang brothers, I can train them strictly, but with Hyugen, it's not the same. Jung Woo reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder to persuade her. Hyugen, it's dangerous here, let's get down. Hyugen clasped her hands together and replied, Jung Woo, you don't need to worry, I'm fine. He closed his eyes and muttered, You're the one who's not fine, this girl. Don't be like this. Come down, Hyugen. The girl remained sitting still and coldly refused, Never. Only when the moon and the sun hear my wish will I come down. Jung Woo immediately threatened, It'll hurt if you fall from here, Hyugen. She didn't pay any attention and replied, I won't fall. He tried to persuade her again. You can just pray while standing on the ground. The girl's voice rang out, I don't want to. He closed his eyes and got angry, scolding her silently. She's not even my own flesh and blood. How can she be this stubborn? Should I just collapse this roof? No, that won't work. She'll just climb somewhere else. Jung Woo opened one eye and called out, I'll wait for you. Hyugen turned around excitedly and shouted, Really? He smiled brightly and answered, Turns out that was the answer. The girl immediately lunged forward, hugged Jung Woo's neck, and yelled, Okay. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Her mood swings so fast. After she turns 20, she'll probably think differently. Jung Woo took Hyugen away from the roof, thinking, No need to crush her first love right now. Just then, in a room, loud laughter echoed. Lee Hogo raised his teacup and laughed, saying, "Ha Jung Woo, I heard you decided to date Hugin." Continued, Lee Hogo raised his teacup and laughed. He smiled brightly and teased, calling it dating is fine, right? Ha Jung Woo, sitting across from him, replied coldly, "Stop it. Don't overthink it. I just don't want the girl to get hurt." Lee Hogo winked and said, "But a promise is still a promise. You're an adult. If you say something, you have to keep it." His voice cut him off. "I will go to war with China." Lee Hogo was startled and shouted, "Go to war with who?" Ha Jung Woo raised his teacup, winked, and answered, "War with China." He placed his hand on his forehead, worried, and cried out, "Are you hurt somewhere? Are you out of your mind?" Ha Jung Woo said angrily, "While other gangs are having issues, I want the Korean martial arts school to be strong." Lee Hogo's voice replied, "I still remember." He opened his left eye and looked at him, explaining, "China is unstable. During this time of intense internal fighting, taking advantage of the moment to strike can minimize our losses." Lee Hogo clenched his fist and shouted, "Of course. If we fight, we'll definitely win. China only has a bunch of weaklings. Let's wipe them all out." Ha Jung Woo smiled and said, "We'll have to turn against them. But first, we must send someone in to cause internal chaos." Lee Hogo frowned and smiled coldly. "'Cause infighting first, huh?" Ha Jung Woo smiled brightly in response. "Yes, exactly." And the opportunity, in his mind, the figure of that person appeared. Time to use that person to infiltrate the North Harbor gang. At the Ilu Group headquarters, the crowd outside was protesting aggressively. "Clarify the relationship between Dakrace Guild and Ilu Group. Clarify it. Clarify it. Tell the truth about Kang Hyungu. Come clean. Come clean." After the scandal about Kang Hyungu broke, Ilu Group faced a crisis. The stock price fell sharply. Because of this, the position of Ilu Group chairman, Kang Hyun-min, was shaken. During the meeting, someone stood up and shouted, "Do you even know what kind of trouble the group is in right now? A murderer. Is that really okay? And he's a branch leader? If this continues, I will withdraw my capital from the group. How do you intend to take responsibility?" Kang Hyun-min frowned and looked down, pleading, "Please, shareholders, stay calm. I am truly sorry for the trouble caused by my good-for-nothing son, but we still don't know what kind of conspiracy is behind this." He promised, "I will investigate thoroughly." Then, Kuk Hoon entered and interrupted. No need anymore. Kang Hyun-min saw the old man and was startled, stammering, "Why are you here, master?" Kuk Hoon, 85, founder of Ilu Group, had retired to a nursing home due to health issues. As he entered, Kang Hyun-min shouted, "Father!" Kuk Hoon roared in anger. "Kang Hyun-min, I gave you so many chances, but you only let me down. If you can't even manage your own son, how can you manage the entire group? You aren't fit to be chairman. Step down now." Kang Hyun-min, hearing this, also shouted back in anger, "I won't. I'm the one who built this group to where it is today. I am the chairman now, not you, father." Chun Jin spoke up at that moment. "You've dragged everything to this point, and you're still raising your voice, brother?" Kang Hyun-min immediately shouted in anger, "Chun Jin, what did you just say?" Kang Chun Jin, 43, the second son of Kuk Hoon, held much resentment toward his brother. Kang Hyun-min smiled and said, "That's exactly what I said. It's time for you to step down." The people below also shouted excitedly, "Things have reached this point, so it's just like the second son said. Take responsibility and quit. That's right, resign from your post as chairman." "I agree." Kang Hyun-min was trembling all over, grinding his teeth, listening to the voices of the crowd. "I agree too. Chairman Kang Hyun-min, resign. Resign." After going outside, he punched the wall with his hand. Kang Hyun-min was trembling as he yelled, "Those damn shareholders, they dare to fire me? Just you wait and see. You think I'll just let this go?" Kang Chun-hai called out from behind, "Brother, are you here? I've been looking for you everywhere." Kang Hai-jin also comforted him softly. "Father is angry. You've been wronged." Kang Hyun-min stood still and laughed, calling out, "Kang Chun-hai, Kang Hai-jin. I was just looking for you too. Come and help your brother." Kang Chun-hai, the third son of Kuk Hoon, clenched his fist and shouted, "Don't rush, brother. I'm here to help you." Kang Hai-jin, Kuk Hoon's youngest daughter, smiled and assured him, "Brother, trust me." Kang Hyun-min is currently leveraging his two younger siblings to ignite a power struggle within the family. It all started with Cho Kyung-hwan's introduction. The advantage shifted to the second son, Chun Jin. In the hospital room, Chun Jin saw Cho Kyung-hwan lying on the bed and cried out anxiously, "Father, father, please wake up. Father, you can't collapse like this." He glared at the old man, shouting, "Father." But when Chairman Cho Kyung-hwan fell ill, the situation changed. Kang Hyun-min couldn't let this opportunity pass. With the influence of his three brothers, he became the interim chairman. Elsewhere, Kang Hyun-min stood on the podium, shouting excitedly, Taegwon, Gina, Kang Chun-hai, Kang Hai-jin. Kang Hyun-min had over 50% of the votes. His eyes widened as he screamed, I, Kang Hyun-min, have been elected chairman of the board. I will return to lead the Ilyu Corporation. The crowd below fell into a heavy silence as Kang Hyun-min's voice rang out. Those who disagree with this result, speak up now. Later, in the office, a chime sounded announcing, Chairman, Director Ha from Ha Jung Woosan Corporation is here. Kang Hyun-min said, Fine, show him in. He turned his head and called out, Director Ha, come in. Ha Jung-woo pushed the door open, stepped in, and smiled. Congratulations on reclaiming your position as chairman. Seeing him, Kang Hyun-min was shocked and shouted, Why are you here? Isn't the work at Kim Tang's sect enough to keep you busy? Ha Jung-woo smiled brightly and replied, Thank you for your concern. Today, I am here as the representative director of Ha Jung Woosan Corporation to congratulate you on reclaiming your position. As expected, a venomous snake, he thought. His son was killed, and he's still running around fighting for power. Look at this guy. He hides at Kim Kang's sect to avoid the public eye, yet he still wants to scavenge. Kang Hyun-min, looking annoyed, snapped, You're done congratulating, aren't you? We aren't exactly close. If you have nothing else to say, then get out. Ha Jung-woo didn't seem to care and began, Right, the pleasantries are over, so I'll be on my way. Oh, that's right, at our Kim Kang sect, we found the documents that regarding Master Cho Kyung-hwan. He left them behind when he died. Kang Hyun-min was startled and yelled, What? What documents? Ha Jung-woo smiled and replied, It seems to be a plan that Kyung-hwan was working on to take over the Ilyu Corporation, including the names of the individuals and the guild process for handling the money. Hearing this, Kang Hyun-min frowned and pondered, What is this Cho Kyung-hwan trying to pull? The police are already investigating. If they discover those documents, the Ilyu Corporation is finished. He slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, Are you threatening me? Ha Jung-woo laughed. Not at all, but we do hope to profit from those documents. Kang Hyun-min gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't let my weaknesses be exposed, but I can't deal with the Kim Kang sect right now either. I still have to focus on the corporation's problems. I don't have time to deal with them. He turned his back to Ha Jung-woo and ordered, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Just leave. Ha Jung-woo walked toward the door and said, Is that so? I understand your intentions, Chairman. I hope your judgment is correct. Kang Hyun-min glanced over and warned, If you don't want to die with us, the Kim Kang sect better make the right choice. Immediately after, he silently watched the door close. Kang Hyun-min lowered his head to the desk phone and asked, Was the conversation just now recorded? From the other end, a hesitant voice replied, About that, for some reason. Ever since that person walked in, all the files and recording devices were wiped clean. Hearing this, he cursed angrily. This Ha Jung-woo knew beforehand. What a sly old fox. Outside, Ha Jung-woo walked out, looking at the high-rise building behind him, lost in thought. If the Ilyu Corporation goes bankrupt, it will cause a huge shock to the economy. So, the state might inject funds to bail them out. He frowned, worried. A place that provides jobs for hundreds of thousands of workers, like the Ilyu Corporation, shouldn't fall so easily. But that's as far as it goes. Once you have fallen into the whirlpool of power, there is no turning back. In Ha Jung-woo's mind, the image of Kang Hyun-min's three brothers appeared. First, I have to exploit Kang Hyun-min's family. Right now, it looks like Kang Hyun-min has an advantage in terms of business control, but he's facing liquidity problems. He smiled slightly, thinking, People who don't want to give others a single cent they'll fight to the death. They will definitely pour all their capital into this. Suddenly, someone bumped hard into Ha Jung-woo. He looked suspiciously at the person heading forward. Ha Jung-woo turned back and asked, What was that for? The man, hands in his pockets, kept walking. Gold Knight, with a savage grin, said, Ha Jung-woo. The sound of an introduction rang out. Establishment of the Hyper Factory, entering the golden era. The corporation's assets are triple those of other companies, with revenue reaching 2 trillion won. According to the press, it has grown 300 times compared to other mid-sized companies. A man stood on the podium and continued, If we establish a new company, demand will be even higher. Furthermore, distributing across multiple mid-sized firms will yield more profit. Ha Jung-chun looked sorrowful, lamenting, Indeed, the bigger the company, the more things you have to pay attention to. The man looked at him and asked, Director, what do you think? Ha Jung-chun sighed, I have such a headache. He looked at the way the other man was leisurely drinking tea, and cursed inwardly at that guy. Ha Jung-chun forced a smile and asked in a gentle voice, "My son, why haven't you said anything today? Usually, you're the one offering solutions." Ha Jung-woo smiled slightly, glanced over, and said, "We are discussing business. Please keep things professional, director." Ha Jung-chun felt angry inside, thinking, "Professional? I'm holding back from arguing with my son. What dignity do I have left?" Ha Jung-woo set his teacup down, looked at the man, and said, "I knew it would be like this. First, let's establish a finance and legal team, because the most urgent issue for our company right now is legal." The people around them immediately cheered and applauded, as expected of the director. It's no wonder he can run the company. The director's capability is truly impressive. Jung-chun glanced at Ha Jung-woo, smiled, and thought, he saved. It's so good to have a child like this. Even if I'm a good-for-nothing, having such a capable son in these chaotic times gives me peace of mind knowing there's a successor. Just then, he turned his head and asked with a smile, "Director, you have prepared everything, right?" Jung-chun was confused and asked, "Prepared what?" Ha Jung-woo smiled brightly and replied, "A guest is about to arrive. A guest that I am also very afraid of." As soon as he finished speaking, someone appeared, kicked the door down, and rushed in, screaming, "Ha Jung-woo, get out here." Ha Jung-chun saw the man and was startled. "This is Hogo." The man, full of rage, raised his fist, smashed through the crowd, and roared, "Munsu, you." Munsu also gripped his sword, drew it, laughed, and charged forward, shouting, "Bring it on." Immediately after, Kang-chun lunged, hugging Hogo's waist, pinning him to the side, and yelling, "Father, you can't." He was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" Munsu stood still, holding his sword in position. Lee Hogo turned to look, shouting, "Kang-chun." He immediately reminded him, "Father, please calm down and look around you." He looked around and saw the people nearby whispering loudly, "What's going on? A duel between sect leaders? Did the Kim Kang sect leader attack first? What a violent guy. The rumor that his brain turned into muscles is true, huh?" Hogo immediately stood up, adjusting his clothes. He put on a wide, friendly smile and said, "Munsu, I got a bit carried away. My apologies." The crowd around them immediately exclaimed loudly. As expected of the Kim Gang faction master, as soon as he realized he was wrong, he apologized right away. Hearing that, Munsu growled in anger. That guy. He gripped his sword tightly, lunging forward and shouting, "That Lee Hogo, how dare you mock me? Don't think I'll let this go." Just then, Chae Min-cheon appeared and loudly stopped him. "Please stop. The Martial Arts Union Conference hasn't even started yet, and you two are already fighting amongst yourselves." Munsu was startled, looked over, and called out, "Master." He loudly retorted, "Do you know what that guy Hogo did?" Hearing this, Chae Min-cheon frowned and shouted, "So you two are fighting for personal grudges in front of the public?" The crowd around them immediately began to whisper loudly, "Look, it's the Martial Arts Association master. I heard the Martial Arts Association has stopped all the random trouble." That's right, not just the Kim Gang faction, but the Hwaseon faction and the Thien Vu faction have all worked together to stop it. The crowd shouted, "Truly, the hero faction." Hearing this, Munsu cursed under his breath, "You guys just wait." Outside the meeting room, a row of guards stood straight on watch. Inside, Chae Min-cheon sat at the head of the table and coldly declared, "The Martial Arts Union Conference will now begin." Elsewhere, Ha Jung-woo stood still, looking in that direction, asking, "Why do you and the master of the Dao Hai faction always fight when you meet?" Kang-chun hesitated, replying, "This is probably because the Dao Hai master said something offensive to his father." His voice sounded doubtful. Something offensive? Several years ago, the two were having a meal after the Martial Arts Union Conference concluded. Munsu looked at Lee Hogo, who was stuffing his face opposite him, and sighed to himself, "I can't get close to that guy." Kang-chun's voice sounded as he recounted, "Perhaps the master wasn't happy with your father's food." At that moment, Hogo took a strong bite of meat and shouted, "Why are you looking so bored?" Right after that, sauce immediately splashed onto Munsu, who was eating opposite him. He stood up in anger and shouted, "You pig, so dirty. I really can't eat with you." Hogo was also angry, slamming the table and standing up, shouting, "What, pig?" Back to the present, Kang-chun raised a glass to his lips, looked at Ha Jung-woo, and asked. After asking, "I found out the Dao Hai master is a clean freak, completely the opposite of your father." Regardless, those two had a huge fight that day, but it was a draw. The two, Hogo and Munsu, had lunged at each other. Kang-chun said calmly, "Although the Dao Hai master doesn't operate much from afar, he's also a very formidable opponent." Hearing this, Ha Jung-woo mused, "That's true. You also have your reasons for hating that person. He brought the glass to his lips, deep in thought. The Dao High Master is crafty and cunning. If we clash, it will be quite draining. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Kang Chun look over, startled. Ah, Gu Hoa. She walked over, smiling and saying, hello. He heard this and stammered, oh. After that, Kang Chun raised his hand, smiling brightly, and stammered in reply, hello. Ha Jung Woo watched her, thoughtful. If meeting her last time was like a glamorous rose, then this time, thanks to the makeup, she's like a strawberry. Right after that, Gu Hoa walked up, grabbed his shirt, and asked, want to go on a date with me? Ha Jung Woo was shocked, thinking, such a blatant seduction. He then spoke up to refuse, I'm already taken. Gu Hoa looked at him with a sad face and proposed, I don't care. I'm feeling a bit down today. If you come with me, I'll be happier. Can you? Kang Chun forcefully pushed Ha Jung Woo aside and said excitedly, then you can go out with me. Gu Hoa put her hand over her mouth and refused. Sorry, I've just cheered up again. The mood for a date has all flown away. He heard this and was startled, shouting, huh. Suddenly, Gu Hoa's eyes became sharp, asking, this is it, right? Gu Hoa's eyes darkened. Next, she quickly jumped back a long way. Then, Gu Hoa stood still and threw a punch. Kang Chun stood rooted to the spot, blankly shouting, huh, huh. Gu Hoa gnashed her teeth, thinking, clearly in my head, I imagined that scene, pondering, that feeling of being hurt in the moment. What was that just now? Gu Hoa looked at Ha Jung Woo and muttered, did I make a mistake? He smiled slightly and asked back, why so surprised? Ha Jung Woo looked at her and asked, you didn't come here to scout the situation from us, did you? Have you achieved your goal? He smiled brightly and remarked, that said, the young master of the Hwaseon faction is also shy about attending conferences like this and leaves it to his younger sister. It seems his ambition is not small either. Gu Hua was startled, thinking, as expected, he knows all the internal problems of the Hwaseon faction. Don't talk nonsense in front of my brother. Ha Jung Woo mocked coldly, stabbing. Others in the back and you can still say those words. Gu Hoa heard this and screamed in surprise. What did you say? Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Ha Jung Woo. Kang Chun. Kang Hyun quickly ran over to announce, the conference results are out. They decided to hold a martial arts gathering. Kang Chun and Gu Kang Hyun were startled and shouted, a martial arts gathering? Kang Hyun replied excitedly, that's right. For the harmony between sects and to raise the status of the martial arts union, they will gather those who have promised within this sects to organize a martial arts gathering. Inside a room, a voice muttered, Kang Hyun Gu of the Ilyu group has made contact with Hera of the Daehan group. In the process, there was also friction with Ha Jung Woo. While sitting on the sofa, he shouted, furthermore, Kang Hyun Gu is also a secret supporter of the Habuk Bang faction. Finally, the Kim Gang faction has decided on everything. He laughed and asked, is this a coincidence? While looking at the image in front of him, asking, all these things are related to that Ha Jung Woo guy. He gave a savage smile and assured, please don't worry too much. That's why I hate that Ha Jung Woo guy. A girl holding a stuffed toy in her hand laughed and called out, so cute. Two female students looked at the stuffed toy in her hand and whispered, the belly is even a bit exposed too. So cute, it's both cute and avoids the devil. Rong Seo, standing behind, saw this and muttered in a low voice, I don't understand why you guys like that muscular old uncle at all. That's true. The two female students turned around, angrily shouting, hey, we heard all of that. Why do we like talking about it? Rong Seo was terrified and ran away, shouting, I'm sorry. The two female students behind angrily scolded, what is that? How rude. It's daytime at school. Dong Seo gripped his bag strapped tightly, muttering to himself, no matter how you look at it, this isn't right. The work that Kim Kang Moon's head of the Kim clan, Ha Jung Woo, did ended up being blamed on Lee Hogo. Suddenly, Kang Chun walked up behind him, rolling up his sleeves, and said, the internet is blowing up with negative comments about our Kim Kang Moon dojo right now. One of the accounts is even calling us the Kim Kang Moon dogs. That guy is a professional at manipulating public opinion. We absolutely have to find him and beat him to a pulp. Jung Seo, hearing this, panicked, thinking, Ha Jung Woo and Kang Chun of Kim Kang Moon Jung Seo. The nickname Kim Kang Moon dogs, he panicked, thinking they were looking for him. He turned around to leave when he heard their voices echoing in his ears. Who could the Kim Kang Moon dogs be? I hope it's not some student from my school. Jong Seo worried. If I keep walking around like this, I might get caught. I should lay low for a while. Over there, Kang Chun smiled brightly and shouted, Ha Jung Woo. Che Jung Jung is back at school today. Ha Jung Woo. I quietly listened as he told me about how hard the shock must have been for me. Jun Jung was sitting alone on a bench at the school's rest area. Just then, Jung Woo walked over to her with a smile, saying, "Long time no see. How are you? Are you feeling any better?" Jun Jung gave a slight nod in response. He immediately sat down beside her and said, "Life is full of things that you never expect to happen. Forget about them. Sometimes, forgetting is the best medicine." Jung Woo saw her cover her mouth to giggle and asked skeptically, "Why are you laughing?" She heard his teasing and said, "You talk like someone who has lived a very long time, Jung." He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "I really have lived a long time, across several lifetimes. Regardless, I'm just glad you got over the shock," he said, and Jun Jung's expression immediately turned serious as she called out, "But, Jung Woo, have you passed level 7? It's been a while, you've really changed." He smiled slightly and replied, "Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle." She was startled. "What? No way. It took me 15 years of training just to reach level 6. You've been studying for less than a year. What kind of power is that? Like a character in a story?" Jun Jung asked excitedly. "If you don't mind, could we check it out?" Jung Woo reached out his hand and replied, "Sure thing." She reached out and took his hand, thinking, a wizard revealing their level is no different than showing all their cards, yet he does it so easily. Jung Woo, are you just bold, or do you look down on wizards?" Her eyes trembled as they widened, and she shouted, "This manna is." In her mind, scenes flashed of her childhood, being treated like nothing because of the mother she had. The room door slammed shut, followed by a shout, "Don't even dream of leaving. Just die in here." Outside, two shadows were talking to each other. "How many days have they been locked in there?" "Yes, it's been a week, sir." Trembling on the floor, looking at the door slightly ajar, she tried to sit up and asked, "Can I go out now?" That woman gritted her teeth and cursed, "You vicious thing." Unable to endure the abuse, she ran away to Korea as soon as she was old enough. After that, I met the master of the heavenly martial sect, got married, and gave birth to me. Returning to reality, Jun Jung gasped in surprise. "You really passed level 7? What is this? This is the first time I've ever seen this." Jung Woo looked at her, smiled, and introduced it. "This is new X-Control magic. I developed it myself." "That's a cheesy name, isn't it? Just call it Jung Woo instead." "Control?" Her eyes widened as she trembled, thinking, he's lying. He's been learning magic for less than a year, and he's already creating his own spells. Jung Woo looked at her and asked with a smile, with that look of disbelief, "Want to see how it differs from your magic? How about it? If you don't like it, forget it." Jun Jung started, watching the magic on his hand, thinking, Jung Woo's magic is transferring over. She watched the magic circle appear and mused, "Is he trying to teach me magic so I can reach level 7 too?" Jun Jung closed her eyes to feel the surrounding magic and cried out, "It's so immense. Is this what level 7 magic is?" Seeing the eldest son of the Ellen family in the US, a level 7 wizard with an arrogant personality, she immediately shouted, "You!" as he looked at her and laughed, saying, "So this is where you were hiding." Jung Woo turned his head to look over, wondering, is he also a foreigner? When he began to loudly insult her. "So you're hiding here, just like your mother." Jun Jung angrily shouted, "You are not allowed to insult my mother." He laughed arrogantly. "Insulting? It's just the truth about your lowly bloodline." Kang Chan appeared behind him and angrily shouted, "Hey, you've gone too far." Jun Jung's expression turned angry as she listened to the insults. "You lowly dog, get out of the family immediately." Mother Ellen was one of the 5 great families in the US, an old, prestigious family that dominates the country. Her mother was an illegitimate child of the family. Jun Jung watched the glowing magic in front of her, thinking, a little more, just a little more. Suddenly, Jung Woo snapped his fingers and said, "Jun Jung, that's enough." She jumped, opened her eyes wide, and gasped. Jun Jung's face was flushed. "Thank you. Thank you for calling me back. It was so exciting. I almost lost control of my mana." She looked at Jung Woo, thinking. As expected, Jung Woo is a magic genius. Combined with the heavenly profound art, you'll adapt quickly. He smiled slightly and cheered. "Congratulations on breaking through to level 7. Jun Jung touched her chin and called out, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I broke through to level 7. Jung Woo's concerned voice echoed, "You don't look so good. Are you okay?" She touched her chin and replied, No, I'm fine. I just can't believe I broke through to level 7 yet, that's all." Jung Woo thought to himself, "I originally intended to teach Hera first, but Jun Jung is kind and polite enough to learn it. That's how awakening works, after all. If you want to thank me, a meal would be fine." Jun Jung sat down, nudged his shoulder, and called out, "Hey, I'm a descendant of the heavenly martial sect, you know. A meal just won't cut it." Just then, Kang Chan walked over and shouted, "I knew you were here with Jun Jung. Hey Jun Jung, someone's looking for you." Jun Jung looked at him and thought, So, the person beside me, the only heir to the Ellen family, has become my cousin. She saw him and yelled loudly, I have nothing to say to you, so let's never show ourselves in front of each other again. When he heard that, he got angry. He raised his hand and shouted, You illegitimate child, how dare you raise your voice at me? Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed his arm, and stopped him. Jung Woo. He gripped his arm tightly and said, You planning on laying hands on a child just like that? His eyes glowed with a red light as he asked, What do we do? Jung. Hey, let me teach this guy a lesson. When he heard that, he asked coldly, Punish me. You? Jung Woo, with his eyes flashing red, asked, Or should I just destroy this whole place? Kang Chun, standing beside him, also rolled up his sleeves and shouted, Hey you, I'm warning you, don't you dare interfere. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, making him startle and cry out. He wondered what was next when he raised his hand to create a magic circle and blasted Kang Chun away. He lay on the ground, hurting, and shouted clearly. Kang Chun lifted his head, saw him disappear, and yelled, Jung Woo, aren't you catching him? Jung Woo immediately laughed and replied, That's right, he disappeared, didn't he? Jun Jung worriedly called out, Jung Woo, Kang Chun, you two stop it. This is my business. You shouldn't get involved in the Ellen family's affairs. Immediately after, he emerged from the magic light circle. He appeared behind Kang Chun and said, Too late, yellow monkey wait, yellow gorilla is more like it. Kang Chun heard that and angrily shouted, Yellow what? What did you just say? He laughed coldly, mocking, Your hearing is as bad as a monkey's. I called you a yellow gorilla. Kang Chun's left eye flashed with a golden light as he gritted his teeth. You little, he raised his fist, charged forward, and shouted, You're dead meat. Jun Jung immediately screamed, Kang Chun, no, don't fight. Next, he waved his hand, created a magic circle, and mocked. Prehistoric monkey. Kang Chun widened his eyes in anger. What did you say? He smiled brightly and asked, Are you surprised? Between his fingertips, a circle of light appeared. You prehistoric monkey. Kang Chun widened his eyes in anger. What did you say? The guy smiled brightly and asked, Are you surprised? Between his fingertips, a ring of red fireball appeared. Immediately after, Kang Chun was blown away by him. Jung Woo, with his hands in his pockets, watched him fly away and thought to himself, Level 7 magic, that's at least. One level above Jun Jung. Kang Chun clutched his stomach, letting out a groan as he asked, What kind of power is that? Right after, Jung Woo turned his head to look at him and asked, Giving up yet? Kang Chun immediately roared in fury. Who said I'm giving up? Jung Woo, stand back. I'll take care of this guy. He lifted his leg and kicked hard toward the guy standing there, shouting, Super speed kick. Immediately after, the guy turned half his body into bronze and said, Steel skin. Kang Chun kicked with all his might, but the moment he touched the guy's bronze body, the bones in his ankle shattered. Kang Chun's face turned pale instantly. He clutched his leg, hopping around and groaning. It hurts. It hurts so much. My leg. Jung Woo, watching from afar, chuckled. That guy's pretty good. Using steel skin to protect his body. The next moment, the guy lightly snapped his fingers. He smiled and shouted, Lightning. A bolt of electricity instantly struck Kang Chun, making him scream. The guy watched him charred black, lying on the ground, and exclaimed, Well, the monkey show ends here. Then, he gathered a fireball in his hand and yelled, Time to roast the cucumber gorilla. Suddenly, the guy looked startled toward one side. Jung Woo lifted his leg and kicked out a blast of magic, creating a powerful explosion right in front of him. Keeping his leg in the air, he said, Running away is pretty eye-catching. Huh? The guy appeared from a magic circle behind Jung Woo and replied, I'm not running. I'm just using warp to dodge. You golden monkeys could never expect it. He swung his fist forward with force. Level 7 technique like this? Jung Woo appeared behind him. He looked at the explosion engulfing the front and said, Didn't expect to see such a big fire at school. The guy turned around, smiling, and called out, Is that a clone? You number 2 golden monkey. Jung Woo's eyes turned deep red as he asked, Who are you calling the number 2 monkey, you ugly piece of trash? His eyes flashed with golden light, and he smiled coldly. Today, I was only planning to give a little warning. Next, he raised both hands, creating a new magic circle, and shouted, But I just changed my mind. A guy who doesn't know his place if he comes looking for me, he's basically asking to die right here. Jun Jung looked at the stone wall the guy had raised and shouted to stop him. Stone wall, stop it. As she used magic, she looked at him and yelled, Jung Woo, you stop it too. This is my family's business. Don't get involved. The guy sneered and asked, Jun Jung, did you just stop my match? Are you even in your right mind? Jung angrily shouted, "Are you in your right mind? You're not allowed to use magic above level 7 at school." The guy laughed mockingly. "Nonsense. An illegitimate child like you wants to act tough?" She countered coldly. "I don't care what you think of me, but this is a school, and this is a special occasion. Someone who isn't a student coming in to cause trouble. Do you want to go up against the entire school?" Suddenly, a crowd of students appeared behind the guy, shouting, "What's going on? Looks like a fight's about to break out." A male student looked at him and gossiped. "An outsider dares to come here and cause trouble?" The female student next to him immediately said aloud, "What's the problem? That guy over there is pretty handsome." He angrily yelled, "Can't you dogs speak like humans?" The female student shouted back in fury, "If you don't want to get slaughtered like a pig, shut your mouth." The corner of the guy's mouth curled up. He smiled viciously and threatened, "Are those the Special Alliance? You think you can threaten the Ellen family with that, Jung?" Hearing this, her trembling face immediately darkened. The guy smiled viciously, raised his hand, and said, "You know it too. Even if you runs gang up, you can't stop me. How about we play a little?" Suddenly, from the other side of the wall he had erected, a sound came. "Bring it on!" Jung Woo, with a crazed look on his face, shouted, "This is going to be fun. I was curious about the power of level 7 magic anyway." The guy was also very excited. "I'd love that too. But today was just a greeting. No need to waste energy." High in the sky, a helicopter arrived, lowering a ladder. The guy immediately reached out and grabbed it. He hummed from the ladder, looking down arrogantly. "Monkey, or should I say, Jung Woo? Next time we meet, I'll put you in a zoo to perform." As he flew high, he looked down and shouted, "You better wait for it." Jung Woo smiled and muttered, "He even knows about me." This just got interesting. Inside the hospital, Kang Chun lay on the bed, looking at Jung Woo, and asked, "So you just let him walk away like that?" He heard this and asked back, "What, you wanted to keep fighting?" Kang Chun shouted in fury, "Of course. I was just careless. I have to beat him until he can't even open his mouth." Jung Woo heard this and whispered advice, "Kang Chun, you think you lost because you were off guard, but that guy is definitely a step above you. Fighting him is still a bit too much for you." Kang Chun angrily yelled, "You don't know until you fight." He put his hand over his lips and cautioned, "Anyway, I'm getting discharged tomorrow, so remember to keep this a secret from my dad." "Remember." Jung Woo agreed. "Got it. As long as you're okay, I'm going." He reached out and gently closed the door. Jung Woo frowned, silently pondering. The Ellen family, the most powerful, leading family in the US. On the surface, they seem to have yielded the #1 spot to China, but if you look into the details, you'll realize the US is still the leading superpower. So, the Ellen family must be the ones holding up the 5 pillars of the US. Economically speaking, the Ellen family surely wouldn't let anyone surpass them. Jung Woo thought about the meeting between Lee Hogo and Chae Min Chown, and reasoned, a family like that wanting to cooperate with Kim Kang-moon. He put his hands in his pockets, walking down the street and analyzing. It happened at the perfect time. The martial arts alliance barely meets once in a blue moon. The Ellen family has no reason to come to Korea just because of Chae Jung. Jung Woo remembered Chae Jung's words. Jung Woo, promise me. You absolutely cannot go against the Ellen family. They aren't something we can deal with. The Ellen family is much stronger than you imagine, even more than what I've told you. Thinking of this, Jung Woo, frowning with concern, he thought, such crushing pressure, but so what? Even the sturdiest steel fortress can be broken. He marched forward, determined to simply smash it. Nearby, Gold Knight licked his lips and muttered, How will Jung Woo handle this one? Making a swift judgment a mistake, Jung Woo suddenly appeared behind him. He asked, "Who the hell are you?" "You're the one who bumped into me in front of Ilyu Corporation last time, right?" Gold Knight frowned, whispering to himself, "I've been found out." He vanished instantly, thinking, how could I make such a mistake? Jung Woo stood still, watching him disappear. He tilted his head with a bright smile, murmuring, "Not bad, eh?" Right after, Gold Knight instantly reappeared on another street. He sneered, Jung Woo, you're more sensitive than I thought. You even remember me, huh?" Following that, Jung Woo immediately appeared right behind Gold Knight, saying, "Of course. You stuck something on me before you left, didn't you?" Gold Knight flinched, glancing back, thinking, he chased me down even with teleportation? Well, I've got one more trick up my sleeve. Gold Knight vanished, leaving only a parting promise. "I'd love to fight, but now isn't the time. Just wait a bit, Jung Woo." Jung Woo let out a sigh, pacing back and forth until he was tired. Suddenly, the ground split open. He leaped up, shouting, "I hate creepy stalkers the most." Gold Knight emerged from a magic circle, thinking, what the hell is this guy? He's clearly only at the mid-level 6, So how can he teleport to keep up with me? A coincidence. No way. Just to be safe, I'll run further away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as Jung Woo appeared and kicked him hard in the face. He flew backward, crashing into the ground far away. Gold Knight let out a dry cough, yelling, Jung Woo, you son of a BTH. Next, Jung Woo walked over and stepped on his face. He crouched down and said softly, So, let's have an honest talk. Who the hell are you, and why were you following me? Can you tell me that? Gold Knight heard him and retorted, I don't want to. Suddenly, Jung Woo flinched. From high above, a giant stone fist slammed down where he was standing. A powerful explosion erupted instantly. A massive stone hand had smashed down, creating a deep crater. Jung Woo emerged from the rubble. Standing on a rock, he looked into the distance and said, he ran away. Jung Woo smiled brightly, muttering, Not only did the Ellen family show up, but there's a supervisor here too. Huh? Seems like an interesting plot is unfolding. However, Jung Woo's intuition led him in another direction. In an apartment, a person was listening to an earpiece, asking, Is it ready? On the other side, the person looked at the door and replied, All set. From inside the earpiece, a voice rang out, Good. Then as soon as the other side calls, you break down the door. Charge in. The man kicked the door open, shouting, Open up. The story shifts back to 1 week before the incident at the high-rise building. Mom was cooking in the kitchen, and Jung Woo was sitting cross-legged in the training room, reaching the 9th level of the Profound Heaven technique and the 7th level of magic. He opened his eyes and said, Finally, suddenly, Soo-jeon kicked the door open, charging in and yelling, Jung Woo, you hypocrite. Jung Woo raised his hand to block the kick she aimed at him, saying, There you go again. Aren't you tired of doing that all the time? Soo-jeon immediately crouched down and pressed her hand to the ground. She barked, Shut your mouth, you constant liar. She shouted loudly, Who would listen to a hypocrite like you? Jung Woo heard her and asked, confused, What do you mean, hypocrite? It's early in the morning. What nonsense are you spouting? Soo-jeon angrily accused him. You're a hypocrite. Why didn't you go see Soo-jang? Hearing that, he muttered, Soo-jang. Soo-jang was Soo-jeon's friend who came over last time and spent the whole day by his side. Soo-jang was cooking when she excitedly cried out, Jung Woo Appa, do you have a girlfriend yet? You're so gentle and cool. Jung Woo heard that and smiled, answering, Is that so? Thank you. I hope you'll take care of Soo-jeon later. Back in reality, he confirmed, That's right. She's a smart friend who only chooses the right role. Soo-jeon heard this and shouted, So, didn't you say you were going to meet her? Why was that just empty talk, you hypocrite? Jung Woo was startled. Me? In his head, the scene played out. As he was leaving, Soo-jang said, Jung Woo Appa. See you next time. He raised his hand, waving, and replied, Sure, get home safely. Jung Woo scratched his head and recounted, That's all I said. Soo-jeon hugged her chest with both arms, furious. Didn't you promise Soo-jang? She waits for your call every single day. Jung Woo heard the girl yelling and whispered, pouting, What should I do now? Soo-jeon pointed at him, raising her voice. Soo-jang is really disappointed. She won't even talk to me anymore. Take responsibility for this. Right now. Immediately, Jung Woo pulled out a stack of money. Soo-jeon's eyes dimmed, and she gritted her teeth, thinking, Here we go again. This brother of mine only knows how to bribe people with money. He saw that she didn't agree, so he pulled out an even thicker stack, smiling. Still holding your ground? Well, what about this? Soo-jeon. She clenched her fists, whispering to herself, 400,000 won isn't even enough to buy bubblegum every day. But for me, that's a lot of money. But I have my own pride too. Jung Woo immediately pulled out even more money, saying, Oh, you're startled, aren't you? Let's increase it then. How about 600,000 won? In the blink of an eye, she lunged and grabbed the money. Soo-jeon kept that posture and said, I'll talk to Soo-jang. And just because I took the money doesn't mean this is over. Someday, in front of your friends, I'll definitely rip that mask of yours off. Jung Woo raised both hands and replied, That can only happen when you surpass me. The girl heard that and turned back to question him. Clearly, before you said if you reached level 6 of the Profound Heaven technique, you'd be past your peak. Why does it never work out? He immediately turned back to look at Soo-jeon, smiling and asking, Level 6 of the Profound Heaven technique is already an incredible level. In 5 years, I probably won't have any rivals, right? Jung Woo sat down on the bed and continued, Is the living with this brother for life deal still valid? Why don't you try dating a guy like Black Rose from the fan club? She heard that and let out a cold huff, replying, I'll find someone better than you. He didn't care at all, answering, Whatever. If you want to date, Date someone stronger than me. Soo-joon frowned, looking at Ha Jung-woo, thinking to herself, telling me to die alone as a single woman for the rest of my life? Where would I find someone stronger than you? Suddenly, she saw a letter on the table and was surprised. A letter? Brother, what is that? Could it be a love letter? You seem quite popular. Ha Jung-woo went over, picked it up, and said, This? It was left in my school locker. Soo-joon immediately spoke up, urging him, curious to know who it was from. Read it quickly. He looked at the words on the paper and said, All right, let's see. Ha Jung-woo's hands holding the letter trembled, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, It's the letter, it's ready. Soo-joon dashed quickly toward the kitchen, calling out, Mom, Mom, do you know what? Mom. Ha Jung-woo heard her and smiled, asking, What's so fun about that? Mom, I want to know too. The girl excitedly recounted that Ha Jung-woo was bragging about getting a love letter, but it turned out to be a chain letter. You have to send out 200 of those. His mother laughed and replied, Do kids these days still believe in such superstitions? Ha Jung-woo scratched his head. Yeah, people sure like playing pranks with old stuff like this, don't they? Soo-joon, you're being too loud. Ha Jung-woo's mom put the food on the table and urged, All right, that's enough, let's eat. He sat down at the table, lifted the food to his mouth, and didn't forget to wish everyone a good meal. The moment he took a bite, Ha Jung-woo immediately crunched down on a rock. His mother was startled and shouted, Oh my god, Ha Jung-woo, are you okay, son? This is so strange. Why is there a rock in the rice lately? Ha Jung-woo's whole body trembled, thinking to himself that it must just be a coincidence. Another day, when there was a sound of something falling on the stairs, Ha Jung-woo immediately tumbled down from the top. He slipped and fell, lying stunned on the ground. Later, while walking down the street, he was hit in the head by a ball, and a voice rang out, I'm sorry. Next was the time he got his toe pinched in the door, and while lying down looking at his phone, he dropped it right on his face. Right after that, Ha Jung-woo started frantically writing letters. He wrote and muttered nonstop, One letter for my younger sister, one for dad, one for mom. Even so, there were still 197 letters left. The next day, a group of people stood in neat lines, chanting, Black and Gold Team, assemble. Kang Hyun stood up at the front, held up an envelope, and announced, Today is a great day. Our captain has recognized our hard work lately, so besides our salary, we're getting extra bonuses. Come up and receive them according to your performance. The employee went up, bowed his head, and took it with both hands, saying, I'll make good use of the money. He cautioned, Use it wisely, okay. The employee immediately replied, Thank you, Captain. The staff member opened the envelope and was shocked. He thought, I actually got a bonus. How much could it be? Why is it just a piece of paper? Looking at the paper in his hand, he exclaimed in shock, What is this? Ha Jung-woo, standing behind him, immediately announced, You don't have to accept my gesture, but if you don't take it, there won't be any salary next month. The group was startled, turned back, and asked, What do you mean no salary? That's too harsh, Captain. On the day the incident occurred, the door was kicked open from the outside. A member of the Black and Gold team kicked the door in and glared at the young man inside, furrowing his brow as he asked, Who the hell are you? Why did you come here? The Black and Gold team member rushed forward, knocked him back, and shouted, Who? Who am I? Because of you, my life is a total mess. The young man was kicked back, lying on the ground coughing. Right after that, two others pushed the door open and asked, What's going on? Who are you to barge in here so recklessly? The Black and Gold team member gritted his teeth and asked, You guys are accomplices, right? Jong Seo immediately held up his phone and yelled at the others, Accomplices? What are you talking about? Get out of here right now, or I'm calling the police. The eyes of the Black and Gold team members flashed with a fierce light as they laughed cruelly. Did you hear that? They said they're calling the police. I'm so scared. This reminds me of the old days. It was such a chaotic mess when the police were called, too. Was it like that for you? Too. That was such a fun time. Seeing that, the young man trembled all over, muttering, Are these people actually here to kill us? Why are they treating us like this? We haven't even been involved in any debts or anything. The Black and Gold team member grabbed Jong Seo's cheek and scolded him. Even if you didn't write a debt note, didn't you write that letter? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused us because of that? He asked suspiciously. What letter? The Black and Gold team member gritted his teeth and shouted, The chain letter. A lucky letter full of curses. Jong Seo pushed him away with all his might and screamed, What chain letter? Run. Jong Seo bolted forward, saying, To avoid Ha Jung-woo, I had to hide at a friend's house. Damn it. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, startled to see Ha Jung-woo standing there with his hands in his pockets, waiting for him. So, who are you hiding from? Jong Seo screamed and fell flat on the ground. Ha Jung-woo looked down from above, laughed, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Next, Jong Seo and the other two knelt on the ground. The three of them were trembling, looking at him, sitting in the chair. Jong Seo's face darkened, thinking, why did Ha Jung-woo come here? Then, what about the people behind them? Isn't Ha Jung-woo the leader of the black and gold team? Ha Jung-woo laughed brightly and yelled, "Come on, just relax. There's no need to be scared." Another person trembling asked, "What about us?" Immediately, a flash of white light zipped past him. He fell backward, watching the letter being thrown down and stuck between his legs. Ha Jung-woo's face turned dark. He held his pose, threw his hand down, and said, "I'm about to explode, so it's best you stop trying to run away from this situation." The remaining person stammered, "Jung Woo, the truth is, we never thought things would turn out like this." His voice echoed as he explained, "Actually, we are students in the occult department, a major that studies spells, charms, and protective wards. Because it's such a niche major, it's usually at the bottom of the popularity rankings at the university, and on top of that, we get mocked a lot." Just then, two students walked by, looked at the three of them, and laughed loudly. "Hey, occult major. If you have time, why don't you worry about your own fate? Or else, try reading some lotto numbers for me." The two of them angrily shouted, "What did you say? We're not fortune tellers. Take that back right now." Those two students laughed mockingly as they looked at him, saying, "Look at that. He actually said things like that." The chubby young man clenched his fists and yelled, "Oh God, I hate this. I can't take it anymore. We have to make them pay." The young man in glasses clenched his fists and shouted, "Ho Jin, Ki Jiang. We have to make those idiots pay for what they did." Back in reality, Ha Jung-woo looked at the chubby young man and asked, "So, you guys spread the letters all over the school? Was that cursed too?" Hearing that, he lowered his head and pleaded, "We were wrong. Please forgive us." He laughed brightly, held up 3 fingers, and said, "If you're really sorry, that's fine. Just give me 300 million won." Jong Seo was startled and shouted, "What? 300 million? The chubby young man also gasped, How can you even say that?" Ha Jung-woo grinned and asked, "What's wrong? Is it too much money?" Jong Seo loudly insisted, "Of course. As students, where are we supposed to get 300 million won from?" He laughed and began to explain. "To find you guys, I had to hire a lot of private investigators. The number of people involved was 300. They worked for 10 days. If you do the math, you should know why it's 300 million, right? Don't think it's too expensive. All the investigators involved in this case were very unique." Jong Seo hung his head and bit his lip as he listened to him continue. "Do you know how much it costs to hire a special investigator for 1 million won? Not even 1 day is enough. First, if you don't hand over 100,000 won to me, I won't show any mercy." Letting go of him, he jumped straight up. He shouted, "That's impossible anyway. You don't need a knife for this. They're just skilled thieves, after all." Ha Jung-woo stood up from the chair and said, "Is that so? Then I guess I have to go." Jong Seo was startled and cried out, "Huh." He calmly continued, "For things later, you just need to talk to these friendly uncles." The Black Gold team members cracked their knuckles and grinned menacingly. "Thanks, Captain. We've been holding back for a long time. We'll beat them proportionally to the number of words in the letter and how many were sent." Ha Jung-woo's eyes turned red, and he grinned, threatening them. "I guess these uncles' hobbies are a whole new world for everyone, right? Naturally, the bodies will be separated one by one." Jong Seo gulped and thought, "No, this is bad. If Ha Jung-woo goes out, we're dead for sure." 2 others immediately ran over and grabbed Ha Jung-woo's legs, crying out, "Wait a second. We were wrong. Ha Jung-woo, don't go. Please save us." The man in glasses pleads loudly, "If you save us, we'll do whatever you say." Ha Jung-woo places a paper on the table and says, "Then this is a pledge to become a member of the Black and Gold Guild. You'll even get a salary of about 1.5 million won." The Black and Gold member's mouth twitches as he thinks, 1.5 million won a month. Sure, the captain holds our passbooks and cards, but if we're dead, that money is as good as ghost money. Ha Jung-woo looks at him, holding a pen, and asks, "You guys know that, right?" In his mind, he sees the 3 of them getting into an accident. He says, "Even if it's bad luck, it's only half of it. So, if you don't connect with the other party, you'll be torn to shreds in an accident." Ha Jung-woo says with a bright smile, "We have to prevent such abnormalities, right? So, will you do it or not?" The guy immediately shouts back, "Of course, we'll do it. It's something we have to do. Isn't that right, guys? Yeah, we swear it. We messed with the wrong person. Could it be that we've been cursed by a demon?" He looks at the Black and Gold member, thinking, surrendering this easily, something feels off. "We'll destroy those cursed letters we wrote with our own hands in the coming days." Jung Woo smiles thoughtfully. Their combat ability is pathetic, but their curse-casting attribute could be quite useful. A card like this appeared out of nowhere. At the house of Chairman Ro of the Daehan Group, Kang Hyun-min stands still in front of the door. He stands in silence, saying nothing. After a moment, Kang Hyun-min pushes the door open, muttering, "Pull yourself together." He stands there, thinking. If things go south, it's all over. Ro Man-chun is startled and calls out, "You've arrived?" He smiles, asking with fake concern, "Was it a long trip? Are you tired, Chairman?" Kang Hyun-min's face darkens as he thinks crazily. Even my child was snatched away. Only the Ilu Corporation remains. I won't let anyone take it. Kang Hyun-min immediately bows his head and says, "I sincerely apologize for being late." Ro Man-chun picks up his glass, sarcastically, saying, entering without an apology, "You feeling uncomfortable?" His face turns black as he curses internally. Damned old man, what a difficult person. But for now, I'll just endure it. If I upset him, it'll be a massive headache. Ro Man-chun brings the glass to his lips, saying, "Sit down, then we can talk." Kang Hyun-min respectfully replies, "Yes, sir." Ro sets the glass down and demands, "Let's get straight to the point. We don't have much time, so it's better to speak plainly. Dragging this out won't do anyone any good." Kang Hyun-min sees this and analyzes. He wants me to show my hand first. I need at least 2 sheets. Ro Man-chun immediately asks, "What about the price?" He replies with a sincere face, "I will pay you back with shares of our Ilu Corporation. If so, besides me, you will be ranked as a major shareholder." Ro Man-chun immediately interrupts. "Too much. Isn't that a given?" Chairman Ro Kang Hyun Min sees this and thinks. As expected, his greed has no limits. He immediately adds, "Besides that, I will share the secrets of the industry." Ro Man-chun replies with a smile, "That's a pretty good offer." Kang Hyun-min listens and ponders. "Even though I'm definitely going to lose over 200 billion won. Of course, are you satisfied with this? But if this partnership with Daehan Group is successful, can you restore the confidence of the board members?" Ro stands up, smiles, and leaves, saying, "Good, very good. Since both sides are this determined, there's no need to drag this out any longer. Let's prepare the documents now." After a while, Kang Hyun-min picks up a pen and looks at the paper on the table. He turns to look at Ro Man-chun and requests, "You must mobilize the capital immediately after signing." Ro folds his hands behind his back and replies, "Of course, that goes without saying. Don't worry." Suddenly, before Kang Hyun-min can sign, a gust of wind blows through, quickly sweeping the stack of contracts into the air. Ro Man-chun sees this and shouts, "What's going on?" 2 bodyguards rush to protect him, yelling, "Please step back. Chairman, there's an intruder." Ro Man-chun screams in anger, "How did someone get in here?" Kang Hyun-min is startled and looks up when he hears a sound coming from the magic circle above. How did he get in? A pair of feet descend from above, accompanied by a voice asking, "Isn't this a barrier?" Ro, the intruder, appears, laughing triumphantly. "If you wanted to hold a secret meeting like this, you should have paid more attention to security. If you don't defend yourself carefully," he adds with a bright smile, "you must be wanting to die." Ro Man-chun points at him in anger and screams, "You! Did you set a trap for me?" Kang Hyun-min is confused. I have nothing to do with this." Ro Man-chun yells, "If it's not you, then it must be your father's doing." Kang Hyun-min hears this and glances behind him, thinking, "Right now, if this contract is broken, the one who benefits the most is my father. Damn it. It was a mistake not to bring bodyguards to keep this secret." He raises his hand to gather magic, mocking, "Hey, you yellow monkeys. No matter how you talk, it won't matter. I just connected this to a new barrier space. Now, no one can get in, and no one can get out." Ro Man-chun angrily scolds, "You bastard." He frowns, thinking, a huge mistake. It turns out he came here with the intention of killing us all. 2 bodyguards immediately rush toward the intruder, shouting, "Chairman, we'll stop him. Please don't worry, we won't let him pass." He raises a finger, gathering magical power, and says, "Ridiculous." Magic surrounds one bodyguard, making him jump. The magic quickly traps the other person as well. Both of them are controlled by the magic and slam into each other. He waves his hand gently, sending them flying into the wall behind, muttering, "Boring, boring." Bodyguards protecting the chairman of a major corporation are only at this level. Ro Man-chun asks in shock, "Ma magic, are you from Alanga?" Kang Hyun-min turns his head to look at the baseball bat behind him, thinking, "Even though I knew for sure there was a power helping my father, I didn't expect it to be Alanga." He reaches out to grab one, deciding, "Even so, I can't just let it go." Kang Hyun-min raises the baseball bat and rushes toward the intruder, declaring, "Even if it's Alanga or whoever, you absolutely cannot take the Ilu Corporation." He huffs coldly and waves his hand, blowing him backward. He laughs, saying, "Now it's just the two of us." Chairman Ro Man Chun sees this and asks in panic, What do you want? Is all of this really because of Kang Guk Hwa? He raises a knife and asks coldly, "Since you're going to die anyway, what's the point of knowing that?" Chairman Ro has to pay the price for meddling in Alanga's affairs, right? He hears this and curses internally, "Damn it. Ha Jung Woo, I should have listened to him." In Ro Man Chun's head, an image of Ha Jung Woo appears, saying, "Seems like a nice day to stay home today, huh?" At that time, he had retorted, "What does getting old have to do with it? I'm still better than a bunch of brats," he said softly. "It won't be good for your heart." Ro Man Chun shouts in anger, "Why should I care about your heart?" Ha Jung Woo laughed and added, "Fair enough. If the chairman passes away, we'll only need my father at the wedding." The old man roared in anger, "Watch your mouth." Ha Jung Woo replied calmly, "I just meant you should be careful." Roman Chun panicked and he thought to himself, "I still want to attend Hera's wedding. If everything ends here, suddenly, Ha Jung Woo's voice appeared from behind. "That's what I'm saying. If your grandfather isn't at the wedding, Hara would be sad, right?" He appeared behind the old man, smiling. "So, you're happy, aren't you?" Roman Chun jumped in surprise, shouting, "You? How did you get in here?" Ha Jung Woo raised his hand and replied, "With the kind of barriers you set up, it was nothing." The guy raised his knife, screaming in rage, "You arrogant monkey bastard. I'll rip you to shreds." Right after that, a magic circle appeared in front of Ha Jung Woo. A powerful blast of light shot out from the magic circle, causing a massive explosion that destroyed over half the house. Seeing Ha Jung Woo standing tall, he yelled at Luke, who was behind him. A magic circle was gathering energy behind him. Spreading his arms, he yelled, "Witness the consequences of defying the gods. Die." Meteor storm. Ha Jung Woo looked at the giant lava spheres hurtling toward him and was momentarily stunned. He then smiled brightly. "But I think there's been a misunderstanding." Ha Jung Woo quickly darted through, shattering the spheres as he closed the distance. He yelled, "You're nothing but." The guy was startled. What the hell? After getting punched hard in the stomach, he winced in pain. Ha Jung Woo looked at him with disdain. "Just a pathetic loser, that's all." "You lunatic." He delivered a straight palm strike, sending the guy plummeting from high above. In just a second, he landed not very gently. The ground shook, and dust billowed everywhere. The guy lay amidst the rubble, unable to believe he'd actually been punched by the monkey. Ha Jung Woo walked up calmly and asked, "What? Can't believe it? Want me to punch you again?" As he gathered power in his palm to teach him a lesson, he added, "Your insolence truly knows no bounds. I'm going to crush that big mouth of yours." The guy unleashed an attack, sending a series of fire blasts straight toward him, cursing, "You damn monkey." Ha Jung Woo contemptuously slashed through the power, asking, "Have you never been to a zoo before?" He then countered with several sword beams, which brought down dense blocks of stone like a rainstorm, saying, "You keep muttering about monkeys, it's getting annoying." Seeing this, Luke was stunned and could only curse. Damn it, his entire body had to endure the barrage of rocks crashing down. Besides cursing, Luke was helpless. Damn it all. Ha Jung Woo's voice rang out from behind. "Didn't see that coming." He stomped on him, forcing Luke's face into the dirt. Ha Jung Woo's voice was cold as ice. "And you hid those friends of yours pretty well, didn't you?" The guy tried to endure the humiliation, grinding his teeth. "What are you talking about?" Ha Jung Woo replied bluntly, "So you can die in peace. You thought I didn't know? About the friends you have lying in ambush in the woods around your villa?" In another development, while Roman Chun was unconscious, Young X was trying to carry the old man away. He was tense, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within, followed by a scream, "Get out of the way." The fire grew more intense, consuming everything nearby. Gold Knight watched the black smoke rising and sneered, "Goodbye, you bunch of idiots in black." Yonex arrived just in time and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" "You think anyone would fall for that trap?" Tae-san chimed in. "The boss really has an eye for this." He said a guy in a hoodie and baseball cap would appear in broad daylight. Yonex excitedly exclaimed, "Just following the boss's orders." He agreed immediately. "Sure." A whole group of men in black appeared, surrounding Gold Knight. He said triumphantly, "You've fallen into our trap." The guy maintained a calm attitude. "Do you really think I'm at a disadvantage?" On Luke's side, his attitude was just as confident as the other guys, cursing, "You damn monkey. You actually know how to use your brain. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here." Ha Jung Woo reminded him kindly, "It's nice to see you fall for the trap. Don't worry, monkey. I'll send your lackeys with you, so you won't be lonely on your way to hell." Luke kept smiling, completely unafraid. "This is hilarious." Suddenly, his entire body burst with brilliant golden light, and he shouted, "The one who's going to die isn't me. It's you. Ha Jung Woo quickly flew away from him. Looking at that massive pillar of power, he was stunned. What just happened? Luke, with his tattered cloak fluttering wildly, said arrogantly. Aside from messing with the Ilyu group, Ha Jung Woo, you keep getting in my way with your big mouth and stupid actions. You no longer deserve mercy. I'll kill you with my bare hands. He flexed his muscles and compressed his power, yelling, release attribute. A layer of metallic armor began to appear on his arms. It spread from his legs upward, and finally, his head was covered with a sturdy helmet. The emblem on his chest glowed brightly as Luke appeared, in a brand new form, with majestic combat armor floating in midair. However, Ha Jung Woo didn't care at all. A magic suit? Are you cosplaying anime? Ha Jung Woo thought to himself. Based on the magical intensity, you've gotten much stronger, haven't you? Could the successor of the Ellen family really be this different? Luke was already used to mocking him as a hobby. Stupid monkey, you don't understand what's happening, do you? Let's see how long that arrogance of yours lasts. Ha Jung Woo thought to himself, I've only seen grade 8 magic in books, so I can't really estimate his true power. I didn't expect fighting this Luke guy would be so fun. The experience and information gained from this fight are truly useful. I wonder what else I can get out of this? He started provoking him. Don't just float there in that suit. Show me its true power, or is that all you're planning to use it for? Luke was wiser this time. You monkey, you're craftier than an insect like you has any right to be. Trying to provoke me so obviously you think I don't see it. Ha Jung Woo purposely continued to agitate him. I thought you were an idiot, but at least you have a sense of humor. Luke started to get angry, unable to control his frustrated facial expression, thinking, was he born to just get under people's skin? He opened his mouth, violating community standards. You damn monkey. If that's what you want, I'll show you the true power of this magic suit. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke moved with wind-like speed, appearing behind Ha Jung Woo. He didn't spare any praise for his arrogant, self-important opponent. That speed, the suit really boosts magic power significantly. As he finished speaking, Luke's kick missed into thin air, and he added, still, a bit slow, don't you think? The speed of this magic-enhancing suit is quite significant. After those words, when the kick missed him in midair, he continued, still, a bit too slow, isn't it? This is hilarious. He's so confident, but running is useless. Luck is closing in, but he's already masked by his suit's mana detection. Even as the gap closes, Jung Woo stays calm, taunting his opponent. That looks pretty useful. You really are a piece of trash to the very end. Luck, frustrated, swears, I'll catch you, you little monkey. Jung Woo challenges him, come and get me, then. Luck's hand misses again, and Jung Woo strikes him right on the wrist. But even Jung Woo is shocked. What? It got faster? Nice. Luck, going berserk, throws punches and curses. You damn monkey. Once again, his attack is blocked by Jung Woo with a cocky attitude. He even mocks him. Nice try. Luck starts questioning reality, thinking, even with the suit's acceleration, I still missed him, even if just by a hair. Jung Woo keeps provoking him. Is it me, or is your suit getting cold? Crank up the output a bit. Living by the motto, ask and you shall receive. Luck replies, fine. Let's see how much you can take. He cranks the power to 30%, 60, 75. He engages full acceleration and opens the image analysis program. The moment he locks onto the target, he fires a massive pink blast of energy straight at his opponent. Jung Woo calmly realizes, that's 8th tier magic. Over on Tae-san's side, he's struggling to endure the pain of an ice spear piercing through him, while Gold Knight gloats over his success. Everyone who surrounded him has fallen. Young X is gnashing his teeth in fury. Even though he's covered in wounds, he swears, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembles, leaving Young X stunned. An earthquake? From the nearby forest, a thick plume of smoke rises. He's panicked. What the hell is happening? Suddenly struck by a bad feeling, Young X realizes in horror that that's Duke Luck. Gold Knight trusts the prince, Luck. It's finally starting. Luck is wearing his magical armor, Kuei Chi. Nakami developed a magical suit that makes Naka feel incredibly proud. That is, equipping it with the latest artificial intelligence. Even though a mage's calculations and formulas surpass that of a normal person, there are times when they miss things, and the AI computer is there to supplement that. He throws a strike toward Jung Woo. The power is immense. The force sends rocks flying everywhere, destroying a long strip of land. Luck boasts triumphantly, Ha Jung Woo. How does that taste? A notification flashes. Warning, rapid approach. High energy. Close combat mode. Online. Luck blocks an attack from Jung Woo with one hand and says, looks like you managed to dodge that. Huh. Jung Woo, suddenly swinging back, retorts, the world is much better now, isn't it? Fighting with an AI now too. Luck isn't surprised. He swings his arm, preparing to counter, calmly speaking. Progressed civilizations always trample. Both of them lunge at each other with powerful blows. Jung Woo shouts, "It's the civilizations that have degenerated." Luck puts all his strength into one punch, giving Jung Woo no time to react. He's blasted away, but he quickly regains his balance and leaps to the ground. The impact shatters the earth into pieces. At that very moment, Luck attacks from afar with the same power strike as before. The terrifying force rushes straight at Jung Woo. He quickly dashes out of the way. The rocks explode in massive collision. Luck chases after him, swinging his arm, sneering. "If you're going to move this slowly, what are you even trying to do?" Jung Woo nimbly dodges a fierce attack. He stops, standing still. His hands are trembling, but his expression shows no fear at all, only a hint of excitement. Looking at his hands, he says, "That's right. I'll admit it. It seems I underestimated AI too much." Hearing this, Luck says smugly, clenching his fist, "What's the point of getting validation from Jung Woo?" Magical circles suddenly surround Jung Woo, catching him off guard. He regains his composure and mocks him. "The precision of a barrier set up right here. Aren't you just showing off for a 7th-tier mage?" Luck immediately throws a palm strike, shouting, "Tear him apart." Shining cutter. The attack slices across Jung Woo's body. He exclaims, "Gotcha." Luck, hovering in the air inside the magic circle, strikes down at him. The attack ends and flames erupt violently. Debris scatters everywhere, and the landscape is left in ruins, choked with smoke. Floating in the air, Luck laughs loudly. His face is full of satisfaction. "Did I overdo it? I suppose I should go find the body." Through the smoke, Jung Woo stands firmly on the ground. He speaks up, "Body? What body?" He brushes dust off his sleeves and continues, "It's so dirty. Dust is the main cause of respiratory diseases, you know." After that blow, he's even more excited. "Anyway, I just wanted to see what the AI was capable of. Who knew it would show me something this ridiculous?" As expected, fighting should be like it used to be. Crushing the opponent with your own raw strength is the only way it's fun. If a mage fights while also using their brain, it's just more of a headache. Luck scowls in boredom, but still proudly asserts, "This guy Jung Woo is definitely crazy. This body is the existence of a Superman." Jung Woo smiles, a dangerous look in his eyes. Then, looking up at Luck, he rolls up his sleeves and says, "From now on, let's fight like real warriors." In another part of the forest, the ground is covered in sharp ice spikes. Yalmex clutches his injured right arm. "What just happened?" Gold Knight smirks and speaks up. "Duke Luck just activated that magic suit. By now, your monkey captain has probably been torn to pieces." Young X can't help but laugh. "We've only been fooled once, and now you're talking nonsense like that?" "The captain told me to check your abilities." Gold Knight's face darkens. Young X, despite the head injury, doesn't seem affected at all. "Now, I'll change your mind in my own way. Right. Tae-san, how long do you plan on lying there dead?" Tae-san, having been pierced through the chest by an ice spike and also injured in the head, speaks up after being called. "Of course, sir." His pitch-black eyes suddenly light up, and his pupils shrink. Yonex and Tae-san jump to their feet. The other comrades stand up around them, surrounding Gold Knight. For someone like him, the best way is to attack head-on. Seeing the situation, he becomes a bit cautious. Sweat is clearly visible. They were clearly dead. How can they stand up like that? Yonex and Tae-san find it even more amusing. "That's right. Head-on is indeed the best way. You've got some strength, but going alone isn't that just stupid?" Gold Knight's eyes flash as he smiles confidently. "Vermin who know nothing of honor or shame. Even if I've been reborn, I'll make sure to bury you lot deep underground." Several guys surrounding him lunged forward, yelling, "You love talking about shame and honor, right? Die." He created a sharp ice spike, flashed a confident grin, and said, "Seems like you still haven't tasted real heat yet." A magic circle appeared in the air above the ice spikes. From there, they launched straight at the targets. Gold Knight screamed, "Critical storm." They rained down, causing massive impacts. "Dodge." Yomek said, his face stern and serious. "Don't panic. Keep up the heavy, relentless attacks. We have to wear him down." Tae-san launched a surprise attack from behind, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he swung a fist toward Gold Knight. He roared, "Don't you dare look down on the nature of a villain." Gold Knight quickly noticed and summoned an ice block to block Tae-san's attack. Another ice block flew in, pinning Tae-san down. Gold Knight was gloating, but just as he spoke, two sharp golden needles pierced his neck. No matter how much he tried to struggle, he couldn't break free. He pulled them out without showing any pain. He wondered, hidden weapons? Yon X stood on an ice block and replied to his question. If it were just hidden weapons, that'd be boring. Gold Knight looked over. It was just two needles, but suddenly, a wave of pain hit him. His pupils shrank, He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He reached up to pull at his collar, where black veins were spreading up toward his face. What is this? Is this poison? Yang X and Tae San suddenly swung their fists. Of course. When you're fighting, poison is a necessity. You don't even know that, you amateur kid. Gold Knight took the hit, his whole body sent flying backward. The punch was so strong it distorted his face and loosened his teeth. Gold Knight grimaced, criticizing, "Don't you have any shame? You can say things like that with a straight face." The whole group rushed to gang up on him. "Shame? Don't make me laugh. You die, we live, that's the rule of the game. All of you, attack him." Gold Knight could only endure it and curse, "You bastards." He began to unleash his ability, preparing a destructive blow. Thermal super thermal. The energy turned into beams of light, piercing through Yang X and Tae San's group. They braced themselves, enduring the pain as it tore through their chests. Yang X's whole group had fallen around him. Gold Knight glared at them, sneering, "Trash. Get the hell down to hell." Suddenly, his ankle was grabbed by a hand. Tae San, despite being covered in blood, looked triumphant as he caught him, saying, "Hey, don't be so cold. I have feelings too, you know." Gold Knight slumped to the ground, shocked. "The hell? What is this?" He held onto him tightly from behind, while Yang X rushed in from the front, dagger in hand, lecturing him. "You need to learn to speak nicely, you miserable Ian Key bastard." Tae San, from behind, declared, "You're done for now." He struggled. "Damn you, let me go." Yang X wasn't about to let him off. "This is the price for daring to pierce our bodies." The blade went through Gold Knight. He cursed them internally, "You cowardly bastards." Voices echoed all around, shouting in unison. "Don't give him a chance to use magic. Kill him. Stab him all at once. This is the price for opposing the Iron Squad." The situation on the other side was just as miserable when he was punched by Jung Woo, shattering his face. The armor plating on his face turned to dust from that punch. He flew into a rage and threw a punch, cursing, "You bastard." He grabbed his fist. "What's wrong? Can't you even scratch me?" His arm was even twisted backward by him. The system notification warned, "Alert, alert, system damage at 78%, core failure at 60%, irreparable, mana barrier strength below 20%. For the second time, he was slammed into the ground by Jung Woo. He was bitter, unable to accept this reality. "No way, how could my magic armor be destroyed by just a few punches?" Jung Woo laughed coldly and asked, "Are you still delusional enough to think you can beat me? You'll never reach my level." He retorted, "You arrogant prick. I am a superhuman who has surpassed the limits of humanity." He frantically activated his missile system, screaming, "There's no way I'm losing to you yellow monkeys and your crude martial arts. Hell's annihilation. There's no escape. They will hunt you down to the depths of hell." He didn't just sit there waiting to die. He zoomed off, even complimenting him. "Spot on. That tracking is pretty hot too." Looking at Jung Woo being attacked from all sides, he gloated, faking kindness. "Stop struggling. Die in peace, you monkey." From the center of the bombardment, his cold voice rang out, "And if I don't want to?" The system notified, "Target lost. Searching again." He panicked. "No way. Those gold-plated missiles fly at max speed 60. Just as Jung Woo appeared behind him, he also received a notification. Collision detected within 2 meters. As he took a punch square on, the notification warned, tolerance threshold exceeded. Severe physical damage. Retreat required. Atomic bombs were falling from the sky one after another, while he was being trampled under Jung Woo's feet. The whole space lit up from the collision of the atomic bombs and the ground. The firepower spread over a massive area in the distance. That patch of land was now a deep, wide crater. Thick smoke billowed from the center. There, Jung Woo was sighing. Almost thought that was a real nuke. He calmly looked at him, buried under the smoking dust and debris, saying, "Thanks for this interesting fight. Thanks to you, I understand more about the characteristics of level 8 magic." This made him feel insulted. "Damn it. Was fighting me just an experiment for you?" He calmly admitted. "Of course. There's no reason for me to fight small fry if not to gain knowledge." He was almost triggered into a desperate final act. Activate damn monkey. Spirit burst. The notification warned, detected faint reaction from the body, saving data and disconnecting. He was stunned. What? His entire body was pushed into the air by a powerful force from beneath the rock and soil. Jung Woo, seeing this, grew even more excited. "You didn't disappoint me at all. Looks like you value AI data more than your successor's life. Huh." Unable to stand the humiliation, he screamed, "Damn you. Stop it right now." Energy surged from his chest, radiating in all directions. But Jung Woo didn't care at all and turned his back to walk away. Ignoring the firestorm behind him, he still wore a mysterious smile. Thick smoke billowed up. On Gold Knight's side, he was cosplaying as a hedgehog, with daggers stuck all over his body. and the person he was counting on was currently buried in a deep pit, a hand reaching up to grip the ground. He crawled like a paraplegic, his mouth never stopping its curses. Gold Knight, Che Jun Jung, I will tear you both apart with my own hands. Behind him, a deep, ominous voice rang out. You dare call Che Jun Jung by that filthy mouth of yours? Standing behind him was Hormyung, looking as angry as someone coming to collect a debt. You dare say Che Jun Jung's name with that filthy mouth? Behind him, there stood Hormyung, his face dark as if he were here to collect a debt. A formidable power flickered from his hands. And so, the desperate screams of Luke continued to echo throughout the entire forest. Manchun leaned against a tree and asked, What do we do now, Kang Hyun-myung? He replied, What else can we do? Let's just proceed according to the agreement. The old man was startled and cried out, What? You mean you want me to go against the Allen side? If we clash with them, the Daehan group will be hanging by a thread. Manchun frowned and asked, And furthermore, will you support me? Kang Hyun-bin stood up abruptly and retorted, What do you mean by that? The old man laughed loudly and said, In this situation, still calculating gains and losses, that's just a waste. He calmly retorted, Only the chairman can do it. Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing both of them to look over. It turned out to be the two of them. Jung Woo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God you two weren't harmed. The old man immediately asked his son-in-law, Jung Woo, what on earth is happening? He raised his hand and said, I killed the eldest son of the Allen family with these very hands. Kang Hyun-min was shocked in horror. Oh my God, the eldest son is dead, he roared in anger. You idiot, what the hell have you done? Jung Woo frowned and asked, What was that? Immediately, Kang Hyun-min's body stiffened. He yelled, Everything has come to this. What are we going to do? When the Allen family finds out, we'll have no choice but to die. Jung Woo heard this and questioned, what could they possibly do? Kang Hyun-min immediately cried out, The group's mistake is clear as day. This time, neither you nor Jeong will be able to escape. You clearly understood that, so why are you still headbutting your way into this? Jung Woo. He raised his hand and asked, So, father, can you stop saying empty words now? If we just sit here obediently, will the Allen's side retreat? He began to analyze. Annexing the Ilu group is only a secondary goal. Their main objective is to swallow the South Korean economy and seize the entire Chinese market, the economic center of East Asia. Would the Allen side easily let go of such a lucrative piece of bait, or are they just taking one step back to calculate more carefully? Manchun frowned as he listened. Jung Woo asked, What do you think, father? Kang Hyun-min gritted his teeth and thought, He's right. The Allen group won't retreat so easily. He grinned, feeling. But fortunately, it will be hard for the Allen side to defeat us. The old man immediately argued loudly. That's just your short-sighted thinking. If they really make a move, we're as good as dead. Jung Woo raised his hand and suggested, That's why I have an idea. Why don't we sign a small contract? From now on, I'll be the bodyguard for the chairman. He added, Surely I'll have to face those Allen people. So the fee should be a bit steep. Kang Hyun-min was startled and shouted, What? I've already fed you so much money. Jung Woo raised his hand to propose another solution. If you don't have cash, you can mortgage assets or hand over shares. That would be even better. He roared in anger. What kind of nonsense are you barking about? He sighed and lamented, Well, so be it, then. What else can I do? He was astonished and cried, What? Jung Woo laughed and said, Maybe there are others who know about this. Kang Hyun-min gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. That bastard is no joke. He only likes money, completely different from Lee Hogo, a guy who sells his life for cash. He roared, Don't you know how much money I've poured into the Jeong project? He paid no attention and mocked, Poor you. But I only work when there's a contract. Moreover, the money for killing the Allen family's son hasn't been added to the salary yet. Kang Hyun-min shouted in anger. You! From Jung Woo's body, a crimson light radiated. He grinned menacingly and thought, Kang Hyun-min, you use even your own children for profit. I will take the Ilu group from you, step by step. At another of Manchun's houses, Jung Woo looked at the old man and asked, Sir, are you tired? You should go rest and recover. Manchun clasped his hands behind his back and calmly said, Kid, if you have something to ask, just ask. The old man asked in a low voice, You predicted that the Allen side would attack us? He smiled and replied, Yes, I did. Manchun immediately exploded with rage. Then why did you say it only now? Jung Woo calmly replied, I told you not to go, sir. The old man retorted loudly, You have to be clear about these things. Manchun frowned and calculated to himself, He's crazy. At this rate, my precious granddaughter will end up a widow. He might even destroy this entire group. He smiled brightly and assured him, Nothing bad will happen. I promise. The old man froze in shock, thinking, did he read my thoughts? How can he be so sure? Jung Woo leaned close to Man Chun's ear and whispered, I'll reveal something to you, don't be shocked. The old man suspiciously asked, what is it that you have to be so secretive about? He said quietly, I have a friend who is blood related to the Allen family. Hearing this, Man Chun widened his eyes and stammered, what? Jung Woo added with a smile. Maybe even the entire Allen lineage. His lips curled up, is gone. The old man shrieked, oh my God, even the entire Allen lineage? He lowered his voice, I just need your help. Man Chun couldn't believe it and yelled, you're gone. The old man frowned and thought to himself, how can he say such grand words? His brain must be rotten. Man Chun frowned, looking at Jung Woo and muttering, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. With a chaotic mind, he thought, no matter what, I have to live to be 100 years old. A news article flashed on the screen, and the students staring at the computer jumped in surprise. Oh my God, Hara is dating? How is that even possible? She's only 18. They couldn't believe it, whispering about how Hera was the heiress to the Daehan group. The nation's little sister, it's so sad. She's already married at her age? This must be a baseless rumor. I bet you it's 100% fake news. At the press conference, Hara stood still, listening to the reporters' questions. Hara, how long have you been dating? What made you decide to make this public? Is the person you're dating the heir to some major conglomerate? On the plaza screen, her image appeared as she made a statement. My boyfriend is the most perfect person in the world. Jung Woo was walking by and looked up at the screen, shouting in shock, Hara. She smiled brightly, introducing him. My boyfriend is currently a sophomore in the magic department. He is the head of the GM project. Over there, Jung Woo was drinking water and choked upon hearing her reveal his name. The next day, Jung Woo got out of the car and slammed the door shut with all his might. The crowd around him started whispering loudly. Isn't that the jerk Jung Woo? He looks like a rat. Hara is so pitiful. They immediately shouted at him. You jerk. I heard you two have been dating since kindergarten. Doesn't that mean you've been together for 15 years? You must be bored of each other by now. The crowd kept screaming, break up already. Break up with our Hera right now. Jung Woo sneered and cursed. What a bunch of maniacs. That night, outside his house, two reporters stared at the house and said, Jung Woo and Hara are going to appear any second now. Sitting in this spot, we'll see every little touch, right? Another reporter behind them asked, they're just high school students anyway. Is it really okay to film them like this? The other one shouted loudly, it doesn't matter. People these days only care about scandals. Is that so? Jung Woo appeared behind them and said, oh, is that how it is? Hearing his voice, the two reporters looked over, stuttering. Jung Woo. Their bodies wouldn't stop shaking. One reporter looked at his colleague, frowning as he asked, what's wrong? Then, the two of them suddenly hugged and kissed each other. Jung Woo immediately raised his phone to snap a photo, then turned to leave, saying, let me post this kind of news for you guys instead. The two reporters were still kissing, stammering with difficulty. No, you can't do that. Just then, Hara stepped out of the car. Seeing Jung Woo, she let out a cry of surprise. Holding his phone, he looked at Hera and said, you seem to be home late, huh? She immediately asked, were you waiting for me? Hera walked toward Jung Woo and said, even if that weren't the case, I still had something I needed to tell you. Hearing that, he suspiciously repeated, something you needed to tell me? She looked at Jung Woo, shyly saying, well, about that, he feigned ignorance, asking back. About what? You've got me curious now. Hara lunged forward and kissed Jung Woo on the cheek. I love you. She looked at his bewildered face and asked, does making a public confession like that make you uncomfortable? After that, Hara smiled brightly, headed toward the house, and laughed, saying, let's keep in touch when you're done with work. Jung Woo stood still, muttering, what's there to be embarrassed about? But he stood there, watching her back as she walked away, thinking to himself, I've never felt like this since I was born. Even though he felt a bit awkward, it would be a lie to say he didn't like it. If his relationship with Hara progressed further, it wouldn't be a problem at all. The next morning, Kang Chun raised his hand and greeted him. Hey, big celebrity. Everyone knows who you are these days. Jung Woo smiled and asked, are you hungry? He heard him and reminded him. Your leg has only just started to heal a little. He glanced toward Kang Chun. Thinking it over, the Murium assembly was coming up soon. If he wanted good results, it looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty. He saw Jung Woo place a hand on his chest and asked in surprise, why are you looking at me like that? You're scaring me a little. He used force to knock Kang Chun far away, shouting, think carefully. Jung Woo stood still, maintaining his posture, hands raised, and said, standing up after falling seems to have made you much stronger, huh? Don't get too relaxed. You can't let your body rest for too long. Kang Chun angrily jumped up. He roared, "What are you talking about, you evil maniac? You're not kidding me, are you?" He gave a smile and said, "It's the truth." Kang Chun's angry voice echoed, "Oh my god, you crazy bastard." He used force to lunge at him, shouting, "Take this." Jung Woo smiled, raised his hand, and punched Kang Chun hard in the stomach, killing two birds with one stone, both therapy and physical training recovery. He clutched his stomach, letting out a moan. How? How is this supposed to be rehabilitation? Kang Chun's whole body trembled as he complained. "You just don't like it that my health is getting better, do you? If I were completely healthy, I would have been able to withstand these attacks. With this incurable disease, I don't even know when I'm going to die." Next, Jung Woo kicked him in the face, scolding, "Stop talking nonsense." Kang Chun was sent flying against the wall and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the hell are you doing?" He stood still and replied, pretending he's useless. Jung Woo's whole body radiated dark energy, urging, "Come on, hurry up. Stand up and train already." Kang Chun raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. "Stop hitting me, you lunatic. Even if I don't get beaten to death by you, I'll die of frustration sooner or later." Hearing that, he looked startled and asked suspiciously, "Frustrated, you say?" Kang Chun closed his eyes and roared, "Who do you think is to blame for the papers constantly posting about our dating news? Who was it? That's so unfair to me." Jung Woo saw this and laughed, encouraging him. "If you feel that way, then try to win at the assembly. There are plenty of beauties out there." In his mind, an image of Gu Hua appeared, smiling and saying, "Kang Chun, my type is strong men. Are you the one who's going to win at the assembly?" Thinking of this, Kang Chun kept muttering, "Of course I have to win." Jung Woo smiled and added, "If you win at the assembly, you can have whatever you want. Everything you've ever dreamed of will come true. Only the strongest in the world can stay here." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he shouted in confusion, and Kang Chun's whole body radiated powerful energy as he yelled, "No matter what anyone says." Jung Woo saw this and panicked slightly. What is that idiot thinking about now? He raised his fist, smiling ferociously, shouting, "Victory! I'm only allowed to win." Jung Woo smiled slightly, thinking, he took the bait with just a little provocation. That's right, bring it on. At school, Jun Jung was sitting on a chair reading a book. Jung Woo walked over alone and praised her. "You're always working so hard, aren't you?" She immediately closed the book. He watched Jun Jung leave and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a while. Why are you like this?" "About you and Hera." Jung Woo was stunned to hear her shout, "Why did you come to school, you idiot?" Jung Woo suspiciously asked, "Why should I have to stay home?" Just as he was speaking, two people with swords slashed down from above. The two of them swung their swords down, shouting, Jung Woo, take this." Immediately after that, the two of them were hit. Jung Woo stood still, watching them get blown away, let out a breath, and smiled, asking, "What kind of game are you guys playing?" Just then, someone appeared from behind him and started clapping. "Bravo, brave one." It was David, the branch manager of Alan and the lead investigator into Luke's disappearance. He clapped and praised, Jung Woo, your abilities are truly something else. To easily take down those two at such a young age, impressive. Very impressive." Jung Woo retorted, "Are you guys all on the same side?" Jun Jung hurriedly stepped in to stop him, pointing at the man as she introduced him. "This is an investigator from Alan," David said gently. "This little greeting and capability test didn't startle you, did it?" Jun Jung quickly added, "He's not a bad person, really." Jung Woo asked back, "You call someone who throws knives around so carelessly not a bad person?" David immediately grinned and explained, "One must be well informed about the people around the young lady. If it's someone with level 6 abilities like Jung Woo here, those basic knife throws are nothing, right, Jung Woo? The last person to have contact with Luke must be directly linked to his disappearance." Jung Woo lunged forward, grabbed David by the face, and growled, "Is attacking the moment we meet some kind of American greeting?" David's eyes widened in shock. Jung Woo's lips curled into a smile. "In that case, I should return the favor, shouldn't I?" He then used all his strength to slam David's head into the ground. David gritted his teeth, thinking, "This guy, it's really him. That bastard." He screamed with all his might, "Gold Knights, seize him. Capture that Jung Woo right now." Immediately, a swarm of Gold Knights emerged from a magic circle surrounding Jung Woo. He turned his head around, shouting, "Even though I'd love to take care of these flies," but moments later, Jung Woo appeared behind the group, patted Jun Jung on the shoulder, and said, "I want to go somewhere quiet to talk to you for a bit." "That's enough." David sat up, enraged, and commanded, "No, don't let him escape. Catch him." The Gold Knights grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, yelling, "Come out, Jung Woo." Ha Jung-woo took Chae Jun-jung and vanished. Out on the city streets, Chae Jun-jung angrily scolded him. Ha Jung-woo, why did you have to fight them? You're already a prime suspect in Luke's case, which is exactly why I told you to stay out of sight. Ha Jung-woo smiled, trying to reassure her. It's okay. There's still no news from the States anyway. She was speechless at his attitude. He looked at her and thought to himself, just as I predicted. Those guys are trying to bolster their influence in Korea. That means the succession position within the family isn't as stable as it used to be. Chae Jun-jung looked at Ha Jung-woo and confided, I received orders to return to the States to join the classes for the successors. Ha Jung-woo was startled, thinking, as I thought. He smirked. So, the internal struggle within the Allen family is going to be brutal, huh? In the end, Chae Jun-jung is going to be chosen as the successor, and Chae Jun-jung looked up at the sky, let out a sigh, and said, I don't even like the idea of going back to the States. I've already had to officially take responsibility for my mother's actions within the family. She turned to look at Ha Jung-woo and expressed, So, I need your help. He laughed, asking, Well then, what do I get in return from you? Chae Jun-jung let out a gasp of surprise. Ha Jung-woo's eyes glowed with a red light as he said, You weren't planning on having me help for free, were you? She anxiously asked back, You want a reward? He replied, You have to know that give and take is the basics, right? Her hands trembled as she nervously clutched the book in her hands, muttering, I know I have to pay for it. Meddling in the Allen family's affairs could cost me my life. You know, just having you care about this is enough for me to be grateful. She gave a shy, embarrassed smile and continued, But I don't know how I could possibly pay you back. Though she said that, in her heart she thought, even if I offered him anything, Ha Jung-woo probably wouldn't take it. For him, having Hara is enough. Ha Jung-woo sighed and said, You don't need to give it to me now. After you become the official successor, it won't be too late to repay me. So, tell me, what is it that you want from that family? Chae Jun-jung lowered her head, thinking of the time Luke stammered as she replied, Luke used to do it, so I want to build a family stronghold here in Korea. Ha Jung-woo glanced at her, deep in thought. It seems like Chae Jun-jung wants to earn the family's recognition by finishing what Luke started. Are they using Chae Jun-jung as bait? Bait to lure me in? Chae Jun-jung touched her head and lamented. No matter what, I still feel like I'm just being used as bait. He snapped his fingers and smiled brightly. Bingo. You really are my friend. She was immediately startled and shocked. She shouted, This isn't the time to be complimenting me. I haven't even figured out what my next move should be. Ha Jung-woo calmly analyzed, That's to be expected. After all, the relationship between the Ilu and Anmun families isn't exactly great. Oh right, this also involves your mother, Tren Mun. He looked down at Chae Jun-jung and asked, Anyway, first you need to pave the way, right? She asked skeptically. Pave the way? Ha Jung-woo began to explain, Allen is the representative for the United States. Korea has eunuch. You know that, right? First, you have to shake hands with them. Chae Jun-jung looked down, astonished, and asked, Would eunuch shake hands with a puppet like me? Ha Jung-woo smiled, leaning closer to her, saying, If eunuch helps you, you'll rise to the position of the Allen successor. In return, they get a lot of support, too. So, for such a lucrative partner, eunuch won't let this opportunity slip away. Chae Jun-jung, hearing this, got excited and yelled, If that's the case, what should I do next? Ha Jung-woo rattled off a list. Don't just rely on me. You have to find a way yourself. If it stays like this, you'll never be able to break away from me. Is that what you want? She smiled as she looked at him, exclaiming, Right, I forgot I've been relying on you way too much. Ha Jung-woo calmly stated, Relationships where one person just blindly gives and the other takes unconsciously won't last long. As a friend who always values trust, you should feel happy to have a friend like me. Chae Jun-jung looked up at the sky and whispered, A friend I can truly trust. Thank you. Ha Jung-woo. Just then, David arrived with his group and shouted, Over here. Ha Jung-woo raised his hand, gathered magic, and laughed. Late, aren't you? So, are we fighting again? David's group immediately rushed forward, screaming, Die. Chae Jun-jung stood in front of him, shouting, Please, stop. David saw this and spoke loudly, Please, step aside. I cannot let him get away with this. She frowned and retorted loudly, Ha Jung-woo is my friend. More importantly, you don't have concrete evidence linking him to Luke, so you cannot just attack people recklessly. As a successor, I demand you stop that action right now. He gritted his teeth. After a moment, David let out a sigh. He gripped his own shirt and admitted, I was rude. I sincerely apologize. David bowed slightly. We'll meet again, Ha Jung-woo. The heir's friends saw this, and Ha Jung-woo immediately gave Chae Jun-jung a thumbs up. She gave him a thumbs-up back. Late at night at Washamoon was heavily guarded by soldiers. A group gathered nearby, whispering as they discussed their plan. The guards were extremely alert. Get as close to the target as possible. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Gu Hua immediately clasped her hands respectfully. I have finally been able to meet you, Commander. Jianin laughed at that, saying, just call me father. She replied in a soft voice, yes, father. The old man frowned and probed. Do you have any news about the elders' movements yet? Gu Hua clasped her hands, reporting sternly, the majority are against my participation in the martial arts assembly. Jianin stood up and said, while it is unfortunate, men and women will never be equal. That is the conventional wisdom of today. It seems I need to do more to change this attitude. She frowned and thought to herself, I am very sorry to say this, but even you discriminate against me, father, especially right before I defeated my brother. Elsewhere, Gu Hun was sent flying by someone using the fire dragon technique. The spear in Zhang Yin's hand shook. He shouted in surprise, the air. Another person was also shocked. No way. Seeing him fall to the ground, someone yelled, he has been defeated by Gu Hua. The other disciples excitedly chatted. That was amazing. With the result of that match, Gu Hua will be the one attending the martial arts assembly. Gu Hun, furious, yelled with all his might, shut up. This match doesn't count. I said it doesn't count. Gu Hua stood by, looking humble, and said, I will try to persuade the elders who are on my brother's side. Or perhaps get rid of them, because their resistance only weakens us. Inside the room, Jianin replied calmly, that is right. It does not matter how many people there are. If the foundation is not solid, it is just like a castle built on sand. As long as you become the heir, Wei-Chan-moon suddenly stopped, startled. Then, Jianin grabbed his own neck and coughed violently. Gu Hua, seeing this, asked anxiously, Father, what is wrong? She looked up to see a man in black, raising his sword to strike. Gu Hua summoned her weapon to defend against them. She swung her spear, creating a fire dragon to surround them. You bastards! Who are you? The people, surrounded by the flames, screamed in pain. A giant column of fire immediately shattered the roof and shot into the sky. Gu Hua grabbed Jianin, lifted him up, and asked with concern, Father, please, wake up. Are you okay? The old man gritted his teeth and roared, Who is it? Who poisoned me with the dispersion powder? Then, he attacked. Suddenly, the two of them froze and looked back at the sound. It is me. Gu Han walked in from outside and replied, The poison used on you is not just dispersion powder, it is also the life-draining powder. Jianin's eyes widened in shock. What? Life-draining powder? Inside the room, Gu Hua hugged Jianin and shouted angrily, That is absurd. How could you use life-draining powder on father? She frowned, unable to believe it. Could it be mother? Gu Han sneered. It was quite annoying to think about you joining father's side, so mother came over to my side. Gu Hua was furious. That battle that day was completely fair. He still refused to accept defeat and roared, Don't make me laugh. Do you think you could have won if it weren't for father manipulating everything? Jianin, furious, gathered magic and struck out. You little brat, are you serious? The old man's eyes widened in pain. Jianin collapsed to the ground, struggling in agony. Gu Han saw this and laughed viciously, muttering, Father, like this, father will die. Gu Hua gathered fire magic and scolded, You bastard, you have completely fallen from grace. You don't deserve to be called my brother anymore, she screamed, creating a dragon phantom, the 9 fire dragons. Gu Hua raised his hand to block it and said, It is useless. The defensive wind barrier immediately sent her flying far away. Gu Hua was startled, unable to believe it, and retorted, No way. You can control the 9 fire dragons of Wei-Chan-moon with just that wind barrier defense skill. She was panicked by his current level of skill. That is impossible. Wait, did you take that pill? Gu Han held up the pill and laughed, complimenting, My little sister is still as sharp as ever. A pill that removes all my hormonal limits. I don't know why people don't use it more often. It is so effective. Gu Hua yelled angrily. That medicine is very dangerous. It is still being tested. You could die. Jianin grabbed his neck and scolded, Don't worry about the death of a fallen bastard like him. She cried out in shock, Father. The old man frowned and shouted, You brat. Who is behind you? Gu Hun, unyielding, roared. What are you talking about, father? I planned everything myself. Jianin roared furiously. Shut up. I know you are not the type of person who could plan something like this. A hand appeared and placed itself on his shoulder, and a voice spoke. Just as expected, Munsu. He said calmly, I could not fool the Wei-Chan-moon commander, could I? Gu Hun glanced in his direction. Commander Dahaman, you did not need to come. I could have handled it myself. Gu Hua was shocked. Commander Doamun, John In gritted his teeth and shouted, Munsu. Munsu smiled smugly and asked, long time no see, right, commander of Wachon Moon? Outside, a warning sign was set up. Two employees stood guard next to the sign and said, sorry for the inconvenience. There is a gas leak at Wachon Moon, so all roads to Wachon Moon will be blocked. Please turn back. Tourists immediately started whispering, I guess they are building something. The employee reported via walkie-talkie, we have finished setting everything up. The walkie-talkie replied, we have done the same in the east. Be careful and ensure no citizens are injured. He heard that and immediately said, don't worry, there aren't many people around anyway. Elsewhere, a male employee reported via walkie-talkie, because the elders of Wachon Moon are cooperating with us, this is a piece of cake. Just then, Jung Woo walked over and asked, is this the road to Wachon Moon? Munsu looked at John In and smiled, greeting, long time no see, commander. John In heard this and roared angrily, Munsu, it is you. You are using my son. He frowned and said, there is a bit of a misunderstanding here. It was the boy himself who requested this, not me. I am sure you know me well enough that I am not the type of person to do something so crude. Gu-hun scratched his neck. I planned and controlled everything myself. The old man frowned and questioned angrily, how dare you trick my foolish son into participating in this joke? I cannot accept a brother like you. Suddenly, both of John In's knees were slashed. Munsu's voice rang out, Commander John In. The old man knelt down on the ground in pain and screamed. Munsu looked down from above, coldly saying, I already told you it was a misunderstanding. You sure talk a lot. John In screamed in pain, Kim Munsu. Gu Hua swung her spear and lunged forward, shouting, get away from my father. Fire whirlwind. Munsu immediately swung his spear and knocked her far away, lowering his voice, how dare you. Gu Hua was thrown against the wall. She gripped her spear, deep in thought. What is he? He only used his weapon, and he is already that strong. He is only at level 7, like father, but he is unimaginably powerful. He gripped the hilt of his sword, sneering. Not bad at all. So, you're a fire maiden, huh? But don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're a woman. With those words, he unleashed his skill, single sword rotation. Gu Hua stood frozen, staring at the scene unfolding around her, and whispered, the skill, it's distorted. What's going on? The man swung his blade forward again, roaring out loud. Single strike destruction. Her eyes widened in terror. She thought to herself, I can't move, is this the end? Scenes from that moment flashed through Gu Wei's mind, confirming the truth. Jung Woo had declared, my brother isn't that kind of person. At the time, she had only calmly replied, if you can still talk like that with a knife stuck in your back, then I believe you. Jung Woo had laughed, adding, excuses are only for losers. Returning to reality, Gu Hua squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, even in a moment like this, I'm still thinking about him. I can't believe it. Immediately after, Jung Woo appeared with a smile, blocking her path and saying, I can't believe this. Gu Hua gasped, you came back? He looked at her and asked, what are you doing? Had she not yet recovered from being backstabbed by her own family? She looked at him, stunned and blushing, asking, why are you here? Jung Woo smiled and replied, just passing by. Gu Hua let out a suspicious sound. Then Gu Kang Hyun pointed his spear at him, shouting, you interfered just because you were passing by. Do you think this is your friend's house? He roared in anger. I don't know why you're here, but don't think you're walking out of here alive. Jung Woo immediately laughed mockingly. Scary, scary. But I don't think your neck is safe, either. Gu Kang Hyun gripped his weapon and charged, cursing, you bastard. Let's see whose head comes off first. He thrust his spear forward, shouting, Fire Dragon Spear. Jung Woo had already appeared behind him, locking Gu Kang Hyun in a chokehold, asking, what are you doing? Swinging that spear around like that, he held his knife to his throat, saying, but thanks, I needed a hostage right about now. Munsu watched him get captured, thinking, how hopeless. How could he overlook his opponent's skills and fall for such an obvious provocation trap? On the other side, Jung Woo was making threats, don't move, or I'll actually cut him. He sighed, thinking, if I could, I'd just leave him behind, but that idiot is a necessary pawn for me to take control of Wachon Mun. Munsu calmly asked, Jiuum, are you going to get involved in this conflict? Jung Woo laughed upon hearing this and replied, I'm just passing through. Whether we get involved or not depends on the sect leader of Wachon Mun. Who knows if he even wants me to kill his son, Gu Kang Hyun, still in the chokehold, roared in anger. Let me go, you dog. Jung Woo calmly threatened, keep struggling, and this knife is going to go a lot deeper. Jung Woo turned to look at John In, who was being supported by Gu Hua and asked with concern, "By the way, sect leader, you don't look so good. It must be hard getting backstabbed by your own dear son, right?" The old man asked, "Did you come alone? Where are your bodyguards?" Jung Woo sighed, winking as he said, "I don't know what they're doing. Do you ever see them actually listening to me?" Munsu frowned, wondering, what is this? This conversation, does this mean he knew Guk was going to attack Wachon-mun? He looked at him, denying it. No, no way. I infiltrated Wachon-mun and seduced Gu Kang-hyun during that time. Gu Kang-hyun didn't seem suspicious at all. Jung Woo smiled, looking at Munsu, and asked, "Seems like you're pretty curious about how I knew. Should I tell you?" He stayed silent for a moment, then asked, "If I asked, would you tell me?" Jung Woo grinned and replied, "Of course not." Gu Hua covered her mouth and giggled. "What are you doing?" Munsu exuded killing intent, threatening. "You'll die without closing your eyes if you dare tease your elder like that." Jung Woo responded, "Come on now. If you really are an elder, why get so riled up by a little joke?" He frowned, analyzing. That cunning bastard, so he's going to use Gu Kang-hyun as a hostage. He pointed his knife at Gu Kang-hyun's neck and winked, saying, "All right, you seem curious. So I'll tell you. I believe. You're the type of person who can't stand it when others are doing well. So I guess you'd ignite an internal conflict within Wachon-mun." Munsu skeptically asked further, "How did you know the date and time?" Jung Woo answered, "That's a secret too." Gu Hua stood to the side, watching him, and wondered. It's strange. Was the plan completely exposed? How was he so calm? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she guessed. Could it be? Gu Hua looked toward John-in. Is he waiting for the Vong Ryu powder to spread through his father's body? Because if it fully stabilizes in his body, father will be crippled. Thinking of this, she hurriedly urged the leader of the Black Gold Hall, "Please, hurry and kill the sect leader of Doha-mun. He's just stalling for time to let the poison take effect." Munsu glanced over there and said, "Do you think the Vong Ryu powder will lose its effect if I die?" Useless. John-in painfully speculated. Maybe someone is controlling the poison. There's no other reason why he'd be this calm even when his entire plan has been exposed. He looked at Jung Woo and demanded, "If you want to save the sect leader of Wachon-mun, release Gu Kang-hyun and kneel to beg for my forgiveness. If you do that, I will overlook your insolence from earlier." John-in immediately shouted, "Leader of the Black Gold Hall, I became a victim of the Vong Ryu powder just because I was too foolish. It doesn't matter if I die, so please finish off Doha-mun and protect Wachon-mun." Gu Kang-hyun, who was being held, shouted in rage, "Stop acting so noble and great. My life is more important than Wachon-mun. Because you keep acting like that, it makes me want to vomit. Just surrender to Doha-mun." Gu Hua heard this and also shouted in anger, "Our Wachon-mun isn't so pathetic that we have to beg for our lives. Hurry up. Please kill the sect leader of Doha-mun." Munsu raised both swords and laughed viciously. "Don't make me laugh. You think you can?" Right after that, a surge of magic appeared, and Jung Woo's voice echoed, "Of course." Guk entered from the outside. "I arrived a bit late because someone wanted to play around outside." Munsu gritted his teeth, thinking. He was stalling to cover for him. Why did this annoying person have to show up too? He looked at the person lying in Lee Hogo's hands and thought, besides, the person controlling the Vong Ryu powder has already been taken down. He laughed viciously and excitedly, saying, "It's a shame things didn't go according to plan, isn't it? Sir, I'm going to kill you right now. Just you wait." He threw the person to the ground and slowly approached, mocking, "Munsu, you timid rat. I didn't think you would be calculating plans like this. If I knew what you were doing, I would have finished you off already." Munsu raised his sword and asked, "You think you can?" Guk laughed loudly. "Don't worry, I'll kick his ass. Leave it to me." The old man, John-in, said angrily, "You bastard, you should have come sooner." Guk retorted in surprise, "What? It's not like we had a scheduled meeting time." The old man roared in dissatisfaction. "Even with a plan, you would have been late anyway." Munsu frowned upon hearing this, wondering, the two of them, did he know Guk was coming? He looked at the person lying on the ground, deep in thought. Furthermore, how did Guk laugh loudly? "Don't worry, I'll kick his ass right now. Leave it to me." Hearing that, the old man, John, angrily scolded, "You bastard, you should have arrived sooner." He retorted in surprise, "What? It's not like we had a set meeting time." The old man roared in frustration. "Even if there was a plan, you'd still show up late." Munsu frowned, wondering to himself, do they know Guk was coming? He looked at the person lying on the ground, deep in thought. And how did Lee Hogo? Finding that level 8 trap master controlling the spirit force was nearly impossible, Munsu locked eyes with Lee Hogo. He wondered, did I really fall into their trap? Who knew Gu Hun would betray us? I should have known. He glared at Lee Hogo. Lee Hogo was agitated, muttering, "To help my Hemin rank up, I helped that idiot Gu Hun this much." Munsu raised his two swords and thought to himself, "I even tossed aside my pride to stop GM's power. You, led by that pig Lee Hogo, intend to meddle in my business until the end, right? You bastard pig." He unleashed a blue wave of light and roared, "Since it's come to this, I'll bury you all." Lee Hogo, brimming with rage, raised his fist in contempt. "You think that'll work on me?" He punched directly into the incoming sword energy. Gu Hoa, standing nearby, watched the blinding light. She was shocked, realizing he blocked an area of effect attack with a more powerful strike. She steadied herself, thinking, "I'm not on the level to be in a fight like this." Soon after, the blinding light engulfed Gu Hoa. Outside, the crowd saw the massive flash and shouted, "The governor's residence." The disciples rushed forward, yelling, "We must save the governor. Assemble the troops. Hurry." One person stopped, noticing cracks appearing on the wall. Inside, Lee Hogo was knocked back, laughing loudly. "You've been training quite a bit, haven't you?" He mocked him. "You think you can cut me with that pathetic sword? Why don't you use it to cut up your own worthless plans instead?" Munsu, driven mad, raised his sword and charged, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you bastard pig." Lee Hogo's face darkened as he yelled, "Disappear." Absolute annihilation. Following that, a massive, powerful light flared up. Explosions erupted in front of Gu Hoa. She stood frozen, watching the waves of light. Her eyes widened, murmuring, "Is this the power of the governor from the Valentine Association?" Suddenly, a coughing sound came from behind her, startling her. She turned around and called out, "Father." The old man worriedly said, "Those Zhang Yin," yelled furiously, "You idiots! How dare you destroy someone else's house? My property is being wrecked. Do you think you can just smash everything for fun?" Jung Woo, behind him, reminded him, "That's exactly why you should have taken better care of your son." He started, looking back. "What?" He grabbed Gu Hun by the collar and dragged him over, saying, "This situation is the result of that." Gu Hoa watched him being dragged, worried. Jung Woo, no way, his brother Gu Hun dead. Jung Woo threw him onto the ground, saying, "He's just passed out. Things would get complicated if he died, so I gave him special treatment to keep him alive." She asked suspiciously, "What? Special treatment?" Gu Hoa frowned, thinking, "Is this the first time I've met someone this nasty? Does that mean I'm safe even if I get hurt?" Usually, in shows, the pretty women get to stand at the front, dark aura radiated from her as she guessed. Could this jerk be a eunuch? Right then, a voice called out from behind, "There you are, Governor. We were so worried when we saw that huge explosion." Elder Watchin Moon, sharp-witted Zhang In, laughed out loud. "It's a relief you're okay. We will handle everything now." Beside him, Elder Watchin Moon's swordmaster Jurguk and Elder Watchin Moon's white sword Iomu both stepped forward. Jung Woo saw this and laughed. "You finally arrived? Huh, you three traitors." Zhang In was confused. "That guy," Iomu said, annoyed. "Isn't he part of the Black Gold Hall, the organization we form an alliance with?" Jurguk frowned, adding, "Why did he suddenly appear and call us traitors? What is going on?" Jung Woo's expression turned chilling as he asked, "You're acting a bit too much for your age. I can't tell if you're elders or actors." Zhang In pointed his blade at him and roared, "You bastard, don't you dare slander us. We saw your governor running around our Watchin Moon. I guess you're Jime's new master now?" Hearing this, he smiled brightly and asked, "I didn't expect you to be not just actors, but politicians too. You old men are good at this. Is being a politician the prerequisite to becoming a Watchin Moon elder, not combat skill?" He roared with rage, "You bastard. Shut your mouth. I'll cut you down if you say one more word." Just as Zhang In was about to act, Zhang In immediately yelled, "Stop." He bit his lip, staying silent for a moment. Zhang In frowned and said calmly, "Jime is here because I requested it. Watch your actions." Those three heard this and worriedly thought, "Does the governor know we betrayed him? We were going to get close and assassinate him, but they suddenly vanished." Thinking that if the situation was already blown, the three of them surrounded Jung Woo. Gu Hoa whispered, "We'll finish you off ourselves. That old man has been tainted by spirit force, so no one can stop us. We'll make you regret interfering in our business." Gu Hoa, seeing this, spoke up, "Be careful. They are the elite of Watching Moon." On the other side, he raised his hand to gather magic. He stood still inside the group of three. The three couldn't believe it, thinking, "He's just a rookie. But why is he so skilled? He's much stronger than us." Jung Woo smiled, watching them get annihilated, and said, "I'll clean up these traitors for free." Outside, the two, Lee Hogo and Munsu, were constantly changing techniques. Sunless void, holy art, massive explosions continued to occur. The two quickly lunged at each other, Munsu gritted his teeth, looking at him, pondering. This bastard, he can block my 10 blood swords with his bare hands. Since when did he get this strong? Lee Hogo laughed loudly, arrogantly. What do you think? You should stop fighting and just be my punching bag. Or just stand there and take a beating so that old man can give you a few whacks. Munsu let out a grunt, quickly rotating his sword hilt. He raised his sword high and muttered, "Quit talking nonsense." Munsu gritted his teeth, thinking, I must stall for time at all costs. The 3 units I trained to their limits for the rebirth of Dohaman. In his head, he thought of that army. The next squad, that army. The white squad. Finally, the blue squad. Munsu thought of them, pondering. The strongest forces of Doha-mun. With them, I can influence the survival of Watch and Moon. Someone appeared, raising a staff to block him. Stop right there. The group was startled and looked up. A person stood there and declared, Take another step and your head's off. Turn around and go back to where you came from. The crowd was stunned and asked, He's from the Black Gold Hall. Don't tell me he intends to stop us alone? Young X smiled confidently. Of course. Just me is enough to crush you weaklings. One of them muttered. Don't tell me he intends to stop us all by himself. Young X asked confidently. Of course. I alone am enough to wipe out you weaklings. One of them spat. Are you a member of the Black Gold Hall? The guy next to me clearly hasn't seen the coffin yet, so he's cocky enough to ask, Do you dare come here all by yourself? Young X replied with an arrogant smirk. One of me is more than enough. But I don't care about that. More importantly, what are you punks doing gathered here, in the dead of night? Is this a performance? Are you proposing to an AI? The 3 leaders of the Omok team mocked, their jokes as bland as water. I heard that one of the guys from the Black Gold Hall is all talk, probably just empty rumors. Even if it were true, the crowd shouted loudly. There's no way he can stand against all of us. Young X chuckled and said, With only 1,000 weaklings, you're trying to act tough? He held out his staff, beckoning them. Come on, you filthy pests. I'll wipe the lot of you out. Let's see what you've got. The mob immediately sneered. You bastard, you just signed your own death warrant, kid. We're going to settle the score with you. Consider this a warm-up before we take over One Chia Moon. Pay the price for your arrogance. Don't blame us when you're sent to hell. Whether you're all talk or not, we're going to tear you apart. Young X pulled a device out, pressed a button, and said, You filthy pests, you actually fell for the trap. Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoed. Smoke rose quickly into the air. Munsu glanced over, grinning triumphantly as he realized, My army has arrived. I guess playtime's over, right? Lee Hogo taunted, his voice booming as he arrived from behind the river, demanding they surrender Watch-on Moon. And that fireworks show? That wasn't even your soldiers, you idiot. That was us. He swung his fist, sending Munsu flying. Your men have already met their maker. Munsu gasped in shock. What? Munsu? Couldn't believe it. You dare use explosives against a martial artist? How shameful. Lee Hogo. Lee laughed loudly. Like backstabbing, Watch-on Moon is anything to be proud of. Munsu began gathering his energy, declaring, I'll kill you no matter what, you filthy pig. Lee just stood there, provocatively challenging him. Go ahead, try it. Jung Woo watched from a distance, thinking, He's grown much stronger since the last time we met. Could he be stronger than an 8th rank mage? He's probably close to a 9th rank now. Munsu's power is quite similar to the Dark Guild Masters. This fight is a bit unfair. The winner is already clear. He ducked to dodge a blast of fire from behind. A cry of surprise rang out. Jung Woo turned, looking back, and warned, Hey, be careful. You almost torched my precious hair and my coat. A voice roared, You little brat. John Ian shouted in fury, How dare you show up and disrupt our rebellion? You're unforgivable. You deserve to die. Jung Woo retorted sarcastically, Looks like you guys have been using stuff, huh? Your energy flow is completely unstable. But sure, you're stronger than before. I get that you're addicted to this new power, but that's no reason to rebel. The old man screamed in rage, Rebel! He's the one who betrayed us. We spent our whole lives paving the way for Watch-on Moon. John In glared at the 3 of them and shouted, Shut your mouths. He roared in fury, You think killing me, the administrator of Watch-on Moon, will make things better? Jaegyuk yelled back in anger, Shut up. You're the one who caused this whole mess. You looked down on tradition and handed power to a useless witch instead of your own eldest son. John In growled, clearly annoyed. Gender doesn't matter. That's still better than Gu Hun, the man who lost his humanity while chasing power. Guwa is the right person to lead Watch-on Moon toward prosperity. Guwa blinked in surprise, calling out, Father, John. In his mouth still running, continued, Stop it, just jump. Jaegyuk added loudly, The existence of that witch is an insult to ancient traditions and will only lead Watch-on Moon to ruin. The old man closed his eyes and declared solemnly, "Today, the three of us elders will kill Gowa, the one destroying our precious traditions and reviving this rotting Waichon moon." Jung Woo effortlessly glided past the three of them, mocking, "Tradition this, tradition that, shut it." Instantly, various wounds appeared on their bodies. Jonin and Gowa gasped, their jaws dropping as fresh blood dripped from the sword's edge. His voice echoed, "Even as elders, all you know how to do is chatter." Jung Woo raised his sword and said, "You really are a bunch of talkative traitors. If you dare use that meaningless excuse again," he said, with the sword on his shoulder, laughing, "I'll actually kill you." Munsu went mad with rage, shouting, "You little brat." Jaegu gritted his teeth. "How dare you interfere in our affairs again, you punk." The two of them simultaneously rushed forward, yelling, "Don't think you can suppress us again." Jung Woo smiled faintly and asked, "You guys realize it all now, don't you?" He stood still, watching the two charge at him. "I told you, you're all going to die." Jonin's eyes widened in shock. Jonin and Gowa stared in stunned silence. Jung Woo smiled brightly, advising, "Remember to listen next time, okay?" He laughed, adding, "My bad habits are kicking in again." Jung Woo stood there looking at the corpses on the ground, saying, "You should be glad that it's only you who died. In my past life, I would have wiped out your entire clan. I've been very lenient this time." Jonin shrieked, "You vicious bastard! Stay away from me." Right after that, Jung Woo slipped past him and said, "I'll spare your family, so just pass on in peace." He slashed horizontally, taking Jonin's head, and remarked, "You're too slow." Jonin stood still as his own head rolled to the ground in front of him. He frowned, thinking. These decisive movements he didn't even hesitate. Jonin analyzed calmly, not like the flowers grown in a greenhouse that modern mages are. That vicious, lethal aura that comes from surviving countless life and death battles. He looked up at Jung Woo, who stood above him, marveling he is someone with absolute power. Gua's eyes widened. Is that Jung Woo's power? If he's this strong, her face flushed red as she whispered to herself, "I think I'm falling for him." On the other side, explosions continued to rock the area. Munsu slashed wildly, angrily scolding, "You're still fighting with that stupid style as you did before, you pig." Hogo clenched his fist, unleashing his inner energy as he roared, "Why would I need anything else when fighting someone like you, a mystical fanatic? Let's finish this." He swung his sword, slashing fiercely, yelling, "You disgusting pig! I'll make you disappear from this world along with all this filth." Hogo didn't back down. He grabbed a massive object. "Go ahead and try, you swamp-dwelling rat." A bronze bell quickly descended, trapping Munsu inside. He was suddenly shocked to see cuts appearing on the bell. Breaking through the bronze, he charged out, screaming into the massive storm. The sea surface, usually calm and transparent like glass, stood still. Lee Hogo looked down from above and asked, "Decided to stop running, like a coward. Starting to pull out your moves, are you?" He glanced to the side and realized he had been trapped in the Forbidden Gate technique, the sword flow. Light radiated from Lee Hogo as he scoffed with contempt at his opponent. "I was looking forward to your next move, but you just released. Spatial distortion? That just makes moving a bit more difficult. This kind of trick is nothing." Munsu frowned and charged, roaring. Finally, the storm became him. He rapidly unleashed dozens of sword energy waves, creating the mountain-shattering technique. Immediately after, dozens of sword flowers appeared on Hogo's body. Munsu's eyes flashed with light as he whispered a final goodbye. A massive wave swallowed everything in its path. "Goodbye forever, Lee Hogo." Lee Hogo gritted his teeth and roared, "You." He used all his strength to punch Munsu into the ground, cursing, "You dare leave a scar on my handsome face, you bastard." Inside Dohaman, an unbelievable sound echoed. "What? My son is dead." Iangam gritted his teeth, then shouted, "How could an administrator and an entire legion of trained warriors all die at the same time?" The person opposite him bowed his head and replied, "I'm the one who received the news. Even I find it hard to believe. How could they all die at once?" The person opposite him lowered his head and replied, "I'm the one who received the report. I find it hard to believe myself." The old man angrily questioned, "What happened?" He explained that it was a trap. Yangam was startled and repeated, "A trap?" He broke into a cold sweat and offered his opinion. "I think finding the truth isn't the priority right now. With our current situation, lacking the commissioner and the soldiers, it'll be hard to maintain control over Doman, let alone compete with other sects." Hearing this, the old man shouted, "Those useless bastards! How dare they ruin my grand plan?" Yangam gritted his teeth and ordered, "Contact them." He stopped him. "No way. Do you intend to get them involved in this?" The old man's face hidden in the shadows, he growled, "I'm already at rock bottom. I have nothing left to lose. I'll have my revenge, even if I have to make a deal with the devil." The next morning at GM, Kang Chun was red-faced with excitement. He asked, "Are you serious? Gu Hua is here?" The other person softly confirmed, "That's right, she's in the commissioner's office." He immediately ran off. "I have to go meet her." Inside the room, Gu Hua clasped her hands politely and introduced herself. "I would like to introduce myself to you, Commissioner of Jiam. I am Yeomhwa Gu Hua, the successor of the Weixian Moon. My father sent me to visit you." Hogo leaned back on the sofa and laughed, saying, "It's also thanks to me that the Weixian Moon avoided collapse, so it's understandable." He raised his eyebrows, probing, "So, how is he? Is he doing all right?" She thought to herself, "He's getting straight to the point." Then, she smiled and replied, "Yes, my father is recovering from the effects of the Vong Luk Tan. He is also restructuring the sect's internal affairs." Li Hogo immediately burst out laughing. "I see. It's good that he's recovering well. Just go back and tell him not to forget our agreement." Gu Hua closed her eyes, thinking suspiciously. Right. The Weixian Moon made an agreement with Jiam not long ago to recover from the damages. In her mind, she started calculating. The first part of the agreement is an alliance between the Weixian Moon and Jiam. The second is that the Weixian Moon will fully support the plans of Jiam as long as it doesn't harm the Weixian Moon. Those conditions were quite troublesome for the Weixian Moon, but it didn't matter because he was there. Afterward, she wandered the hallway alone. Gu Hua looked around and muttered, "They said the Black Gold Hall office is around here somewhere. If I run into him, should I ask him out for coffee?" Suddenly, she started and stopped. Gu Hua stood still, looking at the little girl in front of her, deep in thought. Is this kid? In her mind, the scene of the previous handshake flashed. Hogo angrily scolded, "Stop joking, old man. Jung Woo will marry my daughter." John retorted loudly, "She isn't even 10 years old yet." He heard that and loudly retorted, "Yes, but 5 years passed by quickly. She will marry Jung Woo, so stop thinking nonsense." He wouldn't lose, yelling, "My daughter is prettier than some kid." Li Hogo coldly retorted, "Don't make me laugh. In 15 more years, she'll be an old maid." John tried to sound reasonable. "Marrying a 10-year-old child is against the law, you musclehead." He heard that and roared in anger, "You only say that because you haven't met her yet. She's much more mature than kids her age. A man will prefer a woman with a mature figure. That's why my daughter, Gu Hua, is much better than this idiot." Jung Woo pushed the two of them apart, cutting off their shouting match. "Both of you, stop right now. I'm embarrassed just having to listen to this." Hogo angrily demanded, "Choose, you bastard. Do you want a beautiful figure or an old maid?" John didn't want to lose either. "Who are you calling an old maid?" He didn't choose, instead pouring cold water on them. "I already told you I have a girlfriend," but they were still stubborn, refusing to let it go. In the present, Hu Jin was innocently sucking on a rainbow lollipop. She stood silent and frozen in place. Gu Hua looked at the girl in front of her, thinking, "Is this kid the child from back then?" She immediately shook her head, muttering to herself, "No, get a hold of yourself." "Gu Hua, what are you thinking?" Hu Jin quickly asked, "Big sister, are you looking for Jung Woo?" Gu Hua was startled. "How do you know?" The little girl replied while biting her candy, "Brother Jung Woo isn't here right now." She heard that and asked suspiciously, "Then where is he?" Hu Jin obediently answered, "I think some of the employees said he went to the airport." At the airport, Jung was saying goodbye to Jung Woo. "Thank you for coming to see me off." He spoke up, "Of course, why wouldn't I? The heir to the Ellen family is returning to America. Getting close to you has no downsides." She laughed. "That's typical of you. When I've handled everything in America, I'll come back to Korea." Jung Woo said softly, "Safe travels." Jung held out her hand, surprising him. She smiled brightly and said, "Let's shake hands, Jung Woo." Jung Woo silently looked at her outstretched hand, then took it, instructing, "Take care." Immediately after, the plane began to take off and climb high. The car also quickly left the airport. Jung Woo sat in the car, resting his chin on his hand, looking out and thinking, "I'm a bit worried about Jung, but she'll be fine. After all, the share distribution to the Ilu group is done." His lips curled up slightly, remembering Kang Min. He thought, "I need to figure out how to handle Chairman Kang. There must be a plan to completely expose him. Moreover, I heard news that several sects have played themselves into bankruptcy just because of the Murim Assembly, so if I play my cards right, even if they aren't on our level, they wouldn't want to lose." He rested his head on his hand, calculating, "I'll discuss it with different sects and make them use money to cause trouble for him. To do that, I should plant a few Black Gold Hall members in the Murim Assembly to make sure things go in the right direction. Now I have work for those guys in the Black Gold Hall. Should I give them a chance to die with honor? Finally, those violent bastards have some use. I can't let them benefit. I need to use them more. Ha Jung-woo sat there with a ferocious smile, thinking, I've changed a lot. The old me might have punished them immediately instead of giving them a chance to redeem themselves. The driver in front saw him smiling and got scared, muttering, I don't want to die. 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 He thought about his past life. People really are easy to change. Me, actually being able to do good work, after living 5 more lives, I don't like the fact that I've changed just because of that bastard Kang Baek. But as the driver was driving, suddenly someone appeared in the middle of the road, blocking the way. He was startled, suspicious, then immediately used all his strength to turn the steering wheel, shouting, What are you doing? The car swerved, stopping a short distance from the person. The driver immediately stuck his head out and yelled angrily, Hey, you crazy bastard! Are you trying to kill yourself? If you want to die, go die somewhere else. The person stammered, calling out, Sir. He seemed to recognize the person. Is that you? Ha Jung-woo he. Covered in dirt, he sobbed, Sir, please save me. At this moment, he also recognized him. What is this Ha Jung-woo he? He saw Jung. Tires screeching, Ha Jung-woo stepped out of the car, heart pounding. I honestly thought I was a goner, he muttered. What the hell? Who taught you to stand in the middle of the road like that? Ha Jung-woo, he started stuttering. I'm sorry. It's just Ha Jung-woo. Losing patience, demanded. Well, what is it? Ha Jung-woo he began explaining that as soon as he left Sao Wook Moon, streaks of light suddenly crisscrossed the sky. A massive explosion erupted, and flames quickly shot high into the air. On a nearby overpass, 3 figures stood still, looking down at the carnage. They whispered among themselves, the order was to capture it alive, yet you blew everything to smithereens. Whatever, just go pick up the pieces. One of them said, sword in hand, sounding indifferent. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the sect leader of the Black Gold sect got caught in the blast. I heard rumors that he was a phoenix, another added. His companion chimed in, yeah, just rumors. The last one spoke up. To think that such a weakling, someone who could be killed by a measly explosion, is part of the strongest unit, the Geum. Before he could finish his sentence, Ha Jung-woo suddenly appeared behind him and asked, You think so too? Huh. Looks like I need to train you guys a bit more. The 3 of them jumped to the left, shocked. Who the hell is this guy? And since when? Ha Jung-woo chuckled. Since you guys started yapping, you were so loud I couldn't help but notice. Why the hell are you hunting down that car? One of them pulled out a flute and retorted, None of your damn business. He used a blood-poison skill, manifesting a serpent that coiled around Ha Jung-woo. The other 2 immediately lunged forward. Here's our chance. Better kill him than let him get away. They yelled to each other. Waves of sword energy cut through the space where he stood, leaving no room for error. They swung down with everything they had, thinking, Got him. I hit him. Good. But suddenly, Ha Jung-woo appeared behind the leader. Seriously, your stealth skills are pathetic. Look at this so noisy and reckless. You call yourselves assassins? The 2 turned around, startled. How? He jammed his flute against the leader's neck and said, I can think of 3 reasons why you try to assassinate someone in broad daylight. The guy screamed in terror, Help me. Ha Jung-woo struck harder, speaking clearly. First, you're idiots. Second, you're crazy, but you have backing. The other 2 charged forward with their swords, shouting, You bastard! Who the hell do you think you are? Die. Ha Jung-woo stood still, watching the sword energy pierce through the other 2, and finished. Or third, you're just as insanely strong as I am. Back in the waiting room, GM Ha Jung-woo he was struggling to scarf down a loaf of bread. Ha Jung-woo, arms crossed, asked, So, you're telling me a massive random dungeon appeared in Hebei and turned the whole place into rubble? He swallowed hard and replied, Yes, sir. But it wasn't just a random dungeon. Ha Jung-woo he recalled the chaotic streets from that day. The damage was immense because there were tons of level 8 monsters. He bit his straw and continued. On top of that, our Peng clan is currently at war with those bastards from Sao Wook Moon in Hebei, so Ha Jung-woo, with his arms crossed, coldly called him out, not planning on telling the truth. Huh? I heard you got kicked out of the Peng clan. Am I right, kid? Ha Jung-woo he frantically waved his hands in denial. No, I wasn't kicked out. I just lost to Sao Wook Moon a couple of times, that's all. He grunted. I see. In that case, should I put you through some hellish training? He panicked immediately. That sounds a bit. Ha Jung-woo let out a sigh, thinking I don't even have to ask to know that this kid, Seiji, got trashed by Sao Wook Moon and hid in Korea. I told you to seize the inheritance of the Peng clan, but Ha Jung-woo he clutched his hands to his chest, crying and begging. I tried my best, but my second brother is too strong. He even tried to kill me. He lifted his teacup, furrowing his brow, sighing. Peng Jun is dead, so I thought it wouldn't be hard for Ha Jung Woo Hee to inherit, but it's not as easy as I thought. Afterward, he slumped his head, praying, "Please, I don't want to go back to the Peng clan. Can I stay here?" Seeing that, Ha Jung Woo pondered the kid didn't seem very capable. That afternoon at the courtyard, Lee Hogo shouted in surprise, "What? You're going to the Peng clan in Hebei?" Ha Jung Woo replied, trying to persuade him, "No need to be so negative. If it were me, I'd do the same." However, the profit the Peng clan promised isn't the point. Lee Hogo asked suspiciously, "Then what is?" He smiled and said, "I should take control of the Peng clan by changing the successor." He glanced toward Ha Jung Woo Hee in the distance and asked, "Is that idiot even usable?" Ha Jung Woo said optimistically, "As long as Peng Jun is dead, it doesn't matter. Whoever defeats Sa Wook Moon will become the heir, so it shouldn't be hard." Lee Hogo asked skeptically, "How do you plan on changing the succession order?" Ha Jung Woo laughed. "I'll go there myself." He asked, stunned, "You're going? Wouldn't it be better if I went?" He smiled brightly. "If you go with the troops, wouldn't that make you a subordinate of the Peng clan?" "I'm sure you wouldn't want that," Ha Jung Woo calmly added. "Besides, isn't it time for you to retire from the battlefield? You should let your subordinates do the work." Lee Hogo retorted loudly, "I've still got plenty of fire in me." "You old geezer," he replied tremblingly. All right. Are you just going to argue forever?" He roared in frustration. "It's because kids these days are as weak as you." Ha Jung Woo Hee, watching from afar, thought, "Can I go now?" Elsewhere, Kang Chun was sitting in his room with his eyes closed. Ha Jung Woo walked in and asked, "You'll be done training soon, right? We're planning to head to the Peng clan in Hebei immediately, so go wash up and get ready." He opened his eyes, asking sadly, "What do you think of Yom Hwa?" He answered nonchalantly, "Yom Hwa, she's strong, sure. Once she hits her full potential, she'll be a force to be reckoned with." Kang Chun asked, "Is that all?" Ha Jung Woo confirmed, "Yep." He jumped up, shouting angrily, "You heartless bastard." Ha Jung Woo asked suspiciously, "Why are you acting so weird lately? Do you need me to slap some sense into you?" Kang Chun turned back to him, crying, "Yom Hwa dropped by GM yesterday." He just stood there, blank-faced. Kang Chun looked at the empty space in front of him, muttering, "I heard she was here. Where did she go?" Just then, Hu Jin walked out holding a lollipop and said, "That big sister already went home." He asked, startled, "Why?" The little girl kept licking her candy. "I don't know. When she found out Mr. Ha Jung Woo wasn't here, she left. I wanted to play with that pretty sister a bit longer, too." Returning to the present, Kang Chun cried and pointed at Ha Jung Woo. "And that's what happened. You should watch your behavior, you trap boy." He grabbed the kid's ear, pulling it hard, and yelled, "Shut up. This is no time for this. It's all because you're distracted that you're not focusing on your training. You're dead meat." Kang Chun immediately pleaded for mercy. "I'm sorry." Ha Jung Woo, "Stop. You're going to kill me." He roared back, "Die. Just die." A while later, at the port of Tianjin, the crowd stood in neat rows, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, sect leader of the Black Gold sect. We hope you had a pleasant trip." Ha Jung Woo heard them and smiled. "Thanks to the Peng clan's ship. Now is not the time. It's all because you were distracted and didn't focus on your training. You're as good as dead." Kang Chun immediately spoke up, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, Ha Jung Woo." "Stop. You're going to kill me." He raged. "Die. Just die." A moment later, at the Tianjin port, the crowd stood in neat rows, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, head of the Black Gold Hall. We hope you had a smooth journey." Ha Jung Woo heard them and replied with a smile. Thanks to the Peng family ship, the preparations for the trip went very smoothly. Guk, leading the way, bowed politely. "We have received news that June has sent some incredibly powerful reinforcements, so at the very least, we had to do the same." You responded politely. "Thank you, sir. It feels like it's been forever since I've been back home." Heilongjiang is a town with a climate that is extremely harsh. In winter, the temperature can drop to -40 degrees Celsius. Because of this, people in this region have no choice but to become strong to survive. It is believed that a warrior from Heilongjiang has the strength of 10 ordinary warriors combined. Ha Jung Woo looked at the scene outside, thinking to himself, "When I was the leader of the Heavenly Horse sect, I recruited many people from Heilongjiang. Sa Yuk Mun. Normally, you wouldn't see more than 3 people from Heilongjiang working together. I didn't expect them to gather under Sa Yuk Mun." Ha Jung Woo's mouth curled slightly as he thought, "Perhaps something has linked them together. I'll find out soon enough." The carriage sped along the road. He secretly calculated. Besides that, the most important thing now is that the Hebei Peng clan is losing ground too. Sa Yuk Mun. The scene shifted to an area covered in falling snow. In the midst of the white expanse, Someone stood still, loudly scolding. That bastard Ha Jung-woo has reached Tianjin port with reinforcements from Ji-yoon. Are we not participating this time? He looked back, questioning Ju Ho-myung. What do you think? The governor of Salyuk-mun asked with a dangerous smile, wondering if they could defeat Jung-woo. Over there. Ha Jung-woo suddenly stopped and ordered. The Black Gold Hall. Moving all together will cause misunderstandings, so split into groups of 5. Those figures responded in unison, then split up and left. Yes, sir. Understood. Kang Chun looked up at the scene in front of him and hesitated, saying, Still, this place doesn't look any different from a palace, does it? Ha Jung-woo turned around, teasing. Are you scared? Kang Chun angrily retorted, What? No way. I'm Kang Chun. You laughed, letting out an exclamation, replying, Got it. You frowned and asked, Are you not impressed? Ha Jung-woo replied, Not really, which made Kang Chun recall, Well, when you first came to my house, you said the same thing. It's not interesting at all. Suddenly, he remembered his past life and mused, Of course, in my past life, when I waged war, I would start by burning down the centuries-old mansions of the noble families. However, the strength of the Peng clan must have increased. This place is much bigger than the places I burned down in my past life. As soon as the door opened, Guk immediately bowed with his hands together. Once again, I welcome everyone to the main mansion of the Peng clan in Hebei. Please follow me this way. Suddenly, someone else appeared and shouted, Hey, you. You pieces of trash from Jiun, where do you think you're going? The tiger of the Pengs, Peng Jun Song, rank 7, crossed his arms and shouted, Get lost. Guk quickly explained, Sir, these are guests from June invited by the clan leader. He coldly scolded, Invited, my ass. They were hired here for a few pennies. That's what. Kang Chun heard this and let out a confused cry, asking, What? Hired soldiers? He looked at the bag of copper coins in his hand. Is this gold? Jun Song laughed mockingly. There's a bit of gold in there. Take it and get lost. The Peng clan doesn't need useless trash like you helping us. Guk immediately put his hands together and said with a smile, Sir, as I said before, the clan leader has officially invited these guests. He slapped Guk across the face and cursed, Shut up. Don't be arrogant. Purple light radiated from Jun Song's body as he declared, These bastards are using Ha Jung-woo He to deceive the clan leader. Do you have a brain or what? He gritted his teeth, adjusting his gloves, and said, I'll teach these bastards a lesson. Taking advantage of this, Kang Chun witnessed the scene, speechless. That guy is so delusional. Ha Jung-woo, standing next to him, also spoke up. In their own backyard, even the puppies think they are the king of the world. Just imagine how scared they will be when we are here. Their incompetence and uselessness will soon be exposed. Jun Song heard those words and felt annoyed. He angrily said, Unbelievable. I have generously paid for your travel expenses, so watch your mouth. Ha Jung-woo did not back down and replied, Only a guard dog has no right to talk to me like that. Kang Chun heard this and couldn't help but mock. As expected of you, you're good at provoking others with your words. Ha Jung-woo didn't care much. You laughed and continued. Those pennies of yours are only enough to buy some fancy clothes. Jun Seong heard this and laughed in confusion. I bet you have a headache from those pennies you bought your clothes with too, right? Suddenly, a rope flew, floating and surrounding Ha Jung-woo. You were still calm and asked back, My clothes. So it was Jun Seong who made a move. He said madly, I'll beat you to a pulp. He yanked the rope hard, causing everything to become chaotic. Thick smoke rose in a large area, debris flying everywhere. That rope unexpectedly wrapped around his neck a few times, but he didn't even notice, gloating and laughing loudly. You're just a mercenary, so behave like a dog and try to please your master. Before he could finish his sentence, Ha Jung-woo, behind him, pulled the rope, making him choke in great pain. You said gently, Sorry, but I don't want to waste any more time here. You gathered your strength and pulled the rope hard, then threw it forward, dragging Jun Song along, causing him to slam painfully into the ground. The spot caved in, creating giant fissures. Smoke billowed as if a fire had just broken out. You brushed your hands clean and said, Stay there and rest carefully. Suddenly, you noticed something. A person stepped out from behind the smoke towards you. Guk, who had been watching all along, was so surprised his jaw dropped. He shouted, Clan leader. So it was the leader of the Hebei Peng clan, the Sword King Peng Gu Keong, one of the 5 strongest in the Jungwon. Guk bowed and approached him. I was about to inform you that the guests had arrived, sir. I didn't expect you to come in person. He hadn't even finished speaking when the old man walked up to Ha Jung-woo. Both looked at each other in silence, as if there was no one else around. Yu Keong glanced at you, testing you. Ha Jung-woo, on the contrary, faced that gaze with complete calm. Kang Chun stood frozen, thinking, that is the leader of the Hebi Peng clan. Because of my contact with Seji, I thought everyone in the Peng clan was as weak as that guy. But this old man is on a completely different level. The old man suddenly put his hands together and greeted you very politely. You are a precious guest, yet you have had to receive such a welcome. I sincerely apologize. Kang. Chun opened his mouth in surprise, unable to speak. He wondered to himself, the clan leader is personally apologizing. No longer standing outside in the yard, the conversation continued once they were inside. Someone suddenly spoke up, interrupting the hazy, smoke-filled scene. My stomach is about to explode. Jung Gu and Kang Chun were relaxing in the hot tub. Jung Woo heard that and replied, you want to eat everything at the party, don't you? It's no wonder you're about to explode. Kang Chun ignored his sarcastic remark and continued, I should have been a thug instead of a warrior, right? Jung Woo mocked him again. If you said that to the governor, he'd be thrilled. Kang Chun realized the conversation was going too far and quickly replied, come on, I'm just joking. Even so, he added, but this place is pretty great, right? My favorability with the Peng family just went up again. Jung Woo turned his back and stepped out of the tub, calling out, really? They just fed you and you're already like that? Do you know that guy, Lei Kang Hyung, was actually testing us on purpose? Kang Chun heard that and replied, of course, I knew that. Jung Woo put on his robe and said, but the clan head who ordered the test has already apologized. That's surprising, Kang Chun replied. Right, it's been a while since I've seen someone so aristocratic yet possessing the spirit of a warrior. Jung Woo heard that and added, but he doesn't accept the weak. Kang Chun seemed confused and asked, what do you mean? He doesn't accept the weak? Jung Woo explained happily, even if it was just a test, I killed his flesh and blood. The fact that he apologized shows he's a very unpredictable person. If we show even a hint of weakness, he'll turn on us, Kang Chun warned loudly. What the hell? Now that you say that, I've got goosebumps. Jung Woo took the opportunity to add, don't even think about being lazy. Focus on your training. If you don't want to be discarded, then get stronger. He stayed silent, but secretly pondered while looking at the clan head. I think I understand why Peng Jun ended up like that. If even the Peng family, with such a strong clan head, is losing to Sa Ok Mun, then I wonder how powerful Sa Ok Mun's forces must be. Ending his train of thought, he called out, Tae-san. Tae-san suddenly appeared and bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Jung Woo ordered, report what you've investigated. Tae-san immediately obeyed and replied, currently, 2 young masters of the Peng family and half of the family's forces in Hebei have been sent to confront Sa Ok Mun. There are rumors that the 3rd young master, Jung Woo Hee, will also join the battlefield soon. Jung Woo heard this and unconsciously muttered, is he joining that fight? Maybe I should go with him. He hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a shrill scream rang out from somewhere. Si Kyung, get in there. It's dangerous, listen to me. The door to the room was kicked open. Someone was thrown inside the hot tub. Kang Chun, still in the tub, panicked and shouted, what is this? Looking closely, he realized it was Si. What? He stammered. Ben Si, why is she suddenly here? Another voice spoke up, young Master Si, stay there. Kang Chun heard that and panicked again, shouting, but before he could finish, a young girl was already standing at the door looking in. A female voice said, wait, is this a men's bath? She is the flower sword, Kian Kun, Peng Se Kyung, the exiled member of the Peng family. She didn't hesitate at all and shouted, who is Jung Woo, the leader of the Black Kim sect? Kang Chun seemed to have fallen in love. He sat there with his mouth wide open, thinking, even without makeup, she's beautifully simple yet strong. But Se Kyung was losing her patience. She loudly ordered, don't just stare blankly, answer me. Who is Jung Woo? Se Kyung shouted, looking for the person. Don't stare blankly, answer me. Who is Jung Woo here? Kang Chun tried to calm himself down. Stay calm, Kang Chun. He raised his voice, hiding his embarrassment. She's quite pretty. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're the same age. How dare you look down on us? Jung Woo easily recognized a girl with royal blood in the Peng family. Se Kyung, is that you? She raised an eyebrow suspiciously. How do you know? Did you check our family tree? He smiled and explained. Why would I need to? You're the most famous person in the Peng family. How could I not know you? Jung Woo also secretly thought, it seems she doesn't know how interested others are in her. Of course, the most famous person in the Peng family is the one who defeated Du Wang and Du Young. He scanned Se Kyung's body. She really has the physique of a female warrior. I should mention Si Kyung as a role model when training Su Joan. Kang Chun looked down at CG, who was fainting. Anyway, this guy almost made me faint. Is it okay for a sister to beat her brother like that? Si Kyung asked another unrelated question. Are you the leader of the Black Kim sect? Kang Chun was stunned. Me? He pulled open his robe, veins popping on his face, and shouted, I am not. You. Stand right in front of her. This is the son of Governor Gu. Don't you know? Se-kyung heard that and ignored him, turning to point at Gu. Is it? So you must be the leader of the Black Kim sect. Kang Chun, being ignored, was furious. Hey, are you ignoring me? Jung Woo scratched his ear. Why do I have this honor? Miss Flower soared. She pointed at herself and declared, I have come to take revenge for someone. I, the first flower of Habuk, will personally punish Jung Woo, the leader of the Black Kim sect. Kang Chun, being ignored again, cried, Hey. Jung Woo seemed interested in the nickname. The first flower of Habuk, isn't that the flower of baking? Kang Chun paid attention to the flower. He's talking about the descendant of the baking family, the one who, according to rumors, captivated all of China with her delicate gaze and perfect body. But why am I suddenly talking about the first flower of Habuk? Si Kyung agitatedly scolded, Where did you hear such nonsense? The first flower of Habuk is me. Kang Chun seemed to agree. Right, that's it. The flower sword, Kian Kun, is the one who fits the position of the first flower of Habuk. Tae-san sighed to himself, dragging the unconscious Jung Woo Hee. I didn't expect that coming to China, I'd still have to clean up the mess she causes. Jung Woo looked at the two of them with a headache. One love-struck Kang Chun and one determined Si Kyung. Jung Woodling, both of them gave him such a headache, he asked warily. So, who are you here to take revenge for? Si Kyung replied with rage. Lei Kang Hyun, the one you injured. Why did you do that to him? He was startled, realizing she was talking about that gelled hair guy. In the blink of an eye, Jung Woo appeared behind Kang Chun. It's actually quite easy to explain. Kang Chun, you handle this. He panicked and shouted, Hey, you. Do you want me to do it because you don't want to? Jung Woo happily pushed him forward. Come on, don't be surprised. You know I brought you along to clean up these trivial matters. Let me see the results of your training. Si Kyung misunderstood his intention. Are you avoiding me? Jung Woo calmly stated the truth. I apologize, but we are on different levels. But that offended her. What did you say? Se-kyung immediately took a fighting stance. No matter who you are, step aside. I won't go easy on you just because you look masculine. Kang Chun was shocked to the core. She thinks I look masculine. He rushed forward in agitation. Jung Woo, leave this punk to me. I'll let you go first. Jung Woo raised an eyebrow and asked Kang Chun, Are you trying to die? Kang Chun retorted, Me? Die? Sure enough, in a split second of carelessness, he was sent flying by a kick from Si Kyung. I told you I wouldn't go easy on you. Kang Chun went pale, absorbing the pain. What the hell? His body flew back like a ball, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground. Kang Chun lay on the dirt, clutching his stomach and groaning. What kind of girl hits this hard? Si Kyung lunged again like a beast. Is the successor to the Jeong clan that weak? Kang Chun narrowly dodged her strike. Wait. He clutched his chest and shouted, Forget the succession. You just hit my solar plexus. I almost died. Si Kyung didn't care. She swung another punch. A warrior must always bet their life in every battle. A moment of carelessness is synonymous with death. Seeing this, Kang Chun gritted his teeth and risked it all. If that's how you want to play, then I have no reason to hold back either. They both threw a punch at each other's faces at the same time. Si Kyung was secretly surprised. This guy is strong. Kang Chun felt the impact and thought, this girl is strong. As for Jung Woo, he was watching the dramatic fight between the pair. Arms crossed, feeling amused. What is this? They match each other better than I thought. At this moment, Se-kyung interlocked her fingers to unleash a lethal move. Thunder Palm, Kang Hyung Don. The move struck like a sledgehammer right into the center of Kang Chun's chest, forcing him to spit blood from the pain. If I hold back just because she's a girl, I'm really going to die. How much did she train to get this strong? Did they feed her mixed martial arts instead of baby food or something? Even though he was hit, Kang Chun caught Se-kyung's hand. Caught you. She was shocked, unable to believe it. He took a hit from the thunder palm and is still standing. Kang Chun steadied his stance and shouted, Get ready, Nat Hoa. But Se-kyung was quick to anticipate his move. You're the one who needs to get ready. The warning made Kang Chun freeze for a moment. She unleashed her second move. Fifth form, Kang High 100 Million Flower Path. 8 continuous strikes. He was dazed by the technique. Damn it, she attacked first again. Se-kyung's technique was like a blast of energy blowing Kang Chun away. He struggled to defend himself. If this keeps up, my body will melt away. But I can't accept defeat. That would be too humiliating. Kang Chun didn't give up and charged forward. Damn it, whatever. Melt, die, whatever. I'll use all my strength to break through. His eyes glowed so intensely, they looked like they had no pupils. Golden magic power. Kang Chun landed a punch with all his might, hitting Se Kyung. Golden iron shredder. Even she couldn't block this strike. His fist slammed into Se Kyung's chest, but that still caused trouble. Her body is so hard, my hand is numb. She seized the opportunity to unleash the Kang Hyung Doan Thunder Palm again, but Kang Chun agilely rolled away to avoid it. You think you can use the same trick twice? He delivered a powerful kick from above. Vong Truong Divine Technique. When the dust settled, only Se Kyung was left struggling in a crater. She angrily shouted, "Display status." Kang Chun was startled and shouted, "What?" He watched as Se Kyung's body healed its wounds in an instant. Recovery? Her whole body is returning to its original state. Kang Chun asked, incredulous. You use your attribute just to keep fighting? Aren't you bored of this? Suddenly, Se Kyung lunged forward and hugged him, acting coy. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. Kang Chun was dazed by the beauty. Wait, you are, she whispered. Cutting him off, I'm embarrassed too, so just be quiet. Kang Chun trembled, tears welling up. Could it be? He thought. The green light. He remembered the faces from his past, Hara and the fire woman. Everyone liked Jung Woo. Even though he only had bad luck with girls. See, Kyung felt his body. Just as I thought, your lats are very firm. Kang Chun was still lost in a trance. Is it time for me to finally taste the spring season? Suddenly, he woke up and pushed her away. Wait a second. You just tried to kill me. Si Kyung blushed unusually. This is the first time I've felt like this. Your attacks were amazing. My heart won't stop fluttering. This is the first time a guy has treated me this roughly. He stammered. What? What did you say? She attacked decisively. I hate the whole dating and getting to know you routine. So I'll just say it. Date me. Kang Chun was shocked. Are you crazy? My type is, she caught the focus of that remark. What? What about me? He hurriedly denied. It has nothing to do with you. They fell into an affectionate bickering loop. Don't make excuses. Become my husband and let's live together right now. I think we skipped a few steps there. Suddenly, they realized they had just been photographed. Jung Woo held his phone, happily. That looks so cute. Kang Chun jumped up, embarrassed. Hey, delete that. Si Kyung didn't mind at all. Take more. Leader of the Black Gold Path, make sure to use a filter. Jung Woo agreed happily. Got it. They ignored Kang Chun's protests. You traitorous bastard. Jung Woo kept snapping photos, joyfully thinking, these two muscle heads really fit each other. Sorry, Kang Chun, but it looks like you'll have to stay with the Bang clan. At the Bang clan mansion, Woo Kyun asked his subordinate. What do you think? The man replied decisively. Very hard to read. I don't know what he's thinking. The old man agreed. Right. He's very dangerous. He said he's Zagyom, the governor of the Pang clan of Hebei. He's more than dangerous. I'm sure you can compare him to the two X-E-Tron siblings. The old man was surprised by that assessment. X-E-Tron. Jae-gyeon affirmed. Correct. Gu-kyung seemed to disagree. I've never doubted your observation, but this time you might be wrong. I'm not saying that just because X-E-Tron is my son, but you can't compare him to the late Peng Jun. I'm sure you know how scary he was. Inside a restaurant, the sounds of fighting and screaming echoed throughout the room. Everyone else had fallen. Only the chef and a waitress were left fighting the enemy. Stop. Don't come any closer. The chef pushed the girl away. Damn it. I'll try to stall for time. Run. Quickly. Along with the girl's escape, the chef was also taken down. The waitress screamed her last words before losing her head. Save me, brother. The girl's head flew off her neck by momentum. The guy wiped the blood from his face. That's more like it. He was X-E-Tron, the second sibling of the Ben family in Hebei. The heir to the family shouldn't play with their food. His subordinate walked in, panicked. What are you doing? Why did you kill everyone in the restaurant? X-E-Tron calmly drank water. Jisian? It's nothing. A remaining sous chef was enraged. What are you doing? Why did you kill everyone at the restaurant? Sa-jeon calmly drank his water. Yi-seon, it's nothing. A kitchen assistant who had survived said, full of rage, as he rushed forward with a knife, Shut up, you psycho bastard. He was easily caught by Sa-jeon, who grabbed the man's throat and lifted him like a toy. The chef made my food too spicy and I can't eat spicy food. He finished the man off right in front of Yi-seon. A moment later, Jung Woo appeared, looking like she wanted to vomit at the restaurant. Jung Woo stood in the middle of the massacre. You tell me, he said. Are you surprised? Jung Woo stammered, trembling. Yes, of course. They had already left when I arrived. He fell silent and thought. Times have changed. Unlike the past, people rarely use weapons in public. If the media caught wind of this and published it, the government would get involved. Therefore, fighting only happens in places that won't implicate civilians. Ha Jung Woo Hee's face was deathly pale as she informed him. Head of the Black Gold Hall. I just received a message from Jae-jok. He says the warriors will handle things here and told us to head to meet everyone on the front lines. What should we do? Ha Jung Woo laughed calmly. What do you mean, what should we do? Of course, we're going to join them. Things are getting interesting. There's no point in avoiding it. Ha Jung Woo Hee immediately hurried to catch up. Head, wait for me. This place is terrifying. Besides, you aren't planning on using me as a meat shield to block bullets, are you? Ha Jung Woo looked surprised. So you know your place? Huh. Ha Jung Woo Hee tried hard to persuade him. I can't really help much anyway. Do I really have to go? Behind them, a cloaked figure was following, wearing a scheming smirk. But Ha Jung Woo had keenly noticed him. His body vanished right in front of Ha Jung Woo Hee. He reappeared at the spot where the figure had just been standing, but there was no one there. Ha Jung Woo glanced over, amused. He runs fast, didn't leave a single trace. I really tried to catch him. The figure stood up high. Looking down haughtily, you say I ran away? I only stepped back a little because everything isn't finished yet. If you want to perform on the stage I've created, you have to deal with the Peng family's little bird first. But one wrong move, and that little bird will take your life. I hope you won't disappoint me, Cyan. Or rather, Ha Jung Woo. He chuckled coldly, glancing at the figure. What a troublesome bastard. Whatever. As long as things are interesting, it's fine. The Peng family warriors shouted, Get out of this world, you filth. They were numerous and strong, charging forward. Don't let a single one survive. The guy with the double bun hairstyle proudly raised his weapon. Don't make me laugh. You Peng family bastards are all hypocrites. With one strike, he slammed his weapon down, shattering the ground. The whole crowd rushed forward. Go ahead, you won't even leave a scratch on me. None other than the blood dance scholar, Mun, the vice captain of Seok Mung and the Omok team captain. He laughed loudly, mocking them. You weak humans. I'll kill you down to the last one. The Peng family members replied with rage. Shut your mouth. Today, you're the one who's going to die. We have the numbers advantage. Charge. Mun slammed down again, shattering the earth and stones. He slaughtered them madly. First, I'll crush this lot. Mun tightened his grip on the handle. Now for the next batch. He didn't stop destroying, crushing, and demolishing. Blood axe, dragon fist, gale, all of it created a terrifying storm. The Peng family warriors looked warily at their enemy inside the eye of the storm. How is this possible? An entire squad wiped out with a single blow? We can't beat him. He's a monster. They panicked, dropped their weapons, and ran. This caused Mun to mock them. You cowardly bastards, he declared powerfully. Run wherever you want. All your escape routes are already blocked by the Omok team. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. It was a good scene. The person who arrived was Ha Jung Woo, with Ha Jung Woo Hee following behind. What should I do today? He hid in the back, informing him, You have to stop the vice captain of Seok Mung, the blood dance scholar, Mun. Hearing that, Mun pointed directly at Ha Jung Woo Hee. Is this the person that weakling Ha Jung Woo Hee brought from the peninsula? You two are both as scared as rabbits. Ha Jung Woo Hee turned pale with fear. Black Gold team captain, I know you're very strong, but the Omok team of Seok Mung is a terrifying army. Each individual in it has the strength of an entire squad. You have to kill Mun quickly and leave this place immediately. Mun laughed again. Too late. A troop of men appeared from nowhere and surrounded them. Ha Jung Woo Hee screamed in terror. It's the Omok team. We're in big trouble. We're dead for sure. The troop in front of him was split in two. Ha Jung Woo stood where he was, swinging his weapon and easily breaking the entire encirclement. Seeing this, Mun finally knew what fear was. Ha Jung Woo swung his sword. Ha Jung Woo Hee, time for a little hellish training. He calmly turned to teach. Perhaps we should start by strengthening your willpower. Ha Jung Woo Hee turned pale, thinking to herself, just how powerful is he? She wanted to take this chance to attack, but he shouted, How dare you lay a hand on my Omok squad? I'll tear you both into 100 pieces. Ha Jung Woo didn't flinch, drawing his sword to slash at the guy. Mun still looked down on him, saying, Is that all you've got? You can't stop me. The clash resulted in a massive explosion, filling the air with dust and debris. The bodies of the Omok squad lay scattered everywhere. When Seicheon arrived and saw Mun collapsed on the ground, he wore a look of amused satisfaction. Emerging from the smoke, Ha Jung Woo said, I think it's more like you use me as bait to lure the Omok squad into a trap. I trust that everything will proceed according to your plans, but you were hiding somewhere else, weren't you? Seicheon feigned a gentle smile. Thank goodness, you're still alive. Ha Jung Woo looked bewildered as Seicheon rushed over to hug him. Do you have any idea how worried I was? This only left him more confused, wondering what on earth the guy was doing. It was only then that he realized he was being photographed. The person capturing the moment they embraced was Gizian. The two names became instantly linked, Hebe Tanglong and Despair's Grim Reaper. Seicheon appeared like a superstar, rising to fame with the help of the Despair's Grim Reaper. The trio Seicheon, Jung Woo, and Seicheon appeared on the event's red carpet. He wiped out the Omuk squad, those bastards who slaughtered civilians without mercy. Welcome back, Lord Seicheon. Seicheon. Suddenly, he saw his father, Gu Qiang, spreading his arms in celebration. Welcome back, my son. He even clasped his hands respectfully. Seicheon of the Peng clan in Hebei has completed his mission and returned safely. The father and son embraced warmly. I am very proud of you for taking care of the Omok squad. Thank you, father. Standing nearby, Jung Woo muttered indignantly. That's not it at all. The ones who destroyed the Omok squad were the Black Gold squad's leader. Jung Woo spoke to his brother. You're doing something quite interesting. At the police station, the area was surrounded. The magic blade Cho Myung Haeok, the gatekeeper of the Shawa clan, said to a child, You're telling me that the Omok squad slaughtered dozens of residents here, right? Jang Hee-wook, an officer and commander of the Shawa clan, reported to him. We cannot waste any more time here. The Despair's Grim Reaper could storm our military headquarters at any moment, Myung Haeok. Myung Haeok laughed. The Despair's Grim Reaper? That's the nickname for that weasel Seicheon, right? This world has gone completely mad. The noise woke the child, who started crying, making him flustered. Sorry, kid. I laughed too loudly. There, it's okay now. I won't laugh loudly again. We're safe now. Myung Haeok called his subordinates over. Commander Jiang Hee-wook immediately replied, Yes, sir. He ordered all Shaewook forces to assemble. We will destroy the clan immediately. The subordinate shouted excitedly, Yes, sir. At the Peng family mansion, Gu Qiang stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. He spoke to Jia Guillaume. After the strange death of Peng Jun, I still worry about the future of this Peng clan. Thank goodness we can still rely on Seicheon. Jia Guillaume warned him respectfully, My lord, don't let your guard down. Now that the Omok squad has been wiped out, Cho Myung Haeok will fight us himself. It won't be easy to stand against him. The old man glanced calmly to the side. As long as Cho Myung Haeok is seen as a murderer, the government will side with us. We need to take this chance to destroy the Shawa clan once and for all. Jia Guillaume's eyes sharpened. The power of the Black Gold squad, whom the third young master brought, is nothing to sneeze at. To preserve our forces, we should put the Black Gold squad on the front line. Gu Qiang seemed pleased with this, a clever tactic. Finally, I can see an end to this war. Then, Jia Guillaume added, I also have something to report about Seicheon. The old man turned, slightly surprised. Seicheon, what is it? In a residential area, someone was running while panting heavily. It was Kang Chun. He was sweating profusely. Finally, I managed to shake her off. I know I'm handsome, but that's a bit much. He finally calmed down and took a walk. I'm free now. Just as he passed by a girl, he thought, that woman is beautiful. Kang Chun winked to flirt with her. The girl stopped and asked, Were you just winking at me? He didn't hold back the compliments. Yes, because you're so pretty. The girl smiled and invited him. Would you like to have some tea with me? Kang Chun was visibly excited. He couldn't believe it, thinking, Does that stuff actually work? Wait, am I dreaming? Suddenly, someone hit the girl from behind. The girl turned around, pained and scolding. That hurts? What's the matter with you? The person who arrived was Seicheon, threatening. Can you just get lost? The girl was scared off immediately. Damn it, Kang Chun shouted after her. Wait, he asked incredulously. Seicheon, how did you find your way here? She smiled confidently. I sprayed perfume on you, so I can find you no matter how far away you go. Kang Chun panicked. What? Isn't that stuff supposed to only exist in fiction? Seicheon pinched his ear, concerned. Besides, I told you that you aren't allowed to look at any girl other than me, didn't I? He angrily pushed her away. I already protested against that. Seicheon teased him, placing a hand on Kang Chun's chest. Don't deny your own heart, you like me. He stormed off, annoyed. Stop saying such nonsense. I told you, that's not it. So stop following me. The two chased each other the whole way. Look, you're running away again. Stop right there, Kang Chun. Kang Chun ran while tearing up. This is so unfair. Jung Woo is surrounded by beautiful women, so why do I get stuck with this muscle-bound freak? Suddenly, a wire coiled like a snake lunged out. It caught Kang Chun, wrapped around him tightly, and dragged him somewhere. On the other side, Seicheon smelled the scent. She looked around, confused. The scent had disappeared. Where did he go? Seicheon cursed in frustration and ran off to search. She didn't realize Kang Chun had been captured. The enemy was a level 10 evil spirit, alien. It moved in a group, flicking its slimy tongue and licking Kang Chun. He angrily attacked it with his leg. The creature's breath smells so bad I can't even breathe. The monster was knocked backward. At this moment, Kang Chun realized who the enemy was. What is an evil spirit doing here? He heard the commotion outside. Indeed, the streets were being destroyed by evil spirits everywhere. A random gate had opened. All citizens, please evacuate to a safe shelter. The evil spirits have appeared. Run to the shelter. At the Peng family mansion, an alarm rang out. My lord, this is an emergency. Jia Guillaume reported hurriedly. A random gate has opened in Hongrak district. Gu Qiang was also startled. Chun just realized the enemy was there. Evil spirits. What are they doing here? He heard the noise outside. Sure enough, the streets were being ravaged by evil spirits everywhere. A random portal had opened, and everyone. Please evacuate to a safe shelter. Evil spirits have appeared. Run to the shelter. A warning blared at the Peng family estate. Master, sir, this is an emergency. Jagian reported hurriedly. A random portal has opened in Hong district. Wu Qian was startled as well. What? Isn't that where the main forces of the SA are gathering? Why the rush? If you give the order to retreat now, and things go south, our entire force could be wiped out, Jagian said, sweating. I received a report that Ju Ho Myung and his men from the SA are already on their way to Hongrak district. Elsewhere, Ju Ho Myung was reporting. Just as you predicted, sir, a random gate has opened in Hongrak district. Seiyan smiled with satisfaction. Ju Ho Myung continued. As you said, the SA is on their way to Hongrak district. Hearing this, Seiyan was incredibly smug. The stage props are in place, so just sit back and watch. Saiyan, it won't be long now before I come to see you. The warriors of the Peng clan were fighting to protect the civilians. Evacuate the citizens that way, quickly. But then, a flash of light swept by, taking someone with it, followed by a massive explosion that rocked the neighborhood. Warriors and civilians alike were falling. Damn it, the evil spirits have already invaded this place. Pull yourselves together. Don't you dare go down here. Just then, an evil spirit lunged at a warrior protecting the civilians, piercing through his body with one hand. At Sejan's private residence, Jisian pleaded, Young master, please, give the order to mobilize. He clasped his hands and begged, if things go on like this, everyone will be destroyed. Sejan casually sipped his drink while reading the newspaper. Don't be so anxious, like a puppy that needs to go potty. He chuckled to reassure him, sat down, and used a cup of coffee to save himself from trouble. No need to rush, Jisian froze. He cursed under his breath, I'm going to lose my mind. Sejong calmly asked, have you tried civet coffee yet? Outside, monsters were still slaughtering people, but he was busy critiquing the flavor. This is a high-end coffee, made from civet waste. Its value changes based on the quality of their droppings. The sky-piercing screams of warriors and civilians rang out. Help! Someone help! But to Sejong, they meant nothing. Right now, they were worth even less than the civet's waste. I already gave them the chance to become civet coffee. Jizian's eyes darkened. Sejong remained calm as ever. Stay calm, because the target we are waiting for hasn't arrived yet. Outside, a monster treated the battle like a feast. Suddenly, a child's crying drew its attention. A mother tried to soothe her baby. Sweetie, please don't cry. She suddenly sensed danger. Sure enough, the monster had marked them as prey and charged. It raised its claws and opened its sharp, gaping maw. She hugged her child tightly, trying to scream, no. She cried, biting her lip to protect her child, but the pain she expected didn't come. Opening her eyes, she saw Jung Woo and Myung Hak arguing. What do you mean? What? What do you mean? What? When did you see me? You're still young, so why are you talking down to me? Myung Hak suddenly drew his sword back. What is this? He laughed and asked the boy, do you not know who I am? Jung Woo calmly asked back, is it really necessary to know? He scoffed. True, not necessarily. But right now, behind Jung Woo, people from the SA appeared. Myung Hak held his sword and said, you have a face just like the captain of the Black Gold Squad. He also replied with a bit of wordplay, right, and this old man also looks just like Captain Myung Hak of the SA. He didn't hesitate to swing his sword. Bingo. I am Myung Hak. Jung Woo nimbly dodged the slash, but that strike cut an entire building in half. Myung Hak rushed forward again. Dodging my blade? Not bad, but now isn't the time for two people to compare sword skills. Myung Hak attacked with such joy. Indeed, now is not the time, so you should just die. Jung Woo replied nonchalantly, oh my, you shouldn't be so casual with such terrifying words. They fought with such intensity it caused an explosion. Myung Hak, engulfed in power, attacked. I have the strength to say things like that because I am Ma Young-hak. Ha Jung-woo twisted his body to dodge the blade. I think the side over there seems more urgent. He turned to look aside, and a tackle hit him, sending Ma Young-hak flying. It left him unguarded, and he hurriedly dodged, but still got slammed into the wall. It was an 8th-grade evil spirit, the alien king, the king of the alien evil spirits. Ma Young-hak was sent flying, but he seemed happy. It's been a long time since this old man has actually had to fight. He realized the evil spirit was targeting him. Ma Young-hak took a stance and raised his sword. A single strike descended, slicing through several buildings. Flash, slash. In the end, the evil spirit was cut in half. Ma Young-hak sheathed his sword. He ignored the explosion behind him. Where did that kid go? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The neighborhood announced, "Evacuate the citizens." The command center is doing its best to stop the evil spirits. The public panicked and scattered. Run! The evil spirits kept tearing at their prey. Jiseon said urgently, "I can't wait any longer. I will lead the troops to save the civilians and the warriors of the Peng clan." Sejong was still drinking coffee. "Stop, I told you to wait." Jiseon gritted his teeth in hatred, but in the end, he still obeyed. Understood. He didn't see him smiling maliciously. Jiseon clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. He tried to stay calm and asked, "Young master, I have a question. What are you waiting for? Do you want both the SA and the evil spirits to suffer mutual destruction? The evil spirits can attack the SA, but they cannot destroy the SA. In that case, only the innocent civilians and the warriors of the Peng clan will have to sacrifice themselves." But Sejong asked, "Have you ever felt the power of the universe?" Jiseon was confused and stammered. The power of the universe?" He explained. "The smallest movement of the universe itself created chaos, but that chaos will create a new order." On Sejong's forehead, a bizarre purple third eye appeared. That is the Eye of 3 Cycles. Jiseon's face paled as he thought, the Eye of 3 Cycles can see the mysteries of the universe. This is one of the most mysterious attributes in the world. Legend says the Eye of 3 Cycles has the ability to predict the future by penetrating the essence of things. With that power, he predicted that the random gate would open. Sejong stood up and told him, "You're talking about the Eye of 3 Cycles. I have to do all the evil things at once. So, until the SA and the evil spirits enter the city center, our forces must become the bait." Jiseon panicked, suddenly realizing, bait? Could it be? Sejong laughed evilly. "That's right. I will use the ultimate destruction technique to evaporate everything." Outside the neighborhood, the warriors were still evacuating the citizens. "Run faster." An evil spirit blocked their path, but before their eyes, someone had already defeated it. Primitive lightning blade. The person who arrived was Jiseon. "Is everyone all right?" "The warriors of the Peng clan. Where are they?" The warriors were agitated upon being saved. He ordered them, "Quickly inform everyone to leave this place." The warrior was confused by the order. Yes, but the evil spirits Gideon was relentless, not giving them a chance to resist. The martial artist had no choice but to follow orders, leaping across the buildings. Gideon's face darkened as he calculated the secret technique, the one that had protected the Hebei Peng clan for over 1,000 years, the Great Destruction Formation. The moment the formation was triggered, it would be far more powerful than a nuclear blast. It would annihilate everything with immense power. To destroy the Sahuk Mun and those evil spirits, he had to sacrifice his people and his disciples. A cold-blooded murderer. I tried to endure it, thinking he was a talent who could help the Hebei Peng clan become the #1 family in the world. But now, I realize he isn't the master of the gate, he's the real threat. I have to stop that cruel, cowardly bastard's rampage. Elsewhere, an evil spirit was pursuing its prey. It was quickly kicked away by Kang Chun. He looked at his dirty pant leg with disgust. "It's so filthy and smelly. I'm truly sick of all this killing." He wiped his pants, clearly repulsed. Just then, another group of evil spirits attacked from behind. Seriously, again. Suddenly, the evil spirits were slashed until they exploded. A group of people dressed in black jumped down from the rooftop, shouting, "Wipe them all out." Kang Chun recognized them. It was the Black Gold Squad. Yeon X hurriedly reported to him, "We'll handle this area." Kang Chun was surprised. "Ha Jung Woo is here too?" Yeon X wasn't entirely sure. He just said, "The young master is here." That's all he said before leaving. Kang Chun was confused. Did Ha Jung Woo say anything else? Yeon X looked flustered. That about that. Meanwhile, another group radiated a terrifying killing intent. Ha Jung Woo He was terrified, turning pale as he faced them. They were the elite army of the Sahak Mun, the Blood Demon Battle Corps. Ha Jung Woo He trembled as he spoke to Ha Jung Woo. "Captain, do I really have to do this?" Ha Jung Woo took a sip of water and reminded him, "What was the mission I gave you?" "Yes, confront the Blood Demon Battle Corps." "No, wait as bait." Ha Jung-woo patted his shoulder. If you're the bait, you have to play the part of the bait correctly, right? Se-ryung looked lost. Huh. Before he could react, he pushed Se-ryung out. The third young master, Se-ryung of the Hebei Peng clan, is here. The blood demon soldiers reacted instantly. What? That's Se-ryung? If that's the case, they charge forward to take his life. Get the third young master Se-ryung of the Peng clan. Catch him. Kill him. Se-ryung cried out in terror. I don't know anything. Ha Jung-woo just smiled viciously. Hurry up and end this. This is going to be a great experience. Si-woon nibbled on a piece of cake, calmly enjoying his meal. He heard the report. The Blood Demon Battle Corps was advancing into Hongrak District. The evil spirits were pouring toward the Blood Demon Battle Corps. Sect leader Gideon was quietly slipping out of the ranks. He looked regretful. I've tried using him as effectively as possible before discarding him. What a fool. Someone on the other side asked for instructions. Should we catch him? Si-woon didn't care much. Let him go. He's already inside the Hongrak District Zone anyway. He'll disappear along with the Sahakmun captain and the Blood Demon Battle Corps. He walked up to the large glass window. Si-woon called his subordinate, Long Tian. The team replied, yes. He used his Tri-Eye of Karma. Surround Hongrak District in the name of fighting the evil spirits. And whether it's the evil spirits or the Sahakmun, stop them at all costs. His army replied, yes, understood. Si-woon stood there calmly with his arms crossed. The prophecy of the Tri-Eye of Karma had never been wrong. Not even once. The strange, purple third eye seemed to see through one's soul. Si-woon remembered the past, being poured with alcohol by Do-jun, who said, say it again. He looked like a failure. Tell him the Tri-Eye of Karma said, a new world will open on the day of the Heavenly Dragon's ascension. Peng Jun sneered at him. Are you still dreaming of becoming the master of the new world? He looked at Si-woon's third eye, clearly filled with jealousy and resentment. Peng Jun grabbed his younger brother's head. Do-jun hissed, threatening him. Stop that meaningless dream. If you don't want to die, spend the rest of your life licking the soles of my feet. Back in the present, Si-woon sighed. There is one important thing about the Tri-Eye of Karma that I didn't tell my brother. He will die on a small peninsula. Now, no one could stop the prophecy of the Tri-Eye of Karma anymore. The Heavenly Dragon was about to ascend. Just then, someone called in. Urgent report. The Sehakmun and the Blood Demon Battle Corps are entering Hongrak District, but they've suddenly changed direction. Si-woon panicked and asked, no way. What do you mean by that? Over in Hongrak District, a figure was frantically running for his life. It was Ha Jung-woo running with everything he had. Don't come after me. Pursuing him was the Sahakmun army. Catch that brat. Don't let him escape. Ha Jung-woo watched from above, unable to help but exclaim, he's got some real speed. I have to meet this kid again. Running away in a time like this, he really is a natural. A real natural. Suddenly, someone asked, are you the captain of the Black Gold Squad from the peninsula? Ha Jung-woo turned around and confirmed, I am the captain of the Black Gold Squad. That was the protector of Sahakmun, the soul-snatching sword. He had found him. He drew his sword a perfect strike. Ha Jung-woo sensed the danger in the blink of an eye. He jumped back to dodge a blade that slashed right through where he had been standing. Ha Jung-woo didn't hold back his praise. What a marvelous, fast sword. Not bad at all, Moo. Jong raised his guard. This guy is strong. If I slip up, I'll be caught instantly. He disappeared in a flash. I need to finish this quickly. Once again, Mu Jong appeared in front of him, bringing his sword down like a falling meteor. The impact of the soul-shattering flash caused an explosion that devastated the area, crumbling the ground and rubble. Ha Jung-woo landed unscathed. Destroying someone else's building like this, is that really okay? How do you plan to resolve this? Does the Sahakmun have that much money? Mu Jong landed, warning him. You have time to worry about others? You better worry about yourself. Ha Jung-woo was quite amused. I've heard of the Sahakmun Protector's sword, the soul-snatching sword, Wuding. It's very fast. You're that guy, right? The Sahakmun Protector appearing here? Is that old man here too? Oh, no, the Sahak Mun captain is here too. Mu Jong was very humble, drawing his sword. I don't know what I need to do to take the head of the Peng family from your hands, he whispered, soul-snatching, shadowless sword. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and the sounds around them grew quiet. A large rock fell between the two of them. Mu Jong's sword stroke swept past like the wind, an invisible ultimate strike. A beam of light sliced through the rock, and Ha Jung-woo. Mu Jong felt satisfied. I hit him, finishing it with the final blow. Unexpectedly, several slashes appeared on his own body. Mu Jong couldn't believe it, feeling the pain. How could he have slashed me? Ha Jung-woo smirked wickedly. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. He looked at Myung-hak, who had collapsed. Is that really all you've got? Suddenly, he sensed something. Could it be? Myung-hak had appeared and attacked. Right now, it's time for the two of us to settle this. Heavenly Fate, 10,000 absolute slashes. Demon King's Wrath. Demon Sword Art. Chun dashed, stepping over the buildings. He asked, you guys from the Black Society, just how far do you intend to chase me? Young X reported, we didn't receive exact orders, so we tracked down the young master and waited in the suburbs. Kang Chun asked in confusion, the suburbs? But what's that noise? Suddenly, they saw a building collapse right over their heads, an earthquake. Kang Chun realized, no, that's not it. It sounds like fighting. Jung Woo and Myung-hak had been fighting all along the way, moving so fast that flashes of blinding light erupted. Jung Woo powerfully blocked Myung-hak's sword. Myung-hak, injured, couldn't believe it. How is this even possible? How can that brat? How can he possibly create an aura to deal with the martial captain? Jung Woo kicked off the building. Myung-hak unleashed another attack, Demon King's Sword, Crimson Blood. The strike came down, but he blocked it again. Jung Woo smiled calmly. You can't take me down with a move like that. Myung-hak shouted in agitation. You little brat, gloating already? Jung Woo laughed. You look pretty terrified yourself, you old geezer. Jung Woo launched a sword strike that pushed him back. You said I'm terrified? Only when you fight like this does the opponent actually die. He swung his sword with overwhelming force. Seeing the lethal blow coming, Myung-hak gritted his teeth. This is dangerous. That single strike split an entire building in half, creating a massive, terrifying trench. Jung Woo felt it sharply. So, you dodged that too, huh, old man? Myung-hak stood beside him and said with disgust, don't be arrogant, you little brat. Jung Woo still asked nonchalantly, are you going to keep fighting? We need a result one way or another, don't we? Myung-hak understood clearly, a sword's path doesn't lie. He has strength that surpassed mine when I was young. However, he scolded in frustration. A master like you, yet you use dirty tricks. Aren't you ashamed? Jung Woo genuinely didn't understand the tricks Myung-hak had misunderstood and grumbled. You're even more thick-skinned than I thought. I know you're plotting something. Jung Woo didn't quite understand, but he wasn't afraid. But if that's all you've got, I'm deeply disappointed. Try sensing it again. The one plotting isn't me, it's the Peng family. He explained that it was a trap set by the Peng family. You can't underestimate its power. As a martial artist, you must have sensed it by now, right? Myung-hak choked, lost in thought. This kid is right. I can feel the traces. But he couldn't read the whole thing. It wasn't a standard formation. Frustrated, he pointed his sword at him. The Peng family setting a trap doesn't make your villainy disappear. You were the one who created the bait to lure me into the formation. Jung Woo looked intrigued. This old man is smarter than he looks. Why blame others for your own lack of ability? Myung-hak couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right. That makes sense, coming from you. Well, it's clear now. I'll kill you quickly and wipe out the Peng family before they activate that formation. Jung Woo chuckled. That's certainly the most reliable way if you can manage to beat me. At this moment, Jizian was ordering his troops to retreat. Run, hurry. A massive formation is about to detonate. Get out of this area immediately. Don't hesitate, run. Run faster, almost there. Jizian felt a great danger. There wasn't much time left. The Great Annihilation Formation had been set at the heart of Hongrak District. Damn it, even if it's just one person, they must be moved out of the outskirts. The Great Annihilation Formation, a formation with such massive destructive power. Suddenly, he felt something. A heaven-shaking vibration forced them to their knees. What is that sound? Everyone covered their ears tightly. Jizian understood instantly it was the activation sound of the Great Annihilation Formation. It can't be. The Great Annihilation Formation is incredibly powerful, but its explosion range is narrow. It has to be set in the city center, where the evil spirits and the blood demon battle core are gathering for it to be effective. However, the outskirts have no strategic value. Why would I hear the sound of the Great Annihilation Formation here? A figure appeared beside him. After turning me down and leaving, you're still staying here? The person who arrived was Sojun. If the head of the clan truly wants to save everyone, it would be better to just sit tight and enjoy coffee with me here. Jizian was stunned. Young master, could it be that this place is also rigged with a Great Annihilation Formation? There's no strategic value here at all. He smiled mysteriously. Is that really so? Suddenly, someone came running from afar. Help me! The blood demon core is chasing me. Seiji grabbed him. Why is this kid running so fast? He screamed, crying. You leeches! Stop chasing me! Jijeon turned pale, realizing it was the blood demon battle core of the Samwook family. At this moment, Kang Chun and the Black Association had also arrived. This is the outskirts, where the captain wanted to move to. Jisian was even more panicked. The black gold team of the Golden River family, Kang Chun looked confused and puzzled. Why is Jisian here? And isn't that Seiji running over there? Jisian was about to lose his composure. In just a moment, both the Samwook family and the black gold team had gathered here. Could it be? Seojun smiled and said, I told you, didn't I? The three wheels eye can predict everything. Seeing Kang Chun and the Black Association had arrived, Jung Woo cried out, Vice Captain, save me. Yonex asked him, Jung Woo, why are you being chased? I don't know. The captain told me to lure the Blood Demon Battle Corps at all costs. Kang Chun asked, Kang Tae-san? Jung Woo? What was the purpose of him doing that? But he didn't know either. It's that guy, but if even the young master doesn't know, how would we? Kang Chun stroked his chin, wondering, what is this? Telling us to move to the outskirts now. They and the Blood Demon are facing each other. So, are they going to fight? Jisian couldn't help but feel the danger. I never expected the Blood Demon Battle Corps and the Black Gold team to meet in a place like this. Could he have predicted this and set up the Great Annihilation formation here? This demon, is he really going to kill everyone here? This might be the final chance for the Blood Demon Battle Corps and the Black Gold team to confront each other. Everyone here is in danger, he shouted. Please, hurry out of the outskirts. Others, who didn't know, asked, what danger? Is it because of the Samwook family's Blood Demon Battle Corps? But isn't the Black Gold team on the peninsula protecting us? Why should we still be worried? Jizun was frantic. I can't explain. I don't have time for details. Move. At this point, everyone started to panic. They immediately started running. Fine, if the head of the clan says so, there must be a reason. Run, Seojun whispered. Everything was predicted, wasn't it? Jisian gritted his teeth. Three wheels I didn't expect the exit to be blocked by the Dragon Heaven Association. What? Why is the road blocked? Please, open the gate. The crowd was desperate to get through. Dragon Heaven Association. If you let the citizens pass, the Blood Demon Battle Corps will take advantage of it to infiltrate. You cannot let anyone through. Fall back. The citizens were terrified, begging, please, let us out. Please, let us out. Jisian gritted his teeth and spoke, young master, have you lost your mind? They are martial artists of the Peng family and innocent citizens. Are you planning to kill them all? If so, the Peng family will become murderers. If the government finds out, they will destroy the Peng family immediately. Seojun retorted, why would the government destroy us? On the contrary, they will give us awards. Jisian was stunned. What did you say? He explained calmly, Hongrak District is where random portals open and evil spirits operate. Imagine, what would happen if we couldn't eliminate the evil spirits in Hongrak District? After ravaging Hongrak, the evil spirits would move to other cities immediately, and then the continent would fall into chaos. Our Peng family has made huge sacrifices to prevent that. The people of the Samwook family are just incidentally caught up with the evil spirits. Jisian couldn't believe it and argued, our Peng family is the righteous path. He tried to make Seojun understand, what is the righteous path? Loving justice and protecting the people, isn't that the justice of the righteous path? Seojun replied coldly, that's just the justice you think of, head of the clan. Jisian felt a chill run down his spine. What? Seojun walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Justice must have power to be true justice. Even if the Samwook family manages to suppress them, they can't handle it, and can only pointlessly hope for their disciples to die in the name of justice. Jisian choked. That is very bizarre. Seojun provoked him. Is that so? Today, will many disciples die because of my strategy? Tell me, how many of your disciples have died at the Sukmoon Academy? Stop hiding behind the name of justice to cover up your own incompetence. Jisian gritted his teeth, his face twisted in rage. You. Unable to contain his fury, he lunged at the demon. Die. With a single, overwhelming strike of the Huan Chukleok, he unleashed a blow powerful enough to blow away Satron. But in an instant, Satron reappeared right behind Jisian. I told you, I can predict every single move you make. Satron gripped the hilt of his blade, spun around, and prepared to strike again. The chilling pressure from his Iron Blood technique bore down on Kang Chun. What is this? Are they fighting with spirit energy? Satron appeared calmly once again. Jisian, aren't you curious about what the future holds for your faction leader? Satron continued. First, any hand that dares to act disrespectfully toward its master must go. Before the words even left his lips, Jisian's arm was twisted until it snapped like a twig. Jisian let out a piercing scream of agony. True to Satron's word, the punishment didn't stop there. He kicked Jisian's legs, forcing him to his knees before his master. Both of Jisian's legs were shattered, forcing him into a grotesque kneeling position. Kang Chun couldn't believe his eyes. The guy is insane. Why would he treat his own subordinate like that? Satron continued to smile coldly. So, what's going to happen to the faction leader now, I wonder? Jisian was in such pain he couldn't even breathe. Kang Chun rushed forward, shouting, "Stop it." But Satron continued with his cruel words. "A mouth that speaks insolently to its master should be cut off, and you're going to die." As red blood sprayed onto his face, Satron kept that wicked smile. Kang Chun lunged, throwing a punch. What the hell is this Satron guy? Rash and hot-headed, Kang Chun relentlessly attacked Satron. He swung his fist straight at him, but Satron effortlessly dodged to the side, wearing a relaxed smile. Kang Chun's brow furrowed in confusion. What? How did he dodge that? Refusing to accept defeat, he whirled around to attack again. Curling his hand into a fist, he aimed for Satron. "Take this." Satron stood leisurely, his hands tucked in his pockets. "It's useless." This time, Kang Chun gritted his teeth, determined to pour all his power into the next strike. He dropped his voice, threatening, "Don't make me laugh." With that, he unleashed a powerful kick at Satron. The force of the strike kicked up a cloud of dust as if a storm had just passed through. Kang Chun, excited and confident, shouted, "How was that?" But he didn't expect Satron to have vanished into thin air. Now, he was launching a sneak attack from behind. He grabbed Kang Chun's head and slammed it hard into the ground. With his triple eye activated, Satron narrowed his eyes and laughed. It was all just a waste of time. Kang Chun gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Damn it, it's like he knows exactly what I'm going to do. And above all, this bastard is strong. Seeing him lying face down, unable to move, Satron quickly issued a command. "What are you waiting for? Black Gold Squad, attack the Blood Demon." Kang Chun gasped, shouting in frustration, "Your schemes have already been exposed. Do you really think they'll follow your orders?" Satron stood with a sinister, mocking smile, pretending to be carefree. In the blink of an eye, Satron teleported, standing directly before the 5 neatly lined-up subordinates. The leader of the Blood Demon Squad immediately greeted Satron. He bowed respectfully, hands clasped together. "As expected, Your Excellency has recognized me. I am the second young master of the Peng clan. The northern subordinates would like to offer our greetings to the Blood Demon War Unit." Kang Chun's eyes widened, screaming in frustration. He's crazy. What is he doing? What's his plan? The situation turned tense as the Blood Demon soldiers began to charge. Blood Demon Unit, kill Satron. Attack. Kang Chun, deeply worried, asked anxiously, "What are they doing? At this rate, they'll end up fighting us too." Young Ho, standing nearby, was also growing incredibly tense. He glanced at Satron and shouted at Kang Chun. The Blood Demon Unit was trained specifically to kill the head of the Peng clan. With Satron standing right there, do you really think they'll just sit back? As long as we're allied with the Peng clan, we can't just stand by. Kang Tae-san couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the Blood Demon army right in front of them, he led the charge. Black Gold Squad, attack. Stop the Blood Demon Unit. Kang Chun shouted desperately, "Stop. You're all falling into Satron's trap." But no one listened. Everyone was caught in the whirlwind of combat. Get them out of here. Kang Chun muttered in fear, unaware that a Blood Demon soldier was stealthily attacking from behind. "I can't just stand here. If it continues like this, I'll have to join in." It turned out he had already known. Satron, smug and self-assured, turned and delivered a fatal blow while his allies were fighting chaotically. Satron stood leisurely on the roof, observing. He stood still, amidst the chaotic screams. "Kill them all. Crush them. Who was it that dared to curse me? Die." Once again, he wore that hypocritical smile. "Just as I thought, you can't hide your instincts. You're just like Parklove's dogs, killing each other based on pure emotion, even though you know it's pointless." His eyes slowly opened, revealing deep-seated malice. "That's right. Keep killing each other. Once the World War begins, even the dust of you lot won't remain." Satron was still reveling in his own triumph when a scream cut through the air, wiping the smile off his face. "Stop with the delusions of grandeur." Then, a beam of red light shot up directly in front of him. That tiny beam of light contained immense power, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying. Myung-hak had foreseen this happening, so he arrived with a surprise attack. He projected his overwhelming presence with a booming voice. "Blood Demon Unit." The Blood Demon soldiers instantly ceased all action and looked up. Myung-hak walked over with his sword on his shoulder, projecting strength. "Stop right there. Fall back." The Blood Demon soldiers didn't dare object and obeyed his order. "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord." Myung-hak lowered his sword and declared loudly, "No need to waste our strength fighting the Black Gold Squad. From now on, I alone am enough." The leader of the opposing force had finally appeared. Satron, naturally, had no reason to stay back. He walked out confidently and greeted the guardian of the Sukmoon Academy. "As expected, you're quite clever. Ma Young-hak bared his teeth in a savage grin. Compliments? I only look at the truth. This is a game that ends only when you Satron are dead. Satron smiled as he replied, So, you don't intend to play along with me? But what happened to the captain of the Black Gold Squad? According to my triple I, you died at the hands of the Black Gold captain. Ma Young-hak pointed at himself and raised an eyebrow. Killed me. Are you sure that eye of yours isn't blind? I just got back from holding his funeral. Though he acted tough on the outside, deep down, my Young-hak thought otherwise. I'll admit, that situation was a bit dangerous. Kang Chun stood dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events. He muttered to himself, Wait, the guardian of Sukmoon Academy is here, which means, is Jung Woo what? It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Kang Chun, feeling incredibly overwhelmed, subconsciously looked over at Se-jin, who signaled to him with a wave of his hand. They both understood exactly what to do. Without a moment's hesitation, they both shouted in unison, Blood Petal Slash. Ma Young-hak went wild, swinging his blade with expert precision towards Se-jin. His strikes sliced through the air, creating powerful gusts that sent dust and rubble flying everywhere. Kang Chun and Se-jin had to step back, raising their arms to shield themselves. While covering his face, Kang Chun kept his eyes peeled, watching the scene unfold. This power, this gatekeeper Ma Young-hak is way too strong. Jung Woo, he won't really. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a building was collapsing and burning furiously. The massive flames hadn't died down yet, and amidst the thick, black smoke, a lone figure stood, swaying unsteadily. It was too far to tell who it was. Who could this be? In a nearby city, a tragic scene was unfolding. Buildings were crumbling, and flames were poised to incinerate everything in their path. The atmosphere was choked with grim, black smoke. Amidst all the devastation, Ju Ho-myung walked slowly, lost in his own thoughts. Jung Woo, you've humiliated me with my defeat, but I don't hold any ill will toward you. On the contrary, I'm actually grateful. Because of you, Jung found his own path, but I still want to face you one more time. By borrowing power from that person, I've become even stronger than before. He thought about being defeated by the gatekeeper of the UK Mun Society before he even had the chance to confront Jung Woo. Suddenly, Ju Ho-myung's eyes widened in sheer horror. What is this? He stared fixedly at the lifeless corpse lying right in front of him. This is Mu Jung, the guardian of the UK Mun Society. If that's the case, then where is Jung Woo? Back at the battle between the Black Society and the Blood Demon, Ma Young-hak still held the upper hand. He gripped his sword with both hands, slowly raising it high while wearing an arrogant smirk. The next moment, he brought the blade down with all his might. He roared, Hell's Blood Pool. The hell he unleashed was a torrent of fire that surged from his position toward his opponent. Se-jin was startled and leapt high into the air. Evading the brutal heat of the flames, he thought, What the? Dashing through the roaring fire, Se-jin arrived right in front of Ma Young-hak in an instant and flashed a playful smile at him. Se-jin's greatsword effortlessly pierced through the flames, heading straight for his opponent. To counter Ma Young-hak's Hell's Blood Pool, Se-jin chose to channel lightning into his weapon, causing it to surge throughout the space. The combination of lightning and fire accidentally caused the flames to explode with even greater intensity. The members of the Black Society, caught in the unintended blast, screamed in panic. What is happening? Kang Chun, remaining calmer, warned them. Everyone, fall back. The teammates supported each other to navigate the chaos, while the Blood Demon Chorus stood still, observing the situation. Ma Young-hak, clearly enjoying himself, lunged forward, swinging his blade with expert flair. Se-jin, of course, showed no signs of fear. He remained gentle and composed. With a smile on his lips, he watched as Ma Young-hak leaned forward and rushed in, arms swinging with immense power. Se-jin casually turned, slipping out of reach of every attack. Finally, the two were right on top of each other. Their blades clashed with a sharp clack. Ma Young-hak looked delighted to be facing Se-jin. You dodged my moves so easily, as if you predicted it. Just like the rumors say, your skill must be the triple I. Se-jin, hearing this, only curved his eyes further into a grin. Then, surely you must realize you can't defeat me. Ma Young-hak now bellowed, emphasizing his confidence. That's only because you haven't tasted my techniques yet. The next second, his eyes glowed, and he opened his mouth wide, letting his voice roar from his throat as loud as he could, soul of ice. Parts of Se-jin's body were instantly frozen, encased in thick, jagged shards of ice. He looked surprised, standing frozen as the ice consumed his entire form. Ma Young-hak waited in high anticipation for his opponent's end, ready to savor the agonizing death that comes with being frozen solid. However, that smug smile vanished a second later. His whole body began to tremble, and his eyes darted around in panic. The next moment, Ma Young-hak started coughing violently, The terrifying part was that he was coughing up red blood, even though no one had laid a finger on him. At the same time, the ice couldn't completely cover Sejin. Sejin casually spoke up. I see you've already been suffering from a fatal internal injury. It's quite impressive that you can still use such a move, with that battered, broken body of yours. But even if you weren't injured, you couldn't beat me with those ice blocks. As he spoke, Sejin prepared to swing his fist, which was now coated in a hard, icy shell. Myung-hak had unintentionally pushed himself into a corner. His internal injuries meant he had no strength left to fight back. Leaving his face exposed to the punch, he let out agonizing groans. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed, yet his mouth still had enough strength to hiss, "You bastard." But no sooner had he finished the sentence than his body rebelled, and he coughed violently again. This time, the blood was a mixture of bright red and dark black. He tried to hold on, even as blood streamed from his forehead. Just a little more. If I could just push through a little bit longer, I could have smashed his face in. Sejin leisurely slid his blade across him, then looked back with a look of disdainful mockery. Don't bother trying when your internal organs are already melting. Sejin's blade pierced through the heavy clothes, leaving a horizontal line across Myung-hak. The wave of pain caused Myung-hak to involuntarily tilt his head back. Sejin lowered his weapon, watching him relaxedly. Myung-hak is being tormented by pain. It's lucky the peninsula's glitch helped me once before he died. Fighting this Juho Myung guy was harder than I thought, but at least he's already suffered internal damage. Seeing Myung-hak about to collapse, the soldiers of the Blood Demon Corps rushed forward to save their gatekeeper. Sejin kept his smile on his face. He never looked rushed or panicked. He calmly said, "Good timing." Instantly, the soldiers who were attacking him froze in their tracks. Following that smile, one by one, they collapsed before they could even move. Sejin taunted them intentionally. "What are you doing? You should be killing me quickly so you can save your master." Just like their master, one by one, everyone in the Blood Demon Corps suffered agony from within. Red blood poured over their faces as they collapsed one after another in pain. Sejin maintained his expression, his voice sounding almost kind. "I understand that pain." The World Destruction Corps had been activated. The fires began to appear in greater numbers, freely consuming building after building in the city. Magical formations activated, spreading across the ground. People rushed into the streets to escape. The roads were filled with desperate screams of, "Run! The city is collapsing!" From the formations drawn on the ground, a pillar of purple light carrying terrifying destructive power shot down, appearing one by one in different districts of the city. Strong tremors shook the earth. The buildings swayed and teetered. Sejin stood on a balcony. "Scream all you want," he yelled. "By now, every SA force, the evil spirits, and the Iron Squad will be reduced to ash. This is all thanks to me, Zeron, Tron, the next head of the Bang family. This is the moment the World Destroyer's core erupts. Should I take a moment to savor this moment of destruction?" The purple pillars of light appeared increasingly dense. These were the destruction cores that Zeron had mentioned. Under their power, the surrounding area was quickly affected. But strangely enough, whether it was due to someone's intervention or some kind of power, these cores suddenly vanished. Zeron couldn't help but be surprised. Since these were things he had meticulously prepared, he felt even more puzzled. Impossible. For the first time, a new expression appeared on Zeron's face. He looked clearly flustered. The destruction had stopped. The Tri-Eye had predicted that the city would be destroyed. This can't be. The prophecy can't be wrong. Why? Responding to the doubt tormenting Zeron, someone slowly approached. "I guess it's because I've arrived here." Jung Woo stood with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed with a radiant smile, but his eyes were steady and full of anticipation for what was about to happen. Zeron looked at Jung Woo in surprise. "Who are you?" Standing across from him, he retorted mockingly. "What's wrong? Didn't your precious Triad predict that you'd be beaten to a pulp by me?" Zeron thought to himself, uneasy. So, this was the source of my anxiety. The Tri-Eye didn't show me the death of the Iron Squad leader. Even so, he tried to hide his fear, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who the hell are you?" He replied with another question. "Well, who do you think I am?" "I'm the Grim Reaper here to send you to the afterlife." Answering that, Jung Woo took long strides towards Zeron, ready for a ruthless fight. Zeron laughed excitedly. "You fool! You dare challenge me when you know the power of the Tri-Eye. Thanks to it, I can foresee exactly where he'll attack. There's no way I'll get hit. His punch is strong, but he's pretending to punch with his right hand, then he'll pour his real strength into his left. It's too obvious. I've already calculated the timing and direction of his attack to counter." The moment Jung Woo's left hand was about to swing, Zeron told himself it was the perfect time to counter. But suddenly, instead of being punched as predicted, he was kicked hard in the stomach. Zeron couldn't help but be furious. He had no time to laugh as he did before. Clearly, he had moved exactly as the Tri-Eye predicted, so why was he kicked across the floor? Jung Woo stood up straight again and said gently, "You just stay there. I need to talk to someone else." Never had an opponent dared to humiliate him like this. Zeron couldn't help but be enraged. He gritted his teeth, lashing out with a curse. You're just a lowly intruder from the peninsula." Zeron gripped his blade and slashed down hard on the ground, shouting, "Die," causing Jung Woo to step back. Zeron's tri-eye glowed, but he could no longer fight as chill as before. While Jung Woo chose to dodge and defend, Zeron attacked relentlessly, shouting incessantly, "Die, die, die, die." Seeing Zeron's frantic and panicked appearance, he felt a twinge of pity. How pathetic. Zeron saw him calmly counter without taking a single hit, which only made him angrier. I guess wrong again. He changed his attack style completely, contrary to what the Tri-Eye predicted. "You bastard!" Seeing him looking exhausted and wanting to go see someone else, Jung Woo hurriedly launched a powerful kick. Instantly, there was no sign of Zeron in the cloud of dust mixed with the light that had just appeared. As the air cleared, Zeron was pinned firmly to the ground. Jung Woo walked over nonchalantly. By the way, he turned his head and said to Myung-hak, who was struggling to get up, "I thought you could beat this guy." He sat with his back against the wall, coughing. "I said that." Suddenly, a gleaming blade no one knew who it belonged to struck. Jung Woo had just stabbed Myung-hak right in the stomach. He was already severely wounded, so he couldn't resist. The intense pain made him think, he's the strongest person I've ever met. Those from the Pen family are going to have a hard time fighting him. Jung Woo then decisively pulled the blade out, rested it on his shoulder, and smirked. "I'm sure you can feel that wasn't just a normal hit, right? On the outside, there's nothing, but on the inside, you can feel the severe internal injuries." Afterward, he teased Myung-hak. "Don't be sad about this. Soon, you'll be joining your subordinates." But he asserted firmly, "Not yet, not yet. There's one thing I must do." Jung Woo continued, "You said you'd use your last bit of strength to defeat Zeron, but look at you." He defended his pride by making excuses. "Shut up. I did land that final blow." Jung Woo quickly retorted, "Well then, you must have hit him." Myung-hak lowered his head slightly. The smile was no longer bitter but showed satisfaction. "You're right." As the smile gradually faded, his eyes closed. Myung-hak slumped down. He passed away just like that, and only Jung Woo witnessed it. At this very moment, Zeron had regained his composure. He made a savage face. Jung Woo, shadowless sword energy. Even though Zeron poured his heart and soul into this attack, he only slashed at fragments of glass disguised as Jung Woo. Zeron lashed out again. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. That guy dodged it again. Why? Why? He's not moving as predicted. Before he could even look up, Jung Woo suddenly appeared behind him. His eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. "You think you can fight me with those weak moves?" Zeron startled, turned, and swung his blade hard. "Get lost." Jung Woo nonchalantly blocked the blade's path with his bare hand, still looking surprised. "Huh?" Zeron was once again shocked. "What?" Jung Woo's hand was like magic. He turned the sharp blade into stone, crushed it directly, and mocked its owner. "What's the point of seeing the future when you only amount to this?" Zeron was not satisfied with his outcome. He cried out bitterly, "Impossible. Victory should always be mine. I'm the one chosen by the Tri-Eye, not father or my brother, but me." Everything was going according to my plan. Zeron's rambling annoyed Jung Woo, who warned, "Shut your mouth. In a real fight, it's not about predictions." It was a counterattack. Jung Woo pulled his arm back, gathering momentum, and drove a fist into Xetron's stomach, leaving him breathless. Now, it was Xetron's turn to experience the agony he'd inflicted on so many others. That single blow caused severe internal damage. He coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back in his head. In that moment, on the verge of defeat, Xetron suddenly recalled the past, the day he first received this skill through his third eye. Through the third eye, he saw a surge of light. He was immediately drawn to it, believing it to be a sign of a bright future ahead. To keep Xetron from doubting himself, Jung Woo mocked him. "You're actually stronger than your brother. You really should have been the big brother." Jung Woojing there. Xetron wheezed out. "I promised." Jung Woo retorted. "Promised what?" Xetron hesitated before continuing. "I said I would not die." Before that light appeared, Xetron had grabbed Jung Woo's arm while the latter was distracted, overconfident because victory seemed within his grasp. Xetron's entire body was now enveloped in demonic energy. A soft purple-red light spread as he muttered a strange incantation. "Divine grace, primordial thunder, supreme spirit." His glowing eyes bulged, his teeth ground together, and his forehead furrowed. Xetron let out a terrifying sound, his blood-stained blade reverting to its normal form. The sharp blade was now infused with demonic power. He raised it high, desiring only one thing, for Jung Woo to die. Without stopping there, Tron continued to chant more spells at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he slashed the blade decisively into the ground where Jung Woo stood. Execution. Thunder Spirit, Primordial Thunder Execution. Jung Woo didn't seem surprised by these words. He muttered to himself, Divine Grace, Primordial Thunder, Supreme Spirit, Bloodstained I've seen this in my past life, he thought. It's a burst technique the Peng clan uses to enhance their body by using their own blood as a catalyst. Seeing Tron fighting furiously with nothing to show for it, Jung Woo looked at him with feigned sympathy. You don't look so good. If I were you, I'd be a bit more careful in that state. Tron, enraged, raised his eyebrows and roared. Mind your own business, you brat. I'll kill you quickly and go back to normal. Jung Woo stopped replying. He quickly used his agility to dodge the swinging blade, but couldn't help but taunt him. In that case, I guess I should speed things up too. He drew his own blade and lunged toward Tron, attacking proactively instead of playing defense like before. Wherever his blade swept, it left a trail of blue light. Tron's blade had actually been more than half shattered, but he was highly skilled at casting spells. Primordial Thunder Blade, Thunder Spirit Execution. Jung Woo stood motionless, watching the mass of purple light flying toward him. Without the slightest effort, he used his own blade to block it. The mass of light instantly recoiled toward its source. Tron inadvertently redirected everything he had just unleashed. The heavy backlash caused a massive purple-pink explosion in the area, but then Jung Woo secretly admitted the strength of Tron. I think I underestimated this guy. My invisible blade couldn't handle the force and shattered. But he, of course, wouldn't give up halfway. He leaped higher into the air, telling himself, All right, Tron, I thought you were weak, but you're actually stronger than those Peng clan scoundrels I met in my past life. Tron pursued him closely, not taking his eyes off Jung Woo for even a second. You're just a pathetic intruder from the peninsula. Tron was so angry that the veins on his face were popping out. His voice rose to a shrill pitch. I'll hack you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Jung Woo pretended to raise both hands in surrender. Come on, are you really going to attack someone who's unarmed? He intentionally fell into a vulnerable position, but it was actually a ploy to distract Tron from the blade waiting to strike his back. Just as he had calculated, the blade didn't miss its chance, piercing straight through Tron. He groaned in agony, his mouth hanging open. Jung Woo placed his foot on one of the blade's hilts and calmly pressed down, a terrifying smile appearing on his face. Down you go. Tron's body fell freely. He hit the ground with a massive impact, sending rocks and debris flying. Jung Woo landed as well, gliding past him lightly, leaving behind one last remark. Finally, some peace and quiet. Tron, lingering on the edge of death, still struggled to lift his head. If the World Destroyer is activated, Jung Woo didn't give him the chance to finish. Oh, that. Jung Woo chuckled, crouching down to face Tron. Curious how I managed to do it. You know there's a way to destroy any Jin, right? Tron retorted sharply. That's the World Destroyer's core. That's impossible. It's very difficult to find a Jin's core. Jung Woo replied with a light smile. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. In my past life, when invading the Murim, I burned the Hebei Peng clan's mansion first. That gave me a bit of expertise in Peng clan techniques. And now the World Destroyer has been reactivated. There are still countless evil spirits here. This thing will wipe them out in a flash. Don't worry, the civilians are safe. The people then immediately panicked and screamed, Another earthquake. We have to get out of the city. Kyung rushed to lead the way. Everyone, hurry, run. Kang Chun coordinated with her to support the people. The World Destroyer is being reactivated. The Iron Squad, Young X, and Tae San urgently directed the crowd. Run if you don't want to die. Don't push. Jung Woo whispered to Tron, Don't worry about your loyal henchmen. I left them right next to the World Destroyer's core. That whole fight earlier was just to buy some time. I just wanted to teach a delusional fool a lesson. Someone who didn't know his plan had been fully exposed. Tron lay on the ground, spitting blood. You villain. How dare you ruin my plan and wipe out the evil spirits and the Seiyuk sect? Jung Woo tapped his blade against his palm and grinned mischievously. I'll take that as a compliment. Villain sounds quite fitting for an antagonist. Tron spat out more blood, stretching his neck to insult him. Shut your mouth, you stowaway from the peninsula. Jung Woo wasn't offended in the slightest. Goodbye, young master of the mainland. The blade slashed straight toward him, right into the center of Tron's third eye. At that moment, he recalled, the light I saw turned out to be the glare of my own death. The moment he realized that, his life was already forfeit to the edge of the blade. Jung Woo. Once again, a massive flame erupted. Ho Myung looked visibly uneasy, his eyes sweeping across the cityscape. Is this the destruction of the world? Selin collapsed, laughing. I didn't think someone like Jung Woo would act so quickly, but this was within my predictions. The Se Wook Mun crew and that kid from the Peng family, what a disappointment. Ho Myung asked cautiously. Then, will I have a chance this time? He replied decisively, no. Meanwhile, Selin touched the water in the pond beneath his feet, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Soon, a better opportunity will come for them. Many days later, at the vast estate of the Hebei Peng clan, Jaejeon delivered a message to Jung Woo and Jung Woo Hee, who stood nearby. Captain of the Black Gold Squad, report the situation to the clan master. Jung Woo boldly presented. It is an honor. However, I don't think you will be very happy with the latest news. First of all, regarding the third young master during the bloody battle with the captain of Sa Wook Mun, he used world destruction to take the man down, even though he knew it might cost him his life. While he was struggling to delay the activation of world destruction for the safety of the civilians who hadn't been evacuated yet, as he spoke, Jung Woo drew his sword. Allow me to borrow your sword for a moment, sir. As per your wish, this uncle will be the one to finish off Se Tron. The young master was assassinated by the Sa Wook Mun captain. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. He spoke, then gently draped an arm around the trembling Se Jaya. Se Jia, the third young master Se Jaya, defeated the already wounded Sa Wook Mun captain and reactivated world destruction to wipe out the evil spirits and save everyone. Jung Woo Hee looked at him, feeling tense and thinking to himself, it was just like the time with Sa Wook Mun. He used the captain's sword to slash at Citron's corpse, and beyond that, the fact that he could wield the captain's sword so skillfully. Jung Woo added, our stories will have to be exactly the same. Gu Kyung, having been through so much, naturally didn't trust them immediately. Do you think I'm blind enough to believe that? That Se Tron was killed by the Se Wook Mun captain, and Jung Woo he got revenge. Jagian bowed his head slightly to report to the elder. The wounds on the third young master have been confirmed to have been caused by that captain's sword. All other evidence also matches the Black Gold Squad's report. Jung Woo continued his act. You must be heartbroken over the eldest young master, and now this has happened to the third young master. Hearing this, the elder tried to hide his trembling, clenched fist. Right then, Jung Woo nudged Si Jia, signaling him to step forward. He spoke with an understanding tone. Father, please don't be too sad. Se Tron fought bravely to protect the family's honor until his last breath. Gu Kyung narrowed his eyes at him, then let out a low, raspy laugh. Indeed, he looked at Jung Woo Hee with warm eyes, placing his full trust in him. You are the only son I have left now. Suddenly, Gu Kyung called out to Jung Woo Hee in a serious voice. Jung Woo Hee jumped, stood at attention, and replied, yes, father. Gu Kyung noted seriously. It seems you've become much stronger now. Even with help, you've done very well. He placed a hand on Jung Woo Hee's shoulder and said earnestly, hearing the report from the Black Gold Squad captain, my heart is deeply saddened. He looked at Jung Woo Hee with anticipation. From now on, will you stay by my side and help me support this family? Jung Woo Hee, who usually said whatever came to his mind, answered immediately. No, I can't be the successor. Jung Woo prayed silently. Tell him you can do it. He used telepathy to tell Jung Woo Hee, did you forget what I told you about becoming the heir? Are you seriously asking me to become the clan master? Yes, you must succeed and lead this family. But you will have to follow in your brother's footsteps. Seeing Jung Woo Hee's shocked expression, Gu Kyung worried, is something wrong? Are you hurt? He helplessly followed the script, but his whole body was shaking. I will follow your instructions, father. By evening, the snow began to fall heavier. Jung Woo was sitting in his room when Young X appeared behind him and reported, I have returned. Jung Woo stared at his phone and asked, welcome back. How did it go? Young X immediately informed him, we have finished negotiations with the Bang clan. We have been granted business permits for the Seikujiang district. Furthermore, the Peng family has agreed to block all pressure from the Chinese government as well as find a way to grant us tax exemptions. Jung Woo smiled contentedly. Exactly. Even though So Wook Mun is wiped out, they were only one of the 12 squads. Because the keeper of Hulkriak is still going strong, they will eventually need our Jeong power. He stretched comfortably after a long day. With Sijia becoming the heir, it was time to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Young X looked at Jung Woo and said, and I think you should go visit the young master, Kang Chun. Jung Woo didn't understand and asked, why? Following the call of curiosity, he went over and witnessed a sickeningly sweet scene. The last piece, you eat it. No, you eat it, darling. Kang Chun was being carefully fed by Se Kyung. I told you I was full already. Come on, open wide. Both of them finally noticed Jung Woo standing there. Jung Woo asked, "You're here?" He looked at them, feeling awkward, and said, Kang Chun, I remember you saying you wouldn't be like this. Your change of heart is way too fast. Kang Chun scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Well, it happened yesterday. Back then, Kang Chun had been struggling for a while. The battle with Sa Wook Mun is over. I should replenish my strength. But this place is so huge. How am I going to find a restaurant? Then, he winked, peeked out, and shouted, bingo, found the next restaurant. Next, Kang Chun got to see a masterclass performance of mukbang by Se Kyung. Bring the food out quickly. She's about to eat it all. Her natural and carefree actions made Kang Chun feel drawn to her. He kept his eyes glued to Se Kyung's focused face and her little mouth, which was busy eating away. Jung Woo teased, so, after watching that mukbang, was it love at first sight? Kang Chun, as if poked in a sore spot, shouted in defense, is that not allowed? Se Kyung also stood up and hugged him tightly. As long as you love me, I don't care about the reason for anything. Jung Woo didn't object. On the contrary, he was supportive. I think that's good too. I was worried that your brother's death would bring you down, but you look fine now. The love-struck Kang Chun jumped at every word. Hey, Jung Woo, apologize right now. Do you know that makes my sweetie sad? You are the only one for me, baby, darling, baby, darling. Jung Woo explained, I was just surprised because it happened so fast. But if you two are together, it's beneficial for me as well. The next morning at the GUMAI office, someone was sighing heavily. Looking bored, Ho Guk leaned back in his chair and groaned, Jung Woo, why aren't you back yet? I'm dying for a fight. Kwon sounded slightly annoyed, telling him to stop whining, saying he would probably be back soon. As soon as a notification dinged on his phone, Ho Guk immediately perked up. It was a message from Jung Woo. This kid conquering China is easier than pie. I've already taken over the clan, the gangs, and the Mun Jung Woo squad. He even sent a photo of Kang Chun and the cars, adding, congratulations on the new daughter-in-law, Lee Ho Guk. Ho Guk shouted in shock, what the hell is this? Jung Woo appeared at the doorstep with a large suitcase at his feet, his posture radiating a rugged charm after a long journey. The two subordinates, after dropping him off at the apartment building lobby, bowed deeply and respectfully said, You've worked hard throughout the trip, master. Jung Woo waved them off lightly and said, You guys worked hard too. Go get some rest. I'll call you later. The two replied in unison, Yes, sir. Jung Woo pulled his suitcase along, the wheels clattering against the floor. Jung Woo stepped inside and shut the door firmly behind him. In his mind, his next plans were constantly swirling. The matter regarding the Peng clan and Hebei had been resolved. All that remained now was Jung Woo put those thoughts aside and called out loudly, I'm home. Before he could finish, a shrill voice suddenly cut through his greeting, echoing throughout the room. Appa. Soo-joon darted out from inside the room at lightning speed. Her small feet slid across the polished wooden floor, her eyes shining with pure excitement as she looked at Jung Woo. She didn't hesitate to ask immediately, Where is my souvenir from your business trip? Seeing her like this, a thought vaguely crossed his mind. Have I spoiled this kid too much? He reached into his bag, grabbed the item he had prepared, and handed it to Soo-joon. Here you go. She was overjoyed as she took the gift, exclaiming excitedly, just as I expected. Right at that moment, a graceful figure emerged from behind Soo-joon. That person spoke up with a playful tone. Oh my, did you prepare a gift for me too? Hara crossed her arms over her chest, creating a challenging posture. Her gaze looked at Jung Woo as if shooting sparks. In that look, there was both provocation and a challenge, as if she were waiting for his reaction. Jung Woo was surprised by her sudden appearance and blurted out, Hara. Soo-joon turned back and called out happily, Big sister. The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Soo-joon remained completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere between them. The killing intent radiating from Hara made Jung Woo instinctively suspicious. He wondered to himself, when I was in China, did I ever meet her? A while later, his family of 4 and Hara all sat down at the dinner table. Jung Woo's whole family was deathly silent, each person attentively listening as Hara told her story in a smooth voice. So, Jung Woo told me that Soo-joon heard the story and widened her eyes in astonishment. She exclaimed, I never expected you to be that romantic, Appa. Jung Chun was also skeptical. He looked at his son with a probing gaze. At home, he's very grumpy. Jung Woo's mother also opened her eyes wide and said, I'm very surprised, too. Hara smiled slightly, a smile filled with hidden meaning. She replied in a confident tone, I know, right? Jung Woo couldn't stand the way she was shamelessly making things up. He glanced at her, trying to exchange thought through his eyes. Isn't it time to stop bragging? Although Hera kept a bright, flower-like smile on her face, in her heart, she was silently retorting, Can you just be quiet? She pulled on Jung Woo's arm, pretending to be intimate, but Hera could clearly hear the sarcasm in his thoughts. Does a 2-week business trip to go scuba diving sound even remotely reasonable? Hera shot him a look with her deep blue eyes and frankly threatened him through her thoughts. Let me tell you, today is the day I torture you until you cry and beg for mercy. Out loud, she softened her voice and said, Jung Woo, have you told everyone about our first date yet? Jung Woo reached up to rub his temples. He felt like his head was going to explode from just a few of her words. Across the table, Su Jeon kept badgering. Oh my, there's more? Keep telling us, sister. After dinner, the night had fallen like a giant black cloth. Many other apartments in the complex had turned off their lights, with only a few scattered ones still shining. Jung Woo's family apartment was one of them. After eating, Hara quickly ran to the kitchen. She offered to help Jung Woo's mother clean up. Let me help you, Mom. His mother was surprised and asked, You're going to help? Su Jeon was still sitting at the table, chattering away. Sister, tell me what happened after that. Jung Woo opened his door and walked in with a weary sigh. His father saw this and asked with concern, You've worked hard, son. He walked over, sat down, and replied softly, It's not like that. Jung Chun set his white porcelain teacup on the table. The sound of ceramics tapping lightly against the wooden table created a sharp, clear noise. He asked his son, Right, so what was it you wanted to talk about, Jung Woo? He had no intention of beating around the bush. He held the project plan straight out in front of his father and asked bluntly, Father, do you want to build a factory? In China, Jung Chun was shocked by this sudden question from his son, nearly spitting out the drink in his mouth. He sighed at the sheer absurdity of his son's words. He muttered as he reached out to take the plan. What are you talking about? Let's see. Jung Chun skimmed through some information and exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god, does this location include cost subsidies and tax exemptions too? Jung Woo saw his reaction and said softly, Not bad, right? Jung Chun hadn't expected his son to have such a golden opportunity in his hands and probed, This sounds good, but how did you get it? Jung Woo chewed on some fruit and replied, The cooperation project between the Dewey Kang Hyam gang and the Peng clan in Hebei went smoothly. Jung Chun frowned and said worriedly, If it's the Peng clan in Hebei, isn't that a Chinese mafia group? Father always worries that you'll do something dangerous. This involves the underworld, you know. Jung Woo was the complete opposite of his father's anxiety. He smiled mischievously and, full of confidence, reassured him. Don't worry, everything is going according to my plan. Another night passed, and the next morning, the morning sun shone over the curved roof tiles, radiating a sense of solemnity at the Dewey Kang Hyam gang gates. Jung Woo walked along the deserted wooden corridor with steady steps. The sound of his footsteps on the polished floor created a rhythmic beat. He called out, Uncle, General, why is it so quiet? Suddenly, the shrill voice of a young girl echoed in the space, a clear voice calling him, Jung Woo, Jung Woo. He saw a small figure darting toward him and hugging him tightly. Hyujin said happily, You're back. Welcome. Jung Woo took a few seconds to recognize her, then said, Is that you, Hyujin? Jung Woo lowered his head to look at her, his eyes full of affection as he complimented her. Every time I see you, you get prettier, Hyujin. She winked playfully and replied, I'm working hard because of you. Jung Woo knelt down and asked her, You're in 10th grade now, right? Hyujin burst into laughter, the sound as clear as silver bells ringing in the air. Then she answered softly, I'm in 9th grade now. As she said 9th grade, Kim Jong-goen arrived with a weary look on his face. He spoke up, Jung Woo, you're here. That's good. Jung Woo looked up and asked hesitantly, Yes, General, but what happened? Kim Jong-goen sighed helplessly and replied, Don't even mention it. A storm just passed through. Hyujin looked up and whispered to Jung Woo, Dad is very angry. Then, he followed Kim Jong-goen, slowly walking into another room. And immediately, the scene that hit his eyes was Kang Chun's swollen, bruised face. His nose was bleeding, and the corners of his mouth were stained with red blood that hadn't dried yet. Jung Woo looked at him, lying motionless on the shattered floor with wood debris scattered everywhere, then asked in a low voice, How did he end up like this? Jong-goen recounted in a measured tone. After seeing the photo you sent, Kang Chun fainted immediately. In the end, he couldn't even speak the name of that young lady from the Peng family. Hearing that, He looked around the room carefully. He suddenly saw a large hole caved in at the corner of the wall. Ben pointed toward it and asked curiously, "What about that?" Kim Jong-un shook his head helplessly, replying with a thoughtful expression, "I still don't know." Ha Jung-woo chuckled and whispered to him, "It seems like he doesn't like his daughter-in-law very much, does he?" Kim Jong-un rubbed his temples in frustration and sighed, "I'm the only one who has to deal with the house being destroyed." Suddenly, a massive, ear-splitting noise rang out. Someone had punched through the wall behind them, causing bricks and stones of all sizes to fly everywhere. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring their vision. A tall, powerful figure slowly appeared before them through the smoke. Cold sweat covered Kim Jong-un's face. He shivered in fear and whispered, "Oh God, he's doing it again." The man's eyes were glowing like fire, just like a tiger stalking its prey in the dark. A low, eerie laugh was haunting as he spoke every word slowly. "Our matchmaker, Ha Jung-woo, is here." Kim Jong-un, standing next to Chun, was shaking in fear for Ha Jung-woo. But on the contrary, he remained very calm, not showing the slightest disturbance when facing the other person. He looked up, wearing a gentle smile as if nothing had happened, and said in a polite tone, "I just got back from abroad. Could you treat me a little nicely?" Guk flared up in anger. He swung his fist while shouting, "What do you mean? No one treats you better than I do." Jong-un turned around in fear, intending to run away, stammering, not knowing what to say in this dangerous situation. This person, really Lee Hogo, focused all his energy. Powerful lightning crackled within him. He put all his strength into this punch and swung it decisively toward Ha Jung-woo at lightning speed. But he only tilted his body slightly to the side to dodge it effortlessly. While Ha Jung-woo stepping back continuously to avoid the relentless onslaught, he remained perfectly calm, speaking to him in a casual tone. "Let me tell you, Lee Hogo, I didn't do anything." He kept throwing furious, non-stop punches at him, his angry and resentful voice echoing throughout the room. "You must be held responsible for Kang Chun going to China." A punch grazed his cheek as light as a breeze. "Ha Jung-woo." He just frowned slightly, then asked in confusion, "They look like a perfect couple to me. What is there for you to be unhappy about?" Hearing that, Lee Hogo suddenly stopped throwing punches. His anger suddenly faded, replaced by a weary, dejected look. With his head hung low, he replied, "Ha Jung-woo, you don't understand." In our family, Lee Hogo slowly lifted his head. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he spoke in a voice filled with reproach and despair. "Beauty cannot be erased by status. You have no idea how attached I am to my wife. If you don't marry a beauty now, you'll be cast out by natural selection forever." Ha Jung-woo. Hearing this, he lowered his voice, asking with a cautious expression, "She is the beloved daughter of the Peng clan in Hebei. Isn't that a good thing?" Hearing this, Gu Hua became even more furious. His face flushed with rage, and he barked back, "Shut your mouth. No matter how good she is, I will never accept someone with such bulging muscles." Just then, a weak, trembling voice rang out. Father Kang Chun struggled to sit up from the cold floor, trembling as he looked at Lee Hogo with teary eyes, pleading desperately, "Se-kyung is a good girl. Please, just let her be." Lee Hogo snapped upon hearing this. He stepped forward, grabbed Kang Chun by the head, and roared as if he wanted to devour his own son. "Shut up. I said no, and I mean no." Kang Chun called out helplessly, "Father." From the doorway, a voice suddenly echoed, "So that's how it is? Everyone is here." Gu Hua stepped inside, clasping her hands, bowing respectfully, and addressed them with a polite tone. "Greetings to the guests from the Black Iron Gate." Her eyes swept across each person, suddenly turning as sharp as a sword as she continued in a challenging tone. Her voice dropped, filled with authority as she locked eyes with Ha Jung-woo. Gu Hua continued slowly, "Captain of the Black Iron Squad, Ha Jung-woo." He and Kang Chun turned their heads simultaneously, casting curious, probing gazes at her. Meanwhile, Lee Hogo asked her, confused, "What is this? Isn't this my daughter-in-law? What is going on?" Gu Hua chuckled enigmatically, then slowly reached out her hand, speaking softly yet with determination. "Before I set off on my journey, I would like to propose a friendly sparring match between us siblings." Someone asked, puzzled. "A sparring match, you say?" Gu Hua replied cheerfully, "Exactly. Before the martial arts tournament, we should strengthen our combat skills, to exchange information and improve our techniques, not just regarding the 7 martial arts, but also matters concerning both Western and Central cultures. But, looking at your reaction, it seems the Ji-ung gang hasn't received any such challenge yet, have they?" Lee Hogo laughed gleefully upon hearing this and replied, "No one dares to challenge us because they've all tucked their tails and run away." Ha Jung-woo, who had been standing by, chimed in, "It's not just that. They must be isolated." Gu Hua was even more intrigued. She laughed and said, "Therefore, as the Grand Princess, I would like to challenge the captain of the Black Iron Squad. Though she said this aloud, she thought to herself, I want to see that powerful man with my own eyes one more time. He was silent for a moment before replying, but I had no intention of participating in the martial arts tournament. A sky-shattering scream echoed. Huh. Gu Hua was slightly flustered, asking, why? Do you have an objection to competing? Jung Woo didn't hesitate to answer bluntly. The classification levels aren't quite right. She fell into deep thought. Does he mean that the heirs of each martial arts style aren't evenly matched? Lee Hogo stepped in to mediate. You know, Jung Woo is quite eccentric. It would be better to have a match between you and Kang Chun. But you see the state this kid is in. Jung Woo replied immediately. That's fine. I'll heal him. He waved his hand, using healing magic on Kang Chun. Heal. After being healed, the boy felt much better and couldn't stop thanking him. Jung Woo, your magic is amazing. Jung Woo seemed satisfied. He asked, can you fight now? Kang Chun responded instantly, I'm ready. Gu Hua, who had been watching, felt a bit wary and thought to herself, I heard he studied magic at Eunuch, but I didn't expect him to be this good. How greedy of him. Jung Woo spoke, placing a hand on Kang Chun's shoulder. The honor of our sect depends entirely on you. If you lose, you know what happens. I'll put you through hellish training for that tournament. Afterward, he turned to Hogo. And if he wins this match, perhaps you could reconsider the matter regarding him and Se Kyeon. Hogo was taken aback, panicking. Don't say such things. Kang Chun, fueled with spirit, shouted, Father, I'll do it. Lee Hogo could only mutter in agreement, while Jung Woo, on the contrary, was visibly excited, thinking, this is good. This is a chance to see just how strong Kang Chun has become. Kang Chun and Gu Hua stepped into the center of the arena. The two stood facing each other. She seemed dissatisfied and muttered, What the hell? Why is it you in the end? He suddenly spoke his heart. I used to really like you. Gu Hua was left with nothing but confusion. Kang Chun surged with energy, his aura radiating intensely. He was determined. Because of his love for Si Hyung, he couldn't lose here. He got into his stance, shouting, So, you will be the first test for our love. Kang Chun immediately unleashed his skill, the Black Iron Thunder Strike, channeling his power toward Gu Hua like a wild whirlwind, intent on destroying everything. She reacted quickly, flying out of the way. Slightly annoyed, she cursed under her breath, Who the hell is Se Kyeon? This is so annoying. Gu Hua quickly counter-attacked, swinging her spear with sparks flying. She gathered her strength for a frontal strike, telling herself, I can't lose in front of him. Gu Hua struck powerfully. As she attacked, she shouted, Or else I'm done for. Kang Chun dodged the blow, planting one hand on the ground to balance his body, then spun around. He leaped high into the air, raising a leg as he yelled, Toad kick. She agilely dodged to the side so fast it happened in the blink of an eye. Kang Chun attacked again, this time jumping up to grab the spear, easily dodging the strike. He wasn't calm anymore, saying irritably, Is that how you use a spear? Gu Hua found it even more amusing, smirking as she replied, I'm not done yet. She quickly turned the tide, taking the initiative to attack with her spear, slashing directly at Kang Chun's face. She shouted as she struck, Iron Leg Strike. Jung Woo stood on the sidelines, observing intently, thinking to himself, The Grand Princess is just as the rumors say. As for Kang Chun, he lacks both combat experience and improvisation. But Gu Hua, calmly assessing the situation, was convinced in her heart that she had landed the hit. The Grand Princess is just as the rumors say. As for Kang Chun, he still lacks real combat experience and adaptability. But Gu Hua, calmly assessing the situation, was certain she had hit the mark. Kang Chun took the hit just now, but didn't have a single scratch, and wondered, doesn't it hurt at all? Lee Hogo, watching all this time, suddenly burst into laughter. My son, Kang Chun, his solid diamond body is finally complete. Jung Woo stood nearby and added, even faster than expected. His hard work has finally paid off. Kang Chun looked at his own body and asked, Is this truly the power of love? Why do I feel like I'm burning up? Gu Hua, your determination is even stronger now. Physical attacks aren't having any effect on him. The spear in her hand erupted into flames as a fire dragon appeared, charging straight toward Kang Chun. Gu Hua bellowed, 9 Dragon Fire. Kang Chun crossed his arms to intercept the attack. Straining against the pressure, he gritted out, Se Kyung. He roared, channeling his power to shatter the fire dragon. How could she? Gu Hua watched in disbelief. You dare to challenge the 9 Dragon Fire with just your body? Kang Chun, pumped with adrenaline, raised his fist and shouted, Take the destructive power of love. She was caught completely off guard, unable to react. The only thing that crossed her mind was the word defend. He threw a punch, landing it square in her stomach, shouting as he struck. The diamond-hard fist of love. Gu Hoa couldn't dodge the direct hit. In that moment, only one thought flashed through her mind. No, I'm going to pass out. Unable to hold on, she collapsed to the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Hogo lamented. That guy, he's already done hitting her, and he's still so fired up. Jung Woo replied, no, it's not over yet. She hasn't even unleashed her first technique. Gu Hoa, face pressed against the dirt, knelt weakly and warned everyone, get out of here. Something had happened. Even the fierce Kang Chun looked wary, stammering. This is Jung Woo, on the other hand, seemed quite intrigued. He chuckled and asked, is that the sign of the 9-dragon fire? At that moment, Gu Hoa's eyes turned completely white. Radiating an oppressive aura, she let out a terrifying laugh. Finally, I am free. The attribute had been unleashed, and her personality had shifted. Seeing this, Kang Chun gasped. What was that? He thought to himself, the color of the flames has changed. Her energy flow is completely different now, too. While he was pondering, Gu Hoa spoke. Her voice was deep, chilling, as if echoing from the underworld. You there. Thank you. My opponents have always been weaklings. But since you knocked Gu Hoa unconscious and let me break free to show my gratitude, she smirked and shouted, I'll kill you. Kang Chun's pupils shrank. Was he angry, or was he terrified? He lunged forward. He rushed in to strike first, landing a punch right on her face, yelling, the first one to land a hit wins. Thunder's iron-shattering fist. Even though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, Gu Hoa didn't seem to feel any pain. Instead, she laughed an unsettling, booming laughter. So this is what pain feels like? It's been so long since I've felt this, it's exhilarating. Seeing this, Kang Chun grew even more agitated. He thought, what? The attack didn't affect her? Gu Hoa grew more aggressive, flames erupting from both her hands. She taunted him. Keep going. She lunged at Kang Chun. Her movements were so fast that he couldn't counter. He could only dodge. He thought, damn it, she's even stronger than before. Her personality, her fighting style, everything has changed. Her combat ability has leveled up significantly. Gu Hoa became more reckless, continuing to provoke him. Focus on dodging instead of just standing there. She moved like a gale, rushing straight at him and slamming her palm into Kang Chun's chest. Heavenly palm. He couldn't react in time, only thinking, if I didn't have the power of love, I would have been in real trouble. Gu Hoa didn't pull her hand back. A gruesome, blood-red smoke began to billow from the impact site. Lee Hogo, watching from outside, sensed the danger and shouted, iron-shattering shield. Gu Hoa struck Kang Chun with another massive blast, roaring, crush. He couldn't hold his ground and was sent flying. Kang Chun hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Dust swirled, obscuring the arena. Gu Hoa laughed triumphantly. Finally, it shattered. That strike seemed to fuel her rage. She exuded even more dark energy, laughing. Let's see if you're still alive after that. Not satisfied with just that, she summoned the fire dragon again, pouring all her strength into it, and roared, 9-dragon fire. The dragon surged toward Kang Chun, shattering a large section of the arena. Debris flew everywhere, as if a meteorite had struck. Lee Hogo and Jung Woo watched from afar, their expressions grim and unreadable. The scene was filled with nothing but smoke. Gu Hoa's silhouette was barely visible through the haze, but Kang Chun was nowhere to be seen. As the smoke cleared, Kang Chun lay sprawled at her feet. She said smugly, is it over now? Jung Woo had remained silent, but seeing this, Lee Hogo could only scratch his head and sigh. What a disgrace to the family. Those old geezers are never going to let me hear the end of this. Gu Hoa wasn't satisfied yet. She repeatedly stomped on Kang Chun's chest, saying, since he just woke up, let me hit him a little more. Someone stepped in to stop her. That's enough. I get it. Kang Chun lost. It was Jung Woo. He continued, so, you need to stop now, too. He turned to ask, Kang Chun, you still alive? Gu Hoa immediately jumped back, thinking, I didn't even sense him approaching. So that's the guy from Jeong Kwangmun that Gu Hoa has a crush on. Jung Woo was still talking to Kang Chun. Get up. A grueling training session is waiting for you. He turned to Gu Hoa. You're a different personality than Gu Hoa, right? Stop messing around and go back. Hearing that, her energy grew even more ominous. She laughed wickedly. No. From this moment on, I am Gu Hoa, a wildfire that pursues everything. I will burn anything that dares to stand in my way. Jung Woo didn't wait for her to finish. He stomped directly on her face, knocking her onto the floor. He asked calmly, you really won't go back? Even after that, it didn't seem to faze her. Gu Hoa became even more excited. Screw you, Jung Woo. He kept stomping on her face, asking as if to provoke her. Even if I step on your face like this, or how about like this? Or maybe like this. Huh. Unable to take it anymore, Gu Hoa yelled, "Wait, just let me stop." "Damn it," Ha Jung-woo asked. "How much longer are you going to be stubborn?" He had realized something. He thought to himself, "There are flames around her feet. They're absorbing my strikes. I was wondering how she shattered the iron-shattering shield. This must be the same method, absorbing the armor. There must be a reason she's keeping this a secret. This girl is dangerous. A magic that can't be controlled if she gets caught. It won't end with just a little embarrassment." He stopped his train of thought and pulled his foot away from her. Turning his back, he said, "You're not easy to kill, are you? You have the ability to absorb every hit with these flames. Killing you wouldn't be hard, but that would mean the original Gu Hoa would be gone too. That wouldn't be very ideal. You have the ability to absorb every blow with this fire. Killing you wouldn't be hard, but that means the original Gu Hoa would also kick the bucket, and that wouldn't be ideal." She was beaten until her nose was bleeding, but she still retorted defiantly, "I see you finally realize that. The two of us are one and the same. You can't kill me, can you?" Before Gu Hoa could finish, a sword appeared in Ha Jung-woo's hand. He calmly said, "That is the reason. Then what about this?" Her expression dimmed, mixed with a bit of panic, and she stammered, "That's impossible." Ha Jung-woo laughed and continued, "It seems you know it too." She pondered deeply. A sword capable of severing the soul, surrounding the blade was a blue aura, glowing with an oppressive power that made people fear. Ha Jung-woo raised the sword and calmly said, "With this, I am sure I can pull you out of this body. What do you think?" Gu Hoa seemed genuinely terrified now. She quickly replied, "Wait, let's negotiate. I'll let you order me to do anything. Whatever you want, just say it. I can even give you the troll moon and this body too. Are you not interested? It's been a long time since I've been out, and I don't want to die yet." Her words didn't convince Ha Jung-woo. He raised the sword high, preparing to strike down. "My apologies, but I'm not very interested in negotiating." She could do nothing now but scream, "Don't." The arena was still noisy. The battle wasn't over. Gu Hoa dodged Ha Jung-woo's punch, but she seemed exhausted now. Bruises were appearing on her face. She leaped far away, propped her hands on the floor behind her, and shouted, "Please, stop it, you monster. How many more times do I have to beg you?" Seeing this, Ha Jung-woo spoke up. "You can still dodge." Huh. Gu Hoa felt both annoyed and thought to herself, "Damn it. Why did things turn out like this? Why am I being pinned down and beaten by this brat? He definitely intended to call me out of Gu Hoa's body, but in the end, it turned into me constantly fighting him." Ha Jung-woo stepped forward, stood in front of her, and said, "Calling others a monster is a bit excessive, don't you think? I'm doing these things to help you. You know, I feel bad about it too. Your words are like adding fuel to the fire." Gu Hoa shouted furiously, "Just shut the hell up. When I entered this girl's body, you told me to leave, but then you kept attacking me. Every time I tried to leave, you just beat me up to force me back inside for the 5th time already. You piece of trash. Why don't you just kill me and get it over with?" Ha Jung-woo replied calmly, "I'm only doing this because Gu Hoa asked me to. She wanted to learn how to properly control you, something like that. Since she asked, I had to do it. If you don't like it, you can just surrender to her. It's that easy." Gu Hoa had calmed down by then and whispered, "That's the one thing I can never do. I want to live." Ha Jung-woo had expected that answer all along. "So, you know what's going to happen next, right?" Before she could even defend herself, he made his move. He grabbed her by the head and slammed her into the ground so hard the floor shattered into pieces. It happened so fast, she couldn't even counter. Only growing more furious, she cursed under her breath. Is this guy even human? This level of strength is unparalleled. Gu Hoa lay sprawled on the ground, her whole body trembling. With a grimace, she groaned, "I'm so tired." Ha Jung-woo looked down at her and said, "Looks like the Mu-uk-ji finally kicked in." She heard him and asked, "Mu-uk-ji?" He quickly continued, "I planted something called Mu-uk-ji within your soul. As time passes, your soul will eventually merge with Gu Hua's. The more I humiliate you, the harder it will be for you to resist the Mu-uk-ji." After hearing that, she indignantly retorted, "Damn it, I'm a living being too. Why am I the only one who has to sacrifice myself?" Ha Jung-woo replied gently, "I told you, someone asked me to do this. If you want to survive, go talk to Gu Hoa." Gu Hoa thought helplessly, "Damn it, I can't make him show mercy." Right after that, she collapsed and lost consciousness. The red aura dissipated into the air. She opened her eyes, gasping, "It hurts." She propped herself up with one hand while rubbing her head with the other. She said wearily, "This must have been a bad idea." Ha Jung-woo reached out a hand to help her up, saying, "Isn't it? Hasn't she become gentler than before?" Gu Hoa grabbed his hand, pulled herself up, and asked, "How can you say that after beating a girl to a pulp?" He replied nonchalantly, "To a warrior, there is no gender. Besides, I already helped you deal with your problem. Gu Hua smiled slightly, but her words were dripping with sarcasm. Thanks for your kind words. Jung Woo caught her tone. He also smiled and replied, I'm not exactly a kind person, you know. While the two were talking, the father and son duo, Lee Hogo and Kang Chun, were going at it. Lee Hogo threw a punch that sent Kang Chun reeling backward. Gu Hua finally noticed them. She turned to look and said calmly, looks like things are going well over there, too. Gu Hua remarked, oh my. Guk was full of energy. He unleashed his moves with a laugh. He said loudly, I'm impressed, son. It's truly fun to trade blows with you like this. Kang Chun could only defend. He thought helplessly. Once I drop this shield, I'll kill the old man. Once the shield is down, I'll beat him to a pulp. Once I break that shield, I'll smash him. Quan, who had been watching the whole time, asked helplessly, how long have they been fighting? Jung Woo and Gu Hua walked over to him, and he said with annoyance, them again? They're going to destroy the whole building. Kim Jong-gon replied, this is their 6th time. He's managed to hold the iron shield for over 10 minutes now. Jung Woo was quite satisfied and replied, keep helping him train. We need to show Ban Moon and Wachon Moon some solid results. That's the only way to recruit more people into the Yong Moon Alliance. That was the public reason, but deep down, he had many other plans. There was still a long road ahead. Having the support of only 2 out of the 7 sects in the Yong Moon Alliance wasn't enough to boost our standing. I want to do something first. He suddenly had an idea and said to Quan, Mr. Kim, accept all the media interview requests we turned down before. Quan was surprised and asked, what? Are you serious? How can we handle the stupid stuff he's going to say that will cause us trouble? Jung Woo replied calmly, I intend to use that to our advantage. He began plotting in his mind. We'll control the information through him. 2 major points will be revealed. The plan for the martial arts assembly and the public's eagerness to share and enjoy the event. Leave the rest to me. No longer at the arena, Jung Woo was with Jong Seo and one other person. He happily put his hands on their shoulders and ordered, all right, spread the word about the martial arts assembly to everyone as much as possible. It's hard to deal with ad disputes, so just mention Gem directly. Rumors started popping up across various platforms. They all shared the same topic, rumors about the upcoming martial arts assembly and the false report about Jiam. Lee Hogo broke his silence about the martial arts assembly. Jiam, the representative of the competition, gave a live statement emphasizing that a competition of massive scale would take place. A source close to Jiam hinted at details about the martial arts assembly. The scale of the event seems to be bigger than expected. All the information about the martial arts assembly has been revealed. A massive hit. Martial Arts Diary with 930,000 views in 1 week. Jung Woo watched it with satisfaction. He thought happily, that should be enough to stir up some waves. All right, let's see how the other sects react. A meeting was underway, hosted by Chae Min Cheon. He stood in the center and said loudly, now, we will begin the Yong Moon Alliance meeting. He sighed and continued. The first item on the agenda is unable to keep his cool. He slammed the paper in his hand onto the table. He glared at Lee Hogo and reprimanded him. It's because of your big mouth, that fake JM report. Lee Hogo didn't look very sorry and laughed. My apologies for everything. I never expected things to turn out like this. Yang-in, sitting right next to him, thought to himself, that slippery guy is getting better at acting. Chae Min Cheon calmed himself down and said, the information you leaked has spread everywhere. The scale of the competition is now twice what we originally planned. How do you intend to take responsibility for this? Lee Hogo stood up, bowed, and answered seriously, I already said I apologize. I am reflecting on my actions. However, as a warrior, I must keep my word. Without stopping there, he added arrogantly, furthermore, Jam will cover all additional costs. Chae Min Cheon, Jung Yuang, and sect leader Kang all kept their composure. Upon hearing him say that, the 4 of them silently calculated whether this was his premeditated goal to make some extra money. This was highly likely, given the fame he was building and the special favors he had received from Hugh Gammon and the Dark Guild. He's actually using his brain this time, they thought. We must prevent Jiam from getting any more attention, but the scale of the tournament is already massive. If we have to pay more than planned, Hogo's statement left the entire meeting room in dead silence. Seeing this, Hogo smirked, thinking, good. Everything is playing out exactly as Jung Woo predicted. Now, I should wrap this up. Ending his train of thought, he spoke aloud. So, a strange voice cut in. It was gentle, yet it completely shattered Hogo's original plan. We will pay, the voice said, and then he appeared. Everyone in the room turned to look. It was Ayangam. The old man leaned on his cane, smiling smugly as he said, we, the Dohaomon, will cover these costs. Lee Hogo shouted in disbelief, hey, you old fool, Ayangam. Ayangam cut him off. I will definitely pay for everything, even if I have to sell off the entire Do Hamwon estate. So, please, trust me. Lee Hogo, furious, thought to himself, damn it, how did this happen? He slumped back into his chair, visibly annoyed, and muttered, I don't know what that old geezer is up to now. By now, they were no longer in the meeting room. He was sitting on a long bench inside, arms crossed. Jung Woo walked over and asked, so, what was the result? Hogo recounted the outcome. We lost the vote 5-2. Everyone voted against us except for Bon Mun and Wat Chen Mun. Du Ha Mun agreed to cover all the extra expenses. Upon hearing this, he asked, are they just pretending? Could they actually afford to pay that much? Hogo was still irritated, sighing as he replied, it's been confirmed. They actually can afford to drop that kind of money. Jung Woo laughed upon hearing this. Doesn't that sound great? Hogo didn't get what he meant. What? Did you drink too much at that meeting or something? He calmly explained, it's not that. Think about it. It's only been a month since we wiped out the Do Hamon elite squad and all those incidents happened with the Habukpa family. Do you really think it's possible for them to come up with that much cash in such a short amount of time? Hearing this, Lee Hogo speculated. In that case, are they playing some kind of money laundering game? Jung Woo laughed, looking very certain. It has to be dirty money. It just has to be. He turned to leave, but added, they must have been doing something illegal to get their hands on such a large amount of cash. Should we go after them? Lee Hogo's spirit was instantly reignited. He stood up, cracking his knuckles eagerly, and replied, obviously, we crushed them to pieces. Hearing the answer he wanted, he smiled. Exactly, that's what I thought too. Though, in his heart, he thought, regardless, if they have that much money, there's bound to be a trail left behind. He voiced his curiosity, but if that's the case, who would do that for them? In another place, Ayangam strode through a massive hallway, smiling to himself. Excellent. I've exposed that stubborn G-Um's true colors. Just a little more, if only we had the right to intervene in the layout of the competition venue, then we would become the strongest on the peninsula. We'd be the only Warrior Gate faction here. He recalled when he was discussing it with his secretary in the study. His secretary had asked if it was really okay, saying, as you said, they are devils. The old man replied, I know, but we have to act before we can no longer maintain the family portal. This is our last hope. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something. With a swift movement, he launched an attack toward an assassin on the floor above. Someone shouted, who's there? The assassin quickly jumped off the railing before it shattered. The assassin fired a dart attached to a small note toward Yangum. It flew straight at the old man. It missed his face by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, that's the rat mark. Could it be someone from the 12 families? If we have the 7th generation of the Warrior Gate in Korea, then Japan has the 12 families, represented by the 12 zodiac signs. This must be someone from the rat family, the Nezumi. Yangum approached the assassin and asked, are you from the Nezumi family? He said nothing, only signaling the old man to keep this a secret. Yangum's brows knit tightly together in tension. Suddenly, the assassin vanished. The secretary, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise. He disappeared. He turned to the old man. What on earth was that thing? Yangum, however, couldn't hear him. He pulled the dart out and held the note in his hand, laughing in a way that didn't make sense. He burst into loud laughter, leaving his secretary confused. Sir, Yangum smiled smugly. Look at this. The devils have come to meet me with an invitation. He turned around to leave, calling back, get ready. We are going to Japan. Back to the present, a black car sped quickly through the streets. Someone in the car spoke up. Yes, hello. It was Yangum, answering his phone. He smiled happily, saying, it's me, the clan head. I'm on my way back from the meeting. At the same time, in Japan, at the Nezumi family, the person on the other end replied. Is that so? The person asked. How did the meeting go? Yangum immediately reported. Thanks to your support, it has been decided that we will cover half the costs for the tournament. The person on the other end was satisfied. That will do. Contact me as soon as the construction of the venue begins. I will put you in touch with my people. Yangum replied, understood. I will do that. The man slammed the phone down onto the receiver. He laughed with satisfaction. Excellent. He continued, if we keep going like this, you will be able to wipe out all the Korean Warrior Gate factions as planned, right? The person in the cloak standing behind him replied, that is correct. The man said with amusement, someone willing to betray their own country just to kill one person, how much must you hate that guy, I wonder? The person in the cloak replied, actually, it doesn't really matter, as I have no nationality. The man laughed again and asked, why are you only telling me this now? Your relationship with that guy, Jung Woo? The cloaked figure spoke as they pulled their hood down. It's nothing special. It was Selen. She smiled sinisterly, her aura surging intensely. We're just enemies from a past life. Kang Hyun-min was sitting in his office when suddenly someone called out, "Chairman." His secretary opened the door, his face looking very grave as he said, "We are in big trouble." When he heard that, he immediately asked, "What do you mean?" The other side replied, "Your brothers have decided to merge their shares to become the largest shareholder." Are they planning to replace me?" Kang Hyun-min's face turned pale. He shouted in a panic, then slammed his beer glass onto the table and cursed, "Damn those bastards." Unable to keep his composure, his whole body trembled. He angrily calculated in his mind, they must have planned this from the start. Surely, in the upcoming board meeting, they will smear my reputation to drag me down. I can't keep relying on Jung Woo and Chairman Du. If I keep asking for help, the entire Ilu group will be seized. To protect Ilu group, I need to focus and think. He noticed someone entering. A waiter inside the bar bowed respectfully. "Welcome, sir." It turned out to be Yi Yanggam. The old man approached where Kang Hyun-min was sitting. As he walked, he said to the waiter, "This is my first time at this bar. Could I have the same drink as the person next to me?" Kang Hyun-min heard this and warned, "Hey, old man, this stuff is pretty strong. It'll give you a stomachache." The old man replied, "This kid looks like someone who has been through a lot, doesn't he? My son is gone." Hearing this, Kang Hyun-min thought of his own child and mused, "Kang Hyun-gu, you fool." He spoke up, "Me too. My son passed away recently." Yi Yanggam replied with a sympathetic tone, but his face showed no trace of sorrow. On the contrary, he smirked in a puzzling way. "I think we can really empathize with each other." Leaving the bar, in a traditional house, screams rang out. "Gu Hua, here goes." A red, bloody aura gathered into a sphere around her hands. As she struck, she shouted, "Heavenly Palm." At the same time, Kang Chun swung his arm, preparing to punch. He gathered his strength and roared, "Thunder's origin protection, metal." Both charged quickly to attack Jung Woo. Jung Woo remained calm and softly said, "Teleport." The combined strike of the two created a massive explosion. The energy from the two techniques formed a solid pillar, slamming forward and cracking the ground beneath them. Smoke filled the entire area, but Jung Woo was completely unscathed. He quickly moved outside, leisurely walking as he said, "You two are doing pretty well. Besides just punching and dodging, now you even know how to coordinate." Kang Chun suddenly appeared from nowhere, lunging straight at Jung Woo. Jung Woo quickly countered, causing Kang Chun to be caught off guard and hit head-on. Jung Woo chuckled and continued, "Your attack patterns are so easy to predict, Kang Chun." Even though he was bleeding from the mouth, Kang Chun was still, stubbornly unleashing his metal technique. He gripped Jung Woo's arm tightly, aura radiating intensely as he shouted, "Focus on your own battle." Suddenly, he looked to the side and called out, "Now, Gu Hua." She had disappeared moments ago and suddenly appeared in midair, surrounded by flames of overwhelming pressure. A fire dragon emerged, lunging quickly toward Jung Woo and Kang Chun. Its eyes were blazing with intensity. Jung Woo felt no fear. On the contrary, he became even more interested. He smirked and said, "Okay, this looks fun." He grabbed Kang Chun's shirt. Seeing this, Kang Chun's face paled, sensing things were about to go south. With one hand, he threw Kang Chun straight at Gu Hua. Both collided heavily, creating a loud boom. After the impact, they fell to the ground, landing on their faces and crying out in pain. Kang Chun's mind was occupied by only one person. "I miss you so much," Se-kyung Gu Hua thought painfully. "They've definitely gotten stronger, but the gap in our skill levels is still so vast." Jung Woo stepped over to where they were lying flattened. He said slowly, "I like the way you two work today. Now you know how to use your heads, don't you?" One of the two whispered back. Both sat up, faces covered in dirt, thinking, "Is it over? Is it finally over?" But reality slapped them hard. Jung Woo used healing magic on both of them. Gu Hua gasped, stuttering. In their eyes, Jung Woo was like a demon god. His eyes glowed a sharp red as he said, "Now that you're healed up, shall we go another round?" Tears streamed down Kang Chun and Gu Hua's faces as they pleaded one after another. "If we do this again, I'm actually going to die. I'm begging you, I don't want to fight anymore. Please, let's just leave it at that." Jung Woo was suddenly interrupted by Young X, who appeared from nowhere and said respectfully, "Master, I have found what you asked for." Jung Woo turned his head and asked, "The source of Do Hamun's funding, right? So, where does it come from?" Kang Chun and Gu Hua scrambled to the side, whispering excitedly to each other. "I think he's busy now. Must be an urgent matter, right?" Young X looked at the tablet and reported, "They come from a loan company. There are no irregularities with the paperwork at all." Jung Woo reached out for the tablet. "Let me see." Young X held it out with both hands and replied, "Here it is, sir." He stared intently at the tablet, calculating, "Just a loan company, they provide funds immediately. It really doesn't seem suspicious." He suddenly realized something fishy. He blurted out, "The parent company." Returning to the bar from earlier, Kang Hyunmin asked, "What do you mean by Japan?" Iangum immediately replied, "Exactly. If they are willing to help us, Doman will have the power to control the entire Dongman alliance with the support of the Nezumi family." Kang Hyunmin seemed to understand the old man's intentions. He said cautiously, "So you are selling out your own country?" Iangum replied, "But in exchange, Ilu Group will have the right to do business with the Dongman alliance." Kang Hyunmin helplessly raised his beer glass. "But right now, I don't have the authority to make decisions in the company." Iangum sensed what he was thinking and replied, "Don't you know what Dohaman is best at? It's assassination." Hearing this, Kang Hyunmin shuddered, his whole body trembling as if he were freezing. He muttered to himself, "Assassination." Iangum stood up and continued, "I will take care of your brothers. You know that I chose Ilu, or rather, I chose you. We are both the same. You will do anything for your own gain, just like what you did to your own father." The old man pressed further, moving closer and placing a hand on his shoulder. Kang Hyunmin felt the pressure. "You should make a wise choice now. You'll agree to this deal, won't you?" Kang Hyunmin, who had been silent, finally spoke. With a determined look on his face, he asked, "What do I need to do?" A luxury car was speeding down the road in the middle of the night. Inside the car, someone spoke up. "All right then." Everyone in the car, Chun Jin, Chun Hai, and Hai Jin, were happily discussing among themselves. Chun Jin seemed quite drunk. With a flushed face, he said, "We will definitely seize Ilu." Chun Hai and Hai Jin also spoke up. "That's right, of course we will." Hai Jin grinned from ear to ear, saying, "Since we're together to get rid of that cruel eldest brother, from now on, we're all in the same boat, okay?" Chun Hai, sitting next to him with a flushed face, replied enthusiastically, "Of course, who would ever betray each other?" All three laughed triumphantly. But deep down, they all harbored evil thoughts. Dream on. Ilu is mine. Someone seemed to be waiting, and as the car approached, she drew the sword from her hip. She gently commanded the strike, and a thread-thin slash flicked past the car. She whispered coldly. Inside the car, Chunjin suddenly realized something. He asked, Driver Choi, what did you say?" The man he called Driver Choi now had his head completely severed from his neck. The person in the car realized it and screamed, "Choi! Driver Choi!" The car lost control, swerving left and right, sending the passengers into a panic. "Damn it. What the hell is going on, Driver Choi?" "Hey, stop the car. Stop it now. If we keep going like this, we're going to crash." The three people in the car were in a state of chaos, screaming in desperation and terror. The car lunged straight forward, crashing into an obstacle. After completing her mission, the girl from earlier made a call to report. "Yes, it's me. Regarding the car, I'm calling to report. I'm informing the boss that the target has been eliminated." So, she was an assassin for the Dohaman Guild's Blood Flower Division. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-goen was reporting to Jung Woo and Hogo. "We tried our best, but the stadium contractors decided to go with Dohamun." Hogo heard this and leaned back helplessly. "Fine, whatever, just let them do it." But Jung Woo remained calm and asked, "So, who is the contractor?" Kim Jong-goen hesitated before replying, "It's the Ilyu Group." Lee Hogo bolted upright, confused. "The Ilyu Group? They haven't gone bankrupt yet? Didn't you say you took care of them?" Jung Woo, unfazed, answered gently, "No need to worry about that. The eldest son is already caught up in a power struggle with his own family. He'll be taken care of soon." Hogo suddenly interrupted, raising his voice. "Wait, except for Kang Hyun-min, all the children of the Ilyu Group died in a car accident yesterday." Hearing this, Jung Woo thought, what a coincidence. Right after Dohaman was chosen as the contractor, those brothers were wiped out. They're not even trying to hide the connection anymore. Furthermore, they're intentionally showing off their power. He spoke up. "These two aren't capable enough on their own. Someone else must be pulling the strings." Kim Jong-goen couldn't figure out who was behind it. He asked, "Who could be doing this?" Lee Hogo, on the other hand, jumped up eagerly. "So that means there's more work to be done, right?" Jung Woo continued. "First, we have to find out. Let me call someone." At the Ilyu Group, a secretary entered the room. "Mr. Chairman, the funeral preparations for your siblings are complete." Kang Hyunmin replied, "All right, I'll be there soon." He smirked to himself, thinking, "Finally, the Ilyu Group is in my hands." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from outside. "Hey, you can't just burst in here." Kang Hyunmin sensed something strange. He turned to ask what was happening, and the office door was kicked wide open. It was the mages of the Ellen family, Karen and Rick. Rick spoke first. Greetings, Chairman Kang. Then Rick added, we are investigators from the Ellen family. Kang Hyun-min was shocked, gritting his teeth tightly. His mind focused only on the words Ellen family. He hesitated and asked, the Ellen family? What do you want? Rick quickly replied. We are investigating the death of a prince from our family named Luke. We don't know if you've met him. He grew even more panicked, his face turning pale, thinking, those people they still haven't given up. At the Do-hammon mansion, Ai Yangum was on the phone. Ah, I understand. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Ending the call, he turned to order his secretary. Here is a new order. Tell the assassin to handle this well. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. He asked tentatively. Boss, are you sure these things will benefit Do-hammon? If the others in the alliance find out, Do-hammon will be expelled from the alliance. Yangum replied confidently, don't worry. I am already allied with thee. Nezumi sighed. The secretary immediately responded. I apologize. Yangum continued. After the Night faction collapse, there has been a void in the assassin market. We must seize this opportunity for Do-hammon. He picked up a notebook, handed it to the secretary, and said, here, take these files to the old hideout. The man replied, yes, sir. Suddenly, the door was shoved open. Kang Hyun-min rushed in, breathless. Outside, someone was calling after him. Chairman Kang. Yangum jumped up, quickly asking, What is it? Why are you rushing here so frantically? You'll expose everything. Kang Hyun-min didn't have time to breathe. He spoke urgently. There's no time to worry about that. The Ellen family, they came looking for me. I managed to get them to leave, but I don't know when they'll be back. You need to protect me from them. Yangum was startled. He asked back, the Ellen family? Why would they come looking for you, Kang Hyun? Min hesitated. He stuttered that actually Yangum couldn't wait any longer and continued, aren't you asking for my protection? If you don't tell me, I can't help you. Kang Hyun-min thought tensely, damn it. I tried to avoid this, but I ended up jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. He knew about the contract between Nezumi and the Do-hammon Guild. He had no choice but to rely on him for protection. After a moment of thought, he spoke up, all right, I'll tell you everything. Outside the mansion, dark clouds gathered, covering the sky, signaling that something unfortunate was about to happen. After hearing Kang Hyun-min's story, Yangum was surprised. He shouted, the real culprit who killed the Ellen Prince was Jeong's bodyguard. Kang Hyun-min added, not only that, the chairman So of the D-Han group is also involved. After processing the information, Yangum pondered, this news is too massive, too dangerous if I get involved. But if I can leverage this, it will be an excellent weapon for Do-hammon. He sighed and said, since we are now in the same boat, I have no choice but to protect you. Kang Hyun-min replied quickly, of course, that's how it should be. Yangum said with a grave expression, however, the Ellen family is hunting you, and you running straight here was a huge mistake. He hadn't even finished speaking when two figures suddenly appeared on the staircase. Seeing this, Yangum said loudly, they must have been eavesdropping while you were telling me everything. Those two were Rick and Karen. Rick started. Finally found you, Chairman Kang. The two of them walked down the stairs. Rick continued as he walked. There's no way Chairman Kang could be stronger than our prince, so someone must have hired an extremely powerful samurai, someone who wanted revenge for his son against Jeong. Furthermore, signing the construction contract with Do-hammon right after everything is gradually becoming clear, and it all leads to Do-hammon. How could we possibly accept this? Yangum feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you are talking about. We were only discussing the contract for the construction of the Miram Stadium. That is all. Rick walked up to where they were standing and asked firmly, then, could you show us the notebook you just wrote in? Yangum grew tense, thinking to himself, damn it. I knew this was a trap, but I never expected they had it all set up. It'll be even more dangerous if they find out I've been in contact with the samurai family in Japan and have an assassination contract. He sighed and replied, and what if I refuse? Rick suddenly appeared behind him and his secretary, saying softly, then I'll just have to use force. Yangum realized the situation was beyond his control. He calculated that the contents of the notebook must not be discovered, so he had no other choice. Yangum quickly turned around, swung his staff toward Rick, and shouted, absolute life analysis. His attack was so powerful it set a corner of the mansion ablaze, flashing red in the silent night. After finishing his move, he spoke up, you guys are going a bit too far. Regardless, I am one of the 4 pillars in the United States, yet you act like thugs in another country. Rick, who had vanished to dodge the attack, reappeared and thought with amusement, I didn't expect things to turn out like this, which only makes you more suspicious. As he launched another attack, he said, I didn't want to force your hand, but you gave me no other choice. Yangum moved first. He unleashed his puppet control ability. Suddenly, Threads appeared out of nowhere, binding Rick's limbs with the control axis hovering above. Yang Gam continued, "You won't be able to resist. Both your body and mind are under my control." Rick heard this and gave a cryptic smirk. Suddenly, the threads were snapped clean in two. Yang Gam gasped, his pupils shrinking to the size of a pinprick. The control axis above him shattered as well. With Rick no longer under control, he quickly unleashed his wind spears. Bolts of light surged toward Yang Gam. He leaped high into the air to dodge the attack and shouted, "What? I used the puppet ability at such close range." Rick didn't care what he said and continued his assault. "This is the price you pay for your deceit." The wind spears shrunk down like throwing daggers, flying rapidly toward Yang Gam. He ran to dodge them. As he kept running, he looked back and asked, "How are you able to escape the puppet control?" Rick, chasing him frantically, replied, "A magician always knows how to escape his own traps during his performance." He kept launching wind spears, and both of them switched to close-quarters combat. Yang Gam blocked his attack, and Rick, feeling even more intrigued, said, "You actually dared to use mind manipulation magic on a mage like me. You really are an idiot. Do Hamun." While Yang Gam was still parrying Rick's blows, he thought to himself, "I know this guy is from the Ellen family, but he's at least level 6, if not level 7. Watching from the sidelines, Yang Gam's secretary said urgently, "We need to go. This way. I'll take you to a safe place." Kang Hyun Min agreed. "Okay." Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up, "Chairman Kang, you should come with us." It was Karen, who had unexpectedly appeared right in front of them. Yang Gam, still fighting, didn't forget what was important and shouted, "The notebook." Karen threatened him. "Ha Jung Wood over both the notebook and Chairman Kang. If you listen, nothing will happen." The secretary tried to persuade him. "You cannot have that notebook." Suddenly, he realized the notebook was gone from his hand. He wondered, where's the notebook? The notebook was currently being read by someone. That person spoke up. "This is really interesting." It was Jung Woo, who had been standing on the railing the whole time, saying, "You've killed so many people in such a short time, haven't you?" Kang Hyun Min exclaimed in shock. Jung Woo, the secretary, covered in sweat, was also startled and spoke up. "The notebook, when did you?" He used magic to make his hand fade into a mist. Nearly half of his torso became translucent. His other hand was still holding the notebook, and he said, "How disappointing. No one noticed the magic of stealing it, huh? Because I didn't see Chairman Kang pick up his phone, I was so worried I ran over here immediately." Karen looked up from below and said, "You are Jung Woo from GM. Please hand over the notebook and back off. If you don't comply, I will consider this an act of war against the Ellen family." Jung Woo, with a provocative look, retorted, "I'm not the one who needs to back off, it's you guys." Karen lost his patience. A magic circle glowed beneath his feet, and he calmly said, "You should surrender before I count to 3. 1, 2. Jung Woo, feeling even more amused, interrupted Karen. 3. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right in front of Karen. It flashed brilliantly, and the floor shattered into tiny pieces, scattering everywhere. Rick and Yang Gam, who were fighting, had to stop because of the blast. Rick said, "An explosion?" Yang Gam realized something. He hesitated. This fighting style could it be? From behind the thick smoke, a muscular, powerful figure stepped in. That person shouted inside, Jung Woo, you're taking too long." It was Hogok. He stepped in, full of fighting spirit, ready to engage. Someone recognized him and shouted, "Hogok." Hogok grinned enthusiastically and asked as he walked in, "So, can I smash everything now?" That explosion had caused Karen to collapse to the ground. He lay there weakly, unable to move. Someone saw him and shouted, "Karen." Jung Woo saw the scene and laughed. "I told you to get out of the way." He opened the book to continue reading and found something interesting. He said loudly, "Oh, wait. Do Haman, there are some lines written in Japanese here. Let's see, you betrayed your country to join the Japanese samurai. I've suspected your shady actions for a long time." Hearing this, Yang Gam was furious and cursed. "That bastard." Jung Woo jumped down from the railing. Hogok stood to the side, cracking his knuckles, and said happily, "Well, that's why we represent justice." Energy radiated intensely from both of them. Hogok continued, "Today, do Hamun. You're finished," Jung Woo added. Yang Gam held his sword in a defensive stance, but his pained expression betrayed his anxiety. "Damn it, both the Ellen family and the GM crowd, if I slip up, I'm dead." At least one of the two, Jung Woo put his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly. "If you do something wrong, you have to be punished, right?" He walked toward Yang Gam and chimed in, "Don't be so stubborn, you old man. You caused this first." The old man was speechless. Rick, standing next to Yang Gam, also asked curiously, "GM, why are you guys harming the mages of the Ellen family?" Yang Gam's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered. That's right, they are part of it too. Yang! Gam pointed his finger at Jung Woo and shouted, "The Ellen family, don't you know? He is the true culprit who killed the prince." What he just said shocked him. Rick turned around like a madman and roared, "Is that true, Jim?" But the attitude of his was as if this were just a joke. Our chairman sure has a big mouth. Lee Hogo looked down at Jung Woo and asked, "What exactly are you planning?" He replied with a scornful look. "To be honest, he's the one who started the fight first. This is simply personal defense." Rick couldn't stay calm anymore. He angrily used magic. A glowing rune circle appeared. "Shut up." A barrage of 10 flaming golden magic bolts fired toward the two, Jung Woo, and he dodged easily. After a terrifying attack, Lee Hogo just smiled with excitement. "This is the first time I've faced a mage. So exciting." He laughed and reminded him, "Sir, don't forget why we're here." "They're running away." He was startled, looking at the empty space in front of him. "What? That bunch of cowards ran away the moment they saw a fight?" Jung Woo guessed. "They must have left the building." Lee Hogo laughed and joked, "Quick, finish him off, or I'll take all the fun." He only replied, "I'll try." With a whoosh, he left as fast as a flash, leaving only a trail of light. Rick called out, Jung Woo." Jung Woo, the guardian of Jung." He frowned, mentioning Che Jun-jung. "You were also one of the suspects until Che Jun-jung sided with you after the prince's death. She also came to this country to work, so that's how it is you two planned to kill him." He raised his hand. A magic circle appeared on his fingertips. "Calling my friend, that is a bit too much." Finishing his words, Jung Woo moved his hand with magic. It slashed across, creating an attack aimed at Rick. Rick's expression became serious when he recognized this attack. That's the 7th magic wheel from the Uralen family. The sharp blade. He leaped high, using his ability to dodge the attack. Teleport. Rick grimaced. Damn it. How can he use it? A horrific slash cut into his body. Rick painfully clutched his blood-soaked wound and knelt on the floor. He walked over and mocked. "No, I'm just trying to mimic your moves. But it doesn't seem that strong, does it? I've reached the 7th level of the magic wheel, but using magic is another story." He looked at Jung Woo with resentful eyes. "This makes it even clearer. You are the culprit. You killed Prince Uralen," meaning he stepped forward, cutting him off. "It seems you don't understand. He's dead. Do you think I'll let you live?" He was startled. "What?" He became even more furious. "You brat." Rick raised his hand, creating a magic circle in front of him. A magic vortex immediately appeared to attack. "Do you want the entire Ellen family to become your enemies?" Whirlpool. Jung Woo just calmly created a shield, mana barrier. His whirlpool was like a fire hose drowning this entire place, but he still stood still, completely unharmed. The entire attack had been blocked by the mana shield. "What did you say?" "I will become a powerful ally to the Ellen family because I will be the one to save your friend and destroy Do Hammond." Shield gradually disappeared when that source of power shattered. Jung Woo arrogantly said, "So we don't need witnesses." Rick was still extremely furious. "Don't make me laugh. I will kill you and tell everyone everything. Then I'll kill that brat too." He slammed his hand onto the ground. A magic circle appeared again, summoning a massive armored guardian. As it began to rise, before the guardian could fully materialize, the armor was slashed into pieces, leaving everyone stunned. Jung Woo's mocking voice echoed, "You talk too much, Jung Woo." He rested his sword on his shoulder with a sneer. "By the time I finished my shield, I was already done casting." The man looked livid, staring at him. Not wanting to drag this out, he gestured with his hand, channeling his power. "Thanks for coming today. Goodbye." Rith was swallowed by Jung Woo's overwhelming power. You bastard." Yang, he stopped, letting everyone clearly see Hogo's twisted expression, and then he collapsed onto the stone floor once more. That scene made. Yangam was running away when a massive explosion thundered behind him. A terrifying blaze erupted amidst thick, black smoke. Yangam grabbed his sword and spun around to look. That's it? It's already over? The Dohaman elders all appeared before him. What is going on here? He calmed himself and spoke. Elders, you've arrived just in time. Yangam ordered them. There's an intruder. Get him. Just as he gave the order, a blinding burst of energy descended behind him. He froze. Standing behind him, like a grim reaper, was Lee Hogo. Yangam cursed. Damn it. He had entered a state of explosive power, his hair turning gold. Lee Hogo cracked his knuckles threateningly. Stop running. Fight me. Or else I came all this way for nothing. Watching him draw closer and closer, Yangam panicked and thought, this is infuriating, but I'm not strong enough to take him on. Munsu was also being attacked, but using his attributes was useless because the power gap was too wide. Can the Dohaemon followers actually handle him? Yanggam still bluffed. I would love to tear you apart, but I haven't finished my preparations yet. Lee Hogo looked dissatisfied. Come on, old man Seon. Seonjong had secretly appeared behind him, ready to strike, but Lee Hogo quickly dodged her sword slash. Seonjong landed on her hands in front of the Dohaemon group. She raised her sword to protect him. Elder, please step back. They already finished off that mage. Seonjong spoke to Yanggam. We will buy you time. But the elder's expression gradually became twisted. A dark, eerie surge of power suddenly invaded her body. Seonjong looked back in horror at Yanggam's hand, which was forcing energy into her. Elder. Not just her, but the other elders were falling into the same state. What are you doing, Elder Yanggam? Shrieks of pain and panic echoed continuously, mingled with cries of, why are you doing this, Elder? But Yanggam only replied ruthlessly, you said you'd hold him off? Then do it. He stood amidst people who had lost their sanity, their eyes glowing a fierce, blood red. Become my puppets. On the forehead of one elder, a white ribbon appeared, along with a red ring like electrical pulse circling his mouth, emitting nonsensical sounds. It wasn't just one, all of the elders had fallen into the same state. Facing these mindless people, he laughed, then mocked. I was wondering who Munsu was like, being such a coward. Turns out, he's just like his father. Yanggam gripped the two wooden control sticks, standing among the people who had become puppets. He scowled at Hogo's words, you can talk all you want because I'm going to send you to join my son soon. The energy in Yanggam's body poured out non-stop to pull the puppet strings. Charge, my puppets. No sooner had he given the command than the Dohaemon elders rushed forward savagely, but he only became more excited. His fists, crackling with golden lightning, were ready to fight. That's it, all of you, come at me. I'll finish you off quickly, then we can deal with our own business. Lee Hogo. He punched an elder who had charged at him in the gut. Lightning surged from his hand. The force was like a cannon, illuminating the entire space. The puppet elders charged again. One of them grabbed Lee Hogo by the neck, and another dived for his legs, leaving him slightly bewildered. What? Why do these guys have this much strength? 3 more puppets leaped in front of him, ready to attack. Multiple slashes cut into Lee Hogo's body, while the puppet on his neck held on tight, making it hard for him to counterattack. Yanggam channeled even more power into the control threads. Humans limit their own power to protect their bodies. But now, I am the one who decides those limits. The mindless elders had nothing left but glowing red eyes. Yanggam proudly explained, furthermore, I have the ability to enhance their martial arts just like your attributes. Even if one of them is low level, you can't underestimate their power. Hogo grabbed the head of the one clinging to his neck and squeezed. Just with these things, Hogo grabbed that person's head and pulled hard, preparing to smash them into the puppet group in front of him. Don't get cocky. The ground shattered and collapsed from his terrifying blow. Great earthquake. The other puppet elders showed fear, their bodies trembling. Yanggam immediately shouted, commanding, you idiots. Don't just stand there, catch him. Hogo raised a fist crackling with golden lightning, leaped toward him, and yelled, fine. I'll blow them all away in one strike. He brought his fist down. The entire ground exploded and cracked. Everything here was shaken by the heaven-shattering rupture. The puppets groaned in pain as they were blown away, into the air, amidst flying chunks of rock and debris. Yanggam used a puppet to shield himself, cursing angrily, you stupid pigs. The tremor faded. Amidst the ruined, blasted earth, only Lee Hogo remained, kneeling there. From every crack and from his own body, the familiar golden energy radiated. Lee Hogo panted, but still laughed arrogantly. These guys are tough. I guess it's your turn now, Yanggam, isn't it? The puppet in front collapsed, leaving Yanggam flustered. What do I do about this? It seemed it wasn't his turn yet, but a pair of hands reached up from beneath the ground, aiming for his legs. A puppet crawled along the ground, gripping his ankle. He looked down, panicked. They're so persistent. There's still more? He yanked the puppet control string. I haven't even used my strongest puppet yet. A ray of light flashed past. Seonjong, following Yanggam's command, lunged from out of nowhere, holding a sword, ready to stab straight down at Lee Hogo. He lunged at Kim Seonjong and raised his arm to block. Damn it. But the blade still pierced through his bicep and body. Lee Hogo realized it only then. A soul sword. He laughed triumphantly as his scheme succeeded. Let's see how you escape this situation now. It's over, Hogo. Hogo looked in pain at the sword tip poking through his body. She knocked him down. Hogo helplessly reached out to grab Seonjong, but he had grabbed her head to counterattack. Thunder God technique. Hogo poured all his energy into a chop on Seonjong's head. A massive amount of power erupted. Lightning descent. Yanggam clenched his trembling hand. He thought furiously. Even Seonjong is injured? Damn it. Even with wounds like that, he can still use his martial arts. He's just a wild animal, yet he dares to do this. He let go, letting her fall. Ogle rasped. Now, it's truly over. Come here, Yangam. Ha Jung Woo's voice called out from behind the smoke, grabbing his attention. Doesn't look too good, does it? Are you still mocking me? Did you stop training lately? He noticed Ha Jung Woo. Captain Haki has arrived. Lee Hogo turned and shouted, don't lose focus. But Yang Gam's chaotic strings had already jumped onto his head. Red threads slowly coiled around Lee Hogo's body. It seems like you're the one losing focus. Look behind you. He snapped the strings with his hands, snarling, you think I'd fall for this pathetic trick? He gritted his teeth, scolding. Being a grown man isn't easy, is it? But Lee Hogo, to take you down. I'll risk it all. Yang Gam crossed his arms, grabbing the strings. He unleashed the power of his forbidden puppet technique. Spirit puppet corruption. He growled. This is the ultimate technique to control the living like mere puppets. Lee Hogo fell into the same state as the Du Hammon elders, a red string wrapped around his forehead. Even though Lee Hogo let out a pained scream, trying to resist, a surge of power wrapped around him like an X. Lee Hogo took a step toward Ha Jung Woo under Yang Gam's command. Now, face your sect leader, Haki. Despite being controlled like a puppet, he still managed to speak. This body, it won't listen to me. Ha Jung Woo just smiled excitedly and started warming up his wrists. No problem. It's been a while since we had a real fight, right? Even while being controlled, Lee Hogo tried to tilt his head to curse at Yang Gam. Hey, you scumbag. How long do you think you can hold on to this? Yang Gam gritted his teeth, pouring all his power into the puppet strings, retorting, I can't hold on for long. But if you all disappear quietly, our plan succeeds. He commanded, now, come here, Lee Hogo. As soon as he spoke, Lee Hogo's body tensed. Power gathered like lightning between his hands, ready to strike Ha Jung Woo. He swung his hand with a terrifying magical force that pulverized the ground into fine dust. Heaven-shattering strike. Lee Hogo, with helpless, vacant white eyes, muttered his final words. Ha Jung Woo, I'm sorry my body won't move the way I want it to. Ha Jung Woo's expression didn't show panic. Instead, he smirked with intrigue, thinking, the Du Ha sect leader. He doesn't seem that strong in individual combat, but if he's controlling a rank 9, his own attributes must be equal to a rank 9. Suddenly, two waves of power collided, creating blinding explosions right after he spoke. Then, let's fight seriously for once. He was extremely excited. As soon as he landed in front of Lee Hogo, he said, we're already fighting, so stop doing that. The very next second, Ha Jung Woo nimbly flew into the air to dodge his opponent's fiercely burning magical attack, mocking, how ridiculous. Then he landed firmly on the roof, full of ease and sarcasm. Do you realize it now? Who is the one trapped and made into a toy in the hands of the Du Ha sect leader? Suddenly, his eyes flickered. At that moment, Lee Hogo, with a body surging with intense, angry flames, rose from the roof and shouted, Ha Jung Woo, you brat. What are you talking about? His powerful, thunderous voice rang out, leaving Ha Jung Woo speechless. Next, Lee Hogo yelled, Diamond. The power destroyed the house without restraint, but Ha Jung Woo quickly landed on the ground gracefully. Shadows covered him. He looked up and asked, you're being controlled, right, Lee Hogo? Lee Hogo, holding a piece of the house, said, I'm sorry, this isn't my true intent, Ha Jung Woo. As he finished, a large wall fragment was thrown down. He looked at Lee Hogo, magical power radiating from his hand, quickly forming a long weapon, wondering, my true intent is being confused? The sword stroke created countless slashes toward the falling wall. The sword in Ha Jung Woo's hand hadn't even finished reflecting the power, but the wall had already crumbled into pieces. Looking behind him, only smoke and ruins remained. Yang Gam was furious. You idiot. Don't go crazy on your own. He darkened his face, teeth gritted, full of calculations. With his power, I might not be able to handle this. Before it's too late, I have to win. Yang Gam stood behind Lee Hogo and began to threaten him. Captain Haki, if I go all out, Lee Hogo will die. Let's see if I can do it. He suddenly controlled the puppet with deep-seated resentment. You killed Lee Hogo. It has to be that way. Only then can you feel my sadness of losing a child. At this moment, a look of panic appeared on Lee Hogo's face. This time, it's real. This is not my thought. Magical power radiated from Ha Jung Woo. He realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a wave of power struck Lee Hogo's head, leaving him dizzy. Ha Jung Woo's foot landed on his head, a bulky, heavy body slamming into the dirt and stone. A dark aura surrounded him. Ha Jung Woo's eyes looked down with contempt. I've been beating you every day. Yang Gam still gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. What? Then, Lee Hogo's face, which had been pressed into the sandy ground, slowly lifted. Try this. He sprang up with massive energy, fierce like a raging fire, making Jung Woo have to dodge hurriedly. Fine, my body is finally warming up anyway. At this moment, the look on Yang Gam's face was sheer madness. He poured all his focus into the puppet in his hands, shouting, "Heavenly puppet heart technique, grand martial art." Lee Hogo's eyes seemed to spark with electricity, his face looking wildly joyful. Overbearing magical power gathered at his fist. This is good. Diamond Soul Extinguishing Strike. Jung Woo did not back down either. His fist radiated powerful energy, emphasizing Diamond Soul Extinguishing Strike. Just like that, the two waves of power crashed into each other, shaking the heavens and earth, turning the surrounding space into misty dust. That magical power was so strong that Yang Gam had to cover his face instinctively. But it also made him even more thrilled. Both of them are monsters. A battle worth waiting for. But immediately after, Lee Hogo was hit. That wound made him groan. Yang Gam squinted, calculating. Even if Lee Hogo is injured, I can't let them stop me. He used the strings binding Lee Hogo's body to pull him toward himself. Back away. Come here and protect me. But Jung Woo had no intention of showing mercy. He quickly chased after him with a dangerous expression. Deep into the shadows, you go. Where are you going? He closed the distance in an instant to attack Lee Hogo. That action of his truly shocked Yang Gam. Why is he stabbing his own comrade? Jung Woo didn't waste a single moment, continuing to attack the person called his comrade right before his eyes, declaring, "Someone once taught me that when you're fighting, there are no feelings involved." He decisively struck Lee Hogo's face with a very calm demeanor. "I am the sect leader." In that instant, time seemed to Yang Gam look on in disbelief. He couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. How can this be? Hogo was defeated so easily. How strong are you? Jung Woo looked at him with pity, exposing the old man's true colors. You betrayed your subordinates and did anything to avenge your son. You're just an opportunist, grabbing at whatever you can. The scenery ahead seemed clouded in mist. Lee Hogo's group remained calm, calculating. Lord Jonin stood with his hands behind his back, asking, "How many are left?" With that, he raised his hand and began weaving a barrier, surrounding Iangam, while waves of mana relentlessly crushed his body. The brutal mana forced him to scream in pain, and he quickly begged for mercy. Wait, I'll tell you everything about their power. Nezumi, he thought. If I can get the Nezumi clan on our side, that wouldn't be a bad deal. But Jung Woo had no intention of negotiating. He raised his hand. In my past life, I had factions just like you. He snapped his fingers and continued, "There's no saving you now." A smile spread across Jung Woo's face. Just as the person behind him exploded with a cry of agony, two young men holding tablets were chatting. Finally, that guy's been caught. The other one looked confused. Who? The I.A. He looked at the image of Hyun Min being escorted by police, accompanied by bright red headlines. They continued their discussion. "Oh, the chairman of Ilyu Group. I heard he was plotting something with Do Haman, right? Probably for about a month or so." Hearing this, the other recalled, "Oh, wasn't it about the assassination of the Allen family heir? The Allen family's mage even came to Korea and caused a huge scene." The other guy agreed, "Yeah, but didn't the only child of the Allen family show up too?" "That's right, the news is all over the papers. Even the intelligence agency showed up and announced that nothing happened. They said the bad guys were dealt with and they've already reached a reconciliation with the Allen family." "Isn't that Lee Hogo from Gun Kang Moon?" "Yeah, he's basically a hero." Finally, the bus arrived. Someone shouted, "We're here!" At the martial arts tournament, a vast space opened up before them, looking just like a coliseum. At this moment, Hera leaned against Jung Woo, looking at her phone and exclaiming, "Our sect leader is a real global superstar. There are so many people. Even the president is here." He listened and replied gently, "If you wanted to, you could do it too." She looked up at him. "Still, it's very prestigious." Jung Woo looked a bit confused. "What was that?" Hera pointed to her phone. "The reporters, right? Didn't they arrange the information beforehand and intentionally publish the articles right before the tournament, right?" Hearing her say that, he just smiled. "Is that so? I had no idea." Hera replied wistfully, "Really?" She looked at him with her beautiful, sparkling eyes. "He told me to tell you not to give him a heart attack." The scene shifted to the office of Hara's grandfather, where the old man was calmly enjoying a fragrant cup of tea with a relaxed expression. "It must be because my son-in-law, Jung Woo, is busy, so it's finally peaceful." As soon as he finished, someone rushed in to report the news. "Chairman, Kang Hyun-min has been arrested. Therefore, you have been appointed as the interim chairman." That statement caused the gulp of tea he hadn't yet swallowed to spray out. Leaving that flashback, Jung Woo closed his eyes slightly and smirked. "That's a thank you gift." for agreeing to let us date. I guess he doesn't really like it, though. Hara didn't have much emotion regarding this. Anyway, thank you for taking care of him, too. Hearing Hera, he gently stroked her head to comfort her. I'm the one who should be thanking you because the opening performer is you, the nation's little sister, so I'm very proud. This comment of his made her blush immediately. Hara shyly glanced at him, stuttering, why are you suddenly saying that? That's not like you at all. Jung Woo wore a serious expression as he warned her. After the opening segment ends, we will leave the stadium immediately. Hearing that, Hara's expression turned worried. Is there something dangerous? He glanced at her and replied, I don't know yet. Suddenly, Hera stood up, looking incredibly confident in front of Jung Woo. My boyfriend is the strongest in the universe, so what is there to worry about? No matter what happens, you'll protect me, right? He looked up at her, but his expression was full of worry and contemplation. Of course. Suddenly, someone poked their head in to announce, Miss, it's almost time for your performance. Hearing that, Hara waved goodbye to him. I'll be going now, Jung Woo. You do well in the matches too, he replied instantly. All right. Once she left, his face plunged into dark shadows and the corner of his mouth curled up. He didn't run away as I thought and organized this Nezumi tournament. Who's the traitor of the martial arts world? If he tries anything, I'll crush him. Fireworks and bright lights on the stage made the atmosphere very lively. Everyone cheered excitedly. Hera, on stage, very professionally stirred up the crowd. Everyone, please enjoy the martial arts tournament. The organizers whispered to each other, yes, that's Hera taking on the opening performance with such energy. Currently, the competitors are entering the stadium, and the preliminary rounds will begin simultaneously. The announcement rang out. Now, the competitors will gather at the arena. Kang Chun just stepped out and glanced around. There are so many people. A group of others also started looking around. One complained, but with this many people, how can they even hold the qualifiers? Another added, there are thousands of people participating alone. I don't even know who is who. Someone pointed forward. Over there, Lee Hogo, Jung Yuang, and John In are marching in aggressively. Someone recognized them. Lee Hogo, the sect leader of Jiam Kang. The announcement rang out again. The 5 sect leaders of the Martial Arts Union are also among the participants. Chaemin, Cheon, and a few others also appeared to everyone's surprise. Old Man John In crossed his arms, dissatisfied. It seems everyone is only looking at you. Hearing that, Lee Hogo looked at him refreshingly. What's wrong? Jealous? Sect leader Kang, standing next to Chaemin Cheon, narrowed his eyes as if it were a celebratory salute, showing off your strength and flaunting it. Too much is not good, you know. At this moment, he was so speechless he couldn't utter a word. Contrary to him, Lee Hogo didn't really care about those things. He exuded power and encouraged them. Don't worry. Just as he said that, someone replied, like I told you, sect leader Lee Hogo, belligerent, focusing all your power into your arm. Che, then, let's test it. John In couldn't stand it either and gathered his inner force. Jung Yuang followed the trend and pulled out his sword. Of course, Che Min-chan couldn't be outdone and prepared to fight. Sect leader Kang hid his power inside his fan. Other high-level masters also immediately released waves of powerful internal force. All those sources of power collided without holding anything back. They crashed directly into the arena, causing the space to shake violently. A clash of great masters that left spectators only able to cover their eyes. This is terrifying. Some were blinded by dust and didn't understand what had just happened. Suddenly, what just happened? Even as people around them were blown away, around 110, they estimated. Lee Hogo exclaimed, perfect. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, anyone who falls is eliminated. Hearing that, those who had just tumbled to the ground could only stare at each other. Not long after, the audience erupted. They cheered excitedly. Amazing. Truly, the power of the martial union. Kang Chun frowned, terrified by what had just happened. This was just the tip of the iceberg. He didn't care much for the person next to him, who was annoyed about not being able to stand firmly on the ground. Damn it. He continued to ponder. I've been with my father every day, so I forgot. But the martial arts of those at the sect leader level really make your skin crawl. Just then, Lee Hogo was whispering into the mic. Check mic. He stood tall at the center, facing the crowd to deliver the opening speech of the tournament. His eyes were full of power. His face radiated danger mixed with excitement. Fight and seize the glory. Advance. The atmosphere, which had been quiet, started to boil. The crowd's cheering reached outside the arena, where someone was hiding their identity under a long cloak. That's sick. The host is so hot. Kang Chun was also incredibly excited, clenching both hands. It's amazing. I never thought I'd see the martial arts of the sect leaders this close. But then he wondered, Jung Woo, what are you doing? Hearing that, Jung Woo just shrugged and smirked. Is this the place to show off the martial union's power? Why perform to that extent? Suddenly, both of them turned their gazes toward where a voice had unexpectedly sounded. It was indeed her. It was Gu Hua. She waved at them, saying, "Long time no see." Her sudden appearance made one of the two exclaim, "Sister Gu Hua." Gu Hua looked forward. "Sect leader, I am very unhappy with you all's program." Jung Woo's expression didn't change as he tilted his head toward her and asked, "You made it through?" She high-fived Kang Chun while smiling at Jung Woo. Of course. Seeing the energy radiating from her, he remarked, "I guess you've controlled the black flames, right?" Kang Chun added, "Your mana is very stable," but those words made Gu Hua furious enough to spit fire. "What the hell? Hua Hua, don't call me by those childish names of yours." Then she immediately reverted to a serious expression and declared, "I've arrived. Victory will belong to Waxun Moon. I don't intend to go easy, so attack with everything you've got." Then Gu Hua leaned in close to Jung Woo and whispered, "And don't you dare get distracted, because I haven't given up yet." Hearing that, he replied with a smirk, "I'm looking forward to it." A young man suddenly interrupted their conversation, surprising both of them. "Me too." She looked at him suspiciously. The young man introduced himself with eyes full of determination. "I am Che Yujin from John Momon." That was his identity. John Momon's Che Yujin, with an unknown attribute. While Kang Chun looked at him with a stern brow, Jung Woo still wore a smile on his lips. Never heard that John Momon had any siblings. Is he a relative? He directed the question toward Yujin. "What is so important that you came all the way here?" The depths of his eyes flashed with confidence and determination. "This is a declaration of war." His voice remained steady. "Due to John Moomon's continuous mistakes a few months ago, we have given the leadership of the alliance to Ji. Hearing that, he reluctantly reached out a hand with a resigned expression. "Yeah, because our members are too strong." But Yujin cut him off. "No, I think that the sect leader." His next words made Jung Woo's expression drop. "The core of the Iron Team has chosen you as the leader." Jung Woo's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Is that so?" Then, energy radiated from Yujin. Behind him seemed to be the shadow of someone else. "My feet cannot leave the family's battleground. I am not a true defender. I am just a puppet substitute for the relative who ran off to Elena. That is why I must prove myself to the head of the family." Yujin's tone was filled with determination as he pointed squarely at Jung Woo. "I will win this competition and challenge you for the sake of my family's reputation and John Moomin." Yujin's action made him helplessly close one eye and sigh. "I'm not even participating, yet I've already received 2 challenges." While he wore a smirk on the corner of his mouth, Kang Chun, behind him, maintained a look that was both quiet and uneasy. Finally, the announcement rang out. "We will begin the first round. Only 115 fighters have survived out of thousands. Now there will be 16 rounds for the second elimination." At this moment, 2 fighters stepped onto the stage. The first opponent had a very aggressive expression. This was a member named Ji Tak from Baryong Moon, and the youngest of the 3 Ji brothers, Kang Chun, who was cheering enthusiastically from the stands. Ji win. But on the stage, Kang Chun felt both nervous and afraid. The noisy cheering around him made him lose his composure. "It's my first time fighting so many people. Stop cheering. You're making me more nervous." His opponent was already in a fighting stance. "I don't know how strong Ji is, but you're just a big kid." The announcement rang out. Match starts. Ji Tak radiated power, holding an iron chain in his hand. "I'll show you how different experience makes things." But deep down, Kang Chun was feeling both nervous and terrified. The deafening roar of the crowd was making him lose his cool. It was his first time ever facing so many people at once. "Quit cheering. You're just making me more anxious." His opponent got into a fighting stance. "I don't know how strong you are, GM, but you're just a big, overgrown kid to me." The announcement blared. The match had begun. Ji Tak surged with power, gripping his iron chain. "I'm about to show you exactly what a difference experience makes." He swung the iron chain, and it lashed out like a wild black dragon, tightening around Kang Chun. Caught off guard, the predator had his hands bound tight. Seeing him restrained, Ji Tak became even more excited. "You're caught now. Witness my power." He began channeling energy into the iron chain. "Enjoy this, Kang Chun." At that moment, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth so hard it looked like there was no space between them. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky, the plane had landed. Someone was casually enjoying a meal in their seat. The flight attendant looked a bit uneasy. Approaching, she said, "Excuse me, Kyung, the plane has landed." She held the food container in her hand, tilting her head with a look of surprise. "We're here already?" Kyung took the bag and happily waved goodbye. "Thanks for the meal. It was delicious." The flight attendant bowed politely, but her face was beaded with sweat from confusion. How many portions did she actually eat? She wondered. Kyung looked at the vast landscape and the massive buildings ahead. Is this South Korea? Kyung's face was filled with anticipation, her hands clenched tight. Wait for me, my darling. I'll meet you soon. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kang Chun was still taking blow after blow from Du Tak. He was incredibly aggressive. Fall down, you bear. They fought so fiercely that all you could see was dust, getting the crowd excited. What are you doing, Jium? Are you scared? I'm betting on you, Kang Chun shouted, squinting as he deflected each attack with his hands. He immediately erupted in anger and countered, sending his opponent flying with a twisted expression. That hurts, doesn't it? Keep fighting. As the dust began to settle, the cracked ground, broken chains, and the defeated opponent sprawled on the cold floor were clearly visible. The organizers couldn't keep their jaws from dropping. Then, they quickly announced a decisive victory. The winner of the first match is Kang Chun. He let out a sigh with a faint smile. Oh man, I couldn't control my strength. Elsewhere, Gu Hua also quickly took down his opponent with his blade, leaving the other guy in absolute terror. I surrender. I surrender. The results were announced shortly after. Gu Hua from Wachiamun won. On Yujin's side, he didn't hesitate to strike his opponent in the face. The force of his blow left the guy unable to move anymore. The organizers announced that Yujin from Chamumun had won. Jung Woo stood in the stands, observing every match. He fell into deep thought. There's a huge difference between the heads of the six sects and the other members. The round of 16 is going to be boring. His eyes narrowed as he looked down, continuing his train of thought. Anyway, I can't do anything about him. What should I do? The announcement echoed again. Kang Chun will advance to the round of 16. Oh man, he must be exhausted. In the break room, a heavy sound rang out, making everything shake. Jung Woo punched Kang Chun hard, his face full of annoyance. You idiot. Why would you be scared when you came here, huh? Kang Chun could only tear up while clutching his swollen head. He retorted, but I didn't think there would be this many people. Jung Woo looked at him seriously, his eyes full of concern. You somehow managed to make it to the qualifiers, but this is the round of 16 now. You have to fight the subordinates of the six sect heads. And then, Jung Woo suddenly smirked, his eyes dangerous, with a fire of anger burning behind him. Or do you want to quit? Are you abandoning me to prepare for your next match? Kang Chun panicked at his tone, shouting in a rush. No, no, I'm feeling much better now. I'll be cheering you on from the stands. Hara was incredibly excited. While still invisible, she waved her hands, chanting, Go, G. You can do it. Two people stood beside her. One looked suspicious, thinking, That's strange, I feel like someone's right next to me. The other felt a bit uneasy, wondering, What is this? It feels like someone is blocking my senses. Hera suddenly fell into deep thought. I feel bad for Jung Woo, but I told the Heaven's Eye that I had to be here today for a reason. So, she gently removed her glasses, revealing her beautiful, shimmering Heaven's Eye, and winked. I'll play around here for a bit, then use the Heaven's Eye to split my consciousness. The announcement from the organizing committee echoed throughout the arena. The round of 16 matches were about to begin. It was time for the fighters to show what they were made of. The two contenders for the first match stepped out. In the first round, we have Kang Chun, who has displayed a spectacular gap in pure strength, and his opponent, Jung Gung from the Tyrant School, one of the six great sects. The host seemed very excited as he commented, The Tyrant School is just like the Vajra School, focusing on martial arts, right? The other host quickly chimed in, That's correct. Because of that, the difference in their capabilities is expected to be even more pronounced. Both opponents stared at each other defiantly. Finally, the announcement everyone was waiting for rang out, Let the match begin. Jung Gung took a fighting stance, ready to charge with his fists. Let's decide which school stands at the top of martial arts. But at that moment, Kang Chun's eyes went vacant. His whole body stiffened, trembling in waves. The nervousness and anxiety he felt were seen, nothing but contempt by his opponent. Jung Gung gritted his teeth. This guy am I, not even worth a reply? He immediately charged forward with powerful momentum. If you won't make a move, then I'll attack first. Heaven's Pillar Tyrant Fist. But Kang Chun didn't know what to do. The chatter and the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd made it impossible for him to act. Damn it, I'm too nervous. I can't even focus. Everyone, please, just be quiet. He thought of Jung Woo, who was watching the match deep in thought. If I fight like a total loser this time, Jung Woo is going to kill me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Kang Chun's attention. As he scanned the crowded stands, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Sakyong. She shouted with all her might, Don't you dare lose. Then, with blushing cheeks, she yelled again, Good luck. If you win, I'll. The next words reached his ears clearly. I'll do anything you want. A promise like that made Kang Chun explode with power. Magic energy swirled around his body like lightning. Divine Force Ray, violent lightning. At that moment, Jung Gung was just about to bring his fist down on his opponent. Take this. But before the blow could land, he was struck by a terrifying punch from Kang Chun. Not giving his opponent a second to panic, he unleashed a barrage of strikes that left Jung Gung unable to counter. He was beaten into a daze, his eyes rolling back in his head as he wondered, what just happened? Wait, is this some kind of special attribute? Kang Chun's fists were still overflowing with power. He smiled brightly. Nope, that's just the power of love. And then he unleashed his power again. His whole body was enveloped in thick magic. The Vajra form was only revealed once he reigned in his power. And Kang Chun's opponent had collapsed to the ground in a pathetic heap. Sakyong cheered with joy when the organizers confirmed it. Yes, with a magnificent counterattack, Kang Chun has earned his spot in the quarterfinals. Kang Chun proudly raised his arm amidst the crowd's cheers. All three members of the Vajra school were moving on to the quarterfinals. However, unlike everyone else's joy, Jung Woo felt a bit disappointed. Is that really it? In a quiet and safe space, Jung Woo called Jung Woo he. He was a bit surprised to see the person on the other side of the screen. It's been a while, sect leader. He went straight to the point to ask about Sakyong. What happened? Why is she in South Korea? Hearing this, Jung Woo he hesitated. About that we just confirmed it. She went missing yesterday. He trembled slightly, recalling the sight of Gu Qiang acting like he was going crazy. She left a note saying, I'm off to meet my darling. And her father was absolutely furious. Si-ri asked anxiously, did Sa-kyung cause some kind of trouble? Jung Woo just chuckled in response. It's not exactly trouble. Regardless, I have things to do, so I'll call you later. After hanging up, Jung Woo just sighed. That couple is truly unpredictable. Suddenly, a strange old man approached. That phone call was shorter than I expected. He looked at the man suspiciously. What do you want? The man narrowed his eyes, introducing himself. I am Incheon, an elder of the Tyrant School. Jung Woo didn't seem interested. He quickly replied, so what? Facing the indifferent look of the person in front of him, Incheon started to get angry. Don't play innocent. It's about my son Jung Gung, the one who just collapsed. The old father's face darkened as he thought of his son's miserable state in the infirmary. He's currently in the medical bay with broken bones all over his body. Does the Vajra school not have even the slightest respect for their opponents? Hearing him say that, Jung Woo just tilted his head and laughed. And here I thought it was something serious. Fine. Should we apologize for being too strong? Or should I thank you for the Tyrant School's weakness? His words were dripping with mockery, causing Incheon to shout, you. Anger exploded. He channeled his energy, manifesting the proud silhouette of a guardian deity behind him. You brat. What did you just say to me? I'm an elder of this family. You want to die, don't you? Jung Woo, of course, didn't back down. His body was filled with a fierce, arrogant aura. Who's the one who's going to die here? You. It seems there are still idiots who think status equals strength. Two powerful auras clashed, neither willing to yield, ready to fight. The overwhelming power from Jung Woo surprised Incheon. I'm certain he's younger than my son, but how does he have such immense strength? It feels like I'm being strangled. Jung Woo's eyes now shone with the light of a dangerous predator. It seems you still haven't learned anything from the death of the former Da Hack school leader. The expression on the elder's face turned to pure fear and awe. All his will to fight vanished. Impossible, this kid actually intends to kill me. How could he be so cruel? Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed, startling Jung Woo, who stopped in his tracks. The one who had arrived was the gatekeeper of the Tyrant sect. The gatekeeper spoke sternly, both of you, stop right now. While In-kun was still gasping for air under the intense pressure, Jung Woo, unfazed, turned to the gatekeeper and replied, just so you don't misunderstand, I'm telling you this. He was the one who intentionally provoked me first. The gatekeeper of the Tyrant sect heard this, and while glancing at In-kun, he said, on behalf of Elder Wang, I apologize to you. Elder Wang, I am also deeply saddened that our disciple was defeated, but doing this is wrong. Naturally, In-kun was not convinced and retorted, Gatekeeper. But immediately, the gatekeeper released a powerful aura, his voice dropping, do you want everyone to hear about a Tyrant sect elder being attacked by a mere low-level soldier? Is that it? In the end, In-kun had no choice but to submit. I understand, gatekeeper. Watching the two walk away, Jung Woo remarked, you should take better care of your disciples. The gatekeeper frowned and replied, apologies for the inconvenience. We, the Iron Squad, shall take our leave. Suddenly, a vague sound reached his ears. The gatekeeper's brow furrowed. What? He tilted his head slightly, looking at Jung Woo, lost in thought. What did he just say using telepathy? But now, he could only see the man's back, while Ha Jung-woo's smirk he couldn't see at all. At the arena, a man slowly drew his sword. The announcer's voice continued. The fierce battle for a spot in the quarterfinals continues. The man nimbly unleashed countless sword strikes, giving his opponent no chance to get close. He was the prince of the Gyeong Chun sect, Ion Kang Hyan. He bit his teeth together, gauging the strength of the person in front of him. He truly deserves the title of First Dragon of the Diamond sect. My sword techniques have no effect on him at all. After a moment of thought, Ion Kang Hyun channeled his energy into his palm. It's time to use my trump card. And then, he lunged directly at the other man. You've never seen this move before. Attribute release, Shockwave. An announcement rang out with a surprised tone. Contestant, Ion Kang Hyun has revealed his attribute. A surprise attack. However, Ion Kang Hyun's opponent, Kang Hyun, easily dodged the blow and even pivoted, channeling internal energy to prepare a counterattack. Kang Hyun struck instantly from behind, leaving his opponent no room to dodge as he was sent flying. Kim Kang-hwan looked down coldly at the man he had just defeated, listening to the announcement from the organizers. It was a thoroughly convincing victory. With a performance marked by caution, calmness, and self-control, Kang Hyun was the one heading to the quarterfinals. His victory made Lee Ho-go laugh heartily in delight. He didn't pay much attention to the stoic expression of Jung Woo or the pensive look on the gatekeeper, who was deep in thought, his face tightly furrowed. Outside, two guards stood firm, observing their surroundings. They suddenly blocked a mysterious hooded figure attempting to enter the arena. Hey, stop right there. Entrance time is over. Just watch it on TV later. The white hooded figure said nothing and nimbly attacked the two guards, catching them off guard. Immediately, others closed in, surrounding the figure in a circle. Someone asked, slightly panicked, "What is this?" The others immediately assessed the situation. He's trying to break in. Ha Jung-woo suddenly appeared from behind, gently placing a hand on a guard's shoulder. Stand down. He's not an opponent you can handle. The figure seemed slightly surprised, tilting his head to look at the leader. Finally, the white hooded figure reached up and removed his hood. It turned out to be Ju Ho-myung, his aura surging. Seeing his face clearly, Ha Jung-woo was somewhat surprised. Is that you, Ju Ho-myung? And then, the guards immediately lunged forward with angry expressions. Where do you think you're going? Don't get near the leader. They were truly no match for him. After two strikes, Ju Ho-myung effortlessly slipped past them with an impatient look. Don't get in my way. Now, he stood before a very calm Ha Jung-woo with a challenge. I want to have a proper fight with you. Finally, the chance has come. Ha Jung-woo began to exude an aura, softly remarking, You've grown much more than before. It seems I'll have to train the Iron Squad more strictly. Ju Ho-myung's aura was no less intense. He frowned slightly. I have tried with everything I have, as if my life depended on it. And even that wasn't enough. I even sold my soul to the devil. Finishing his sentence, he unleashed his power with a face full of hatred. I will let you leave peacefully. That is a reward for being good to Jung. Attribute release, suppression. Ha Jung-woo wasn't afraid as red chains, glowing like lava, wrapped around his arm. He just smiled. I know this attribute like the back of my hand. But his eyes suddenly flickered. What is this? Ha Jung-woo looked, slightly surprised, at the power surging wildly within the chains. The flow is different from before. No, there are so many flows. How can this be? Magical. Power, just like a raging fire, surged toward him to his surprise. Heavenly Fire Soul. That power created a massive explosion, turning everything around them into kindling. Despite the flames scorching his body, Ha Jung-woo still stared forward. The fire manipulation technique is even stronger than before. Or more accurately, it's as if he's using many fires at once. And then, he laughed, leaving Ju Ho-myung stunned. So that's how it is. He boldly escaped the grasp of the flames and chains, his face full of excitement as he looked at his opponent. So, you're stealing attributes from many people. Using the stolen attributes, you're using multiple abilities at once. Ju Ho-myung pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with danger. His entire body seemed to sink into the darkness. That appearance made Ha Jung-woo quickly reach a conclusion. You've really become a devil, haven't you? Ju Ho-myung didn't refute it. That's right. And I've also learned a steady mind from that person. Ha Jung-woo remained there, looking at him without the slightest intention of dodging. You seem very happy to hear that you've gotten a bit stronger. And then, Ha Jung-woo raised his hand and began to channel power. A formidable force burst from his body. But you miscalculated the timing. I have also just reached the realm of a great mage, thanks to the intruders sent by Alan. He quickly directed his technique at Ju Ho-myung. Tornado. As soon as he finished, countless tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, aggressively tracking Ju Ho-myung, forcing him to keep dodging. Ju Ho Maeng continued to channel his energy. He unleashed his mana, yet his face was twisted with resentment. What could be even stronger than Che Jun Jung? Ha Jung Woo's eyes flashed as he appeared right behind him. Ju Ho Myung didn't even notice. Shouldn't you be focusing on maintaining your suppression attribute? Your presence here really surprised Ju Ho Myung. He spun around instantly to retaliate. Unleashing the fire and blizzard attributes, two conflicting streams of mana surged toward Ha Jung Woo at once. Seeing this, he calmly drew his weapon, standing ready to counter whenever necessary. He had to utilize every attribute at his disposal. A swift sword strike sliced through Ju Ho Myung's mana. Overwhelming power crackled around him. His counterattack left his opponent struggling to defend, but he refused to lose, gritting his teeth in frustration. Unleashing another attribute, Ju Ho Myung poured all his strength into using a new mana ability to manipulate metal. This technique formed a sturdy shield to protect himself. Ha Jung Woo wasn't surprised. He smirked. You have so many attributes, yet compared to your raw power, your skill with each one is pretty pathetic, isn't it? He opened up his power, creating a massive magical field. Ha Jung Woo controlled it all within his palm, taunting him. Come on, you should try harder than that. His next move focused on striking the metal shield. Ju Ho Myung tried to hold his defense steady. While struggling to maintain his shield, he used his remaining strength to activate a new mana ability. This time, his mana formed a spatial black hole, and an arm emerged from behind it to strike at Ha Jung Woo. It was a ruse, but Ha Jung Woo dodged it easily. He didn't forget to offer a comment. That's actually quite interesting. Suddenly, energy gathered in the opponent's arm. Just like a flame, the attribute exploded. Everything was consumed by the searing fire of the massive blast, and he landed safely back on the ground. The mana radiating from Ju Ho Myung's body began to dissipate. He gasped for air, exhausted and weary, muttering, "He's strong, both in physical ability and magic. On the other hand, this is my first time using so many attributes at once. My stamina can't keep up." But the next second, a familiar voice rang out, leaving him in disbelief. "Is that really all you've got?" Ha Jung Woo landed softly in front of him, his face completely composed. "Oh no, are you tired already? It seems you lack both skill and stamina." Ha Jung Woo's overwhelming presence left Ju Ho Myung truly at a loss. "You haven't even taken a single scratch." Ha Jung Woo stepped forward and grabbed his throat. Ju Ho Myung could only let out a growl, staring at Ha Jung Woo, whose mana had yet to fade. "You can't just use attributes you stole from others as if they were truly your own. The original owners would be weeping in their graves." Those words didn't reach his ears. Ju Ho Myung suddenly grabbed Ha Jung Woo's arm, declaring loudly, "As long as I recover my stamina, it'll be fine." He unleashed a new, frantic-looking technique. Absorption. As he struggled, Ha Jung Woo let out a loud laugh. A swift sword stroke sliced across the reaching arm. The move was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Ha Jung Woo sheathed his sword behind his back, looking down with a dangerous expression. Ju Ho Myung clutched his shoulder. "In the end, I had to use it because I was too worried." Ju Ho Myung gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the wound. "Damn this bastard," he wore a grave expression. "Where is Seo Moonin?" Back inside the arena, in the stands, Hara was still cheering happily, but her eyes flickered as if she had just realized something. She looked guardedly at the man, completely covered in robes, who was walking toward her. "What is this person doing? Is he trying to find me? But I've already hidden myself with an attribute." Seo Moonin wore a cunning smile. A dangerous aura radiated from him. "Hello, national little sister." The rune doors suddenly burst open. Running in with a frantic and worried look, he shouted, "We need to leave here immediately. We also need to evacuate the audience." This sudden outburst left Hogo confused. What was that? Che Min-cheon was also baffled by what was happening. "What do you mean? Please, calm down and explain it to us." The sect leader of the Ba Huang immediately threw the elder of the Ba Huang sect to the ground, his expression grim. "The captain of the Iron Squad signaled me that there is a traitor, so I investigated Elder In Kwon." This guy Che Min-cheon raised an eyebrow, asking calmly, and then, with a darkening expression, In Kwon stayed motionless. "He is stealing information and sending it to the Japanese Haomun, those who have joined hands with the Do Haomun." Lee Hogo's face turned anxious. "The Japanese Haomun? Is it the Nezumi family?" It felt as though time had run out. "The spectators," he repeated again. "Hurry, we need to stop the martial arts tournament." Over on Ha Jung Woo's side, Ju Ho Myung began to speak, seemingly unrelated to his question. "Since you and your Iron Squad are here, the defense line in the stands must be very weak." This statement left Ha Jung Woo filled with questions. Ju Ho Myung stared at him with deep eyes. "My goal was just to fight you. In return, I've completed my role here." Suddenly, He used his mana to open a spatial black hole right above Ha Jung-woo's head, unleashing the ruin attribute. He glanced backward. That scene caught him off guard. Over by Kang Chun, he was looking at the sky while stretching his limbs. The quarterfinals are almost over. If I keep this up, I might actually win. Just then, Gu Hua approached from behind with a competitive look. Who said that? This time, I have no intention of losing to Kim Kang Chun. Her appearance surprised him. Sister Gu Hua. As the two looked ahead, the blue sky was suddenly swallowed by a massive black hole. Kang Chun couldn't help but shout, "What is that?" Gu Hua seemed to realize something. Wait, there's something in there. From inside the black hole, countless strange beams of light appeared. Then, hundreds of masked warriors holding swords flew down. Appearing with them was someone who emitted a completely different aura. Well, the festival ends here, Korea. He held his head high with a gloomy, arrogant expression. It's time to remind you all who your true masters are. The competitors below panicked at what was happening. What? They're falling from the sky? They had been surrounded. The masked figures attacked frantically, striking decisively with a mocking tone. What did you ask? We are your masters. You will all just become our slaves. Another challenged them. Come and attack us. Warriors, move out. Let's go. The horrific massacre sent everyone in the stands scrambling in a panic, each person desperate to escape the rampage of the Nezumi clan. It made Kang Chun so furious that he reverted to the stance of the Golden River family. What are these bastards doing? He muttered, and immediately, he slammed his palm down, sending the ground and debris flying. Gu Hua also unleashed her move, Vajra Soul Annihilation, sending those warriors writhing in a sea of fire. It was a blaze of hellfire, but they kept swarming in, endless in number. Now, they were closing in, cornering Kang Chun and his group. He leaned against her, cautiously watching the encirclement around them. Damn it, we're being overwhelmed. Gu Hua furrowed her brow, remaining in a defensive stance, exclaiming, "They just keep pouring out of that gate. There are too many of them." Outside, Ha Jung Woo watched the entire scene unfolding at the black hole. He turned slightly, looking as if he understood. "Are you planning on doing something interesting?" The wound on his arm seemed to be burning, causing Ju Ho Myung unbearable pain. Even though his face was filled with weakness and helplessness, he still defiantly challenged Ha Jung Woo. "Shouldn't you be heading over there? Let's finish our fight." A powerful surge of energy erupted around Ha Jung Woo. He glanced at Ju Ho Myung's pathetic state with utter contempt. "Stop talking nonsense. Even if you hadn't lost your arm, I still wouldn't have any business with someone who can't even make themselves stronger on their own." Those words struck a nerve. Ju Ho Myung was incredibly resentful. "You bastard!" He lunged forward desperately, his magic power surging again. "Don't you dare run away." Ju Ho Myung used his remaining hand to unleash a technique. He carried a look of burning fury, just like the fire in his hand, releasing the critical flame attribute. He unleashed that power forward, creating a giant firebomb, turning the earth and rocks into fine dust with his blazing hellfire. But that finishing move from Ju Ho Myung didn't move Ha Jung Woo at all. He squinted one eye against the thick smoke and magic residue, his face showing no interest in the other's desire to fight. "You're really annoying." The power remaining in Ju Ho Myung's hand was just a wisp of smoke and fading sparks. He was stubborn. "Only after deciding the winner will you be allowed to leave." Ha Jung Woo's expression turned completely serious. "You think you're strong just because you've absorbed a lot of attributes." With that, Ha Jung Woo charged at Ho Myung, mocking him. "You aren't even worthy of being my opponent." Yet, Ho Myung's expression held a hint of anticipation. "Come on." He began gathering power within the roaring flames. He released the critical flame attribute, Exorcism, Gale Formation, and then he directly exploded with the power of the Phoenix Flame. The flames transformed into a supreme spirit beast, surrounding Ha Jung Woo. He wasn't shaken, his mouth still curled in a faint smile at the attack. Ha Jung Woo channeled his energy to create a barrier beneath his feet. A massive surge of power gathered in his clenched fist. His eyes were filled with danger as he prepared to deliver his strike, landing his decisive blow accompanied by a firm declaration. "You will never be able to defeat me." Ha Jung Woo's energy directly overwhelmed Ju Ho Myung's power. The immense force transformed into a blinding beam of light, clashing with the various streams of power. All that final energy slammed into the ground with a massive earthquake that was staggering. Nothing remained but shattered rock. Ha Jung Woo stood firmly on the ground, still shrouded in dust, looking proudly at Ju Ho Myung, who lay motionless in a deep crater in the stone floor. He no longer had the strength to resist. He looked down at the person he had just defeated with eyes overflowing with pity. "I'll let you live because I've already met Jun Jung. So, just stay there." But at this moment, Ju Ho Myung couldn't answer. His face was blank, devoid of any expression. Ignoring Ju Ho Myung's limp hand lying pitifully on the ground, Jung Woo quickly walked away. Inside the arena, fierce battles were also taking place, sending dust swirling everywhere. Gu Hua channeled magic into her blade to create a powerful flame art aura, not only annihilating the enemies around her but also crushing the very ground. Nine Dragon Flame. Suddenly, a warrior charged from behind. Die. He appeared with a blade, catching her off guard. Just when it seemed she would be hit, a brilliant beam of light and aura arrived, knocking the warrior away, to Gu Hua's surprise. Vajra Peak. A voice rang out, making Kang Chun's and her eyes light up as if they had seen hope. How dare these runs try to kill people? Seeing Li Hogo arrive, Kang Chun was overjoyed. Gu Hua also cheered, master of the Vajra sect. Li Hogo was filled with rage. You bastards! How dare you ruin the martial arts banquet? I will kill every single one of you. Amidst his fury, a strange voice suddenly chimed in. Are you friends of Jung Woo? Hearing someone ask them. Li Hogo was a bit skeptical. Friends? I'm too old to be friends with him. As he spoke, a man in a white cloak appeared out of nowhere, drawing everyone's attention. Hogo was displeased, pointing at him. You, the one wearing white, you have no manners. Do you know Jung Woo? The man's face, Chelin, was filled with disgust and hatred. Of course. I know him even better than you do. Li Hogo, his face dark, surged forward towards Selin, energy roiling. Don't kid yourself. Selin smirked, nimbly dodging the opponent's punch, which felt like a violent storm. Li Hogo's power slammed down, creating embers, shredding solid stone and destroying everything nearby. He gritted his teeth, thinking, he dodged my attack, and he dodged it so easily, too. But what is this sinister energy? He looks young, yet he has incredible power, similar to Jung Woo's. Suddenly, the man knelt down, pressed his hands firmly against the ground, and began constructing a barrier. On the side of the Nezumi clan head, he was extremely excited and laughed loudly. It's over, Korea. Everything you've built will soon belong to us, the Nezumi clan. Time to use the technique. Selin's mouth curled even higher. His face held only calculations. Ultimate technique, soul absorption. His power transformed into giant tentacles. The sudden appearance of that sinister, monstrous entity left Gu Hua startled. Kang Chun and his daughter were also deeply worried as they watched the tyrannical tentacles encircle them. But Selin didn't seem to intend to spare his own Nezumi warriors either. The tentacles attacked them brutally. People were terrified of his ability. This power, someone noticed something strange. Wait, something isn't right here. Why is it spreading to our side too? Watching as the warriors were dragged into the air, the master could only scream, terrified. Stop. Selin, our nation's warriors are being dragged in too. Selin, surging with magical power, didn't even think to stop. Our nation? Did I not mention it yet? I don't care about things like nationality, you geezer. He smirked, his cold, cunning eyes darting around. All I need is a fool. Today, this army will give me plenty to absorb. Goodbye, you pathetic rat. Just like that, the master was ensnared by tentacles, his vitality drained until he was nothing but a shriveled husk of skin. Though drained, Li Hogo desperately warned everyone to get away from that dark energy, running as far as they could. The Gu family members scrambled to escape. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Kang Chun was almost caught by that dark magical power. It was about to catch them. But suddenly, a shield appeared, preventing that dark energy from getting any closer. He and Gu Hua looked back, surprised. Kang Chun finally caught his breath and collapsed to the ground. We're safe. John In, Che Min Cheon, and sect leader Kang arrived. Li Hogo looked at them and complained, Hey, why are you guys so slow? Min Ji and Jung Yuang followed the sect leader. Jung Yuang said seriously, calming them down, I've set up the barrier, so you don't need to be nervous anymore. Old man John In added, the spectators have already been evacuated. Then Che Min Cheon asked sect leader Li, what's the situation? Li Hogo pointed at Selin, who was floating outside the barrier. The culprit is that guy. His power is absorption. A few participants and even the Nezumi clan have already been swallowed by him. Selin looked incredibly arrogant now, his hands wreathed in powerful magic. Li Hogo added, don't let your guard down. He probably accumulates power by using that technique to absorb others. But Jung Yuan couldn't keep his cool. Fine, I'll just charge in and take his head. Hearing that, Che Min Cheon quickly tried to stop him. Wait, sect leader begged. But he didn't listen, rushing straight at Selin. He created countless clones to surround his opponent. It seems I have to take you down to end this. You've insulted the pride of our martial arts world. You must pay with your life. Selin glanced around, his eyes showing a spark of interest. Clones? So, in this century, there are people with that kind of power? Huh, isn't that interesting? Jung Yuang didn't waste words with him. He narrowed his brows, and finally, A blade wreathed in thick energy was drawn. He channeled power into the sword and slashed towards Selen. Heavenly Light Sword. Selen easily blocked the attack with a smirk. This attack doesn't even tickle, but suddenly he felt dizzy, and blood poured from his mouth. It turned out he had taken a clean hit through the chest from Jung Woo, who wasn't even in front of him just a moment ago. He had used an invisibility technique. Selen felt ridiculous, his mouth curling up. You talk about the honor of martial arts, and yet you fight dirty? Is a warrior not ashamed to do that? You're so cowardly. Jung Woo was not shaken by his words. That is common courtesy in a battle between warriors. A monster like you doesn't deserve such respect. Suddenly, Selen put a hand over his mouth and revealed, what a waste. I've used up almost all the power I absorbed from the Peng family in Hebei. Because his mouth was covered, he couldn't speak, lost in thought. That stab should have killed him. How is this possible? Is he healing his wounds with his absorption power? Just like that, he was tossed into the air by Selen like a feather. At this moment, he was extremely smug. Whatever, you're strong, so I didn't lose anything. Seeing Jung Woo defeated, they couldn't help but scream, Sect Leader. Sect Leader Kang beside them raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. Calm down. I will create an energy field, so everyone should attack him at once. As soon as he finished, a blade immediately pierced her chest. Selen's voice was filled with gloom. So, you're a psychic? He widened his dangerous eyes and declared, you are the biggest problem in this battle. Killing you first will make things easier. Old man John In was worried, for the person who had just been injured. While watching another blade fly toward him, Sect Leader Kang, Selen manipulated his tentacles to tear the shield apart. To everyone's shock, if I kill the psychic, your barrier becomes useless. He bound Chung In-ji and John In. The old man looked at him in surprise. Has this guy absorbed someone's power? He cursed at him. Let me go, you bastard. Ignoring the old man's words, he remarked with dissatisfaction, you won't taste very good anyway. Immediately after, the old man was thrown, far away violently. With a voice full of contempt, he said, forget it, you're useless. Just like that, Selen absorbed power from Chung In-ji, his eyes turning toward him in praise. Congratulations, you won. Seeing Lee Hogo's men defeated one by one, the remaining nameless ones fled in cowardice. The sect leaders had been defeated. They helplessly accepted the truth. It's over. They thought the only way out was to run. Che Min-cheon was pale, looking at his side as people fell one by one, making him terrified. All the key members of the sects were easily wiped out. Falling into his line of sight was Selen, now overflowing with power. It's over. Now the sects will be destroyed by him. He arrogantly toyed with the survivors. Do you think running away will save you? Come on, hurry up and become my prey. Behind his back, someone clenched their fist, overflowing with energy and rage. You bastard. Selen was startled, quickly turning his eyes to the source of the sound. Hogo aimed a powerful punch at him, thunder-peak golden steel. But the fist that should have landed on Selen hung in the air, not touching a single hair on his head. Selen suddenly appeared right behind him, his body incomplete. He said with scorn, useless. His body gradually became whole in the space filled with stifling magical power. By the way, Jung Woo, perhaps because you are always next to that guy, you are different from the others. I can't wait to absorb you. Those words didn't make Lee Hogo scared or shaken. He was ablaze with the fire of determination. Come on, let's see if you've lost your head before that happens. He put his entire strength into attacking Selen, but he didn't even dodge. Let's see about that. Selen's arm was severed, lying limp on the cold ground. Lee Hogo continued to rain powerful blows down on him, but his fire-filled fists were caught as the damaged parts of Selen's body began to heal. Selen gloated, gripping Lee Hogo's fist in his palm. Finally, I've got you. You might be striking hard, but you can't keep up that speed forever. Hogo. In pain, he watched as Selen's power began to take over his arm. Seeing him struggling against Selen, Kang Chun below was deeply worried. Seeing that he intended to get closer, Hogo hurriedly ordered, don't come near. Take the others and get out of here. But Selen's next words left him frozen. So that's your son? He laughed, cruel and cunning, while absorbing his power. In exchange for showing me those cold fists, I'll slowly have some fun with your son. Lee Hogo's arm grew weaker and weaker, forcing him to grit his teeth in a moan. Stop. A voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a sharp, decisive sword stroke that sliced into Selen's arm. He had said stop, but amidst the gloom of Selen's magic, a blinding light, full of power, descended, sending rocks and debris flying. A blade hung in the air, appearing along with the person's voice. That's enough. Jung Woo rested his blade on his shoulder and smirked as he stepped out of the dust. There's a limit to how much chaos you can cause, Seeing clearly who had arrived, Selen's gloomy face lit up with excitement. Even though he had been knocked down, Lee Hogo still tried to sit up, his face set for battle. Thanks to Jung Woo, I'm still alive. All right, I should join the fight again, shouldn't I? Seeing his father like that, Kang Chun was incredibly worried. Dad, where are you going? He looked at Hogo's arm, which had just had its power absorbed, and concluded it was impossible with an arm like that. In the end, he could only look up toward Jung Woo, who was facing off against Selen. He looked worriedly at the boy's solid back and warned, "Be careful. Jung Woo, is that guy really that strong?" he asked toward him. "Do you recognize me?" Jung Woo, he replied, full of sarcasm. "That troublesome ability of yours is quite rare. You know, how could I ever forget?" He kept a serious face and began to greet him. "Long time no see, Selen. Although I didn't know you had a special skill, Selen." Now, channeling power in his palm, he nonchalantly explained, "Oh, this? It's called soul absorption. I created this from the remaining energy of your friend, Exitron. The absorption skill had been activated. It could only exceed its limits when it touched the opponent." Jung Woo smirked, imagining Exitron's face. "Doesn't that mean he created something insane? Exitron is dead, yet you're still causing me trouble." Selen's injured arm finally returned to its healthy state. "Come on, let's resume the battle from 100,000 years ago, Jung Woo." At this moment, he was extremely excited. Moving his arm, his face was ready to charge into battle. Jung Woo was also full of confidence. He pointed his sword forward. "The winner has already been decided. You were defeated and buried by me. Nothing is going to change, Selen." Hearing this, Selen was furious. He controlled his tentacles toward him. "I'll tear you to pieces, starting with that mouth." Jung Woo immediately swung his sword, his eyes devoid of any emotion. That's an interesting skill, but he lowered his blade, swiping a long arc to push back the tentacles. If you can't aim accurately, it's useless. Suddenly, Selen lunged from behind, his face full of ambition for victory, saying, "What if I use the absorption ability directly on you?" His appearance took Jung Woo by surprise. He quickly turned his head, his eyes flashing with a few glints of caution. He nimbly grabbed Jung Woo's sword. Immediately, he reacted in time. Both landed blows on each other. The battle in the air was extremely fierce. Neither would concede to the other. The people below could only scramble in panic. "Quick, get out of the field. Evacuate to the nearest buildings." Kang Chun was helping Hogo leave but also had to look back and lament. "Oh my god," his eyes suddenly hit upon a scene that left him in disbelief. "What is that?" The clash between Jung Woo and Selen was earth-shattering. Everywhere the two passed, only ruins and broken debris remained. Kang Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "That is not a realm for humans." Jung Woo's gaze became increasingly unpredictable and dangerous. He decisively threw his sword forward. In the space filled with heavy magical power, the blade pierced right through Selen, causing him pain. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He quickly counterattacked, unleashing billowing magic with eyes as red as if forged from hell. The destructive power of those eyes was incredibly strong. It tore the air apart and shattered the ground. On the other side, Jung Woo also deployed a magic circle. A domineering source of power rose higher and higher, surrounding his body. He waved his hand, sending a storm of energy rushing forward. The astonishing magical power collided with Selen's fury. The collision created a massive explosion, causing everything to seem crushed into millions of tiny pieces in the thick, hazy dust. The two combatants didn't stop. Selen continued to run toward Jung Woo, his face full of malicious intent. He used his magical power to create a sword that rested in his hand. Jung Woo also gripped his weapon, a cold smile forming. The distance between the two had been closed. Their feet had crossed. Both immediately swung their swords, creating a blinding light as they clashed. The most powerful techniques were unleashed continuously. He slashed, I blocked. They clashed so crazily that the afterimages of their sword auras couldn't even fade. It was a fierce, endless battle. The blades of Jung Woo and Selen destroyed everything around them. Each slash was like a typhoon tearing through space, making the earth and sky tremble. Suddenly, Jung Woo's spirit-filled sword manifested strange, ancient runes. Then, Selen was so surprised, his eyes popped out. The runes turned into chains, wrapping around his body, leaving him completely bewildered. Magic power erupted as if tearing through space. In front of them, only blinding light remained. Witnessing this, Jung Woo placed a hand on his chest with a mocking expression. That spell is too outdated. There are many things in this era that surpass our understanding. Selen, his arm, filled with dark energy, suddenly stretched out from the smoke. For a moment, his eyes glanced over with surprise. Although Selen hadn't fully regenerated his body, He carried a form covered in thick spirit power and rushed to attack. Ha Jung-woo's large hand easily snatched up his face. Finally, I've caught you. Selin's expression was truly chilling, with half of his face still shrouded in dark energy. But he couldn't hide his triumph. The power you have is mine. I will absorb you. His hand carried such intense magical power that Ha Jung-woo was in extreme pain. Yet, the very next second, to Selin's surprise, he immediately struck the guy with his palm. He raised his hand, activating his power, forcing the guy's body to fade away. Forced teleportation. Selin was pushed away, his whole body slamming hard against the solid ground. After the strike, Ha Jung-woo looked down at his hand, recalling how the guy had controlled his face, and remarked, "Too fast. If I hadn't used the power of absorption, I would have been swallowed whole." His eyes widened as he heard the other person's voice. It's hard to compare it to that guy. Selin walked toward him, his body overflowing with power, and judged, "Your absorption skill and mine are not in the same league, because you just learned it, but didn't learn how to let it go. Compared to others, yours only lasts a little longer." He carried an increasingly powerful spiritual energy, smiling gleefully. Saying, just as expected, "Your martial arts are excellent." He roared with excitement, full of energy. "Even though I've only absorbed a little, this power is gushing out." Chelan provoked Ha Jung-woo, who was now maintaining a wary expression. "Now, make me perfect." Sane. The two began a new match. Attacks were launched in succession, aimed directly at the opponent. Selin held his weapon, smiling with his mouth, but secretly calculating in his heart. This energy, he really is using the annihilation technique of the Bang clan, but the structure is completely different. It will be very hard to find the field and stop him. Ha Jung-woo also gritted his teeth, thinking, the center of his power is hidden somewhere inside this stadium. I need to destroy it. While he was distracted, Selin's spiritual energy suddenly closed in, accompanied by the guy's mocking tone. "What? You still have time to space out, huh?" He attacked decisively. The power created a long trail of black energy that zoomed across the stands. Jung Woo nimbly dodged, landing on one knee. But suddenly, tentacles erupted from behind, along with an excited voice from Selin. "That's right. If it were you, you'd dodge that way." His sword swung out, a giant streak of light cutting across, making the head of the tentacle fall to the ground. Ha Jung-woo's eyes were full of disbelief. He stared at his shattered sword, my invisible blade broken. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Selin behind him, thinking to himself, could it be that even that was absorbed? It's too dangerous to fight that thing with a sword. Ha Jung-woo raised his hand high to let his magical power wrap around his wrist. Well then, I'll just use magic. Selin curled his lips, his eyes full of determination. I won't let you keep playing those annoying tricks. Saying that, he unleashed his power. Countless tentacles like lightning surged forward. Ha Jung-woo struggled to dodge, them clicking his tongue in frustration. A moment later, while Ha Jung-woo's eyes were vigilantly looking into the distance, a dark shadow from the tentacles had engulfed his body. Just a little more. By the time he looked up, those tentacles had grown violently, stretching out, ready to attack. It slammed down, shattering the ground. Stones flew high into the air, and thick dust swirled up. He had nimbly spun around and flown up, escaping the chaos below. Unexpectedly, from above, more tentacles suddenly lunged at Ha Jung-woo. He gritted his teeth, watching his limbs being controlled by the tentacles, while Selin's face was utterly gloating. He controlled the magic while laughing loudly. No way out now. It's over. Sane. However, the joy didn't last long. A source of light descended from the sky, severing the guy's arm. He looked up in fury. What the? Right before his eyes, not only was Ha Jung-woo being squeezed by countless tentacles, but there was also a giant magic circle in the air with a ring of sharp magical artifacts. Ha Jung-woo smirked, his hand continuing to activate his spiritual energy. Is this not too much to be considered just a trick? Chelan's face changed color instantly. He hurriedly reached his hand forward. Quick, I need to absorb him now. Tentacles covered Jung Woo's face, but his calm eyes were still visible. Too late. With that, he flicked his finger lightly. The swarm of sharp magical artifacts followed his command and dove downward, bringing a blinding light. Storm of spears. Once again, a scene of everything shattering and the earth shaking appeared. The spiritual energy from the magical artifacts gradually faded, leaving deep craters on the ground along with a thin cloud of smoke that hadn't yet cleared. Ha Jung-woo arrogantly landed on the ground, looking down at his hand that was still emitting magical energy, panting heavily. The mana cost is way too high, and I've already burned through the energy I absorbed. Still, right there in front of you, hidden behind the cloud of dust, is a flickering barrier. Found it. That's his energy core. So, it was buried beneath the stadium floor. Ha Jung-woo stepped closer to the barrier core, wondering about Chairman Kang and the gatekeeper, Dohamun. This is why they wanted to build this stadium. Regardless, if I destroy this Selen, that lunatic, looked like he had just stumbled upon something unexpected. His eyes suddenly widened. Hara was unconscious, floating inside the energy core. The sight caught him completely off guard. Hara, how is this possible? A dark voice echoed. You're hesitating over a woman? Selen's body had transformed completely. He thrust his blade right through Jung Woo. Blood spilled from his mouth. Jung Woo frowned in pain. You lunatic, Selen grinned with his hideous face. You're still the same. He recalled Jung Woo's heroic demeanor as a leader, standing before his subordinates stronger than any AI. But to your comrades and subordinates, you're like you don't care, yet you actually care about them deeply. We're different. If they're useless, I throw them away and exploit them to the end, just like Homie, Ion, and the Bane clan. Even the entire Nezumi family. Tentacles overflowing with overwhelming power burst from Selen. He declared, you can never be a villain. A cruel villain is the one who wins this battle. Selen had truly turned into a monster now, his terrifying mana radiating like scorching heat. Jung Woo, in agony, gripped the blade that was torturing his body. Finally, Jung Woo managed to rip that mana-drenched blade right out of himself. He narrowed his eyes, his hand crushing Selen's blade with sheer force. Jung Woo stomped on the ground to launch himself forward. He was like a beast let out of a cage, unleashing an attack so powerful that it sent Selen's massive body crashing to the ground. Not stopping there, Jung Woo quickly released mana, like a beam of light, rushing toward his opponent and shattering everything. After the strike, he clutched his chest, breathing heavily. Not much mana left. Only enough for one magic attack. I must use it carefully. He cast a glance in front of him, where there was only a wall of water, blown open with thick, pitch-black dust. He glanced behind him. Behind him was nothing but a massive energy core. Then Jung Woo parted his lips slightly. He closed his eyes gently and began to radiate blue spiritual energy to heal his wounds, yet Selen appeared without a scratch. Healing. Ah, I can sense it, saying. You have no strength left to play around. Just give up and let me absorb your life force, saying. Inside the energy core, Hara slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in a panic. What is this? Why am I trapped in here? Above her head, two streams of magical power were clashing. Jung Woo parried every attack from Selen with his sword. The villain smirked triumphantly. You're quite clever not to destroy the energy source immediately, saying, because you'd die along with that woman if you did. Jung Woo said nothing. His eyes stared at the villain with tension and anger. Selen continued to attack frantically in a state of extreme exhilaration. What are you going to do to kill me while the energy is still there? Jung Woo calculated carefully with a stern expression. I'll be in danger if I get hit again. I need to dodge first. But things were not that easy. Selen asked tauntingly, do you really want to dodge? It was as if he sensed danger and glanced at the energy core. A powerful blow landed, causing a massive explosion. Hera watched the brutal scene in front of her and screamed, Jung Woo. Selen arched his back in delight and exclaimed, a truly rare sight, saying. Jung Woo stood before the energy core, his face wounded and his sword snapped in half. Selen was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. I can't believe you're panting and bleeding in front of me. Seeing the pained expression on his face, the villain jeered. Thanks for protecting my energy. Hara's voice rang out as she witnessed Jung Woo getting hurt because of her. I'm sorry for not listening to you. She shed tears. Her face was filled with guilt. For a moment, the image of Yong-hee appeared behind her. I'm truly sorry, she whispered his name. Jung Woo, and that phantom said, Saiyan. Jung Woo smiled faintly and looked behind him. Don't worry, I won't let that happen again. Saiyan continued, arrogant as ever. Her teary face looks just like that woman. Yong-hee, the woman from 1,000 years ago. Perhaps this is the fate of the women by your side. While the villain was off guard, a mocking voice rang out, you really are a hick, stuck in the past. Jung Woo suddenly attacked from behind, catching him off guard. I can't believe you didn't notice this simple shadow clone technique. The villain looked at Jung Woo, in front of him, who vanished while giving him the middle finger in contempt. Selen spun around, looking at him, and continued his attack, startled. Unlike the clones created by warriors, the body and soul were almost real. It was a magic skill. But since when? Don't tell me from the very beginning. He seriously evaluated the situation. The traces of absorption were still there. The healing was a lie. Jung Woo's eyes were full of danger. Emitting powerful spiritual energy, he launched a punch straight at Selen. Soulbreaker. The villain tilted his head to dodge the blow. The power tore through the air, shattering rocks. The villain gritted his teeth, preparing a move with his glowing red eyes. You cunning. But what made and even more surprise was that the ground beneath his feet began to crumble from the impact of that martial art. Jung Woo swung his sword, attacking him with a cold expression. As he sliced through the villain's true form, he spoke. I know full well I'm not a good person. Following that, two sharp, diagonal sword slashes struck him. But you said the villain would win, didn't you? His face, filled with determination, shone through hundreds of glowing sword strikes. Saiyan could only endure the brutal assault. He glared at the villain with fury, a cruel, lawless villain. The villain's malevolent, glowing eyes widened in helplessness. Damn it, his power is too weak. I can't absorb enough martial force to recover. Jung Woo calmly raised his sword high. Go back to where you belong. He delivered the final blow decisively amidst the countless fading afterimages of the blade. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only heavy chunks of rock along with the sword's lacerations. Chelin couldn't move. The very next second, those rocks shattered. Hara, inside the energy core, watched the front with tension. Jung Woo's silhouette was obscured by layers of thick dust from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, he was standing proudly on a pile of debris. Hara was overjoyed. Jung Woo, he won. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and broke into a relieved smile. Thank goodness. But the next second, her eyes widened in anxiety. What is this? My divine eye is telling me something. This is, she screamed in a hurry. Jung Woo, you can't let your guard down yet. Chelin surged with magical power and lunged at him. Jung Woo gritted his teeth in annoyance and looked back. You persistent bastard. The villain stretched out his hideous hand, asserting firmly. You can't defeat me. As long as I maintain the absorbed energy, I am invincible. If you can't kill that woman, you're the one who will die. Suddenly, a man appeared, shattering the energy core and releasing an isolation attribute, isolating Chelin. Immediately, his devilish shell was torn away. The villain lunged madly at Jung Woo. No! The person who just appeared carried Hera away while urging, right now. Finish him, he yelled at him. Jung Woo gripped his sword tightly, skillfully gliding past Chelin. A powerful sword strike descended, with a deep, grim look on Jung Woo's face. The attack hit. The villain could only scream in pain. Chelin. The sword strike seemed to tear the sky, splitting the ground and causing Celin's body to dissipate. The battle ended. The person who just placed Hera on the ground turned to Jung Woo and asked, Are you still okay? At this moment, once he saw who it was, he narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. You. He looked at Park Sung-ho and slightly curled his lip. Standing there, Gang Baek, he also politely said, Long time no see, old friend. In the past, Jung Woo and Park Sung-ho had clashed before. He looked at him with an annoyed expression. But what is your problem? I didn't even bother you. What's wrong with conquering the martial world? Park Sung-ho also faced him seriously. Well, if someone conquered the martial world and destroyed your life, what would you think? How would you feel? Hearing that, he was a bit speechless and tilted his head. He also laughed out loud. Park Sung-ho's expression turned serious again. That is why I fight. I know one day you will understand me. Sane, and we'll meet again somewhere. In reality, the two had met again, but amidst the ruins of a battle that had just ended. Beside them, Hara's eyes widened in shock. I can read both of their memories. She clearly saw the different identities Jung Woo had lived through in his past lives. I can see Jung Woo's blocked memories because he's getting weaker. She cast her gaze towards Suho. Jung Woo raised his sword, ready to fight. He smirked. Looks like 6 times still wasn't enough for you. Then I'll just keep taking you down. Gang Baek didn't intend to attack. He looked at him calmly. In this life, my name is Suho, just like your name is Jung Woo. Hera suddenly rushed over, blocking Suho's path. Jung Woo, wait. The Divine Eye already told me. This person is only helping us. He has no hostility whatsoever. He didn't argue, just closed his eyes slightly, just as his lover had said. I didn't come here to fight. I came to ask you for a favor. Park Sung-ho looked at him resolutely. To Hara's surprise, will you fight alongside me? 1 year later, the stadium was bustling with matches, as if nothing had ever happened. The organizers announced, 1 year after the chaos, finally, we can complete the martial arts tournament. The fighters' soaring spirit power made the ring feel like it was about to explode into gray smoke and fire. Images of the two fighters, Yujin and Kang Chun, appeared on the screen. The voice boomed again, who will be the winner? Just as Yujin was defeated and lay flat on the ground, the answer was set. Contestant Kang Chun. At that moment, Kang Chun was fired up with power, accepting the declaration of victory. The last one standing is contestant Kang Chun. The audience erupted into wild cheers. Jung Woo and Hera stood in the stands, looking down. He smiled with satisfaction. Throughout this year, I've reformed the association with everything I have. We've confiscated all the assets of the Nezumi family. Other families are busy cutting ties to avoid trouble, so there hasn't been any opposition. The commotion that Seolin caused had settled down due to the appearance of some mysterious gang. Baek Suho, this guy was working in the association, especially regarding Kang Chun. After the Seolin incident, he realized how powerless he was. So, he trained diligently and improved himself until he reached level 8. Gu Hua watched the match with a look of regret. What a lazy guy. I wanted to finish the fight with him. Young Kang Hyun, beside her, didn't say a word, looking pensive. Gu Hua then looked at Lee Hogo, who was happily enjoying his food, and thought to herself, nothing ever changes. Before that, he had become the head of the Martial Heroes Association. The wounds he suffered from the absorbed energy were severe, but he had recovered, thanks to spending more money on food instead of medical bills. And those food expenses were billed to the Bang Bang Seki family. He sacrificed himself just to buy this and that, trying to win over his uncle. Over by Jung Woo, he looked at Hara with a puzzled expression. But Hara, you've already read my past lives with your divine eye. Aren't you afraid of me? That remark surprised her a little. You're still worried about that? You got a cute side, don't you? She winked at him, her cheeks blushing as she teased him. Sometimes I think you're not human. Since you were a tyrant in your past life, I thought you were quite evil. Why is that? Do you not like girls like me? Jung Woo laughed softly upon hearing that. No, thank you. Suddenly, Park Sung-ho appeared, drawing the attention of the two. It's been a year, my friend. He stood tall, looking toward him. And yet you called for me. I guess you finished thinking about that thing, right? I'm talking about my proposal. His eyes sank into deep thought. Jung Woo remembered the day that battle ended. At that time, his expression was full of interest. So, we aren't the only ones who have been reincarnated. Park Sung-ho thought of someone brimming with power and replied, that's right. It seems anyone strong enough to reach a certain level won't be completely finished in just one lifetime. In my past lives, I fought to stop many villains. And as you know, the end of that journey was always you. Hearing this, Jung Woo smiled. He thought about the times he clashed with Chelan in this life. My memories returned very late. I've only been practicing martial arts and attributes for less than 3 years. I couldn't even win last time, when I fought Seolin. If the cycle of reincarnation for the strong continues, I need a companion to act and work with me. At that moment, Park Sung-ho earnestly placed a hand on his chest. So, I'm begging you, will you walk this path with me? But Jung Woo pointed his sword at him, showing no intention of helping. Are you insane? I'm one of those villains you mentioned, too. Stop blabbering and make your move. His impatient words continued to spill out. The fact that I'm standing here in front of you is crazy enough. Park Sung-ho didn't back down. If it weren't for your lover, I might have already died by your hands. Above the pit, a group of people arrived. Their leader cried out, Jung Woo, are you okay? Jung Woo and Kang Chun, along with several guards, rushed over. Are you hurt, sir? Kang Chun looked at his wounds with concern. I can't believe you're hurt this badly. Are you really okay? Hogo was furious and shouted at Park Sun-ho. Did you cause this? Seeing this, Park Sun-ho just smiled. It seems you found something more precious than conquering the martial arts world. Huh, that's a relief. Now I don't have to hunt you down to the death anymore. Both seemed to be returning to their old ways of dueling. Suho kept trying to convince him. Come on, you understand what I'm saying, right, Jung Woo? His next words made Jung Woo's expression dim. Take a moment to think about it. Choose between living a full life or a life that's been stripped away. Stepping out of his thoughts, he arrogantly smirked. I'm not helping you, Park Sung-ho. His whole body radiated a dangerously chilling power. His hand tightened. I just want to see those fools fall into despair. I won't change the way I handle things. Jung Woo clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. I will become the villain to all villains. Hearing this, Suho just curled his lips. Good. I'm leaving it all to you, Jung Woo. On a peaceful, clear day with skyscrapers, an explosion like hellfire tore everything apart in a terrifying blaze. As the walls collapsed, a man staggered out amidst the frantic screams of the people. Run away! The man let out a barbaric laugh. Finally, my memories have returned. He stood proudly amidst the rubble, excited. This is truly a wonderful life. Burn it all down. He continued to plot, but before he could finish, a foot slammed down directly onto Jung Woo, kicking him into the rubble. Is that him? Park Sung-ho confirmed from behind. That's him. He explained the guy's identity to him. In his past life, he was exiled after learning about the family's apostles. After that, out of pure rage, he burned down his own family and all the surrounding nations. Hearing this, he remarked, what a filthy history. Even though he was smashed into the rubble, the guy who had just been kicked away still glared with hatred. How is it you? Ah, gangbetch. But Park Sung-ho didn't answer. The one who replied was Jung Woo. I don't know which generation you're from, but how does a third-rate villain like you dare to show off? Hearing those words of contempt, the man became even more enraged. You're too noisy. I just want to try something I couldn't do in my past life, that's all. Is there a problem with that? Jung Woo was slightly surprised. I never thought I'd be the target of such talk. Park Sun-ho jumped down from the broken rubble to comfort him. You'll get used to it. The guy unleashed his energy, his face showing no sign of submission. Fine. If you guys are so determined to stop me, I'll burn you all to ash. Park Sun-ho, behind him, started to urge. Let's go. Jung Woo. But he, with power surging through him, didn't listen. You're too loud. I have no intention of following your orders. Instantly, he launched himself off the ground. From midair, he charged toward the guy with his sword drawn. Now, try finishing those meaningless things in your next life. The blade swung, his expression full of confidence mixed with danger, because your fated villain has arrived.